Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final weekend of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad racing season. This is the Moto Tassinari Unadilla GP from the Unadilla. I don't even feel like I have to introduce what this place is. Unadilla, a legendary location, a long-standing location for the JDay Offroad series, and I could not think of a better destination to bring one of the most exciting seasons of the Fox JDay Offroad series to date to a close. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. Zach Herron here inside the booth alongside Josh Stout to cover the action this weekend. Josh, we covered some of the fastest motocross racers in the Northeast last weekend out at the New York State Championship. Now we've got a mix, a blend, if you will, of some of the fastest motocross racers, some of the fastest off-road racers coming to do battle right here at the JDay Offroad Series.
Like you touched on it is a mix. You get to run some of the national track, some of the woods track. We also have the FMF Extreme section where you can, get over, I believe we got logs, tires. I saw a sand hill of some sort that they kind of built out there. Some different obstacles, and like you touched on, this Unadilla is legendary. A lot of history has been made here, and JDay Offroad about to write some history of its own this weekend. As like we touched on, it's the last weekend of the season. We're going to crown some championships here. A lot of storylines. Some of these championships going right down to the wire. Some of them already kind of spoken for. Those riders are just going to go through the motions this weekend, not much stress. But we do have some stress in some of these other classes that we'll touch on throughout the day.
No doubt about it. Just like you said, kind of bringing a season to a close. I've had a lot of folks reaching out on social media throughout the last few weeks, telling us they're going to be there, telling us they're in title contention. And, yeah, to your point, some of them, it's every point counts, right? It comes down to the wire. Some of them could almost not line up this weekend and secure a championship, but they got to go. They got to finish strong as well. A couple of our favorites having some problems there. I believe that was Crew Hopkins on the 196, not getting right off the jump. As you can see, folks, that is not the sunshine. That is fog that is up at the top of our screen. It is a very foggy morning here in New Berlin, New York, as we kick off race number one. Row one's going to be our Pee Wee senior class off and rolling. We'll have our Pee Wee Bantam and Pee Wee Electric class, as well as Pee Wee Squirt and Pee Wee Girls, going to be taken to the track here in just a matter of minutes. But starting things off with a 40-minute moto this morning. If you're just joining us here this season for the JDay Offroad, it breaks down like this. Our Pee-wees, our micros, if you will, if you want to compare it to some other classes. They are going to race one race this morning, a 40-minute moto, and then they are hanging out the rest of the day. Now, the rest of the field, they have two 30-minute motos that are going to be spread out throughout the day. Going to have a very different track between Moto 1 to Moto 2. And just like you said, Josh, exciting stuff this weekend. This is always one of my favorite rounds. I've been lucky enough to come out to the Unadilla JDay multiple years in the past. And one of my favorite things is it seems like it's always a doubleheader, but we've got different wood sections for day one compared to day two. And so a lot of excitement built up, a lot of things to keep you interested, and a lot of question marks going to be circling all the way till that final checkered flag tomorrow afternoon when we officially bring the season to a close.
Yeah, I saw the track map last night. If you are on site and you're racing both days, definitely take a look at that, because about 50% of the track today is not going to be run tomorrow. And like I touched with you this morning, this is my first time at a JDay. Super excited to be here. I've heard a lot of good things about it. A lot of local riders love racing here, but we don't practice here. So you're going right to the track. It's race time right away. And like you touched on, there's going to be some fog hanging out over the track. The track's built down in a valley, and this fog kind of settles over that. A little bit chilly this morning, but riders are going to turn the heat up. We'll get rid of this fog. It's going to be a good day.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Checking on the radar here this morning, like you said, especially you're a New York man. I'm a Carolina boy. I am cold. I got no shame in saying it, but sun's going to come popping out, and just like you said, the riders on course going to be heating things up very quickly as we get our first glimpse of some of our riders up front. Once again, our Pee Wee senior class, row number one, and that's been a fun one to watch. We've had several consistent turnouts, like I mentioned. Crew Hopkins a little bit earlier in the mix as well, going down, and going to be checking out our points as well out of this Pee Wee senior class. And it is Michael Kimichowski. I was going to say, I thought the 617 was still out front leading away. He's got a 10-point lead over Crew Hopkins. So the 617, there you see our championship points on your screen. 107 points for Kimichowski. Hopkins with 97 points, and they have kind of separated themselves from the rest of the field. We'll see whether or not Weston Malloy, Reed Locker, or Weldon Young are here on site. We're going to see a lot of, we've got some battles up at the top spot for the championship, some top three battles going on. But, man, you really want to talk about finishing top five in some of these classes. You can see three-way tie in our Pee Wee Trail Rider class. A lot of our riders just looking for those participation points because at the end of the day, this weekend, it's almost a doubleheader, if you will. It's double points on the line because we've got double the racing. So a lot of our championship contenders and a lot of the kids are saying, hey, maybe not going to be walking away with a title this year, but I've got the potential to take a top 3, a top 5, or you can even see right here in our Pee Wee Electric class, it's a 5-way tie at the front of that class. So a lot on the line. It's all going to come down to this weekend. And as you can see, the track absolutely phenomenal. The crew been doing a great job. Ethan and the whole JDay crew been posting on social media, the makeover, if you will. It's so crazy to see the before and afters, how much work goes into it. They're out there slinging machetes. They're, putting tape up. It is a true undertaking, if you will, to be able to create something like what you're seeing on screen.
I spent about 30 years at this place, just running around the woods as a little kid. And up to when I'm drinking some adult beverages in the woods.
There you go.
Legally or illegally. Yeah, we're not going to touch on that. But I watched that GoPro yesterday that JDay put up on the social media, and they're touching parts of this facility that I didn't know existed. It looked like a good time out there, dodging some trees. There's a grass section back there, and then we talked about the FMF Extreme section. So a lot of different challenges for these riders. As you see some of them working their way through. This looks like the grass section here that they put up. And it's going to be interesting to see how the track changes. Something I want to touch on with you. You've been following the series the whole way.
Yep.
It gets rougher as the day goes on. How do you think it's going to play out tomorrow when we kind of double up the roughness? We're not going to touch the track in the woods, obviously.
Yeah, it's going to be curious to see, and I've taken a glance at the track map, but haven't really studied exactly how much overlaps. If I'm not mistaken, I believe they're going to go out and touch up the national track. So the motocross track will be re-prepped, and then if it's like I remember it, I believe majority of the woods is going to be different. And so what's so interesting is even though you'll have a fresh trail on tomorrow, you'll have completely different characteristics. That's another thing, the natural terrain out here at Unadilla, you've got kind of, like you said, some valleys, some flowing hillsides. It really creates a lot of diversity as far as what the actual, the ground almost seems like. You've got grass in some sections. You've almost got like a sandy texture in some sections. And then if any of you are familiar with the Unadilla National, you see a lot of handguards. There's a lot of rocks, a lot of pebbles in this soil as well that kind of seem to come to light as the day wears on. And so it's going to be really interesting. But what is so funny to see is how different things get from Moto 1 to Moto 2 throughout the day. You can see all of the rocks speckled on the dirt right there on your screen. Like we mentioned just a bit ago, fog in the area. It's still quite heavy out here. Our camera's actually doing a great job of cutting through that fog right now, but because of that, we can't get the drone up quite yet. We're going to have drone coverage. We're going to have all of our incredible camera operators and camera angles that we've had all season long, just as soon as it is safe to get that thing up in the air and get flying. But for right now, we've got our ground cameras on there, and we're getting a great look as what things look like now. Perfect. On cue, your Mototask Scenario Unadilla Grand Prix track map. You can see certain sections of the course used both days, primarily the motocross track. Day 2, going to have some unique sections. You're actually going to kind of split your wood sections on different sides of the motocross track, whereas today, pretty much that entire red line going to be what we're seeing today. They pop off the track just behind our Stoke studio here, and everybody moving their way through. They jump right back on before that legendary sky shot. You've got that FMF Extreme section as well. I don't have a good history with the Extreme section, especially here at Unadilla. It's been a couple of years. My knee started hurting as soon as I got on the property, but that has been one of the most exciting sections of the 2026 series. So the FMF Extreme section going to be one to watch, and then, of course, everybody going to be racing right down to that Yamaha finish line. And another cool thing, we talk about the legendary Unadilla course. We talk about the legend of Unadilla. The Fox starting line here, we've seen it in some different spots throughout the season compared to maybe the motocross starts, but here at Unadilla, you're lining up right on that start stretch. You've got the big Unadilla banners right behind you. It looks just like a Pro National, and this is basically the Pro National of JDay Offroad Racing. This is the grand finale, the big hoorah, if you will, and talk about that FMF Extreme section. Here are the first of our little riders making their way through. It is, it's kind of crazy. The Extreme section, it catches a lot of our riders off guard. I've had problems with it. My dad's had problems with it. You see all kinds of big bikes have issues. Some of these kids, I don't know if it's just almost like the ignorance of youth, I guess, is their innocence, if you will. They're like, they don't know to be scared of it, and they just go for it. And sometimes we have seen some incredible passes being made, incredible lines being taken by our Pee Wee riders right there in that FMF Extreme section. So going to be a ton of fun to watch, some very unique sections and unique characteristics here at the Mototask Scenario Unadilla Grand Prix.
It'll change as the day goes on, but one thing you want to keep an eye on is it's very, like you said, overcast this morning, foggy. There's a lot of mildew in the air. Those logs, those tires, the concrete barriers that they got to go over, those are going to be really slippery this morning. So something for our Pee Wee riders that are going to have to battle through, and then into our Super Mini, our 85 riders. Once the sun comes out, I think by the time we get into the big bikes, those will dry up. But that's just another challenge that this JDay track is going to throw at them.
Yeah, and you bring up a great point there with that moisture, whether it's on the track or especially on some of those concrete or wooden areas, as you're seeing through the extreme section. Throttle control going to be absolutely crucial. You see Crew Hopkins right there doing a great job getting fully turned and then a straight shot into that obstacle. We see it time and time again. Somebody coming up a little diagonal at a little bit of an angle. The front end shoots out from underneath you. The back end steps out right as you're trying to jump off. And so our riders doing a great job. And the technical skills that these riders have shown and grown in throughout the season has been really impressive to watch. You see the 221 right there of, I believe that's Nathan Salgado, another familiar face here this season, and looking to close things out on a high note here this weekend. As the fog, little by little, starting to lift. I'm taking a look just outside the studio. I can start to see the outline of the Sky Shot tabletop. So slowly but surely, sun's going to start popping out. The sun will be shining, the dirt will be flying, and we'll all be smiling here at the season finale. It is crazy to think that the 2026 season is starting to come to a close already. It's been such a, I don't want to call it a debut season, but it's been a whole lot of new for JDay here in 2026. We've had the growth of the series, reaching all different kinds of destinations, all kinds of new crowds as well, and it's been a lot of excitement, and I think that's all going to come to a big exclamation point here at the end of the season.
You touched on it yesterday. We were talking off camera, just kind of catching me up to speed on the JDay series about how it's expanded this year.
Yep.
So something to keep an eye on for everybody. If you're already racing the series or you're looking to get into it, keep an eye on that 2027 schedule drop. Make sure you follow JDay on all their social media platforms. If you're watching at home, taking pictures, videos here, make sure you hashtag that JDay26. You see it down there in the corner. Let everybody know you're here. Let everybody know it's fun, because I have talked to a lot of local riders about this, and it's a good, I guess, a break from just a monotonous racing motocross, or maybe woods, just over and over and over again. Here you get a little bit of taste of everything. You kind of change it up a little bit. It almost brings the fun back into something that can get a little bit serious as the year wears on.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You know, we've been fortunate enough to see whether it's the GNCC racers that I call throughout the season, whether it's some of our Loretta Lynn's qualifiers and contestants as well. We've kind of seen the extremes on both sides of the spectrum. I mean, we've had riders like Justin Coquinos, Gus Reardon that have gone out and competed in Pro Motocross Nationals. We've had the series points leaders in the XC1 and XC2 class in GNCC competing with us, and they both come off with a smile, and that's a really hard thing to do. And so the uniqueness and the blend of the disciplines here at JDay is something that I really think stands out. And like you said, at the end of the day, it's fun. I feel like everybody, whether you're a pro racer, a Pee Wee racer, or even a vet rider, you know, we joke about my dad. It was a lot of fun having him out at the Lake Sugar Tree Grand Prix, and he hasn't raced in over 10 years, and he came off the track 60-plus years old, and he's like, man, that was just fun. He's like, I got my butt kicked, and I sucked in a couple of sections, but he was like, I had a great time, and that's what it's all about. It's such a cool community as well, and I think that's something that the Northeast racing community does really well. We talked a lot about it last weekend, the huge turnout that we had for the state championship, and the JDay family that has kind of followed us across the eastern United States, all the way down to Florida, through the Carolinas, Budds Creek, and then as we've kind of gotten back to the home field, if you will, of JDay, our last round out at Southwick, I think you really got to see a lot of familiar faces and a lot of people that have grown up competing in this series. They've got a lot of pride in it. They got a lot of belief in it, and I think that's starting to spread. It's not a disease, but it's the best kind of sickness, if you will. Everybody is talking about how sick this series is, how excited they are, and there were a couple of people, you know, down in my area in the Carolinas that it was too little too late. They were texting me on Monday going, dude, where were you at this past weekend? It looked like you were right here in the Carolinas. I'm like, man, we're JDay racing. Where were you at? They didn't know about it. So just like you said, follow us on social media, JDay Offroad. They're going to have all kinds of announcements coming up in the next few months, that 2027 schedule, all kinds of cool stuff. They do great social media interactions as well. A lot of partnerships with Racer TV, Stoke Media, all kinds of behind-the-scenes things going on with our riders, with the series, and so it's worth the follow. I'll put it like that. It's not a boring follow. Hang out, and then, of course, circle the calendar as soon as you can as well. To try to make sure that you know where to go and when to go there for 2027, because I think at the end of the day, this is fun for everyone. If you like being on two wheels, this is the place for you to be.
When the opportunity came up to do this event with you, Zach, that was one of the first things I looked at was the socials, and I was just looking at all the different industry partnerships that they have. You see the FMF Extreme session, obviously Moto Tassinari. We saw a Dunlop sponsorship down at Southwick. So they're able to bring a lot of different things from the industry, and I got to believe that gets, to a certain extent, back to the riders. So that is another thing to see here. Not only are you going to have a little bit of fun, but a lot of races you go to, you just walk away with a trophy at your local races.
Yep.
Here, I feel like there's a little bit more to give back, a little bit more involvement from the industry, and it's just going to help the series as it grows.
Oh, no doubt about it. And yeah, like you said, whether it's national companies like FMF, Yamaha, so be it, or even more local companies as well. I believe we got Utica Power Sports in the house with us here this weekend. I know a big sponsor of the Coquinos program. All kinds of local sponsors based off of the location that we're at. And then, of course, Red Bull with us as well here in 2026. We've had the Red Bull Wings team slinging complimentary, not free, complimentary Red Bulls throughout the season. Be great if they showed up. Hopefully they're going to walk all the way out here to where we're at. I definitely wouldn't mind cracking a cold Red Bull here this morning. But, yeah, like you said, that's when you start to realize, like, hey, this is legit, if you will. You put a lot of emphasis on those companies. When you see things like the Fox repeaters, you see the banners, you see the trackside banners and stuff like that, it just gives it a look and a feel that it's hard to find in other locations. And so now this is a familiar feel and look in the FMF Extreme section. There's lots of riders, not just young riders. There will be plenty of vet riders throwing their hands up in the air as well, going, what am I supposed to do right here? Momentum are going to be a big key here for these as well. Like we said, not necessarily the most technically difficult, but maybe a little intimidating for some of our riders. But we talked about the skills of our top racers. Crew Hopkins jumping out front and running a 4:43 on that last lap, several seconds faster than Nathan Salgado. And, of course, those Luxon lap times we're going to be bringing you all weekend. And Luxon been a huge part of the program as well. Seems like everything that we're able to feature here has got such a huge company behind it. Luxon, I know, a big part of the off-road community. And then I really feel like they've kind of started to take over the moto side of things as well. I know a ton of people using their products. But Hopkins and Salgado, we've seen this kind of throughout the later half of the season. They've been kind of neck and neck, a give and take in certain sections, one a little bit stronger here, one stronger there. And so we'll see. Now there is Michael Kimichowski. I was curious to see where he was going to slot in at. He was almost a minute slower than both Hopkins and Salgado, but right now Kimichowski's got a 10-point lead, and so you got to think maybe some management strategy going to be going in as well. So we'll keep you informed with that. We've got a lot of close battles in several of our classes we'll be talking about throughout the day as well, and similar but different to GNCC. You've got multiple classes out there at the same time, Josh, but we're not talking 40 different classes like we see at some of those GNCC races. We've got 4 to 5 right out there, and so you've got great battles all the way through the fields, and it makes a unique atmosphere as far as getting through lap traffic, leader on leader battles coming up. You know, somebody's trying to put somebody a lap down, but they're coming up on a battle for the lead in a class. So all kinds of exciting stuff that maybe not always as exciting for the riders as they want, but it makes it really exciting for us to call at home.
There's a lot going on out there. Not only are you dealing with the moving parts, the riders you're racing with, where you're moving, you know, the stationary parts as well. You got trees out there. You got, obviously, the FMF Extreme section. You're not moving any of that stuff. So there is a lot to think about as you're coming up. Not only are you battling with the people in your class, but you got to work your way around, like you said, whether you're a lap rider or maybe there's a down rider that you're trying to go around. Some of that the premier line might be clogged up, and you're going to have to find a different way around. As you see here, you can go left side, right side of this tree. As that day goes along, obviously one of those sides is going to become the preferred line, but not always the line you're going to be able to take.
Yeah, no doubt, and it's so funny because what seems immovable and seems like it won't change will. We've seen it throughout the season. The FMF Extreme section sometimes, I don't want to say starts to fall apart, but these riders are pretty brutal on it. They're pretty extreme on the extreme section. Next thing you know, there's logs moving around. There's things that aren't quite as consistent as they were. Faces are starting to get chewed up, and it's those little differences that often sometimes make the biggest difference. And some of the best riders are the ones that can take that sight reading. They can look at it in a split second and they go, hey, I got to change this right now. They can adjust those lines when they need to. And sometimes what was the worst line in Moto 1 can save you a second in Moto number 2. So always adapting, always looking as we bring up our pylon here. 3 laps complete here. Crew Hopkins, Nathan Salgado, 1 and 2 with Kimichowski back there in the number 3 spot. Ethan Clark in the number 4 spot. Looks like that's Isaiah Guernsey in the number 5 position. And sounds like we're going to give you a replay of how things got kicked off here this morning. Like I said, it was a foggy morning here at the top of Unadilla. There you see the 196 of Hopkins. Doesn't quite get the jump that he was hoping for. I was always terrible at dead engine starts. You can see the vibes down on the start, absolutely immaculate, but it's not just fun. It is very serious, and this is how you get things kicked off. You can make or break your race right here. A couple of those riders getting a great jump off the line, and off into the abyss they go.
Into the fog.
No doubt about it.
They work their way here on screen. Like you said, we're going to be a little bit limited on camera angles this morning while we wait for that fog to clear. If you're watching at home or you're watching back at the camper, currently in a no-fly zone right now because of the fog. But we will get that up and going once the fog clears. I was here for the National. We were about 3 weeks away here a little earlier in the month. Within about an hour or two, the fog will clear. Everything will start to go back to normal. As we see outside the booth, looks like we've got some yellow flags on this sky shot over there. The one rider having trouble on the motocross side of the track. Yeah. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. You just spent all that time in the woods dodging trees, and as soon as you get on the track, you look up and you see one of the most legendary chumps on the pro circuit. Not sure if that's going to make you happy or not.
I tell you what, Hopkins is looking pretty happy right now. Shooting roost out from behind that machine, wide open, jumping back onto the motocross track. And what a cool feel that is. I've been lucky enough to spin a lap or two there. We see Michael Kimichowski on the 617 making his way up the hillside as well. And, yeah, I just feel like you got to take a second on that first lap and just go, dude, I'm riding Unadilla right now. How cool is this? A very limited opportunity and definitely an appeal to the riders to be able to come out here to this Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix. There you saw the 514 ride making his way through. I believe he is in our Pee-wee electric class. I'll double check that. Might be thinking of the 314 of Little Stu Baylor, not the Stu Baylor, but all kinds of great battles going on. Like we said, I believe that Pee-wee electric class, yeah, it is a 5-way tie at the top of the Pee-wee electric class. So a lot of things up for grabs. I mean, you know, 1 point could be the difference between top 5 and a championship. That's pretty crazy.
You talk about the pro class being so tight on points, but if you look down all the way to these little guys and girls, the points are tight all the way through. Yep. We're battling all the way through tomorrow for these championships, and that's what I think makes it so fun. I guess I'm a little bit privileged. I didn't have to do the dirty work. I got to show up on championship weekend. I didn't have to go through the grind with everybody over at Stoke Media Racer TV, Ethan and everybody at JDay grinding all summer long and put these events on for you. I got to show up and, you know, just watch from the finish.
Just enjoy what's coming to a close here. Yeah, that was Jax Luxka on the number 514. He is leading the points in that Pee-wee Bantam class. And he has been a very familiar face all season long. And, yeah, to your point, it's been really cool to see the development of the series and the riders as well throughout the season. A lot of different conditions. I mean, you go back to a couple weeks ago when we were out at, or a couple months ago, I should say, out at somewhere like a Club MX. Maybe a bit more moto-focused, a couple of tracks, not quite as much sections in the woods. Very sandy, right? Things getting absolutely brutal. And then you go somewhere like Lake Sugar Tree, right? Kind of more of a red Virginia clay, if you will. It's got a different feel to it. It's got a wood section built into it, some creek crossings that we've had. It's the little personalities that each one of these events have that I think makes every single stop very unique. And what's so curious is no matter what it is, no matter how different it is, it's often the same riders that we're seeing at the top. And there we talked about
Kimichowski, right?
Kimichowski right there on the 617. Didn't quite get that straight on angle. He committed to it great, but like you said, the moisture, the slickness of, I believe it looks like that's a concrete block there, either concrete or wood, and it just kicked the front end out from under. He went for it, no doubt about it, as it looks like he stalled the machine as well. And I've already started to notice that rut right in the center. Seems like everybody's funneling into that. It was working great for a moment till it wasn't. As we take a look at this red line oil replay, and yep, just a little bit too much of an angle. Went for it. It caught the front end. The back end went along with it. And he jumped right back up, got back to it. Good dismount there from Kimichowski. Now let's see. Looks like the number 8. Looks like the far left and the far right-hand side got a little bit more of a dirt run up to it. And that's another thing. Even these young kids, young as 4 years old, the way they're able to scan the track as well. You see them sometimes maybe coming to a stop, looking left, looking right, all right. But they're very strategic. They know, hey, sometimes the smart line is better than what looks to be the fast line.
You look at it the way there. If you square that turn up, even if you take a second or two to find the right line to go over, whereas Kimichowski just went for it, ended up costing himself 10 or 15 seconds when he had to get back going. You saw on the replay there, he just took too much of an angle. The front end was asking too much of it on that wet concrete this morning, and it slid right out from underneath him. As you see, like you're saying, some of these riders already here, 4 laps in, you see the rutted out section, and they're already moving to the outside.
Yep, Jax Luxka there doing a great job of adjusting that line. Leighton Clark out front leading the way in his class. Looks like Brooks Manikowski in the Pee-wee electric class, and then Matthias Hall in the Pee-wee Bantam class out front leading the way. It looks good back there in the number 3 spot. It's Reed Pritt out front on the 518 in the Pee-wee squirt class. And looks like Brandy Hill leads the way in our Pee-wee girls as our leader right there, Drew Hopkins, out front in the Pee Wee senior class. It looks like Kimchowski has made the pass around Nathan Salgado for the number 2 spot. And as you can see, you talked about kind of the valley. Obviously, you've got something like a gravity cavity. You've got some of these spots within the valley of Unadilla, but the track itself kind of down in a bowl. So it's so funny, even riding into the property this morning, you'd be in fog, then you'd be in crystal clear, and the sun was shining, and then you're back in the fog. And so the sun is up there. I know it's shining already. It's going to start warming up, and things are going to start clearing up here within probably the next 20, 25 minutes or so. There'll be a noticeable difference, and then within maybe an hour, hour and a half, it'll be gone entirely, and we'll have a great day of racing. And a lot of people, you know, there's complaints, there's comments always with everything, but a little bit of moisture, a little bit of weather like this in the morning so often leads to a picture-perfect track come afternoon. If it was already hot and sunshiny, it's going to be really hard for the track to stay on top of things, where right now the moisture not going anywhere. It's able to settle into the soil and keep things just tip-top shape for us for the rest of the day.
We talked about it last weekend about high voltage when we were on for the New York State Championships. It hasn't rained here significantly in months. It's been a good summer to be a golfer, not a good summer to own a dirt bike track. So the overcast that we have this morning is going to bode well for all of our riders this afternoon. As you can see, the moisture that they put down, the water they put down yesterday and into the morning, that'll hold into the dirt a lot better today. It's going to make for better racing conditions. And obviously the woods, that's not going to dry up very fast with all the cloud coverage. As we see Chimikowski on screen, your second place rider, working his way through the grass track. The 24, Anina Berghoff, coming through the Yamaha finish line.
Yeah, a couple of riders making their way through. I will say, for those of you here on site, we've talked about this in the past. We're talking about it here right now. It is your responsibility to be up to the starting line before your motos. So I'm going to go ahead and say it. Race number 2, Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls. You need to be getting your stuff together and making your way to the staging area if you're not already up there. C classes, you guys need to start getting your stuff together as well. You'll be coming up after that. But we had some issues with that at our last round. Riders taking a bit too long to get up to the line and holding up the program ever so slightly. And we're not going to be waiting for you. At the end of the day, it is your job to get up to the gate. And last thing you would want is to lose a championship because you didn't get to the line on time. So make sure you guys are up there well in advance of the start of your moto. And don't forget, guys, real exciting stuff going on here with Stoke Media partnering up with Verb Moto, that Verb Prospect app, live timing from multiple different races. I know right now we've got our event going on. I know MX207, the main event, they've got live timing for that going on as well. Probably several others I haven't jumped on first thing this morning, but it is so cool, the different things that you're able to do there, and especially the expansion of not only motocross, but starting to break off into the off-road world as well. So like I said, just when you think you know everything that is offered on that Prospect app, there's more to come. And so going to be really exciting. Last time I was here at the JDay at Unadilla, it was with the Verb boys back when they had the Verbadilla event going on. So always excited to be able to bring, like you said, more of these huge names that we've associated with the industry, we've known for years and years, coming together, working together, and creating a great product and a great thing for everyone in the sport. As looking great right now, up on the pegs, like a little Cody Webb right there. Michael Kimchowski doing a great job. Says, I'm not launching it this time. I'm going to hug that far left-hand side. Straight on, no problems for the 617.
And you see, that's where going to the outside might have cost him a second or two just to get out there. But it was so much smoother, so much more efficient. It ends up being a faster line in the long run. As you see him working his way down into the woods section here. Back on that Verb Prospect app, I actually wanted to mention something else we were talking about last weekend. Even if you're not an active rider anymore, that thing goes so far back, 10, 12 years even. You can dig through, go in there, punch your name in. You can claim your profile. If you're a current rider, you can claim your profile and scan that QR code right there on the screen. Just pop back up. You can claim your profile. You can start looking at sponsorship opportunities on there as well. A lot of cool things as Verb continues to innovate, as technology brings us more and more coverage of motocross, whether it's JDay, GNCC, motocross itself. A lot of different disciplines are all coming together, and the technology is really blending everything.
Yeah, it's really cool, and it's a cool way to also kind of help yourself rank up, right? It's good to know where you are compared to other riders, where a Michael Kimchowski lines up compared to a Nathan Salgado or something like that. So it is really exciting, and I think as it starts to become more integrated over the next couple of years, it's going to be, I don't want to say more legit, but more people are going to be involved with it. You're going to have a little bit more accurate readings as well. So exciting stuff coming there, as well as we've got 5 laps in the books. Crew Hopkins still out front with Kimachowski and Ethan Clark running in the 2 and 3 position. I did notice Nathan Salgado had dropped all the way back to the backside of the top 10. So curious whether or not something happened to the 221 KTM, but does still seem like he is circulating around. Leighton Clark out there leading the way out of that Pee Wee Trail Rider class, the 767 we caught just a little bit ago, as well as the 603. And then there you see the number 8 on the KTM now, very similar to like what we have out at GNCC, as he gets a little slideways off of that thing. You've got sometimes different numbers on the helmet compared to the bike. Now, it does look like the number 8 is the number 8 on the helmet as well, so that makes things a bit easier for us. But sometimes if you see us or hear us calling a rider by what looks to be a different number, it's often the helmet number, which is what we have to run off of. That is what they're logged in as in timing and scoring. Doesn't always match the graphics on the bike, a bit different than what we see oftentimes out at the motocross.
Absolutely, yeah. As you said, they got to run the number that's on the helmet. We depend on the transponders a lot here. Definitely, if you think that transponder was wrong, there is always glitches in technology. They're able to hand score you off that number on your helmet, so make sure that's visible for the score girls over at the Yamaha finish line. As you look at the red line, oil standings right now, about 6 laps in. Probably going to be about 8 laps here. I'm not very smart, but 5 minutes a lap, 8 to get to 40, about 8 laps, you think?
What are you doing, arithmetic over there?
I got a pen and a piece of paper up here, carry the 1.
Yep, I wait till I see a white flag and realize there's 1 lap to go. So, no, and it is. We talk about the consistency and the endurance that these riders have. A lot of these riders, Crew Hopkins, I believe Kimachowski as well, they're going to go right back to the line. You're going to see them lining up in our mini junior class. So they're going to go not only do 40 minutes this morning, they're going to do 30 minutes right after that, and then they'll have another 30 minutes this afternoon. So a ton of riding time as well. That's another cool thing that we talk about, kind of encouraging riders to get out there. You know, a lot of your local races, you're looking at a 4 or 5 lap race, 15 minutes or so, maybe 10 minutes for practice, 15 minutes for 2 motos. You're looking at maybe an hour total time, if that. Whereas here, you're guaranteed at least an hour out on track, and that's for the leader, right? We throw the checkered flag for whoever's out front. Oftentimes, the rest of the field, there's several minutes after that, so plenty of time out on track and plenty of opportunities to make some things happen. It's kind of that perfect time to be able to pace just a little bit, maybe that opening lap. If you don't get a good start, you've got time to make some passes happen. You've got time to get up towards the front, but it's also not so long that you see riders holding back a little bit and trying to save their energy for late in the race. So it keeps the action exciting, but it also makes it where it's not just a full-out sprint and one big mistake essentially costs you the whole race.
That was one of the first things I thought about when I saw the 30-minute times here, is you don't really have to go gung-ho right from the start. You can kind of ease into it, and you got time to work if you make a mistake. Obviously, if you fall down 2 or 3 times, you're going to lose significant time. Maybe you're going to be out of the chase there for the win, but one mistake won't ruin your race, whereas you watch some of those local races, a 4-lap race, you make a mistake at the beginning and you start way in the back. Your race is pretty much over at that point. As we continue to look here through the woods section, Crew Hopkins leading him around. He's been in that #1 spot for a while now.
Yeah, and interesting enough, like Hopkins, as we saw on even that replay, did not get a great start. So doing a good job of staying calm and getting to work as soon as he got that machine fired up. And you can almost see the difference in intensity, especially when he jumps out on that moto track, wide open on that Yamaha, roost flying everywhere. And then he's aggressive, but he's still very technical in the wood sections when we've been able to catch a glimpse of him. You see that outside line that both Hopkins and Kimachowski have been kind of starting to carve up as well. Helps get him pivoted and turned, headed up back into the woods. As we see, looks like that's the 701, getting a little bit of help up the hillside there. The P-Dubs doing everything that they can. As Matthias Hall out front in that Pee Wee Bantam class right now. Looks like Pritt still leading the way in our Pee Wee Sport class. Once again, guys, going to be touching on this throughout the day, but please make sure you are up to the staging area well advance of your moto. They're going to get you lined up on the line. They'll have riders meeting about 5 minutes before the green flag drops, but it is your responsibility to get to the line on time. So you need to be paying attention. They do a great job of letting you know exactly what time your race should be starting, and there's pretty much no excuse at this point. You can hear us. We're here over the PAs at Unadilla. You can hear us. You can watch us on whether it's your phone, your laptop, your TV, whatever you got. You can throw it on Racer TV. You can keep track of exactly where we are in the program. But please, please, please make sure you are up to the line in advance of the start time for your moto, so you can be there for riders meeting, goes over those rules, regulations, and race procedures. As look at this, Kimachowski is right to the rear end of Crew Hopkins. We thought Hopkins was in control of this. The 617 might be tracking him down and trying to steal this lead away.
And he's got plenty of time to work with. We're looking at 7 laps complete. The white flag is not out, so you got to figure at least 2 more laps to go here, possibly a third, as it looks like one rider getting pushed off. Dad's going to help him back to the truck. That was the 126, I believe I saw on the number plate. I don't have a name here.
Yeah, I believe you're correct. The 126 having some issues there. Unfortunate for him. But right now, Hopkins and Kimachowski, 10 points between them in this Pee Wee senior class. So there's a lot on the line for Hopkins right now, who is in the number 2 position. So he wants to keep the 617 behind him and wants to give himself the best opportunity. If he can't make something happen today, who knows? Anything possible tomorrow. A bad start, a crash, a mechanical, and the next thing you know, the 196 is the champ at the end of the season. So this is going to be a fun battle to watch coming into the final few laps of this first moto of the day. Our Pee Wee classes ripping it up right now.
Like you touched on, you don't want to make tomorrow any more interesting than it needs to be. You want to get the work done today and make your life a little bit easier for tomorrow.
Yeah, and these guys battling in multiple classes as well. Just talking with our producer, 10 points in this class, and then they're actually 1 point apart in, I believe, our next moto, our Pee Wee or our mini junior class. So these riders, I don't want to say they're enemies, they're bitter rivals, but at the end of the day, that's kind of how it ends up. I know you were a rider, I was a racer as well, and it's one of those things where it just kind of seems to work out that way. There's just one guy where if you get a bad start, they get a bad start. If you get a good start, they're right there with you as well. It seems like every racer's looking at the same number plate. You guys are going back and forth, and it's a pretty cool relationship as well as the kids grow up together and develop together. It's one of those things where it is fierce, it is competitive, but at the end of the day, it's a pretty cool relationship. Is there you see Hopkins, and looks like Hopkins has stretched it back out. So like we talked about, strength in one section versus another. It looked like Kimachowski had really closed things in. Maybe the tail end of this course working a bit better for him. I noticed 617 has ditched the goggles now as well. That could be playing a part in it. Hopkins has definitely put several bike lanes back between him and the number 2 spot.
That was something I was going to touch on. We saw on the Pit Bike Moto camera here, they had one rider come through. I believe it was one of the lap riders. He had his goggles off, and now we see obviously Chimikowski with his off. With the mildew in the air, the fog, the haze, you're wondering if maybe those goggles fogged up on him and he just made the decision to toss them or at least hand them off to Dad on the way through.
Yeah, my dad would not be happy if I just tossed them. There's no dad. What do you think? You getting those things for free?
Those are back in the grass section over there, Dad. Go get them for me.
Yeah, and everybody does a great job. We do have little ones that just toss them. Oftentimes they're brought up to the rider registration trailer as well. They get back to their rightful owners. I see a lot of people writing the names and stuff inside the goggle bands as well. So, but yeah, that's a good point. Obviously with the fog in the air, especially in some of these slower sections where you see them having to check up a bit, the lenses can fog up really quick, and it takes a minute for them to be able to clear out. Nobody likes riding when they can't see. Sometimes, hey, I can't wait for this thing to clear back up. I got to take the goggles off. But especially as Kimachowski starts to get closer, he gets within that roost range, and things can start to hurt in a hurry. We talked about the pebbles, the rocks here that are legendary in Unadilla, and Hopkins has shown he's been grabbing a handful of that Yamaha power and would not mind throwing them back at the 617. So we'll see how much fight the 617 is going to be able to have here, and obviously going to want to protect that eyesight. As back into the FMF Extreme section they go, and Crew Hopkins, very technical, plants the foot, gets pivoted straight on to the right-hand side of that section, and just like that, he is up and out. That's pretty much a textbook way of how you want to get through that section.
It's so neat to see how much the younger riders can learn. I'm sure maybe Crew Hopkins a little bit earlier in the season, taking pointers from some of the big guys, and obviously he's putting it to work out here as they work through. Now this is where you're talking. If your goggles are fogged up and you're going through this tree section, not the place you want to be if you can't see, because that tree is going to jump right out and grab you. So Chimikowski making a safety decision and maybe just mailing it in here for a second. Possibly made a mistake somewhere where we didn't see on camera, though. That could be a possibility as well.
Yeah, and I am curious to see the next time they come around. Believe they're going to be getting the white flag, and you got to wonder whether or not the 617 is going to be able to close back in at all, because if he does, that just means that, as you see him right there on screen, that just means that he is way stronger in the tail end of this course, and that's a unique spot for us to be in to watch, where Hopkins maybe going to be a little unassuming. He gets to that second half of the track and thinks, okay, I can back it down a little bit. I don't want to force a mistake, whereas Kimachowski's going to be hanging it out, going buck wild, and it could be a drag race all the way down to that Yamaha finish line as we just wait and watch. A couple more riders making their way through. Brandy Hill out front leading the way. Nina Berghoff, and looks like that's Charlie Ferreira in the number 3 position for our Pee Wee girls. But it's Hopkins, Kimachowski, and Clark 1, 2, and 3 in the Pee Wee senior class.
The white flag has come out now, so we'll see.
I do see the white flag out, yeah.
Was Crew Hopkins possibly coming in, as we got one rider down? Dads and track crew all the way into the far back of the track. I mean, you need a hiking stick to get back where they are. So cool to see, like you said, the camaraderie in the sport. It doesn't look like this rider has anything wrong with the bike or him just stuck in an awkward spot there on the side of the hill. These guys are going to help him get back going, whether that's dad or just some friends and family out there helping him get going. They're going to get him to the top of the hill. As we got one of our safety riders out there in that yellow vest, another one coming up behind him. Another thing that I want to point on, Zach, here is one thing I noticed is safety is the main concern here for these little guys. Making sure that everybody gets around the track, as we're going to get, look at all the help we got here. 3 of them.
Dad's pushing, and Dad's pushing a dad there. That's what it's all about.
Well, we're on the topic of dads. My dad's out golfing right now. I know he's not watching, but happy birthday, Dad. Today's his birthday.
Awesome. Yep,
probably happy he's not here pushing me around anymore. As we see Matthias Hall. That is someone we see racing some of the motocross events around here. So he's going to come out here and switch it up a little bit, if you will, and try his hand in some of the off-road stuff. As someone you'd see probably gaining time on the motocross track.
No doubt.
And getting his feet wet in the woods. I'm not sure if Matthias runs any GNCC or any other JDays, but it is a name that I see at the local motocross races here.
Well, and it's been something that we've had several of our co-hosts talk about. We've had legendary people like Ryan Sipes. We've had Gary Bailey join us here on the broadcast throughout the year, and they've all talked about it. You know, the ability to be able to succeed in all different kinds of conditions. It has really come to light as of recent, where a lot of these, especially in the motocross world, a lot of riders kind of hanging out at training facilities. They're not getting out and actually racing, and they're avoiding bad conditions. I mean, you know, you got a lot of fair weather riders out there, whereas the off-road world, it's a bit of a different situation entirely. It's not quite as many practice locations. It's more, we're going to different series, different races every weekend. If it's dumping rain, hey, we're mud racing this weekend. If it's blinding dust, we're going to learn how to ride in the dry stuff. Hard pack rocks, it just doesn't seem to bother them. And then if those riders jump over to the moto side of things, it just seems like mentally they're harder to rattle. They're harder to shake. And so, yeah, somebody like Matthias Hall, we know what he's capable of on the motocross track, but maybe taking some advice there from General Sipes or Gary Bailey, the professor, and saying, you know what, I'm going to sharpen my skills a little bit in some of the other disciplines and be able to bring that confidence to whatever I'm going to try to really compete in. Obviously, in these Pee Wee classes, hopefully, I mean, I know they're taking it serious, but we don't have a full 12-year plan already built out at this point. Hopefully just having a good time and trying to enjoy our time on the motorcycle as much as anything. And so whether Matthias, you know, he may fall in love with this and say, you know what, I want to be a JDay racer. I want to be a GNCC racer. Or he might say, hey, I want to do these JDays and get some skills sharpened up, and then I want to try to take it to the motocross track. So going to be really exciting, as is this rider right here, Crew Hopkins, closing in on what we believe will be a white flag. I am curious to see. We definitely saw the white flag being given to some of our other riders, so got to wonder if maybe they missed our lead rider there. So Hopkins might not even realize he'll be looking at a checkered flag. We'll just have to kind of wait until he gets to that Yamaha finish line. But this is obviously the section just after they exit the FMF Extreme section, so closing in on the tail end of this lap, and we're going to be chatting with our winner, whoever that may be, when they come across the line. Like we said, a lot on the line this weekend. Double header here at the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix. And the first race of the morning. Fog slowly but surely starting to make its way out of here. We'll be able to get you that full broadcast, all the camera angles up in the sky, here on the ground. We're going to have everything fired up here just as soon as it is safe to do so. But right now, the Pee Wee class trying to bring things to a close. Once again, you see the number 8 hanging up. He's like, I know if I just did it. And there it is. So it was the checkered flag coming out for Hopkins. And they're going to bring him over to that podium. Going to do a little different of setup here this weekend for the winners. We're going to get ready to throw a headset on them, and we'll be able to chat with Crew Hopkins here in just a moment.
This is old school Supercross style.
This is cool. I like this. They'll be able to hear us, and sometimes I don't even think they can hear me when I'm standing right next to them. So maybe throw the headset on them, and they'll be able to hear just a little bit more. But, yeah, the Yamaha finish line, the checkered flag is flying, and our first race of the day coming to a close. It was Crew Hopkins getting the job done. Crew, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Crew, great ride out there, man. It's the final weekend of racing in the 2026 season. How are you feeling, man? You're about 10 points behind, or you were coming into this moto. Just made a couple of points up. What are we thinking on this weekend, man? What's the game plan?
Just to win and stay consistent.
Hey, I love it. Keep it simple. Go out there, have some fun, keep it consistent. Now, what are we thinking of the track? I know the fog was probably a little difficult in some spots as well, but you're carving some of the first lines into this track. What did you think about the conditions out here?
I thought the conditions were really good. You can, like, hold it wide everywhere, and yeah.
Yeah, pushing the pace, man. Well, I know you got to get right back to the line. You're one of our iron racers out there doing all kinds of classes and battles, man. Real quick, who do you want to thank for getting you up here and getting this job done?
Yeah, I want to thank my mom, my dad, DCH Masonry, X-Brand Goggles, Plastow Power Sports, Pro Taper, Aggressive Graphics, Factory Connection, Tucker Construction, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, great job there, Crew. That is the 196 of Crew Hopkins on that Luxon post-race interview. Doing a great job, and he's going to throw that headset off and I believe head right back to the starting line. This kid is legit as it gets. He's in great shape, and he can do, I believe it's going to be 70 minutes basically straight of racing as we get ready to bring you that race replay here from Moto number 1, our MX Trophies race recap. Hopkins not starting things off quite the way he's going to want to, but he made it count when it counts. You see him starting to track down Salgado there. And next time we saw him in this section, he was all by his lonesome. And we thought that was kind of going to be the story there, Josh. It looked like Hopkins was out front, had no pressure at all. A couple of other riders having some difficulties, but Kimachowski was keeping him honest and definitely was closing in a few points throughout this race.
You wonder how the race really unfolded, because obviously you saw Hopkins didn't have the best start. He found his way to the front, and it looked like he was going to run away with it. Then Chimikowski had other plans. We'd like to see what happens tomorrow in this class if Chimikowski's able to keep the goggles on.
Yep.
Maybe he's able to get up there and make a pass. Obviously the 1 and 2 in the point, so they are the 2 to beat. As you see a couple of the other riders working their way through the FMF Extreme section. Matthias Hall giving a look over at the camera. Make sure you've got the camera on me.
How's this gear looking right now? And when the checker flag came out, it was the 196 of Crew Hopkins getting the job done. It was 10 points, the difference coming into this race. He's going to close that gap up just a little bit and bring things down to Championship Sunday here tomorrow. 10 points in this class, but Kimachowski and Hopkins both 1 point apart in our next race in Mini Junior. But here is your Pro Taper top 10. It is Crew Hopkins, Michael Kimachowski, and Ethan Clark 1, 2, and 3. Isaiah Guernsey, and looks like Peter Allegro jumping up into that number 5 spot. Brandy Hill, Chase Culver, Archer Angwin, Leighton Clark, and Matthias Hall round out your top 10 from our Pee-wees here. First thing this morning, round 7 of 8 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. And we're going to throw things to a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more Fox JDay Offroad Racing right here from Unadilla. Moto number 2, if you're not already, you should be on the starting line. We'll be right back. JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W. All right, folks. Well, welcome back to round 7 of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. As you can see, some legendary spots here on the Unadilla property. Our very own John Ayers getting added to the Unadilla Wall of Fame here just a couple of weeks ago at the National. And like we said, this is one of the, if not the longest standing pro national locations, I believe, on the circuit still. It has been, it's been around for a long time. There you see Crew Hopkins in the background. Guy's barely broken a sweat. It was only a 40-minute moto. What are you talking about? He's right back on the line. And we were taking a look at some of our super mini riders here in row number 1. Going to jump things up just a little bit bigger on the bike size. Maybe a little bigger on the style. Now, that was cool. Just a couple of number plates ago, I saw a Loretta Lynn's number plate graphic. I just saw a GNCC Racing graphic. You want to talk about the diversity of turnouts here, but riders may be coming from very different backgrounds, different strengths, different levels of confidence sitting here on the starting line, but they're on the same line, the same class together. That's the beauty of the blending of the JDay Offroad Racing Series.
If you look at the track map, it's going to lend parts of the track to everybody, and I think that's what draws what you're seeing is some of our motocross riders from Loretta is saying, hey, we got 50% of this thing's moto. I can make some time up out there. And then you see our GNCC riders saying, hey, well, I can make my time up in the woods. And then you throw in the FMF Extreme section with that. Unless you're racing enduro cross, which I don't think we got many of them left. But unless you're doing that, that's kind of an equalizer. And you throw everything together and it blends into a perfect race where you can have some fun. You can get some competitive.
Yep.
You know, it gets a little bit of fierce out there, but it is fun at the same time. As we look at the start line, just waiting for these guys to go here. Like you've been touching on, everything is on schedule here.
Yeah.
So between us on the air, us on the PA system here, social media, everything's posted on there. Not really an excuse to miss your gate time.
Yeah, got to get up there on time. There you see Michael Kimachowski right back to the line as well. Saw a couple of our other riders walking the track. I saw Cooper Jones checking some lines out as well. This dude's fired up. He's got the helmet off, staying cool till it is time to get things fired up here in just a couple of minutes. But yeah, like you said, it's a great blend of riders, and you got to think about somebody like a Hopkins right there. He just came off the track. He's fired up. He's warmed up, which is a big thing as well. You often talk about, you even mentioned this morning, no practice for these riders, right? You're not getting that 3 to 5 lap warm up to get the juices flowing, to get the blood flowing, the heart pumping. Here you got to do it on the line. A lot of these riders you'll see doing jumping jacks in the morning. Some of these kids, you know how kids are. They don't take a lot to get them fired up, but especially you get to those vet classes, they're stretching, they're warming up, they're doing, they're bringing a foam roller or a Theragun onto the starting line, whatever it takes to get them feeling good. But that is the thing. You kind of go from 0 to 100 really quick, and you get right to racing. There you see the 531, one of our girls racers. She's locked in. She's ready to go. I'm seeing some hoodies. I'm seeing some flannels. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a cold weather guy,
Not
Josh.
even a
I'm not
little
going to
bit.
lie.
I live here and I don't like it. Well, like we touched on, warming up on a day like today is going to be a huge advantage because it is very cold. We're looking at
Coffee
low 50s.
looks great right there. I got iced coffee this morning for some reason. I don't know what I was thinking. But, no, everybody having a great time. And especially those of you here on site, make sure you make the most of the weekend as well. We talked about that JDay sign-up trailer. They've got the JDay swag as well. I saw they've got the hats. They've got the hoodies. They've got the shirts. They've got concessions here on site. Jill and the whole Unadilla crew do a great job of making the event very welcoming as well, taking care of everybody. And, yeah, get a spot on the fence and just enjoy this. This has been a fantastic season, and it's going to come to a close here in the best way possible. You see the big Dunlop arch back there, the Unadilla banners, and we were watching Jet Lawrence and Hayden Deegan come off this start just a couple weekends ago, and now we're watching Michael Kimachowski, Crew Hopkins, and the rest of the field. We got the four-legged friends out there. Oh, sorry, puppy. Sorry, it's your time to shine, buddy.
What race number is that? What class is that?
You know what he said? The track looks rough.
Rough.
But yep, we got the K9 class coming up. That's going to be an addition in 2027. I'm hearing rumors of it. You know, never know. We've got that's one of my favorite parts of the JDay Offroad social media. We've got the dogs of JDay Offroad. We've got the rigs of JDay Offroad. I'm trying to get the rentals of JDay Offroad because I've had a couple of rentals that are funny to watch, funny to look at. I got upgraded this weekend. I'm pumped. I got the big Jeep. It's too big for my likings, and it is a lot faster than the horse and carriage that I blew by yesterday, headed back to the hotel. But these guys right now, The super mini class is one of those unique ones where we talk about it in the motocross world, we talk about it in the off-road world. It's almost that first look as to the rider's ability moving forward for the rest of their career. That's where you really start to see the charisma, the aggression, the body language on the machine, if you will. Sometimes these kids are throwing pancake whips. On the off-road side of things, the technical skills that you're often seeing in this class are equivalent to some of our amateur A riders and some of the pros as well. And so this is where you really start to see those riders having to step up the seriousness a little bit. They got to take it just a bit more serious. You see, this is our points leader, Stoll, there on the 113. He's got the chest rig camera set up. He's getting warmed up, and he's ready to go to work here. No doubt about it. Got to be feeling good to have that points lead headed into the final weekend of racing. Give us a thumbs up, man. I know you hear me over there. He's saying, don't think about it. Don't pretend you can't hear him. He may have earplugs in. I don't know. You see a lot of that now as well.
He's going to act like he's locked in right now, but you see the smirk. He's having fun.
Having a great time, no doubt about it. As once again, Braden Stoll on the number 113. He has got quite the points lead up there, 57 points total. But again, a huge tie for the backside of the podium all the way through the top 5. Bentley Saxon, Graham Lee, Tucker Aldridge, Talon Medallia, just a couple of the names that we've seen here in this super mini class throughout the 2026 season. And again, a huge opportunity. If you're looking at points pictures at all, you got to think this round is non-deniable, right? You got 2 races in one weekend, double the points. If there's one round that I want to go to, or one weekend that I want to commit to JDay, it's going to be this one.
You're looking at round 7 of 8. Obviously, 8 is going to be tomorrow. So it's a 25% of the points haul. You can pick them up right here. As like you said, we still got that legendary backdrop back there. Unadilla, I mean, that is something you see in pictures when you're watching on national TV, Jet Lawrence and Hayden Deegan and all them guys. So it's really cool to see all these guys able to go out on the start line, get that backdrop. I'm sure mom and dad snapping some photos because that's going to be one to remember.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All kinds of great media here on site. I saw Dirt Picks in the house. He's always taking pictures. Don't try to steal him, though. He will call you out for it. We got 18 photos, as always. She does a great job covering all of the JDay racing action. And so make sure you guys take care of them. Check out those photos. And I agree. You got to spin a little, right? They get great shots of you. They're hiking through the woods. They're laying in the dirt. They're doing all kinds of crazy stuff to get the shot. Looks like we got the Dirt Diesel right there. He's got the neon viz. You know when he's taking a photo of you. So take care of the media folks that we've got here on site as well. So like we said, Braden Stoll leading the points there in that super mini class. It's A.J. Verdile leading the way in our mini senior 12 to 15 class. He's got I say leading. Once again, we're looking at 1, 2, 3, top 4, all tied here in our mini senior class. A.J. Verdile, Destry Tucker, Braden Stimson, and Axon Jackson Saxon. I made that nickname, and I mess it up more than anyone now. It's so hard to say.
Well, if you can get it locked down, it sounds like it'll stick.
Hey, he made his Instagram name that, so I'm pumped. I feel like that's I have done
bad.
my job.
The guy that's making the butt patch or he's painting the helmet, that's going to be a lot of work.
AJS, no doubt about it. But now, interesting enough, we talked about the points difference between Kimichowski and Hopkins in that Pee Wee senior class. Kimichowski's leading the way. That one, it was 10 points. Believe it's going to be a couple of points less than that now after Hopkins' performance. But it is Crew Hopkins who is leading the points in Mini Junior over Michael Kimichowski by guess how many points?
Uno,
that's right.
I looked at the production sheet when
Yep.
it came through my email. I was kind of running down through. Obviously, the pro class has a tight point standing. But this was the tightest of all of our classes. As we see, the goggles are going on. A couple of riders, helmets already going on, and goggles coming on next. As it looks like we are just a couple seconds away from going racing here.
No doubt about it. There you see the man, the myth. That's Ethan Broach, our fearless leader out there, and he's going to be flying that Fox green flag here in just a matter of minutes. I want to give a shout out to our girls class as well. It is the 216 of Isla Castell, who is shown in the number 1 spot of points, but we've got, again, a top 4 tie between Isla, Sophie Barub, Caroline Dawson, and Morisaka Nikas all in the mix there for that girls championship. So a lot on the line. And I'm trying to see, is Ethan rocking one of those Unadilla JDay hats? I believe he is. He's swagged out, man. The guy, you look good, you feel good, you run a race good. That's how it works in my book.
One of the many hats that he wears.
No kidding. Yes, no kidding. A big shout out to everyone involved here with the JDay production. As it looks like that 30-second card is going up things getting serious. Those final preparations going to mix. See, Braden Stoll, I believe, stole his dad's flannel there. I don't think he was wearing that a minute ago. He said, I'm still cold. As here we go. Row number 1 going to be your super mini class. And it is just about time to get rocking and rolling. As the card is up, they're locked in. Going to be watching that Fox green flag. Dead engine start, and there it is, a kick, and they're off and rolling. Super mini, row number 1, taken to the track. And I believe that was Stoll grabbing the early race lead, if I'm not mistaken. That dude got a great shot on his cell phone right there. That is going on Insta. That will be on his story, no doubt about it. Looks like, all right, we've got mini senior and mini junior, both of these classes on the same start row here for row number 2. Lot to race for in this one as well. Probably our closest points battle in all of our classes right here. Mini junior 6-12 crew, Hopkins and Michael Kimachowski go back to battle once again.
Now, something I want to ask you about, Zach. The first class, did they go, the first moto, did these two go first? Were they on the first drop?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, I'm just thinking, this is going to be the second drop here. So right off the bat, we got a points battle. They're going to be running into the riders that are already on track. Yep. I'm just wondering if the first time we saw them go out, did they have a clear track right off the jump?
Oh, yeah. So they were our starting row, the Pee Wee Senior class, and they're on different machines now as well. They've jumped up. You see, obviously, a very different-looking 196 and a very different start as well. He was dead last coming off of that line, and now he is leading the way.
That bike definitely started up first kick that time, as you could see, leading them through the first turn. Now we're going to wait for our girls to head out there.
But, yes, that's a good point to bring up as well. Hopkins and Kimachowski having clear track in front of them. First starting row in our first race this morning. Now they're going to be catching up to the tail end of that super mini class. And that's what we're going to see is even for our super mini riders, as they start to make their way back through the tail end of the class, they're going to be catching to our girls class before long as well, starting to work their way up. They may be just trying to put a lap rider down, and those 2 lap riders might be battling for the lead in our girls class or in our mini junior class. So it's going to be fun to watch. The flag is up, and the girls are off, and wait for it.
Hold it, hold it, hold it. There we go.
Oh, not
couple
quite.
Of the little girls
Second
having
kick, she got it.
Yep, here we go. That thing got electric start. That'd be a heck of an advantage here.
That would definitely help. Like I said, I could never figure it out. There were 40 riders. I was 41st pretty much every time headed into turn number 1.
Put the bike in gear, but you couldn't hear it wasn't running yet because the other bikes making noise.
Put it like this. It got so bad at one point that my dad made me start putting my hand on like the crossbar pad because he was determined I was flooding the bike every time. It still didn't work. So, take that, Dad. Anyway, clean and clear start. Everybody making their way out. Race number 2 off and rolling. Super mini, mini senior, mini junior, and our girls. And right on cue, the fog starting to lift.
I was going to say, here is a good camera angle that we didn't have for our 50 riders. Just the amount of trees that you got to go around, the different options, the passing choices. And as I'm sure the middle line is going to be a preferred line here, but as the day goes on, we'll start seeing some riders move to the outer edges. As long as you're inside that ribbon, you can run wherever you would like.
And as the wind starts to blow us here in the studio, they must have fired up the drone as it is headed off. And going to start to grab some shots here soon. The Pit Bike Moto camera, though, picks them up right back where they were just a couple of minutes ago. Kimachowski has now made, oh, no, that is not Hopkins. I thought he had made the pass happen. That was the 118 ride. So we'll see potentially Hopkins already making his way through.
Air traffic control, you are cleared for takeoff, Gabe.
You are clear for a flyby. Making their way past us here and now into one of those new camera angles. There you see your leader, Braden Stoll, out front. Looks like he's got some company right behind him. And to your point there, Josh, a little bit of a dry soil mix there underneath. Already seeing no dust by any means, but a little bit more of that hard base going to be showing through. And that's going to make things, you hear a lot of the, I say, technical terms that our riders use, skatey, marbly, pebbly. These are kind of going to be, you got that hard base and those loose rocks on top. It makes it really hard to predict how the back end's going to connect, how it's going to hook up, and you often see riders really having to focus on rolling that throttle on rather than a real aggressive chop of the throttle straight or wide open. As looked like that was primarily most of your super mini group making their way through. Looks like our last couple of riders going to be checking in, and then we'll get a glimpse at our mini senior class, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. You can see the way the bike kind of jerking around once the throttle gets back under acceleration.
It's dry and hard pack in the woods for sure. And, you know, you might start getting into some of those tree roots. That'll shake up your tires a little bit as well. As you see the 127, he's already taken a different line. So I'm going to start searching now.
And probably not a bad idea either. We've seen that a ton. Riders moving around as it looks like there is Hopkins on the charge. And out front leading the way in Mini Senior. Taking a look right now, he's in Mini Junior class. Braden Stimson, we're taking a look at those championship points right now, tied with Verdile, Tucker, and Saxon. And, I mean, you might as well throw Phillips, Remington, and Aruo in there as well if they're here this weekend. Only a couple of points behind, all tied there as well.
Yeah, it's wide open in Mini Senior, as you can see, obviously, all the way back down to 6th place. As Chimikowski came through. Chimikowski looked like he was a little bit farther behind Hopkins there.
Yeah, had a bit of foliage there on the side of Yamaha. Looks like might have been trimming some bushes there as he was making his way through. As now you can see they have opened that FMF Extreme section up. So in our last race, they made a very quick turn. Now you get to see a bit more extreme of the conditions here in this next race. So like we talked about, our Pee-wees doing a great job this morning. Still having a very technical obstacle, but that FMF Extreme section opening up now, and you can see right there the back end really stepping out. Yes, the sun's out, but it hasn't dried anything up quite yet. A lot of moisture here on these hard pack sections. So whether it's the concrete, whether it's the wood, it is going to be very crucial to have a straight approach and have throttle control throughout that whole section. Momentum going to be a big name of the game as well, Josh. We saw earlier some of those riders coming to a stop. Then when they decided to go for it, that was when things got going the wrong way. So, again, top 4 tied on points. Isla Castell, Sophie Barub, it looks like Morris Akanikas and Caroline Dawson all in the mix for your girls' championship points as well. Once again, you guys can follow along on that Verb Moto Prospect app, live time and scoring. Well, guys, we'll let you know, and a lot of these riders we've seen in multiple different disciplines. I know Caroline Dawson was out at Loretta Lynn's. Morosaka Nikas has done the SMX, or no, I believe it was either Maura or her sister Aubrey that did the KTM Junior Challenge at Supercross. They raced GNCC, so all kinds of exciting stuff going on there.
That's what you're saying. You get out here, a lot of these different disciplines, they translate into the moto world. They translate into the GNCC world. As we see Hopkins already working his way back through the FMF Extreme section. I believe this is lap number 2 for Hopkins. Familiar with the beginning of the FMF Extreme section from the Pee-wee class. He is in and out. He's going to go up over that big sand wall. That'll start to get chewed out bad as the day goes along. As you see some of this dirt starting to get dragged up onto the top of these concrete barriers that they're going over. That's going to make them even more slippery, especially here. It looks like there's some water that was kind of caught up in those tires, and it's almost making a mud that's getting dragged up onto that first concrete barrier that they're going over.
And I believe that is Nathan Salgado once again as well. Yeah, you see it on the back of the jersey. He is now in front of Kimachowski, so yet another one of our iron racers that is out there doing double battle as Kimachowski, man, he didn't cross the line. He didn't go over the tape. He just picked the boot up. And again, you can already see, it looks like Salgado had problems right there after that little step up. You can see how chewed up that one approach is where everyone was going towards that log. So it's going to be fun to watch that develop throughout the weekend and throughout the day as well.
Early in the day, and it's already starting to get cupped out, chewed out, so that's going to be a good place to see some passing happen. Obviously, the passes are probably going to come from mistakes from the rider in front of you. It's going to be a good place to make sure you're not following, because if you get stuck on that hill, you're going to be in for a world of trouble trying to get back to the bottom of it and go back up over the top.
Yeah, once again, that's the momentum side and the approach, and that's something that we've seen in a lot of our different classes where the obstacle itself is almost the intimidation. A lot of riders make it look very easy, and oftentimes when you start to see some of our women's pro riders and our A-vet riders and stuff like that, they go through and show how it's done, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait, that's actually not as bad as I thought. Now, what you're watching right now is the go-around line. This is something that a lot of people don't realize that you have here at JDay. If you're watching on Racer TV, GPTV, you may be saying, man, I would, but I'm scared of that extreme section. There is a go-around option. Now, obviously, if it's easier, it needs to take a little bit longer. So it's going to cost you a couple of extra seconds. Those differences vary based off of obviously, the extreme section, very different for every single round. But there is an option. If you don't feel comfortable, you can take that. And again, so often we have seen the riders that stay consistently safe in the go-around line actually benefit more than the riders that risk it, cost themselves a lot of time through the extreme section, and wind up going down once, twice, sometimes 3 times at once through the extreme section, and it costs them, sometimes over a minute of time, whereas if they would have just gone around, maybe they'd have given up 5 seconds.
Like you touched on, it's safer, it's longer. It looked like almost like a sidewinder track where it's just S-turn after S-turn after S-turn. So you're going to have to take your time and work your way through there, but in the end of the day, you might give up a little bit there. And if there's a rider that's down, stuck on a log or something, you're going to be able to make a pass on them. As we're back into the wood section, waiting for some of our riders to drop in as we check out all the foliage here, ducked down behind these tall weeds. This is that grass section where they just took the brush hog and cleared this thing right out as our live timing pylon starts to pick up some of these guys coming through. The 69 of Samuel Texera just comes through. He's in 8th place right now as we look like Wiggins is leading his class. Hopkins obviously out front. Mini Junior 6 to 12. Sophia Texera leading the girls around on the 212. So it looks like possibly family out here, Texera and Texera.
Yeah, got to think so. We see a lot of that, the racing families of the JDay Offroad Racing Series. We've seen siblings, father and son, mother and daughters. We've had the whole crew out there. And like I said, we get that K9 class opened up, and we're going to really have the whole crew out there going to battle. But we got the drones fired up now. I love to see it. We've got multiple different drone angles, one of the big attractions of the coverage of JDay throughout the 2026 season. And again, there is nothing quite like getting to say, I got to drop into Gravity Cavity. There's a whole different feeling. It's like the first hill drop on a roller coaster, right? All of a sudden, your stomach's in your throat, and you're like, whoa, this is crazy. And then you get to the bottom, and you feel like you're in one of those G-Force rides at the county fair that Bear was riding last night. So it is a ton of fun getting to rip up the Unadilla Pro Motocross track as we've got a battle on our hands here. Not sure if these are all in the same class. I believe we've got 2 of our girls riders looking like going to battle with one of maybe our mini junior racers as they make their way around the motocross track.
One thing I want to touch on, you talk about being able to ride the legendary Unadilla truck. This is, Southwick. I know you can ride Budds Creek. Yeah. They have practice days. They have race days. Unadilla is one of the few national tracks where they really only have 2 or 3 events throughout the year where you're able to ride this track. So I could understand why this is a big draw and a good thing if you want to come out here, experience some of the JDay event, and you also get the advantage of riding on that pro track, which isn't something that you're able to do with some of these others. We see one rider tuck in the front and kind of going over that inside berm. We weren't able to catch a number.
Didn't quite catch the number on it, but it looks like just got a little bit too far to the inside and got maybe lost the front end, got into that kind of thick outside dirt barrier and went for a bit of a roll there. She's back up and already was picking that bike back up. Now, as you saw, there were a couple of sections of the motocross track that have been roped off for safety concerns. Obviously, even like you said, those 2 or 3 events throughout the year, very rarely is it the entire motocross track. We're not going to be dropping down into certain sections.
The wall.
The wall.
Not the other one.
Yes, I couldn't remember exactly how they were phrasing that these days. But let's take a look at that replay, see what happened. Also, just up to the inside, actually, you could see kind of came down. Looks like the front end knifed just a little bit and wound up colliding with that track marker right there, the SpongeBobs, as they like to call them. And so SpongeBob not helping the situation out here. Pulling a Squidward there and just bringing us down.
Is it laughing?
Yep. I'm ready. Here we go. Were you allowed to watch SpongeBob as a kid?
I was.
I was too. I think that's why we're so funny. Anyway, back to the racing action. She's already back up and rolling as well. I believe that might have been Kaylin Levesque, but I don't want to assume. Don't want Kaylin's parents to hear us and start freaking out. Whoever she was, she's okay. She's back up and rolling, and it was a little tip over there.
She was rolling, and now she's rolling in a different way.
Yes, yeah, very, very true, very accurate. So, meanwhile, Mini Junior, we talked about that 1-point difference, and they are running 1 and 2 right now. Hopkins trying to put a little bit more of a buffer between himself and Kimachowski at the top of the Mini Junior class, so we'll keep an eye on that. And, yeah, interesting. Josh points out a noticeable change here as Caleb Wiggins is who we're seeing up front. I believe Braden Stoll was in the early lead, unless we were just completely misidentifying. So we may have a new leader. The number 12 of Caleb Wiggins we're showing as out front. And I'm going to take a look here at our points.
As the pylon updated, I kind of saw him starting to drop down the order as we see a couple riders coming up out of that grass track. We'll get some numbers here.
Yeah, and this is cool. I'm not seeing Wiggins anywhere in the points, so potentially a new face to the season and to the series here in 2026, and making noise here out at the front. So it's Wiggins right now. Sawyer Langenbeck, a name I'm familiar with as well. Wyatt Wheeler, and then we see Braden Stoll back in the number 4 spot. Ryder Meacham rounding out your top 5 as the time and scoring updates. And once again, your Luxon lap times. From the last lap, Wiggins a 6:20. Langenbeck actually flying right now at a 6:14, so it looks like the fastest of this group. And then taking a look, Stoll back there at a 6:30. So got to wonder if maybe a little mistake here, a bobble, something like that. Not enough time to think it was a full big crash, but we'll see whether or not the 113 can pick it back up again. Out front in the points, got to also think about the consistency and not playing it safe, but limiting those risks that you're willing to take, especially when you got a championship at risk.
Absolutely. There's a lot of different things that can go wrong out here that are outside of your control. So maybe Stoll just taking things that are in his control and making sure he handles those as we check back in the grass track on the Pit Bike Moto camera here. As looks like if you follow that pylon on the left side, things will be changing as they come through that timing stripe. We have the 250 on screen. Not sure if, can't really read the helmet. I wasn't sure if that was the actual race number or not. Now, oh, coming through all sorts out of control. We got a battle on screen here.
Battle on our hands right now. It looks like that is the 21 of Langenbeck.
One rider down, going around a lapper there. I think that's Langenbeck. It wasn't Wheeler. I believe I saw Wheeler earlier with that blue duck shirt on. I don't know if you could see it or not. He had some rubber ducks on his shirt. He was going to be an easy one to pick out.
Now, here's one of my favorite angles that we've got here at JDay, the Fox FPV drone. If I was fast, this is what it would feel like to be in a super mini battle, but luckily we don't have to be. We can just hang on for dear life as the Fox FPV drone has us eating roost off the back of this battle here in the Super Mini class. Once again, getting a very unique look at the JDay Offroad course here for this weekend. And what a line, very off camera. That is going to be a sneaky line right there throughout the rest of the day. And this is back in the grass track section as a little contact with the tape there. Sure, everyone's going to really appreciate that. And doesn't look like it actually got wrapped up in the machine, so that's nice as well. Man, this is awesome. We are jumping right on board. You can see the difference in elevation and as well as the carving around, kind of a little more smooth grass, and then it looked like a little more choppy, rockier section there as well. More of our safety riders making their way around. Again, a huge shout-out to all of our safety staff here on crew, constantly sweeping and always making sure everyone is okay, whether it's a mechanical, an injury, anything like that. They do a great job, and they do a great job of getting out of the way as well. They look back and they see a battle going on, they will pull it to a stop off the side of the track and just cheer them on.
Now that we're starting to see some of these other camera angles open up, you can really see how Ethan and the guys, and I'm sure the Robinsons pitched in as as they were able to use the different elevation. As you see the 21 of Langenbeck working his way around the lap rider there. Looked over and said, what was that? Went by as a blur. Had a little Ricky Bobby moment.
Langenbeck headed into that FMF Extreme section on the charge. A beautiful line there to the far left-hand side, pretty much avoiding those tires almost altogether.
I got to believe I was misspoken. That is either Wheeler or Stoll picked it up, maybe.
I believe it is Stoll. Can't quite make out the decal or the number on the helmet.
Well, I can tell you Langenbeck got the message when they ran up the inside of him in that off-camber, because he started to pick it up again.
Yeah, Langenbeck, a rider that we have seen plenty of speed from as well. And I think, again, kind of sharpening those skills in different disciplines, different angles as we pick up here with the TBT Racing live drone. Our eyes high up in the sky, giving us a great look at this beautiful facility. Parking lot absolutely packed. Tons of people here in attendance to close out the 2026 season. As through the Yamaha finish line they go, Langenbeck once again checks in and still looking like in that number 2 spot. So Caleb Wiggins has pretty much checked out, it seems like, on the KTM.
You watch how fast these guys are going. They're really hanging it out, and you think, wow, they're flying. But Wiggins is long gone in this race, so a shout out to Wiggins. Whatever he's doing is clearly working as they work their way around the top section of the track here, and they're going to drop back down into gravity cavity. We've come through the timing stripe. I got to believe this is Wheeler because Stoll hasn't moved up ahead of him.
Yeah, you got to think. Now, Braden Stoll, like we talked about, leading the points and been involved in this championship throughout the season. We were able to catch up with your Super Mini points leader a bit earlier this weekend. Talk a little bit about the GP format that we race here at the JDay Offroad Racing Series.
I really like the 30-minute motos because you take one 30-minute moto and then you get a big break to hydrate and rest in between, maybe take a nap. But I do really like the two 30-minute motos. Like I said, you get to rest in between and it gives you 2 shots at doing your best.
Yeah, and that's a great point as well. We talked about, obviously motocross, you're looking at a 2-moto format, sometimes 3-moto format, and then somewhere like a GNCC, it's one and done. You got to make it count. You get one opportunity, and if you have a bad race, that's it. Whereas here it's kind of that blend. You've got longer motos, so you've got opportunities to make the gaps up, make passes happen. But if you still don't get where you want to be, you've got a second opportunity throughout the day as well. And like we talked about, going to be very, very different track the next time these Super Mini riders get out on course. It's going to be a lot rougher, going to be a lot more developed, and lines going to be very different as well. So we could see a complete flip-flop as, man, I can't quite make out. So that, I believe, might be Wiggins, because now we're seeing Langenbeck in the #1 spot on timing and scoring.
So that definitely something has shaken up there. Obviously, all 5 are riders here on a KTM, so that's not helping us any. And they're not running the right number on the bike, but we know who that is. That is Crew Hopkins on the 196. And unfortunately, our points battle hasn't really shaped up the way we would hope it would here in Moto 1. Yeah, absolutely. Up, yeah. As Salgado's able to get up there, and Salgado almost playing spoiler in a way, because he's up ahead of Chimikowski, who's really struggled a little bit here right from the jump. He was never able to latch on to the back of Hopkins and really make a race out of this one. But, I mean, we're only 3 laps in. There's a long ways to go here. A lot of things can change.
No doubt about it. I believe that's Colton Brown we're watching on the number 41 ride out of our mini senior class, so a bit further back, just outside the top 5, if I'm not mistaken. Sophia Texiera still out front, leading the way over Kaylin Levesque in the girls class. Super Mini, though, Sawyer Langenbeck has taken over the #1 position, and we will continue to try to follow that battle as they make their way through and still try to get some confirmation at least. I mean, it's a great race. That's why we want to get that rider in the #2 spot, whether it's Wiggins, Wheeler, or Stoll. Give them their props, no doubt about it, especially with a performance like this. And I liked the creativity. There you see Delgado on the 221 ride. And you can tell maybe a little bit newer to the bigger bike. He's doing a great job, but a bit smaller in stature there on that larger ride. So going to be picking up and growing into this bike over the next little bit as well. But he's looking pretty confident in it right now, small or not. He says, I got this thing handled.
He's got the form down. You can tell he's done some homework. He knows how to ride this type of terrain. He's very smart. Like we say, these young kids, they learn so quickly. He knows he can't really reach the ground as he almost tries to reach for the ground there. He can't really reach the ground, so he's riding in a way where he's able to use his body weight and his balance to keep himself from being in a position where he gets himself into a little bit of trouble with his height.
So jumping their way through the FMX Extreme section. And you can see, looks like the 127 going to try the go-around line this time. Going to play it just a bit safer, take a little bit more time. But good to know you more than likely will not crash. You know, you're not going to cost yourself any more time. I like the matching goggles and Fox kit there. The Fox JDay Offroad Series and the Fox Rider right there looking fantastic. Is back to the TBT Racing live drone we go.
Back all the way to the front of the property.
Going to drop down under the bridge. Like how they've kind of changed this section up a little bit over the last couple of years, a bit more of a back and forth, and then kind of almost a little bit of a split lane berm there where you launch back down into gravity cavity.
They shoot out the other side. That is the pro finish line. And then they'll drop back down into another gully like we've talked about. So many different gullies inside the gullies, if you will, here. And then you go out into the woods and they start to use the elevation out there as well. They've done a really good job of molding this track this weekend.
Yeah, and there's a certain flow with that comes as well. When you're riding the natural terrain, you're getting to your downside of a jump is on a downhill anyway. So it is really it's cool the way they've been able to incorporate this motocross track. Now, as you can see, not running the full moto track, cutting that section off right there looks like Delgado making another little pass. Not sure if they're in the same class or not, but he's fired up. Let's see if he's going to sky this thing out. No problems for the 221. Launching that step up and then right back down to get ready to climb the hill right beside us here in the studio. Going to tuck to this inside. That SpongeBob turns sideways now. And there you can see there's a little bit, I don't know if it's a little bit of a hard base right there underneath, but it seems like just after that inside roller, we've seen multiple riders starting to wash the front end ever so slightly. So we'll continue to pay attention to that. And then this is where they dip off and head into the little bit of a grass entryway, a transition zone, if you will, into the wood section.
So now they're working their way, if you're familiar with the facility, they're working their way back around the U2 track, back where we used to have the amateur races here. Is that, like you said, that was Salgado working his way through. He's riding pretty well. That top part of the pillar, that is an overall standing. That is not one individual class. That's everybody on track. And I've seen Salgado obviously starting in one of the later groups. I think he was in our second gate drop, or our flag, should I say. He's moved his way up through the field of everybody. So a good run from Salgado here, as now Chimikowski has come up here as well. So Chimikowski and Salgado working their way forward, but Hopkins still the man to beat there in that class, as Sophie Texera still leads the girls. Sawyer Langenbach leading super mini. He's kind of dropped Wiggins from what we can see. Samuel Texera leading the senior, mini senior 12-15. And then that tight points battle, we had mini junior 6-12, Hopkins, Salgado, and Chimikowski. Your top three in that one.
So watching the 41 ride make his way through. Going to slide up the inside past that lap rider. And starting to see a little bit of space in some of our classes, some of the field as well. Not a lot of space in some of these sections here, but as the race wears on, start to see everybody kind of settle into position. And once again, you look at the kind of center bottom of your screen, you can see all the different rocks that are scattered across. And we call them pebbles, we call them marbles. There's some big ones out there too, and they catch you off guard. They can kick that bike right out from underneath you. It looks like that might be the 58 or the 98 there.
I believe that's Peyton Michaud on the 58, fourth in the girls there. She's going to get back going. She's got her running. There we go, the safety crew there to help her get back going. She is up and running.
Oh, now more problems back there in this. Actually, I believe
she just moved over for the leaders to come through.
Yep.
I believe that was Salgado that comes through. So that rider going to go a lap down. Salgado. Oh, and now Michaud looks like she's got a little bit more trouble at the top of the hill. She's getting back on.
Great job from Salgado there, making that quick adjustment, though. Took the little go around, his jump on board with the Fox FPV drone. Buzzing through the trees here, and see, taking a little bit of roost. I just tried to pull a tear off here in the studio. He's looking back, and we see this a lot as well. These riders not always as accustomed to being followed by the drone this close, and it does have a bit of a buzz to it. It sounds like that pesky mosquito that just won't leave you alone, except it's our drone pilot keeping it up close and personal and giving us these awesome shots following along. And you got to think, I would at least assume they look back and think, oh yeah, it's the FPV drone. They're following. Oh yeah, I got a rip right now. And so right now on the charge, you can see how dry this section is back here. The crew doing a great job of kind of tilling this up with the bikes, leaving a little bit of the roots there exposed as well. And then you dip back into the woods. And a pretty stark contrast between the sunshine and then into these pretty heavily wooded areas as well. So got to think goggle lens choice, the level of tint going to be a big decision for these riders as well.
This is definitely going to be a lot of shadows in here inside the trees. We talked about this yesterday off air. I was kind of picking your brain about it with being new to the JDay event here. Whether you're going to set your bike up for the moto side, maybe you're going to set your bike up for the GNCC side, or maybe you're just going to find a happy medium and just kind of bear with it through the whole thing. So again, goggle choice, another thing that you want to look at if you want to work on a clear lens for the woods, or maybe you wanted a tinted lens when you get out here in the sun out on the national side on the motocross track. I'm sure everybody in the pit's running something a little bit different.
Yeah, and it's so much personal preference as well. I know when we were talking yesterday, we were talking about those pro riders, and you have kind of specialists that have been coming out here throughout the season here in 2026, where you've got somebody like a Ben Kelly, like a Gus Reardon, that has really shown they are primarily a GNCC off-road racer. Now both Reardon. We've seen several other of our GNCC racers line up for pro motocross as well. I tell people all the time, you'd be amazed how fast these riders are on a motocross track. But got to think as far as setup goes, maybe going to be a little more off-road focused, right? And then you got somebody like a Joey Crown, right, who is a moto specialist. He lives and trains and works with the Club MX crew, and he knows the motocross track is his hotspot, that he wants his bike set up to work as well as he can. But I think one of the things we saw him learn and adjust throughout the early part of the season is, hey, I can't always set it up for one discipline. That is a part of the attraction of JDay. And then you take somebody like Justin Coquinos, right? The 444 has kind of dialed things in, as I believe we just had our first sky shot jump here. What a shot as they line it up, launching past us here in the tower. I love to see it. That's going to be a fun spot to watch, and especially as these races continue to get bigger and bigger, I'm sure the fans are going to start to make their way over there, as well as taking a look. The white flag is out.
Yep.
So one lap to go here in this one. And Sawyer Langenbeck going to be closing in on a potential super mini win here for round number 7. So we'll see if we can pick him up as he starts to make his way back onto the motocross track. But right now we are watching Salgado. Man, I was saying maybe a little new to the bike. He's launching the sky shot. He must be feeling pretty good on that thing.
That's a big statement right there. As the TBT Racing live drone continues to follow Salgado around. I'm wondering if Salgado's sponsored by TBT Racing. We've been on him for almost a whole lap now, getting plenty of airtime, as now the checker flag comes out.
And there
that should be Langenbach.
Sawyer Langenbach gets the job done. They're going to send him over to the Fox podium. And we will get him set up here in just a second. We'll be checking in with him after a solid super mini win here for moto number 2 as the checker flag flies. C250, C Open, C200, C Vet, and Open BC Electric. You should be on the starting line if you are not already. Once again, it is your responsibility as a racer to get to the starting line on time, well before the start of your moto. We have riders meeting about 5 minutes before the green flag drops that you are supposed to be at. So once again, race number 3, you need to be at the starting line if you are not there already. And race number 4, you guys need to go ahead and start making a plan, getting your stuff together, and getting ready to head down towards the line as well. But right now, we are getting ready to do some celebrating. Sawyer, can you hear me down there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sawyer, man, great ride. Take us kind of through what happened. We saw you maybe just outside the top 5, a little bit further back off the start, and then you start kind of clicking things off, making those passes happen. Where was the hot spot for you, man? Where were you making those times up and making those passes happen?
I was making it up and opening my corners in the woods and in the moto because I could just send in everything.
I was going to say, we got to feel like maybe a strong spot here on the motocross side of things. You were absolutely ripping up there. We were talking about it on the broadcast, getting to ride the same Unadilla that we were seeing Hunter and Jet Lawrence and Hayden Deegan at just a couple of weekends ago. How cool is that?
It's sick.
It's absolutely fantastic. Did you throw a big whip over the sky shot, man? I didn't get to see it.
No, I hit the sky shot last lap. And I didn't expect to overjump it, but I almost overjumped it a little bit.
To the moon, man. Well, you get that thing dialed in, and we'll be looking for those pancakes in moto number 2, right?
Yeah.
No doubt about it, buddy. Well, who do you want to thank for getting the job done here in moto number 1?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Ronnie's, Bro MX, and Factory Connection.
All right, great job, dude. That is Sawyer Langenbeck on the number 20 run ride, getting the job done and grabbing our super mini win here from moto number 2. Sawyer's good to take that headset off whenever he wants. Great job, everybody down there, getting our riders set up at that Fox podium. Well, let's get ready to take a look at that MX Trophies race replay here from moto number 2, our super mini class, mini senior, mini junior, and of course the girls class out there as well. Crew Hopkins trying to add a little bit of buffer space with that 1-point advantage he's got in mini junior, but we had some bar banging action in the super mini class, Josh.
Yeah, you see it coming up on the inside there. That was that battle we had where Langenfeld ended up getting the moto win out of it. He came, not sure where he came from. He wasn't up front at the beginning, but boy, once he got there, he made quick work of him. To see some of the rest of the riders working their way through the FMF Extreme section. These are the guys and girls that chose to go through there. They didn't take the go-around line, as one guy gets a little buck off the top. And now we're going to look back here as the Yamaha finish line, they come through, and that was Langenfeld getting the moto win. Like you said, he went over to the Fox podium. Got to talk to the man, Zach Herron.
I know, he killed it, man. He opened those corners up, man. And that was a great job as well, really being able to break down the race and make those adjustments. And, of course, you had to get Sky Shot before the end of the race. So he's dialed in for moto number 2s. The Pro Taper top 10 looks like this. Sawyer Langenbach, Caleb Wiggins, and Wyatt Wheeler, 1, 2, and 3. Braden Stoll in the number 4 spot. Ryder Meacham, Crew Hopkins, Colton Brown, Nathan Salgado, Sophia Texiera jumping up inside the top 10, and Michael Kimichowski rounding out your top 10 here in moto number 2. Super Mini, Mini Junior, Mini Senior, and our girls class. Well, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. We're going to get ready to come back with some big bike racing action. The C class getting ready to go to work here right after this.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 left, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Offroad is proud to have the following advocacy partners: the Kirk Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC, the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. JDay Offroad is proud to have the following media partners: Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to beautiful New Berlin, New York, and Unadilla, the Unadilla. You know what, Dilla, is
yes.
We always like to call it here, as we are getting ready to kick off some big bike racing action. Moto number 3, C250, C Open, C200, CVET, and BC Open Electric as well. Going down the line, everybody's fired up. I like the cameras. We're going to have a lot of angles here of the action this weekend. Everybody excited to be able to go racing right here at Unadilla. Doubleheader weekend, round 7
today.
That guy is
super pumped.
Dude, he is fired.
Dungy pumped.
He is, yeah, super pumped, exactly. So he is fired up. Everybody going to be having a great time. Evan Kelly there, familiar face there on the 222. He's lining up on the bicycle. Looks like he's ready to do battle. Everybody going to have a great time. This has been a fun class to watch, very similar to what we see in the motocross world. C-Class, You never know what you're going to get. I'll put it like that, but it is always entertaining for sure. And all kidding aside, the C-Class, we've had some great battles in. We've had a lot of championship points, and we've got a couple of great battles going on in this one as well. We've got our C Senior class going to be coming up here in just a little bit as well, a little bit further in the vet class. We've got Uncle Secretary, Unk as we like to call him, Danny Secretary. He's leading the way in the C200 class. Evan Kelly, who we just saw in the 222, I believe is the man to beat in this C250 class, if I'm not mistaken. No pressure, Evan. I just told everybody on the line that you are the guy to beat. So hope that doesn't bother you.
45 people in the class. You got to beat them all. This is super fun to see. Obviously, the young kids, the little girls, the little guys, always fun to watch. And now you see as we get into some of the grown-ups and the older teenage riders, now you get some really, really big class numbers here. And this is where you can find a lot of action inside the racing.
No doubt about it. Yeah, it's always exciting. You jump up to the higher level, the higher machines, and it's one of those things where the riders kind of sometimes maybe a little more confidence than skill. The sendability, the send factor, if you will, is at an all-time high. But sometimes you got to learn to dial it down ever so slightly. So we'll keep watch. Hopefully we've got a static camera on the Sky Shot because I know everybody's going to want to send it. This guy's doctoring up his foot pad there. He needs to know exactly where he's going to get that thing fired up at. That's another skill that we've kind of touched on a little bit throughout the day today as well. The dead engine start catches some riders off guard, and I believe those micro or Pee-wee and super mini bikes, most of them are still kickstart, whereas a lot of these we'll see some of the electric start. And then we got a ton of two-strokes. We've got some older bikes on the line as well, so there's still plenty of kicking going on. But we're going to be kicking it with the C-Class here in just a matter of minutes. Should be dropping that Fox flag any minute now. Once again, please make sure you are at the line well before your moto. I'm going to go ahead and call them out. Women's Pro, A Vet, A Senior, Schoolboy, and Sportsman. Your moto is coming up next. You need to be at the line. Oh, there's Unk. Danny Secretary. Oh, he's fired up.
Heard you. He heard you.
Up. He's a man of the people. He may single-handedly have brought all of these people here just with that point he did at CGI. Josh, I know you haven't been with us at all these rounds in person, but if you've been watching on Racer TV, we got a lot of personalities out here as well, which is just as fun as the racing action. Getting to know these riders, getting to know their stories, the crews that they bring out to the race. It really is so cool because at the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Don't get me wrong, our pro racers, the getting down to business, there's something fun about that, but there's a lot more riders that are just out here having a good time, having fun, than there are riders making a career out of this right now. So it's always cool to be able to shine a light on them, show what they're doing, how they got out here. There he is. That was the signature Uncle Secretary point. I want you at JDay Offroad. So here we go. Looks like 32nd card is walking across. The Fox green flag has been unrolled. It is just about time to go to work. The flag is up. C250 going to be row number 1, and there's about 4,800 of them. Let's see, where is the start going to come from? There we go. Got to get the jump. That's step number 1. It's a drag race headed into turn number 1. Evan Kelly, your points leader, about 4th into turn number 1. Going to try to slide his way up the inside now into the number 2 ride. But it is a different Kawasaki out front. Didn't catch the number on it, but we got a couple of green machines out front leading the way.
And like you pointed on, the points leader up front early here, so that was half the battle here, especially when you're looking at the amount of riders we have. As this guy elected to not put the goggles on, a questionable decision here.
That is bold strategy, but we'll see how it plays out for him, Cotton. No doubt about it.
He's planning on getting the whole shot, I would assume.
So here we go, and I'm seeing a Spitfire Pro Circuit.
I was just going to say.
We've seen that in a vintage class, but I'm not sure. That one might actually be legit.
Is that Mitch Payton?
It might. Who knows? It is certainly. He looks serious. He means business.
Oh, first kick. He's got that thing tuned up. She's running a little rich, but that's okay. That's mosquito control here.
Exactly. Get her warmed up as C Open takes to the track, row number 2.
And we hear outside the booth already some of our original 250C riders, the first flag drop here. They're already working their way towards the back side of the track. They'll be heading out into that grass section any minute now.
Alex Whittle leading the way out of that C Open class.
There we go.
187, so we'll see if Whittle only 3 points ahead of Timothy Landry. So some close battling going on in that C Open class as well as we get ready for row number 3, C200. We'll see if Unk can get the job done. He's way on the outside. That's a bold move there from Unk, but he likes a challenge.
He's trying to keep it fun. Easy, easy. You see he's getting top dead center. Yep. He's ready to go.
Yep. The 138 ride is locked in, fired on the inside. First jump, pretty much the whole row.
Yeah, that was a good start. You see Unk on the outside. They were friendly with him. They could have pushed him wide, so not bad. He's up there in the top 5. Looking to make some early moves here. That Yamaha rider had to start.
Getting a little bit too far outside. Might have gotten a tip over, so we'll see.
Oh, Unk. Was that Unk swapping down there underneath?
I mean it respectfully.
Full send.
I mean it respectfully, but probably. Unk is, we talk about going to send it. Unk's going to send it, no doubt about it. We'll see. He's liable to launch gravity cavity to the backside of the hill. See Vet coming up next. Now, these guys, we talk about dialing it down just a little bit. These guys know they got to see the checkered flag to get scored for the motos. So these guys, they put on a great battle for us, but not always quite as crazy, unpredictable.
You can tell here, this bike right here, the 66 rider, that's a nice, clean bike, aesthetically pleasing.
That was what I was going to say.
That's a vet move right there. He took good care of the bike.
Our factory, no doubt about it.
He's got so much SC1 on there. If he hits a tree, he's going to slide right off. Good start from that rider there in the yellow and orange gear.
Yeah, look, maybe the 523.
And just as we say it, though, someone going to try and sweep around the outside of him.
Well, that's what I love about this start here at Unadilla. It's kind of that double apex first turn and then immediately flips back to a left-hander after that. So if you can be up towards the front in that first turn, it sets you up to the inside there in turn number 2 before you drop under the bridge. So a lot of passing happening very quickly. And, oh, man, didn't hear him coming. It's the Open BC Electric class. They are zipping and ripping, making their way through turn number 1. Be looking, I believe, Michael Kesey, I believe, in the points lead for this class, trying to bring home a championship as well. Love them or hate them, man. We were talking a lot about the electric bikes yesterday. We've both gotten to ride on different brands and versions of them, but they are certainly something that is fun. A lot of people really like them. A whole different kind of maintenance and different kind of power delivery, and really cool that JDay's been able to open up and introduce a class for those bikes as well. I believe a couple different electric bike classes. It looks like a couple of riders getting stacked up on the inside around the tree turn.
The infamous apple tree, if you are familiar with Unadilla here, as we start to look at some of the point standings. 200C, Danny Seccatori on 81 points, Neil Prine on 44, Casalino on 38. So Seccatori got that one pretty much in the bag.
Yep, I'm just trying to, at this point, I don't know, I mean, he's worried about the points, but he likes the laps. He wants to get out here, get the full experience, and enjoy a weekend out here at Unadilla.
Now, we saw right off the start, he wasn't planning on easing into this thing.
No, he is here and he means business. If he's on the gate, he's going for the win, no doubt about it. C250, Evan Kelly well in control of this one. We've seen him all season long on the 222. I believe he rides in our vintage class as well, or at least has some of our other rounds. And we talk about the C sometimes standing for consistent. You can put that for Evan Kelly. He's done a great job this season managing. Not always the fastest rider, but does a good job of staying up towards the front, stacking those points up. And as you can see, it's starting to pay off for him as he'll be closing in on a potential title here in C250. Now, it is the 29 on the, I believe that was a 9, maybe it was a 6, I don't know, on the leader right there. We'll wait, should be Kelly coming through soon. He's actually dropped a couple of spots now to about 4th. Alex Whittle, like we said, not quite as much room out front here in C Open. 48 points compared to 45 over Timothy Landry. And the Camden Hole on the number 40, or excuse me, with 44 points right behind him. So realistically, 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll throw Cole Paquin in there as well. Your top 5 all within 8 points of each other. So especially on a doubleheader weekend like this, a lot up for grabs that could entirely flip-flop by the time this weekend's done.
That's what I was going to say. There's a lot of room to be making up some ground here. As you look at the C-Vet standings, Dakota Kasha on 111, Patrick Brown 36, Douglas Francis Jr. on 33. As now we start to see you get some of these bigger bikes on track. We're going to see these lines get chewed up a bit quicker as they work their way through the FMF Extreme section. a little easier for these bigger bikes to get over the logs, get over the concrete barriers, but that sand wall is not going to be easy for anybody this weekend.
Yep, no doubt about it. There you see Michael Kesey, like we said, leading the way in that Be Open electric class.
As I say that, they make me look stupid, and immediately 2 riders stuck on those big tractor tires. And now it looks like that rider is kind of digging up into the sand, so a little bit more trouble for him. And now, tough to see the name. I think that guy stalled a little bit, got back going. As you look at the C Open Electric, Alex Barrett, Mason Morgan tied at the top on 25.
Well, and you can see it beside those tires. They've actually got like a guard rail, so you're only allowed to go so slightly to the left, to the right, and it's easy to almost get pinched in between the tire and the railing there. And again, all of a sudden you lose the momentum as this rider stalls in just the wrong
we got
spot.
a couple of riders struggling. They stall it, they lose your momentum. Now you can't get up and over that concrete barrier. As this is what you can see, you get so many of these riders on track. And this is why track position is, oh, one rider off the side there. That was the number 4. Looks like McNeil on the back of the jersey. Struggling to get over. I think he's just digging himself a hole.
Yeah,
trying to get that front tire over that concrete barrier.
Yeah, McNeil needs to pick the rear end up and at least start over, because that, and it's something as simple as that right there. That rut that he just built is going to haunt other riders throughout the rest of the day, because not only is it getting deeper and deeper as he continues to dump the clutch, it's not straight. It's at an angle. So if that rider, if any other riders go that way, they're going to be kind of kicked into a diagonal angle headed into that concrete block right there. Is now some of the fans trying to help out there. And you can already see the variance. Several riders taking the go around as these riders get ready to go by us here in the studio. Up the hillside they climb. That's Evan Kelly there in the neon sleeves, and he's got more company up at the front. Oh, slideways in the grass.
That's that wet grass. It can reach up and grab you.
To the 251.
Was that a 5-1 or an 0-1? Hard to see. But we know the 222 is Kelly.
Yep, pushing the pace, and sometimes it's the patience. You got to be able to play the long game. Plenty of time. Looked like, honestly, that rider had more speed as he's going right back to work, but now he's dropped a couple of spots rather than picking up a pass that he maybe could have made a corner later.
Yeah, with these long motos, you're looking at a 30-minute moto, plenty of time to make some passes happen, but the adrenaline gets pumping, the urgency. You feel like you need to be a little bit more urgent. As we look at the replay here, just slides the back end out, maybe dump the clutch in that wet grass. That's a little bit too much of it. As we look at our red line oil replay.
Well, and you could tell he was trying to pivot to try to close that door back off on Kelly, and unfortunately, early in the morning, still a little bit of dew on the grass right there. You could see both tires were like, yeah, dude, we ain't holding. And they went down just like that. So quick little tip over, back up, and back to the racing action as we start to take a look at your overall running. It is Jace Hess out front leading the way. Jacob Trudeau, looks like Wesley Wilcox, 1, 2, and 3. Uncle Secretary there in the number 4 spot. Quinn Maloney, Nicholas Seferis, Anthony Jean, Eli Carroll, Carson Bridges, and Ryan McCarthy. Now, once again, going to be kind of looking around. That overall is based off of overall times within the classes. So these are not always going to be the riders that you're seeing at the front of the field, but the time based off of the classes is how that is scored. We'll give you an update on the way those classes are breaking down here as well. As right now, taking a look, Jorge Aguilar leading the way out of our C Open class over Alex Barrett and Jake Popeil. C200, Jace Hess, your overall leaders leading the way out of C200. Jacob Trudeau, Wesley Wilcox, Ryan McCarthy leads the way out of your C250 class. So that is more than likely your physical leader out on the track. And then Addison Jakobski, Jacob Bosky.
Yeah, we're going to go Bosky on that one.
She's out front leading the way, though.
Hey, it doesn't matter what her name is.
Yeah, we'll get it right if you keep riding like this. No doubt about it. That's what I always say. Barry
If
Barrett.
not, Mom and Dad will be calling to correct us.
Yep, I am. The DMs are open for pronunciations. Just be nice. I'm trying here. As now there you see, talk about threading the needle right there. Actually had to kick the leg out and hold on to the guardrail a little bit.
You got to be careful, though. The foot peg is still there. Even though the leg is up, that thing could grab right a hold of that metal barrier. As we see the number 24 working through. And this is where things can really get congested. And this is where we talked about earlier, Zach. Maybe early in the laps when everybody's so packed in this FMF Extreme section, you don't have to take the go-around section every single time.
Yep.
but possibly you look ahead a little bit, you see some people getting log jammed in there. Might be an opportunity to dip over to the left and take that go-around section.
Yeah, especially in a class like this where it's so easy for one rider's struggles to turn into 10 riders' problem really quickly. I think it's a great point, looking ahead, paying attention to what's going on in front of you with other riders, and then making that quick adjustment like you said. Just because you take it one lap doesn't mean you're locked in for the rest of the moto, and sometimes just because you can get through the extreme section doesn't mean that you're going to be able to get through as quick as you'd like because of other riders having difficulties. So a great point you bring up there as we jump on board the Fox FPV drone. And again, you see the rear end kicking all around, still trying to get the traction level figured out here. Certain sections a bit drier than others, a little more hard packed, and then you drop into the woods, some of that moisture hanging around just a bit longer in the shade. But
we saw them going around yesterday with the big water truck, so I'm sure they're able to get out into this terrain. But you get into the woods, the water truck is not going in there. They're not bringing the fire hose line in there as well. You're at the mercy of whatever Mother Nature has in store for you inside the woods. As you see this rider drop in here, going to elect to just ride that inside line. It's definitely the premier line right now, but as this day unfolds and this weekend unfolds, we're going to see some different options.
Buzzing through the trees here on the FPV.
We're just leaving us in the dust.
I mean, that was straight.
Oh, we're going backwards now.
Yep. More riders making their way through, and again, a pretty heavy field here in these C classes, so you got to think lap traffic going to start to play a bit more of a role as this one wears on as well. Jace Hess leading, I believe that was your C200 class, so the C200 may be a bit faster on pace, but the C250 class was row number 1, and as we saw, there were a lot of them, so you got to think that may actually start to slow down some of your leaders in the C Open class, the C200 class, as well as they start to work their way through the pack. So that could tighten things up in something like your C200 class with Hess, Trudeau, and Wilcox.
You're definitely going to be looking at some shakeups as the race unfolds. For 30 minutes, that's a long time to be working through the back markers in the other classes. Guys running into their own problems, running their own races like you talked about earlier. Sometimes you run into a battle. There's a little less leeway there. And possibly the guy doesn't even know that you're not in his class, so he might ride you a little bit harder than he would have if he knew you were just coming by as a faster rider. As we see 3 of these guys now, we got a 3-pack on the same concrete barrier at the same time, up and over. You already see the rut in the middle there as we ride up. Almost took out the number 4 rider. We're doing our own bar bagging on the Fox FPV drone here.
Good McNeil.
Probably
hanging strong right now.
Oh, we crashed. Rider down. Gabe.
I think that was Ian, our FPV drone there.
Oh,
yeah,
Ian, okay.
Yep. Those things are just as tough as our riders, though. They'll back up and be airborne here soon, I'm sure, as once again you see several of our riders tiptoeing through this section. And sometimes you almost wonder whether or not some of these riders realize there's a go-around option, as you can physically see the hesitation that they have sometimes on the approach, and it ends up costing them big time. Looks like one rider dumping it down.
You can see there was someone down on the inside. The rider tried to go around him on the outside. He ended up dumping it as well. Both riders able to get back up and over the logs and the concrete barriers. And that sand wall does not look like a good time right now. As we keep an eye on the TBT Racing live drone, one rider struggling to get over the barrier. He goes down. You'll see that happening all day long, and this is one of the most pristine passing opportunities. Like we touched on earlier, it's not always you making the pass on your own. A lot of times it's a mistake from another rider. As you see that log, Zach, you can see that bark starting to get chewed off of that thing as you get into that darker, that wet piece inside the log. As it looks like Matias Miranda, your C veteran leader, followed by Dan Young and Sierra Bernard. As we let the Fox pylon cycle through, C Open Electric, Jorge Aguilar, C200, Jace Hess, your overall leader as well. Jacob Trudeau second, Wesley Wilcox third. C250, you got Ryan McCartney out front, followed by Olson and Gattani. C Open, Addison Jakobowski, leading that one.
Back to the extreme section we go. Caught a glimpse of the sky shut there. A couple of riders jumping out, not quite clearing the whole thing, but still getting a little bit of air time over there as they re-enter the motocross track.
There's a couple riders starting to take that go-around line. even if you just take it one time just to get familiar with it, maybe you need that later in the day.
Well, and like you touched on earlier, no practice here at JDay, but you do have the opportunity to walk and look at the track. A lot of riders and families doing just that yesterday afternoon, and even this morning through the fog, scoping out a couple of sections they wanted to just double check on before their moto as well. So yeah, a lot of these riders going to be experiencing parts of the track for the first time, and that opening lap, very similar to kind of like what we saw out at Butts Creek Pro Motocross. No sight lap. A lot of those riders sight reading, and sometimes you just read it wrong.
Yeah, you can look at the track map that they put out on the social medias. You can watch the GoPro video that they put up yesterday, but nothing matches actually seeing it with your own two eyes. As still Jace Hess leading them around here. He's followed by Trudeau and Wesley Wilcox. As things start to tighten up through the FMF Extreme section.
You see that two-stroke Kawasaki. Caught a glimpse of Michael Kesey there, your B Open Electric points leader. Big part of the pit bike moto as well. And this is what we talked about. I mean, we're looking at 10, 15 riders all wheel-to-wheel right there. Probably several different classes in that mix as well. And so the battle's going to start to be not only between classes, but between just the group of riders around you.
Yeah, it really turns into almost like a war out here. It's like a battle of attrition. As we look at the Luxon lap times, did not look like our transponders completely registered on that. Production will get that back up and going. This is one of the sections I've been watching on this camera, how tight it is. Right now, there's really only 2 lines to go on. I guess you could probably go too wide on the outside. Starts getting a little sketchy with those trees there. But as you get into some of these bigger classes, passing opportunities are going to start to dwindle in that area as we see the 120 working through the FMF Extreme section. Might be the 126 rather.
And another thing you can start to see as well is the approach or the buildup of dirt to those concrete sections. It's starting to get chewed up as well. A lot of those riders, especially if they're going about it kind of in this way, a bit of a slower approach, the rear end digs right there, and you can see the little bit of roost. It doesn't seem like much, but when it's happening lap after lap, rider after rider, you're going to almost start to see a full divot right before the takeoff of that. It's going to make it even more difficult to get over. So again, yes, this track is it's the same all day today. We will have a different off-road section. I believe the FMF Extreme section may be the same tomorrow as well, but this track is alive and changing as well, whether it's the motocross track, whether it's these off-road sections. With every passing lap in every class, it's developing in different ways. Different lines are starting to develop, and so you're going to really start to see the main race line change, especially as we get to kind of the midpoint of the day, start to work into those second motos. That's where you're really like, man, they were taking a completely different line in this first moto, and now the few riders that are still trying that same line, it's costing them big time. So you got to be able to adapt throughout the day.
The first thing I thought about when I saw the track map, kind of familiarized myself with JDay, is you're looking at a 5 to 6 second lap time, whereas in a motocross race, it's 1.5 to 2 minutes or so. Easy to remember, hey, that line I took last time wasn't a good option. There's a lot of things to remember out here. If you're looking at a 5 to 6 minute lap, when you come back around to this section, it's going to take a lot of mental focus to remember, hey, that wasn't a good line. I got to find a different one over here. And I'm sure once you get into these woods and you see so many trees, everything kind of starts looking the same, I got to believe.
And that's what I was just about to say. You got to think, too, I mean, a prep motocross track, it's very, I don't want to say it's easy to see how it's developing, but there's nothing really obscure or obstructing your view. There's nothing playing tricks on you. There's really not a lot of shadows. And then you have a section like this where there's shadows going all over the place. Obviously, as the sun moves, the shadows are going to start to adjust and change as well. And then you've got leaves already on the ground. You've got little bushes and little pieces of things here and there that are going to be getting clipped by riders and getting moved around and taken out. You've got sticks laying down there and getting broken and tossed in different spots. So especially those off-road sections, the variability and the amount that things change from lap to lap may be even more extreme than you would see something even like on a motocross track.
I got to believe at some point throughout the day, once they get into those off-road sections, the rocks are going to play a huge factor in this. The Robinson family spent a lot of time screening rocks out of the motocross side of things, but there is a lot of rocks down inside the dirt that's in that wood section that hasn't been screened out. So that's something to keep an eye on as those come to the surface. That'll take your front tire out from underneath. Your back tire can slide out on those. As we watch backside of the motocross track, the TBT live drone following some of our riders through. Like Zach was saying, everything gets really congested. Some of these riders working their way up into the backside of the pack in front of them.
Yeah, this course, and you talk about those rocks, and it is funny to see because, yes, there's still plenty of rocks that we're seeing on the motocross track, but you start to take a glimpse at some of those other sections off the motocross property, and you're like, whoa, it is like the rocks clicked up a couple of gears. And to your point, like you said, the Robinson family has done so great. I mean, this is one of the longest standing pro motocross locations that we've had. And it is still, I mean, plenty of our top racers are still saying this is some of the most painful roost you're going to experience maybe anywhere in the country. And so, yeah, it does not feel good. I don't condone it, but if you're ever curious, oh, there's some secretary style. Yep, I got to love it. Yep, Yep, he's
not willing to point with the hand, but to point with the boot on that one. As we saw when he came through the FMF Extreme section, he had taken the goggles off. So Unk tossed the goggles somewhere. Not sure where he stands in the running order as he OJs that tabletop. A little sketchy into the Yamaha finish line, but I'm starting to see this is how he rides.
He's sending it, man. That's what I'm saying. The right wrist very rarely changes, and he's going for it probably through those goggles at a fan. He'll sign them later back at the trailer. And, yeah, he's going back to work. He's locked in right now, and does sound like the white flag is out. Didn't quite catch a glimpse of it, but final lap here for race number 3. All of our C classes going to work and going to be closing in on a checkered flag here this morning as things starting to take race shape here at Unadilla, launching in and out of Gravity Cavity. Using a lot of these outsides as well. That's what we heard from Sawyer Langenbeck, a big thing, not only on the motocross track, but opening up those corners, finding a way to carry that momentum, going to be very crucial throughout the day here as well.
I'm trying to see where Secretary is. He's 4th overall. I got to believe he's running up front in C200. So right now, Hess, Trudeau, Wilcox, and Secretary, your top 4 overall and top 4 in the C200 class. So we look at C Open, 1 lap to go. Addison Jakubowski leading them. C veteran Matthias Miranda on the 508, been leading this one since the jump. B Open Electric, Barry Barrett leading them around. Jorge Aguilar still leading the C Open Electric. He's led that one pretty much from the jump as well. And then back to C200, Jace Hess, Jacob Trudeau, Wesley Wilcox, Danny Secretore, your top 4 there. C250, Ryan McCarthy leads Tyler Olson and Kendall Gaetani. As the pit bike moto came back in the grass section. Still running, no goggles.
Yeah, that's a great line there from.
Yeah, he's moving.
Yep. And you can start to see that was kind of grassy covered a little bit this morning, and now as we've had the C classes carve into it, not only is it dirt where maybe you're going to have a bit more traction, but you can start to see that outside berm naturally developing as well. That main race line really starting to become developed even here, jumping on board the TBT Racing live drone. And that's going to allow our riders to push just a little bit more. You go back to that early crash that we captured, rider trying to make a move in the grass. And that's also going to be interesting to watch as well, because that main race line, you're going to start to become adjusted and accustomed to that. You're going to know how hard you can push in that dirt. But then when you go to try to make a pass, oh, well, now all of a sudden maybe you're moving back out into the grass. You're going to have to keep that in the back of your head. I'm not going to be able to push quite as hard as I am in the main race line for right now, because it still might be a little slick. So we'll continue to watch and see how that develops. And then it's always so fun to watch the pro riders. I feel like their main race line is almost always completely different than we're seeing any other class take. It's so crazy to watch the way these guys develop and break down a racetrack, but certainly going to be fun to watch as we're closing in on the final half a lap or so. Going to be waiting on a checkered flag. Jace Hess trying to get the job done and grab the overall win here this morning. And once again, race number 4, Women's Pro, A Vet, A Senior, Schoolboy, and Sportsman. You need to be making your way down to the staging area. You need to be headed towards the line. Your race is coming up next. Going to have riders meeting here in just a minute or so. And then going to be getting you ready to rock and race here for round number 7. Once again, the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix doubleheader weekend to close out the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing season. That rider doing a great job of getting out of the way of the main race line, letting our leaders get through. And it's you move over for one rider and you very quickly get blown by about 12 different racers. So
don't look back. The line doesn't stop coming when these C classes are out. As the checkered flag is out through the Yamaha finish line, Jace Hess going to go over to the Fox podium. We'll get the headset on him. And we'll see what Jace Hess has to say about that race.
Oh, we're doing hand signals. Go this way, go that way.
That is air traffic control. You are clear to land.
Denied for a flyby. As there you see Evan Kelly making his way through. Once again, a rather comfortable points lead for Kelly, so not too stressed out on the finish, but leave up inside the top 5. And we will get ready to chat it up down on the podium. The fans are having a good time, and it sounds like we may have that headset on. Jace, can you hear us down there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Man, fantastic ride. Take us through the moto out there. You guys were really kind of starting to develop this track, ripping the grass up, and we almost didn't get to see a lot of you because you were going so fast out there. Man, take us through the moto.
Yeah, I mean, the whole shot wasn't the best. Bike didn't want to start, which is weird because I kept practicing the starts, and it was starting right up. But, I mean, I just had to make it work. I mean, Unadilla, this dirt is crazy. It's like getting thrown with rocks. But I just had to work my way through the pack, and I eventually caught Evan up in, I think he was in first place. And then I kept falling a couple times because it's just super slick out in that woods. But I had my eye on the prize, and I just couldn't let it go.
No doubt about it. Yeah, you were a man on a mission. And we touched on that. Certain sections, a little less traction than others. And then those skatey rocks on top of it, no matter how much grip's in the dirt, it seems like you grab a handful too much, and it'll just kick the rear end right out from underneath you. Now, did you have a strong section of the track? Did you feel like you were better in the woods or on the moto track? What was working for you?
Oh, definitely. I think everything. I mean, I knew the track was going to be probably my best because I could just, like, hold it wide open basically on this 250 because it's a new bike, so I'm used to the 450 power, but just holding this wide open, you just feel like you're going fast everywhere. But I'd say definitely the track, but the woods was super fast too.
Hey, well, it was a great performance, man. Clearly you had it dialed in. You get the moto win. Who's helping you out? Who do you want to give a big shout out to?
I want to give a shout out to my girlfriend for making it out here with me, but definitely my dad, my sister, Justin Coquinos, and then everybody else around me that makes me happy and just be able to do stuff like this.
Hey, that's fantastic, man. Congratulations. We'll see you back in Moto 2.
Perfect.
All right, that is Jace Hess grabbing the win, getting the job done here at the top of the field. He's going to head back, get recovered, and get ready for Moto number 2 as we get ready for the MX Trophies race recap from race number 3, C250C Open, C200 CVET, and Open BC Electric. It's a big one, big crowd, lots of riders, and lots of racing action out on track.
Well, we saw the drone going down the start line. The fun started before the bikes did, as we saw Jace Hess get out front early. There's Unk wheelie down the start line. That was before he tossed the goggles to one lucky fan. Some of our electric riders working their way through the FMF Extreme section.
And you could see it was funny, that first lap or two looked very different from the rest of the moto. Once the classes started getting intertwined, lap riders started getting in the mix. Now there it is, the slow-mo Unk point. He might have been pointing to the fan. He said, next lap I'm throwing the goggles at you, be ready.
This is not a speed and style event. This is all time.
No points.
So that won't help him. He's just doing that for fun.
Love of the game, man. That's what it's all about. When the checker flag came out, though, it was Jace Hess getting the job done. We'll take a look at that Pro Taper top 10 throughout the field. And I do believe I saw the Red Bull Wings team on the property. So complimentary Red Bulls being handed out. We would love some if you want to make the trip. Pro Taper top 10, though, breaks down like this. Jace Hess, Jacob Trudeau, and Wesley Wilcox, 1, 2, and 3. Danny Secretore and Quinn Maloney. Your top 5, Nicholas Cephas, Anthony Jean, Eli Carroll, Carson Bridges, and Ryan McCarthy. Going to round out your top 10 for our C classes. Moto number 3 here from round number 7 of the Fox JDay Off-Road Racing Series, where we're going to jump things up a little bit intensity-wise. Women's Pro coming up next, a vet, a senior, schoolboy, and that sportsman class as well. But first, going to take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with more from the Fox JDay Off-Road Racing Series.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses. Redline Oil, no compromises. And Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%. Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Unadilla for round number 7 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. That is round 7 of 8, folks. We are getting down to the nitty-gritty doubleheader weekend, as we're going to be having racing action all day today and tomorrow as well, right here on Racer TV, GP TV, Stoke Media, Kaplan America. The list goes on and on. Everybody enjoying the racing action. And talk about enjoying and getting ready to go to work. That is your Women's Pro Points leader, if I'm not mistaken, Kayla O'Neill, your reigning champion, getting ready to go down the line, and they are row number 1 here. These are some of the fastest ladies that you're going to find, and I'll say anywhere, whether it's on the moto track, in the woods, these girls absolutely know how to get the job done. It is the 3-1-0 of Kayla O'Neill out front in the points with 125 points. Taylor Jones and Carly Lee running second and third. And believe O'Neill should be able to get the job done here this weekend, making our way back through some of the vet classes as well, some of our A vets, and then that final row, our sportsman class. We've also got the schoolboy class in there as well. Got to give them a shout out. But that sportsman class, oftentimes, Josh, we see some of our top pro riders using this as almost a warm-up moto, a sight moto, if you will. Don't get me wrong, they're going real fast and they're battling it out, but that is not a championship class. No points on the line. There will not be a title at the end of the season, as the Suzuki is trying to get somebody's attention over there. Hey, come over here.
The advantage you can get, though, by just coming out here and finding the line, seeing how the track's unfolding. Obviously, by the time they get out here, things are going to be a little bit different, but it's good to get out here, like you talked about earlier, get the blood flowing a little bit. We talked about that with Chimikowski earlier in that moto. He ran back-to-back. The blood was flowing. Don't let the sun fool you. It is still a little chilly here. We're looking at, we might have hit 60 by now. My hoodie's still on. Your hoodie's still on, so it is not that warm yet. Unfortunately, this is that time of year up in New York. You got to pack a hoodie and jeans for the morning and shorts and a tank top for the afternoon.
Yeah, it's definitely, there's going to be some variance. Like I said, I was looking at the high temperatures, forgot to look at the lows. That one's on me. But, nope, we're hanging out here having a good time. Yet being told just about 58 degrees, so now we just sound like wimps here. That sounds a lot better.
Call me what you want, but I tell you one thing, I'm cold.
So there it is. Everybody having a good time. The sportsman class, they're our final row, and everybody getting comfortable. There's Rivers Morris, one of our top riders as well, getting ready to go out and about. He was locked in. He didn't even acknowledge the camera was there. Stoic.
Didn't even see it, didn't hear it.
He's visualizing. He may have had the eyes closed. He's preparing that win right there. So we'll get ready to get things rocking and rolling here in just a matter of minutes.
If you can see it, you can believe it.
No doubt about it. Believe that is Mallory Pickard right there on the 726, 736 on the small number. Addie Harris right next to her on the 525. I tell you what, I mean, we're sitting here talking about it's cold, we're in hoodies. One rider there, not even running sleeves. Got them rolled up or cut off. Yeah, letting the guns fly, sun's out, guns out. That's what I'm talking about. That is mental strategy right there, okay? That is an intimidation tactic. Give us a flex if you can hear us. Absolutely locked in. Hey, I love it. Everybody's got the style. I remember Michael Alessi used to cut the jersey, roll them up a little bit. That was a thing for a while. I believe companies were actually offering short-sleeve jerseys.
Yep, this is New York. Got to have a concealed carry if you're going to put those guns out. Hopefully she's carrying that on her.
Permits with her. Yep, no doubt about it. But we will get ready to drop the flag here any minute now. Once again, please make sure you guys are up to the starting line in advance of your moto. I say that as somebody who's just now riding to the line. Maybe you're not in this class. Maybe I jumped the gun on that one. But race number 5, you're going to be coming up after this. We'll have that Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class, B250, B Open, B200, and B Open Electric. Going to be coming up here just about 11 o'clock or so this morning. But for right now, all eyes on the Unadilla start line. Women's Pro going to get things kicked off. We'll have our A vet, A senior on row number 2. Schoolboy, been a fun one to watch as well back there on row number 3, 12 to 17 years old. You want to talk about a wide range of ages and maturities and skill levels. That schoolboy class, always fun to watch. And I feel like one of the biggest growing classes as far as the skill level throughout the year as well. And then, of course, that sportsman class is going to be on the final round. There's the man, the myth, the legend, Ethan Broach, doubling down, adding another hat. Looks like he's going to be our 32nd guy. For this
Not
one.
wearing the leggings, the tight leggings,
little
and
more
the crop
hips,
top.
Ethan. It's all right. You'll get there. You'll get it figured out.
You're supposed to wiggle a little bit. You walk out there, Ethan. Let's see if we can get that going for you.
He's locked down, looking at the Rockwell watch there. Maybe a Rolex. I don't know what he's rocking here. There it is, 30-second card. No wiggle, no nothing.
No, Diana Dahlgren, we need to get you out here. Give Ethan some pointers as we get ready to go here for our women's class.
This is going to be a fun one. Start going to be crucial on this one as well, as you see pretty much all of the ladies lined up towards the inside, pretty much side by side is Fox flag getting ready to go up, and we are getting ready to go women's pro racing. There it is. Oh, not a great jump for Pickard there, but Addie Harris getting a great drive, but actually not. Whoa, I don't know
what do we got here.
There.
Someone possibly left with the wrong drop.
Ah, yep. Forgot I was on road number 2. Yep.
Oopsie.
So hopefully, I'm not sure how that one's going to work. That's not our department. But right now we got a battle. This is our department calling what we're seeing here. A couple of women's pro racers going to work right now. Addie Harris making some moves, and that is O'Neill side by side as we drop down into gravity cavity. And Addie Harris going to look like, for the moment at least, hold on to control of the lead. Addie, no stranger to the JDay Offroad series as well, up from the Northeast, and her and her brother, who I believe is in the schoolboy class, doing a fair amount of the GNCC. And again, kind of a blend here, getting a little more confidence on the moto side of things. And I believe she's been coming back from injury as well, so kind of racing back to 100%. But here we go, A vet and A senior, race number 2, or row number 2, I should say. And AMA officials going to be looking at that one, trying to get back on the track as quick as they can.
Well, hopefully. They're not here from the Pro Series. They've been a little strict on that this year. Maybe a little leniency here in JDay.
Who knows? Especially when you bring those broadcast cameras out, all of a sudden,
you know, now
hard
we
to get
got
away with that stuff.
Screenshots. One rider, that was a hot line.
Yeah,
Jumped from the outside to the inside in the split lane.
Slicing and dicing.
They built that middle berm. It's kind of built there so you can't do that, but he made his own FMF Extreme section. Up top, went over the obstacle. As we jump back to the start line out on TBT Racing live drone. Now, correct me, there's a schoolboy that's going to be coming up next.
Yep, row 3,
and then
sportsman 17, and then sportsman back there on row number 4. So we will watch and wait.
Anxiously waiting. The two-stroke fires up. First kick, not running as rich as the other guy was.
Yep.
The 223 going to jump out into the hole shot here.
And that is Trevor Harris, Addie's younger brother. So
2 hole shot awards, 1 race, 1 family.
Yep, no doubt about it.
They were back at the pits this morning, practicing their dead starts.
Those two do a lot of training together, and Trevor kind of getting to that age where he's grown in size. He's suddenly, the taller of the two, and he's starting to pick up some speed as well. I'm not saying who I know is faster because I really don't know, but yeah, we need to have a sibling battle between the two of them. They've been really impressive all season long as more bar-to-bar banging action. They're trying to settle into position in Schoolboy as now get ready for that final row sportsman class. Once again, a non-points paying class, but we usually have some pretty heavy hitters in this one wanting to get a glimpse of the track. I see a Red Bull helmet, which is interesting.
The number 800 Cade Chandler is not Michael Estes.
Yep.
Oh, that was 808. It was close. And they're off and running here. Well, like you said, not a points-paying class, but they're going to try and sneak a peek at the track. As you can see, that one rider out front on the Cowie.
Yeah, might be Rivers Morris.
He hammered that outside.
One of our, I believe, 250A riders. And he's been really strong building throughout the season as well. I'm actually kind of surprised I'm not seeing a ton of the top of our pro class riders. I mean, normally we got the whole field lined up, at least for the first moto. Oftentimes they opt out of the second moto.
With it being a double day race, do you think that's possibly saving a little bit on the bike, saving a little bit on the body? Because we are going to have to run twice today and twice tomorrow.
It is definitely possible.
Now you're going to ask for 2 hours of ride time both days, so maybe some of these riders making a business decision opted. Oh, as we clipped a little tree with the back tire. The girls are sending it here.
We're talking about checking in and going to work. How about it? Mallory Pickard did not get a good jump at all, but she has worked her way right to the rear end of the field. Meanwhile, Kayla O'Neill taking over the #1 spot from Addie Harris, now caught in between the other two women's pro riders, but out front it is your reigning women's pro champion and your current points leader of the Yamaha.
30-point buffer looking to go back-to-back.
And it's been a hard-fought battle as well. She's had to overcome several different riders, and consistency probably been her biggest ally through the 2026 season. Taking a look at those championship points, a vet, it's Matt Hogentogler out front leading the way over Jason Gillian and Jamal Porter. Got a little bit of a buffer there, 62 points back to 45 points. So going to just try to turn in those motos, collect as many points as he can. And again, a great opportunity if somebody's not here in your class to make up a fair amount of points by the end of this weekend. Double points on the line as we're racing all day today and tomorrow.
Some opportunities here. You can go from a 4th or a 5th place overall finish on the season. You can bump up to 2nd or 3rd if you do good this weekend. A little bit tighter here in the A senior. Vinny Tomich, Will Hopkins only separated by 9 points.
And 1 and 2 have kind of broke away from the rest of the field as far as the points go. Meanwhile,
1 and 2 are not breaking away here. As we got a 3-rider battle into the FMF Extreme section. Watching live on the TBT Racing live drone.
And there's a real sense of urgency from Mallory Pickard. I'm loving what I'm seeing here. She is getting after it. Like I said, did not get a great start, and it actually looks like they threw some water down in this section as well between races. So going to have to adapt to that as well. Right when things started to dry out, they went and hosed it down just a little bit, keep the dust under control. But right now, Pickard doing everything she can to try to catch up to Kayla O'Neill. Now we take a look at those women's pro championship points. Taylor Jones not with us here this weekend. Is what a move that was.
A hot move.
The 836. What you doing, Willis? Watch out.
I'll tell you what Willis was doing. Willis was taking the hotline.
How about it?
He jumped right past those tires, didn't even bother riding over the top of those.
Don't have to worry about him if you don't touch it. Now, going back, Taylor Jones not with us this weekend. She's out at Ironman racing in the WMX series, so potentially looking at giving away that #2 spot in the points. Obviously, Taylor has been injured at points throughout this season as well, so don't believe she was planning on committing to the full season after that injury happened. But always great to have Taylor back healthy. At least 3 wide, headed out of the FMF Extreme section. How about it?
You look at your sportsman championship points here. Rivers Morris leading them. Then you start talking about some of the other big names that you say you see in this class sometimes. Ricky Russell, Shaw, Medaglia, Riordan down there.
And again, we say championship points. There is no championship here in the sportsman class. This is just kind of how things have worked out throughout the season. So no title on the line in the sportsman class. Like I said, several of these riders not even lining up in the second motos. They just used it as an opportunity to get, again, bike warmed up, adjusted the track, body warmed up as well. So a very unique opportunity. But again, shout out Rivers Morris, man. He's been super solid. He's in a different class. He's in A250, if I'm not mistaken, in our later race. Whereas here in the sportsman class, oftentimes he's up there in the battle with the Ricky Russells, with you know, whether it was Joey Crown or Tyler Medallia, whoever you've got. He's been up in the mix and uses this opportunity as a gauge for him to be able to see where he's at compared to that top row in the pro class. So awesome stuff going on here in this one. Is getting ready to buzz by us in the studio. Still looks like it is Pickard on the charge, and she has closed back up. Now again, you see how slick it is, and that time there was no grass involved. It is very hard packed in there. It's not tilled up, and almost some flat track racing action through there. And
they are right up to the back wheel of O'Neill still.
And Pickard going 1 and 2. Now, O'Neill's got some history here at Unadilla. We were able to catch up with her a bit earlier this weekend and talk to her about what the memories are like here at Dilla.
I'm thinking this, I'm so excited. We're in Unadilla, New York, and this is my stomping grounds here in New York. This is where I grew up. This is where I came from. This is actually, Unadilla was my first race when I was 10 years old on a KLX 125, and I lined up at 8 a.m. and then I came back for the following year in a KX 85, and then I came back on a KX 100 and podiumed in the girls class that year. So I'm super excited to be back somewhere where I started it all. There's a special word that they use for Unadilla. It's Una something Dilla, and I think that explains exactly what this place is.
Say it. You won't. Nah, we all know. We all know.
I don't think I've ever heard it.
You know what? You know what I'm saying? But and she actually brings up an interesting point. So she talked about some of her past races here at Unadilla. Years and years ago, there was a GNCC here on property, and I believe that was one of the results that she was talking about as well. So this is not new Unadilla having off-road races here. And as I've said, JDay's been out here for several years as well now. So plenty of racing history on and off track here on the Unadilla property, but right now she is definitely trying to add another happy memory to the collection, and hard to argue with the performance. She is looking mighty racy early up front, made some quick moves, battled it out with Addie Harris, and man, it's probably a good thing because Mallory Pickard is fired up. She is still only a bike length or two behind, and is trying to at least bring the fight to O'Neill in the moto. Once again, Kayla stretching things out in the points, but you were right. You know how it is. You see a bike in front of you, you want to put it behind you. That's just the way it goes.
I drive like that. It's still in my blood.
Yep. Sometimes it costs me a little bit of money, but, you know.
Yeah, you know, I passed a guy this morning. I went to the gas station, got a drink. I was stuck behind him again. I had to pass him twice. My adrenaline was pumping first thing this morning.
Yep, looks like that is 54 of Matt Hogenthaler, one of our points leaders as well, I believe in maybe our A vet class, if I'm not mistaken. So several of our points leaders not getting the start that they needed and having to work their way through the pack. So yeah, several of these riders we've seen in different disciplines. I mean, we've got some top GNCC racers. We've got some riders that we've seen just a couple weeks ago out at Loretta Lynn. So this is another unique thing as well for riders that maybe didn't have the overalls or haven't had the season that they want. This is kind of the time, I feel like post Loretta's is when you start to see riders move up, right? They start to adjust. Maybe they had that super mini and all of a sudden they got a 125, right? Now they're jumping up into the schoolboy class. So you start to see some new names in different classes as well as we slice and dice through the trees on the Fox FPV drone, just trying to hang on with some of our top riders. Clinton Angwin, your overall leader at the moment and leading out of that A-Vet class. But we will continue to watch the front of the women's pro class. There goes O'Neill, and I believe that might have been Rivers Boris that has already started to catch up to the top of the women's pro class. This is something else that we see, that sportsman class, those top riders, some of the top pros, they start to make their way through the pack pretty quick early on in the moto. As that was not a green bike, that was white. I pulled a Johnny Gallagher there, so that was Pickard right behind O'Neill.
Not sure if there's a transponder error, or if maybe the women's pro there, it's saying that O'Neill and Pickard are second and third.
Yeah,
based on screen, I think that is possibly a transponder issue.
Yeah, showing Destiny Artesian out front, but I did not see any other motorcycle there in front. So
if she's out front, she's a long ways out front.
Yeah, she's gone.
She is flying because these three girls are on it here. As Pickard and O'Neill kind of start to break away from the other girls in the class. They kind of got stuck in their own little battle here. Back over to Sky Shot. Got some riders throwing some style off of it. You start getting to these sportsmen, schoolboy, some of these guys with a little bit more skill and experience, this Sky Shot starts to get real fun for them.
Well, and again, we go back to bike setup. You know, that's a big jump, and even when you downside it perfectly, there's a pretty tough landing to it. So if your bike is really set up for some of the softer woods conditions, and you go for a jump like that, you'll feel it. We'll put it like that. We even heard Langenbach talking about he OJ'd that thing on the first time that he went for it. And so, again, bike setup, absolutely crucial. And you got to not only set it up for one thing, but you got to find the blend. As now Matt Hogenthaler starts to get up into the mix physically in this battle. Obviously not in the same class. And he's going to try to make quick work of this and try to not interfere with this battle in class as well. Looks like he makes that pass happen.
Some of the other riders working through the FMF Extreme section here. Not sure, is that a 223? So that's Jeremy Wallstrom in our sportsman class back in the 5th spot. So possibly 3rd, 4th, 5th, somewhere in there. Working through the FMF Extreme section as we check back in on this battle. Do we have a pass for the lead, Zach?
Looks like it, yeah.
So Pickard goes around O'Neill. They're working their way through the back section on the motocross track.
So getting
looks
some
like
word
possibly O'Neill with a problem.
We'll see O'Neill, and again, it may just be something like not quite as comfortable on the moto track. You never know. There's some hot lines there from Pickard. Now, it was just hearing from race control, Destiny Artesian, who we were showing out front leading the way, that was our sleeveless racer.
Hey, here we go.
So we're trying to, we've got our spotters looking, we're paying attention.
She shouldn't be too hard to find.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We're trying to get a location on her to see. We know she is out there racing and circulating the track, but got to find out whether or not she is out front leading the way. Like I said, did not physically see any motorcycles in front of those two ladies early on. Now starting to have a couple of our A vet riders making their way through, but Destiny Artesian doing great, whether she's out front leading the way or not, and certainly feeling a bit cooler while doing it.
I guess so. I mean, I'm going to keep my sleeves on. Yes. The adrenaline must really be pumping for her. As we check back in on that women's pro battle, Pickard kind of made the pass stick here, and now we saw her gain some time on the motocross track, and now we see O'Neill obviously a little bit more comfortable in the woods as she closes back up on the back tire of Pickard.
And they've got Willis closing in on them as well. That's going to start to play into this. That's Kyle Willis, you're seeing in the 8th overall spot. But that can start to play games as well as you start to ride defensively secondhand without even thinking about it while losing focus on the battle in class that you're in the middle of. So we'll see whether or not that can work for one of these riders or the other.
You got to believe once these sportsman guys go by a little bit quicker, might spook you a little bit, something a little off guard. Yep, the pass is made.
Now, how long will she be able to hang on to it? Different lines once again for the two women's pro racers, and they have started to break away from the rest of the class.
Wait for her to come back in the screen here. It looked like Pickard kind of pulled back up alongside her in that split lane, but O'Neill comes through. You see the blue #1 coming through.
Well, and another thing that I know these ladies are really good at as well is picking lines up when they do get past, right? You may have some of these quicker A riders go by, and very quickly you'll almost see some of those riders jump in line behind them and say, okay, I'm going to just follow, see what they're doing. And I think that's exactly what O'Neill did. She kind of followed in a line a bit quicker down the hillside and was able to get right back up to Pickard and make the pass stick as Willis continues to try to find a way around them. These ladies are not holding anyone up by any means. They are absolutely rolling.
I was just about to say that Willis, one of the faster guys on track, and he's been staying the pace with the girls here for at least a half a lap or so. And even right here, you see him make a mistake, and Pickard pulls up to the back of O'Neal, and she pulls kind of away from Willis.
Couldn't quite tell the
That is
numbers.
not Pickard and O'Neal. So Pickard was
that
the
is-
second rider on screen.
That is
so that's
Pickard.
a rider coming up through possibly from the A veteran or the sportsman class, as O'Neal's starting to open it up here. As you see, very respectful from the other riders in the other classes, not really forcing the issue on the girls here.
Yeah, a lot of respect here in a lot of these classes, and especially when you're dealing with some, with a sportsman class, for example, no championship on the line. They do a great job of trying not to interfere with those championship classes. But, this A senior class, this A vet class, there's title on the line. And so you can only be nice for so long. And so we'll start to see whether or not these riders maybe push the issue just a little bit. As dropping back down the hillside, there was the 247. Still waiting and watching to see if we can catch a glimpse of Artesian there. Still showing in the #1 spot, but have not actually made contact with her as far as with the cameras. So we'll continue to watch. Again, maybe a transponder issue, but we'll keep you updated on that. The 31-36 is, let's see, this is a great opportunity for that rider to make a quick pass happen. Looks like they were able to do just that. O'Neal swinging out just a bit wider. Got to think maybe a little bit of a height disadvantage for some of the young ladies. Not quite as easy to be able to plant the foot, pivot the bike, and get up and over those abrupt kind of adjustments made right there. So you can see O'Neal swinging out just a bit wider, really making sure to get a straight angle onto that approach. Now headed back onto the moto track. O'Neal going to catch a little bit of air. Willis going to go wild.
That is not Bruce's son, as he is trying to find a way around O'Neal. He finally gets a way around O'Neal. So that's what you're talking about. O'Neal might hear that bike behind her and think, oh no, that's Pickard right behind me. Yep. When in reality, it was Willis. As we see, was that the banner? That was just the banner. I thought we saw a white flag. It was just the Fox banner flapping in the breeze. As we touch base with the TBT Racing live drone, O'Neal works her way back around the front side of the track. You see the infamous white barn out front. As O'Neal and Pickard, now this is where Pickard is a little bit quicker. She starts to catch back up as we get out onto this moto track.
Well, and you could see right as they jumped back onto that front stretch, O'Neal had grabbed a handful. Pickard, she didn't shut down at all, but she did duck the head, right? Trying to avoid some of that ruse, keep the goggles as clean as she can. And again, that stuff does not feel good. It's like getting sprayed with a paintball gun at, a couple feet away. Now let's see. O'Neal not quite as aggressive on the moto track, it seems like. Pickard able to just charge a bit harder into the corners. Not sure if that's just comfort, bike setup, but you can definitely see Pickard's got a little bit more pace, and if she's not able to get the job done beforehand, watch this step up that we're getting ready to go to, because I don't believe O'Neal did this the last lap. We'll see whether or not she can make it happen this time. She launches it, so she gets the job done this time, and that was a huge thing there for O'Neal. She keeps the gap kind of at bay.
O'Neal's in a better position than she was last lap. Pickard had already made the pass on the moto side of it here. So O'Neal is in a better position as they're about to head back off track into the woods, up and past us, way in the backside of the track. They're going to dip off track here right before Sky Shot and head back towards U2. I'm not even sure if that track's even dirt anymore. Here we go. We have found
Destiny Artesian. How about it? No sleeves, no problems. And I'm waiting to hear from Race Control if we have confirmed that she okay, so talking to Race Control, we do not believe that she is physically out front. So it does sound like maybe a transponder issue, whether it picked her up as she was coming by on the first lap. Not sure what happened there. She is circulating. She's a bit further back on the track, so believe she is not out front, but she is out circulating on the track. We'd love to see it. Good to catch a glimpse there of Destiny doing a great job. More riders making their way through the extreme section. And man, it's crazy how much that lip has started to get chewed out. It might actually start to be a little better, not quite as abrupt.
I was going
of
to
a
say
takeoff.
that. It's almost not even a takeoff.
Yeah.
They've kind of dug a hole into the takeoff of it, and you can just kind of ride through. But eventually that's going to start to get worn out as well. As one of our KTM riders works his way through the FMF Extreme section, going to have to get one of the referees to put that banner back up. It's starting to get a little too easy in there. You can go around that log now.
Yes, won't think it'll be too long before we'll see that thing get put right back into place. Now, I did get a little update on one of our early race leaders in the women's pro class, Addie Harris. I talked about her having some injuries earlier this season. It was a broken tib fib in February. She came back from that, but then she also just broke her collarbone in multiple places just a couple weeks ago at the main state moto event, and is coming back. She's still hurting right now. She's in pain. So we saw that early race intensity, and Addie is someone that I've certainly come to know as an aggressive rider, especially when she's in a good position. So a nice little bit of clarity there, kind of seeing why maybe's just lost touch ever so slightly. It seems like Addie, man, when you get her at 100%, she's absolutely lethal, but it's just a matter of keeping her there. So hopefully Addie going to get healed up and continue to race her way back into 100% as we catch another glimpse of Destiny Artegian there making her way through.
We couldn't find her earlier. Now we can't get rid of her.
There she is. All right, headed into that FMF Extreme section, shaking the arms out ever so slightly.
Probably trying to get some blood flow back. They're probably freezing.
Taking a little look back and allowing some other riders around. Let's see. And
this is where it gets tough. One of those smaller riders is not able to totally get to the ground once she loses her balance.
Almost a bit surprising to take this line when you got to think this might have been a requirement in previous laps. She's going to run to that far right-hand side, but so Destiny, and I mean, honestly, for things going wrong, she couldn't do it better. Jumped right off, didn't waste time, didn't risk it, and just try to go for it. She said, I'm going to hop off the bike, walk this thing over, and get right back to work.
Yeah, there was no panic there. She kept her composure, did what she needed to do, get over the obstacle, and keep moving. As we check back in with, I believe we're with Addie now, correct?
So this is Addie Harris. Like we said, huge leg injury early on in the year. Had to come back and then just recently broke her collarbone. Had to have surgery on that one as well. And as someone that's been there, done that, that's a tough one. You never realize how heavy your head is until you break that collarbone. So it's definitely difficult and certainly not something that I would be wanting to race with. But she's tough as nails, and she's going to work right now, still maintaining a good position.
Probably got to believe she's feeling every bump and hole here.
Yeah.
You know, for 30 minutes, she's going to do that twice. Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then she's going to have to turn around and do it again tomorrow. As we're looking back with Kayla O'Neill here. Number 1 on the front number plate, looking like she's going to be able to hold on to that thing. Possibly. Did I see?
What's that?
Did I see Pickard in front of her? I saw the ponytail hanging out the back of the helmet.
It is possible, and yes, it does look like
we had a lead change.
Pickard has made the pass happen. So Mallory, like we said, fired up here. You could see the urgency right off the jump. She was going and going to work. Let's see. And she's blasting the whole sky shot as well. So this could be a big moment right here. We talked about Pickard maybe having just a little more pace on the moto track, but she was behind O'Neill. Now she's got clear track in front of her. What's she going to be able to do with it? Essentially, before they jump back off into the woods, they're going to do almost 85–90% of this pro motocross track. So she's going to have a great opportunity to put a little bit of time between herself and O'Neill, and that could potentially make the difference.
This is definitely danger zone for O'Neill. She's going to have to stay as close as possible.
Not sure if we saw a white flag or not. And how about it? O'Neill says...
right when you write her off, she says, I can moto.
And it is the final lap. So the white flag was out when they came through that Yamaha finish line as well. So O'Neill ramping up the urgency as well. Once again, another rider looks like in a different class getting up into the mix. And O'Neill, man, if she could just go a mile or two faster an hour and get those downsides, it would help her so much. I think that's a big part of why we're seeing Pickard able to stretch things out, is even that simple little step down headed into gravity cavity, getting that clean downside is so much more efficient than kind of bouncing off the top. So Pickard doing a great job. And you know Pickard thinks this is O'Neal behind her right now.
I was just going to say that you can see the urgency in her body language as she's trying to get in and out of these corners. She's making little mistakes, so she's trying to get on the gas so soon. It's helping her. It's pushing her so far ahead right now. It's honestly pretty cool to see. She's probably going to be relieved when this rider finally gets by and realizes that she just opened up probably 5 or 6 seconds before they head into the woods, and she's pushing it so hard that this guy can't get by her.
Moves right over to the right-hand side of the track, continues to protect the inside as they get ready to dip back off in the woods. And meanwhile, look at what she's been able to do. Look at how much time she's been able to open up before they jump back off into the woods. So Pickard will not be denied. Doesn't care what class you're in. You want the position from her, you're going to have to take it. The 736 going to work right now.
This might be the best case scenario for her. It's uncomfortable, but it's helping her really stretch this thing out.
Well, and you hear it from time to time as well, getting that toe, getting that pace toe as well. As now she's got 2 different riders, and I don't think it's rude to say maybe a bit quicker, a bit higher of a pace late in this moto. But if she can get one in front of her, she can almost pace off of them. Just follow their lines, figure out what they're doing. Got to think in some of these sections where they've got the real tight turnaround, she's going to be able to catch a glimpse of Kayla O'Neal when she comes by and realize, oh, wait a second, that's not who's right behind me. Relax a little bit, be a little bit more open to taking some of those different lines, and that could continue to help her stretch this lead out. So final lap of racing here in Moto number 4, Women's Pro.
You hear them talk about it in the pros all the time where you want to break the other guy.
Yep.
She's inadvertently right now on the verge of probably breaking O'Neal. O'Neal, the points leader, maybe looking at this like, hey, I just don't have her in this one for whatever reason. She was able to get away from me. I'm just going to mail it in as we watch the Power Sports Utica camera here. Shout out to Max and the boys, like you talked about earlier, one of our local dealerships. I know Max and his family pretty well. They do a good job over there. They sell, if it's got 2 wheels, they're selling it. Harley Davidsons, Cowies. They sell a lot of 4-wheelers, some of those off-brand pit bikes. They sell some of that over there. As we got Pickard on screen. And yeah, this is starting to be untouchable from where you're looking at O'Neal. She has some time to work with. Obviously, anything can happen out here.
Got to give a shout out. Bodie Sears leading the way out of our schoolboy class. Clinton Angwin has taken over the #1 ride in A Vet. And I believe it is still Andy Mateo leads the way out of the A senior class.
Checking in on the Fox FPV drone. This is really make or break it for O'Neal as the drone makes the pass. Pickard comes back around now. So O'Neal's going to have to get close and put a little pressure on. It looked like she had got around one of the riders that was in front of her. So now she's got clear track to try and get up to her, and we'll see how it unfolds here. We got to believe about a half a lap to go, maybe a little bit less. Like you said, the white flag is out.
Yeah, we're kind of entering the stronger section of the course for O'Neal, so got to think she knows it as she's now within a couple of bike lengths, goes way outside, and again, got to think maybe this other rider could get into the mix as this as well. She wants to go way wide. She maybe has to cut it in just a little bit more and not open the door for that other rider to try to make a pass happen. Meanwhile, she is definitely pushing the pace and trying to get back up to the rear wheel of Mallory Pickard.
They snake their way through the tree line. She starts to inch closer and closer. You've got to believe from what we've seen unfold in this moto, she's going to have to get there before they get back onto the track and hit Sky Shot. As we wait for him to come back down into view off this little off-camber hill.
And this is where we saw Pickard make a pass earlier against O'Neal, dropping down that inside line right there. And this time O'Neal has picked up on it as well. Like I said, Kayla really good at adapting and changing lines throughout the race when she sees something working better. And she is now back within 1 to 2 bike lanes. This is wide open coming down to the final quarter of a lap into the extreme section. This could be the race right here. Pickard going to go to the left-hand side. O'Neal going to try the far right-hand side. They're through the tires clean. Both going to swing out wide. Really clean for both of them through that section.
Both riders able to slow them. You got to slow yourself down when you get into that FMF Extreme section. Both riders able to do that really well as they race back into the woods section. And O'Neill is close enough, but here is the big problem.
Yep, Pickard.
We are back onto the moto track, coming to the sky shot, and Pickard up and over sky shot. O'Neill elected not to jump it, and that is going to be the nail in the coffin here in moto number 1.
How about it up the hillside one more time? She's got the Yamaha finish line in sight. O'Neill doing a great job, taking it all the way down to the wire. But it will be Mallory Pickard getting the job done in Moto 1 of your women's pro class. What a race. Coming all the way down to the line. Kayla O'Neill doing a great job of keeping herself in the fight.
As usual, good sportsmanship from everybody on site.
Smiles for miles there, already doing a race breakdown, chatting about what happened. And we're going to get Mallory on the headset here just as quick as we can. Get to chat with her about her moto win here from race number 4. Meanwhile, race number 5, Pro-Am 125, B250, B Open, B200, and B Open Electric. You should be on the starting line, and if you're not, you need to start heading that way. Race number 5 going to be coming up here in just a couple of minutes. But we are watching the rest of the field climb their way up to the top side of the moto track. Look at that, Rivers Morris. I don't think the front tire touched that dirt the whole hillside. Rivers, that was impressive. Little wild out wheelie boy status there for him. As things starting to develop, a little bit of personality starting to show here on this Unadilla motocross track. And we are going to try to grab a word with your Women's Pro winner here in just a minute. Flying back over to the big sky shot. Again, it's one of those ones, it's big, don't get me wrong, but it is certainly certainly not as massive as some people might think, but certainly was not a problem for your Women's Pro winner. Mallory, can you hear us?
I can.
Mallory, fantastic race. That was so entertaining for us. I know it was probably brutal for you, though. It seemed like you and Kayla both had your strong sides of the track.
Definitely, yeah. She was skating every time in the moto. I'm in the woods, and then I'd have maybe 5 seconds, and I'd close it back on the moto. It was just like cat and mouse the whole time.
And we caught a really good line for you in the woods when you made that pass back on Kayla early on in the race. Where you may not even realize it. You guys do this stuff so quick. I know it's split-second decisions, but you dropped down on the hillside. Were you really trying to focus on keeping as close as you could in the woods, and then knew when you hit the moto track that was your time to shine?
Yeah, I was every time she was a little bit ahead in the woods, I was if I could get by her and keep her behind me, then maybe I could pull a little gap on the woods. I'm in the moto. That was my plan. It didn't work the best because she still just closed back up on the last lap, but I was able to get it done.
Hey, it took it down to the wire, and that's why we got 2 motos here at JDay. Well, you got the job done here in Moto 1. Who do you want to thank for grabbing the win?
My mom and dad, my sister, Paul, Seth, Monty Motorsports, Scott, 139 Designs, FXR, and everyone else.
All right, last thing for you, Mallory. Hitting the sky shot, what's that like?
A lot easier than I anticipated. It was the first time I've done it, and I figured it would be really high, but it just felt honestly like a normal jump.
So we're going to be throwing some massive whips in Moto 2, right?
Yeah, we'll try that.
I love it. I love it. Well, congratulations. We'll see you back here in Moto 2.
Thank you. All
right, that is Mallory Pickard, your Women's Pro Moto 1 winner here from race number 4. What a battle it was. As we get ready to take a look at that MX Trophies race recap, and are actually going to look at our Pro Taper top finishes over as well. Once again, still having some transponder issues. Destiny did a great job, but she was not your winner. It was Mallory Pickard, who's shown in the 3rd place spot there. So, yeah, it was Mallory Pickard grabbing the win. Kayla O'Neill in the 2nd place spot. Lined up side by side by side. Big shout out to Addie Harris. We know battling through some injuries. She was up front and mighty feisty early on, fighting through the pain. On the back wheel, the big 111 was going for it into turn number 1. But, Josh, this was a perfect example of what we talk about with JDay. Certain riders stronger in certain spots on the course, and it makes for great racing action here on Racer TV.
That was what I was excited to see when, like we were talking, I'm a first-timer here at JDay, and I would just love to see you got one discipline that suits one rider, one discipline that suits the other, and then the way that they develop these tracks, it just becomes a mesh. And by the time it's done, they're right there on the same, like you can see, they're in the same shot here, pretty much on the same second as far as finishing times. Obviously, Pickard was able to open it up a little bit there as they went to the Yamaha finish line. But for, what do we got, a 30-minute moto, and you finish 3 seconds apart from each other? You can't ask for any more than that.
No doubt about it. So there it was, race number 4. Once again, race number 5, the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class, B250, B Open, B200, and B Open Electric. You should be on the starting line. We're going to grab a quick commercial break, and we will be right back with more Fox JDay Offroad Racing right after this.
Red Line Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me. Proven by me. Proven by me. Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. Perfect timing here as we get things off and rolling with our next race, race number 5, our Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class here from the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix. Pro-Am 125 going to be row number 1, B250 coming up next, row number 2, B Open and B200 row 3, and then our B Open Electric class going to be on row number 4. That's going to be a fun one. Justin Coquinos, the man to beat in that 125 class, and he is Moto Tassinari equipped. Give you a little more information on that here coming up. Cool stuff going on over there from them. That is Trevor Harris right back to the line. He just did 30. He's getting ready to do 30 more. We've been talking about how tough his sister is. She's racing in. He had to do something, you know what I mean?
Trying to look good in the family tree,
do
you know?
He can, man. Yes, it's tough out there for him.
You go to Christmas, the aunt and uncles only want to talk about her.
He's way up on the inside. Going to have to get a good jump on this one. Better than I could have done.
Yeah, he hit the old electric start there, and he took right off on him. So he's up in top 10
at least. Yeah,
absolutely.
The B250, great turnout here for the 250B class. Carving their way around turns 1. Would you call this turn 2, or would you call that 2 turns?
It's a technicality. Yeah, I say turn 2.
Into
Other
the split lanes
will
we
say
go.
different.
Yep.
As we hear the sweet sound of two-stroke going by the booth up here.
Oh, one rider getting a big kick headed down into gravity cavity.
That is not the place you want to be going down sideways.
No, that is.
I'd love to have a heart rate monitor on her right now.
Oh, yeah, that was definitely a little close. B Open, B200 sharing a row on this one, row number 3.
Fox flag is up. So are the legs up on the Kickstarters. And they are off. A couple riders having to kick a couple more times. We got a black bike into the first turn. I believe that was a Yamaha.
You talk about the Kickstarter. I wish we could have caught it. Justin Kokinos has one of the most unique.
Big old crash.
One of the most unique starting techniques for a dead engine start I've ever seen. It's literally the 1-2. He starts it in neutral, kicks it, and then kicks the shifter down into first. And I mean, it is lightning fast, boom, boom. And he almost is always out front off the line. And I've seen a couple other riders try to adapt that style as well. So Justin Kokinos.
Sounds like you're going to have to work on your balance if you wanted to run that one. If you're going to
That's
have.
kind of what I've always thought. I'm like, I don't understand how he does it, but that's why he's the man to beat. And we are talking about him as off and rolling here. Moto number 5, the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class, our featured class, B250, B Open, and B200 going to be going to work. And there is Justin Kokinos well out front. Now that is Colton McQuarrie on the number 34. He has been on a roll this season. Wrapped up his GNCC championship at Snowshoe before we ever went to summer break. He's gotten a couple of state motocross titles. Been to some Blue Crew Invitationals, and now he is right back here. Another rider I'm glad to see back with us is Ryan Amancio. He had a fantastic ride a couple of rounds ago, and then one of the gnarliest crashes I have seen at Southwick, climbing back up the hillside. It was a big get-off for him. Glad to see him back out here with us. And then there is the 444. 4 for 4 like a Wendy's combo, but the bike is a big number 1 on it. He's your champ from last year, and he is well out front in the points. Justin Kokinos got a good buddy of mine, Matt Silver, spinning the wrenches for him this weekend, and he is fired up. Taking a look, B200, it is Zach Johnson, 2 points out front over Zach Blanco. And I hate to say it, I spell mine like Blanco, so I'm pulling for him. He's 2 points behind. Come on, you got to do it for the ZACs, baby.
I don't know if we could choose favorites up here in the booth, Zach. That might be a gray area.
I'll be waiting on a phone call from the refs. Yep,
he's claiming it.
That last H, man, I'm not about it. All right, here we go. B250, Bobby Betancourt.
You thought the other one was close.
Wow, Joshua Bond's 1 point behind in this B250 class. So some of the tightest points battles that we've seen in any of our classes, all out on track at the same time. Kendall Connolly only 3 points ahead of Matt Gray for that final spot on the podium in the championship of B250 as well. So we're going to have to pay close attention to this. Now, I did notice Colton McQuarrie was not even in the points in that Pro-Am 125 class. So this is solely for pleasure and the love of the game. And he's out front making a point and maybe giving a little warning shot to these boys saying, you guys better hope I don't commit to this full season in this class next year. Be open. Joseph Werner just not quite as close, but still relatively close, especially going into a doubleheader weekend over Joel Emberly. So that's going to be a fun one to watch as well. Ancio getting a pretty big kick right there. You can start to see, like we talked about, things getting dug out right before that concrete block, going to make it more and more difficult to be able to get up and over McQuarrie, Amancio, and there is Kokinos. Now, don't forget, Justin Kokinos doing double duty. Not only is he in the points lead well out front in advance in this 125 class, but he is in the mix in our A class as well, our big pro class, and he actually got the win in both of these classes out at Southwick.
When I was here, I saw it in person. I follow the Northeast Moto pretty closely.
Yep.
I know Kokinos was here for the National. I'm sure he's got that in the back of his mind. Keep that in the back pocket. I know the track's going to develop a little bit differently, not going to run the whole circuit, but he probably feels pretty comfortable right now as he just rode this recently within the last month.
No doubt about it. Well, hey, let's take a look at the start replays here. We'll keep an eye on it. This is row number 2. The Redline Oils Rapid Replay was the 886 leading them in on that. I believe you're right. I believe it was a black Yamaha. Got that thing all darkened out. Going to be hard to see him coming in the shadows, no doubt about it.
That's right. He's hiding in the trees right now as we had that one rider go down in allegedly turn number 2.
Yep.
He was able to get back up and going, and it looks like we got a battle for the lead here in 125 Pro.
Yep, so Ryan Amancio is closing in on Colton McQuarrie. Both of these riders standouts in the GNCC series. Amancio's been in battles for the YXC1 titles. I believe he's in one of the A classes as well now. And like I said, had a really big get-off out at Southwick. He was running well up front, really good performance. And, man, when it bit him hard. Glad to see him just back out with us at all, let alone at the pace he is. A table for 2, no, make that a table for 3. We got a party at the front of the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class, and you can see the drive that Coquinos was able to get up the hillside. He went outside, carried that momentum. But another cool bit of information I was given headed into this race, Justin Coquinos, he's V-Force equipped, okay? Moto Tassinari, he's actually got a prototype V-Force 4X. It's a brand new Endurex reed heddle that Moto Tassinari's been working on. It's going to be continued to develop and then going to be coming available to the public here soon. But Justin working very closely with them. And as you can see, he's got that 125 barking right now. Moto Tassinari going to work, not only helping us in this class, but helping Coquinos try to back up a title. But Colton McQuarrie, he's had an All-American summer, if you ask me. Wrapped the title up in June out at the GNCCs. Got permission from the Ampro Yamaha team to go do some motocross racing. Grabbed, I believe, a main state title. I saw him at Budds Creek for the Blue Crew Invitational. He was the only kid that went out and played in the mud, very similar to Deegan at the National. And then he's right back here at JDay, going to work and out front here in this 125 Pro class.
It's something to be said if you can go from discipline to discipline in different areas of the country and just continue to stamp your name up at the top of the list here, as he's already, like you said, he's up front in this one. He's already claimed some titles throughout the rest of the country. Now he's coming up here to the Northeast and really putting it to Coquinos, who's the guys to beat right now.
Yep.
And he's got him and a rider in front of him.
Yeah, Moncio doing a good job, and not quite in the points battle like we said. He's had some bad luck, had some crashes, and I believe had some bike issues early in the season as well. But Amancio, really fun to talk to, very well-spoken, has done all kinds of, done social media, talks a lot about his sponsors, who's helping him out, and he's got a great crew around him as well. I would assume this is probably not the first time that Amancio and McQuarrie have matched up against each other, and the Coquinos, a little bit more the elder, and again, got to think management going to be in the vocabulary of Coquinos this weekend, at least in this class. Not only managing points, but managing effort as well. If you're going to put all of your intensity into something, got to think it's a bit more going to be into that pro class, because he is in the mix. Coquinos in the 4th spot overall and is only 11, 12 points or so back. Again, if you guys want to follow along live time in the scoring, you want to learn more about these riders, where they've been and how they've done, scan the QR code on your screen. That Verb Moto Prospect app, partnering up with our friends at Stoke Media, that has been fantastic. We had so much information we were able to deliver last weekend at the New York State Championship. We used it all week long out at Loretta Lynn's. And again, like I said, just when you think you know everything the app can do, they expand it. They embrace now the off-road racing community as well. As I thought we were running smack into that tree. I was already preparing for it. Great job, Ian, and the Fox FPV drone. But, yeah, seriously, I know we've talked about it. We're going to continue to pump it up because it is worth it. That app, free to download. That's probably a good point to bring up as well. If it's free, it's for me. And
hey, I know who you stole that from.
Hey, I love that. I love that. And so that's my favorite price. And you guys can download it. Apple, Android, whatever you got, get it downloaded.
You can probably spend your whole lunch break, based on what you're saying, just following McQuarrie around, looking at his results and everywhere he's been this summer.
I'm telling you, yeah, he's a man on a mission. 2-stroke, 4-stroke. He's able to do it pretty much all around. But
that was a hot line.
Amancio has been on fire here the tail end of this season. Glad to see he's recovered and back in race shape. I'm very curious to see where not the fitness level, but how long he's going to be able to keep this intensity up. They're also going to start to work their way into some lap traffic here before long. We saw a big turnout in that B250 class, so got to think that may start to bring the race back to Justin Coquinos as we get ready to throw some style. I'm not even watching the screen. I'm looking out of the tent. I love it. Launching it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Zach, the sun is out and the fans are out now, too. We're starting to fill up the bleachers and the fence line over there on the Sky Shot, like you said earlier. As some of these bigger classes come out to the track, that's where everybody's going to go to watch. And now if you're watching on TV, you got a good view here, because Amancio is trying to find a way around our leader here.
Yeah, he is all over the back end. The KTM had a great job. He takes a little look back, kind of ducking underneath the
so that's a local line. I know we don't race that much here, but that swing wide, you saw him take a look back. He wanted to see how close Coquinos was. He didn't want to leave that inside open, and now he can look back and see Coquinos.
What a move from Justin Coquinos. That was a great run. We'll see if maybe we can get a replay of that. He was able to double up that hillside, carry a ton of momentum, and it's like somebody put the pit board out, time to go for the 444. He said, enough's enough. I'm tired of it. You know what it probably was? He got hit by a rock. And he said, you know what, I'm sick of this. I got to make something happen here. So he's got one. Now he is all over the back of Colton McQuarrie. So Justin Kokinos has said enough is enough. I'm the points leader, and I'm going to show you why. Up the inside and makes the pass happen. Justin Kokinos now out front leading the way in the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125. And guess what? He's V-Force equipped.
Like you said, he kind of bought his time back there. He was letting it play out up front. And then as soon as Amanzio started to make a move for the lead, Kokinos decided it was time to go. As they work their way along the backside of the moto track, up and along the big uphill out back, they'll barely get over that double head to the top of the hill. Obviously those 125s just stretching, ringing it out, everything they can get out of it. As Kokinos leads them into the grass section and into the woods.
And McQuarrie, no breathing room at all, right back to having Amancio. Now it sounds like we've got a replay. Watch Justin Kokinos. He's on the right-hand side, or the left-hand side, excuse me, of the track. Going to go up the inside and find a way to kind of double up the hillside just after they go underneath the bridge. And that set him up so well. Kind of launches, preloads off of that roller, jumps up to the top of the hillside, cuts across to the outside, slams the door on Amancio. And shout out McQuarrie throwing a big one there outside of Gravity Cavity. And you can see he wanted to try to make the move up the inside of that next corner as well. He wanted to get one in each corner. Took him another corner or two, but he gets the job done. And now we'll see whether or not Kokinos puts a burner lap in. Maybe wants to get the heart rate up, get the lactic acid flowing, kind of get things really warmed up. And then we'll see how much effort he's going to put out on the management side. Big shout out to our friends at Power Sports Utica for getting us taken care of here this weekend. And taking care of business is the top three in your Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. They're still about a bike length apart between the gap from 1 to 2 and 2 to 3.
Yeah, McQuarrie and Amanzio really kind of tagging on to the back of Kokinos. You see him through here, as I was just about to say, they're following his lines, and they proved me wrong immediately. As McQuarrie takes a different line, Amanzio is following him. Kind of feels like they're all taking a little bit of a breather right now before we go back to battle. As Amanzio maybe not riding as much, like you were saying, he's coming back from injury. Starting to lose a little bit of touch with him, but he's still there. As we let some of our other riders work through, you see the 48 come rolling through. Still got Colton Selby on live timing, leading what I would assume to be Brother Gage in the B class Pro A125. That live timing is all sorts of mixed up. I would not go off of that. B200 showing Jacob DeZotto out front. B250, Alec Gray leading Jackson Freeman and Bobby Betancourt. So don't forget about the point standings there. Betancourt only had a 1-point lead. And B. Oltman back, like I said, Selby and Selby. And there you see the Pro A125. That live time is all sorts of messed up.
So we know that it is Justin Kokinos out front. We know it is Colton McQuarrie in the second place spot and Ryan Amancio in third in that Pro-Am 125 class. Going to continue to watch as, again, certain sections of the track already starting to show a bit of wear and tear. Got to think won't be too long. We'll start to see Amancio was already doing it. He was searching, almost making a point to go anywhere that those leaders did not. And just like we said, somebody's already picked that stake back up, made it very clear how far you're allowed to go out to the side.
That was too easy. Oh, as we run into the back of a rider here with the Fox FPV drone. This guy's thinking, I didn't know there was any e-bikes in this class.
Back into what was the grass track, now just kind of the flat track area.
Some of our older fans, people watching at home, some people on site will remember back in the day they used to let the national track just overgrow.
Oh, yeah.
And they would run it on grass, and the grass would kind of work its way into the dirt. That's what you're seeing out back there is what used to be the grass section. Like you said, everything pretty much covered in dirt now.
So the FPV drone hanging on to the Suzuki. And now jumping back on board of the TBT Racing live drone through the Yamaha finish line. And just like we said, starting to close in on lap traffic. So we'll see whether that works in favor of Coquinos or if it closes McQuarrie and Amancio back up to them. Let's see. That line right there might have made the difference for Justin Coquinos. Be curious to see whether or not McQuarrie or Amancio can pick up on that, as Amancio had to make a quick move around that lap rider. That was clean.
Yeah.
It was within the track markers, but it was aggressive. He said, I need to get it now.
Yeah, he thread the needle there. He did not want to get stuck behind him, dropping into gravity cavity. The urgency, Amancio knows he can't really lose touch with these lead group any longer, as Coquinos works his way around the infamous apple tree.
I'll tell you what else I'm seeing a lot of out of the 444 is outsides, right? He got the pass, got the gap, a couple of bike lanes, and now you're seeing him really widen this track out. Momentum so important on these 125s. I'll be curious to see if he goes outside again before he gets ready to head back up the hillside.
You got to believe, testing for Moto Tassinari, he spends a lot of time on this bike. He knows how to keep his momentum up. He knows what works, what doesn't work. It's a lot easier to ride a 450 on this track than it is a 125. A 125, you got to make an effort to keep the momentum up, keep it in the right power band as they jump up over the lead double here into the far side of the track, head back to the old amateur track, the old U2 days, as we see some fans getting up close and personal. They hiked all the way out there.
I'm trying to see if that other KTM behind Amancio is one of our lead riders. There was another KTM. He was either trying to jump in behind them and run that pace, or fourth place is up in the mix now as well. Like we said, timing and scoring a little jumbled up. Watch right there at the bottom of your screen.
What's that guy? 348 maybe?
I wonder if it's 347. I know Evan Smith had raced this class some early on in the season, and I believe actually won this class at one point early on in the year, but I'm not seeing Evan on the
oh, here he is.
There he is. Yeah, so
that's
that would
him.
make sense. Evan Smith, a former top GNCC racer, stepped away from full-time GNCC racing and has been a big part of this JDay season here in 2026, not committing to the full season, but when he's here, you know it, and it's showing right now as he's closed up to this top three battle and is now right behind Ryan Amancio. So yes, Evan Smith on the charge.
So he is here. He showed up a little bit late, but he's here, Zach, and he's ready to make some noise. As I gotta believe, I don't have an actual time. We gotta be about 15 to 20 minutes into this one, I think, maybe a little bit longer, so he's got some time to work with here.
Yeah, probably getting at least on the second half of that 30-minute moto, and how about it, makes the move up the inside. Amancio had to hit the brakes. Smith grabbing the 125 win at round one and second at round two, so he's got the pace and he's got the fitness. Now let's see if he's got what it takes to run down McQuarrie and potentially give a fight to your leader, Justin Coquinos, as once again, Amancio just not hung up a big time, but a half a second or so having to check up with a lap rider, and it cost him just a little bit. So Smith,
Amancio almost gets into the tree there.
You start to see the overriding after that. A rider tries to add, tries to make up time after he knows he lost some, and sometimes it ends up biting him even harder. We call that the quicksand effect.
We've seen a lot of good heads-up riding from Amancio.
Yes.
I mean, when Coquinos went by him, and when now this most recent pass, both times the front could have got chopped out from underneath him if he wasn't ready to lock the brakes up. As now we see Coquinos works his way through all the lappers.
And a
heavy group, and now that's going to allow McQuarrie to pull right up behind him.
How about it? So the 34 was starting to lose touch ever so slightly with Coquinos, and now he is right back to the rear wheel.
And you wonder, once you get into this lap traffic, Coquinos kind of parted the seas for him, and that allowed McQuarrie to come right up behind him. And I will see how Evan Smith did getting through those lappers. He was clearly, I don't have live timing in front of me as far as lap times go, but I gotta believe he was fastest on track the way he was catching up to these guys. We'll see if he was able to follow through the lap traffic as they're way out in the back part of the facility, working their way over towards Sky Shot.
Well, and like we said, Evan Smith, a veteran of the field, been at the top level of the XC1 class and GNCCs, and a tall, lanky, light rider on this 125, going to be very able to kind of throw this thing around and put the bike where he wants it. But going to be very difficult. Is
that
I think Amancio got back around him.
I was going to say, Amancio, I recognize that jersey he was wearing. Now, Coquino has some problems in the FMF Extreme section.
1, 2, 3, and 4, all wheel to wheel to wheel to wheel. McQuarrie using the lap rider as a berm right there. Says, sorry, man, I have got to go.
They might be closer now than they were on the start line.
This is great racing here at the top of the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. Justin Coquinos, your 2025 champion, trying to back it up here in 2026. And again, just like you said earlier, Josh, Coquinos racing the Unadilla Pro National on his 450, having solid results out here, but that experience, those moto race lines that he was able to pick up on just a couple of weeks ago might be getting put to use as once again they funnel to the inside of the Yamaha finish line. I couldn't tell. I didn't see a white flag.
I don't think I saw one, but this is a tough spot for McQuarrie to be in. He's trying to go after Coquinos, but he doesn't want to leave the inside open because now Amancio has found some late race pace as he's going to try and go. Good riding from. Oh, and now questionable. I don't even.
I didn't see any track markers.
There's no track markers, and it's going to let him pull up alongside of him.
Not our department, but call it like we see it. Amancio getting creative out there. A white flag was out, just got confirmed. So this is the final lap, and your top 4 here in the 125 class are wheel to wheel. Now, all 3 of them checked up on that double.
Amancio to the inside. McQuarrie able to shut the door. So now this is where things get really interesting. Some of these lappers are able to get out of the way, but up here you got Coquinos in the banners now as they're trying to race each other and get around lap traffic.
This is chaos here at the front of the moto. The lappers playing such a huge role, cannot get out of the way quick enough. Coquinos, McQuarrie, and Amancio. Coquinos to the outside. Amancio going to follow him. McQuarrie tries to keep it tight, but funnels over to the left-hand side of the track to protect the race line. Again, a bike link between your top 3. Evan Smith actually losing touch just a little bit. Smith definitely a bit stronger in the woods, so we'll see whether or not this next 2/4 of a lap or so work out for him.
And there's the pass by Amancio as they come into the woods section.
Such a great move, and you got to think Amancio set that up, went from the inside earlier and then cut back to the left-hand side of the track.
So the pace Amancio had, he's working on running down Coquinos now.
And this is what we saw at Southwick early on before Amancio ended up having the crash. He wasn't just in the mix, he was in the fight and was bringing the race to Justin Coquinos. Again, you've got to ask, how hard is Justin Coquinos going to push? Amancio not in the points, and Coquinos in the afternoon pro race as well. Amancio's fired up. He saw that white flag and started seeing red. He is going for it and going for the win.
He kind of lulled me to sleep up here. He was just rolling around back there in third. He wasn't going slow by any means, but he wasn't really pushing that hard. And then he flipped the switch here in the last lap and a half or so.
Such a tough spot for Coquinos as well, kind of being that initial rider. We just saw he's got 5 or 6 lap riders right in front of him. You thought it was hard to get around him in the moto section of this track. Imagine trying to do it here in the woods.
Yeah, he's one wrong decision away. If he goes to the right side of a tree and the lapper goes with him and Amancio goes to the left side, that's really all it's going to take. They're so close right now.
Once again, Moto Tassinari, the title sponsor of this weekend as well as this class all year long, and it is the 444 of Justin Coquinos using his Moto Tassinari V-Force 4X reed pedals, putting them to good use right now, getting some quality testing for the guys over at Moto Tassinari, showing exactly what these things are capable of. Man, Amancio, he can't decide offense or defense. Just when he tries to make a pass, he's got company from McQuarrie, who is not giving up at all.
Well, don't look now, but the 347 was starting to squeeze up behind McQuarrie.
No, he didn't make that pass happen, so it looked for a second like Evan Smith had actually gotten around McQuarrie as well. And now he finds himself getting caught up behind some lap traffic.
This is wild view from the Fox FPV drone. You're seeing them, the lead group, bobbing and weaving left and right of the lappers and the trees. Just the lappers, once 1 or 2 of them gets by and they don't know the rest of them are there.
Yeah, kind of a 2-rider breakaway now. Amancio and Coquinos have a couple of bike lanes from McQuarrie and Smith. So we'll see what Amancio can do here. Amancio got to be feeling better. The intensity's there. He's up on the pegs late into this moto. You know the heart rate's got to be sky high, so he is definitely back to feeling like the racing Ryan Amancio that we know.
As he continues to search.
Here we go. They'll jump back into view here in just a second. Maybe some fans trying to pick up on some race lines. So we will watch, and I'm also watching. There's about 1, 2, and then there they are. So maybe 2 to 3 different lap riders just in front of them. Now you see McQuarrie.
I believe the pass was made for third.
Did we, I was going to say,
I think he came through ahead of, I think, yes. So Smith got McQuarrie. Yep. And we'll see. There's a little bit of time left. The pace that Smith has, if he gets a cleared track, which obviously he's not going to get here. We'll see how the lappers unfold. He could find himself up into the second position as Coquinos makes a little mistake on the log.
Yeah, you saw Justin plant the foot, try to pivot the Yamaha as quickly as he could, and Smith is right back there to them. So this is once again a 3-rider fight at the top of the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125. They are less than a bike length apart. As McQuarrie tries to join back into the party, final few sections of racetrack, skying it up and over the sky shot. 3 riders in the air at the same time, coming down to the final few sections of racetrack. Lap traffic just in front of Justin Coquinos isn't going to play a role. They've got to funnel in to the entrance of that Yamaha finish line. Coquinos is going to be able to put a rider or 2 between them. And that's going to do it.
Smith not able to thread the needle.
How about it? The 444 of Justin Coquinos going to get the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 Moto win. Ryan Amancio right behind him, and Evan Smith going to finish up in the number 3 spot. What a race.
They gave us nonstop. That was 30 minutes of nonstop action. The Moto Tassinari Pro 125 class putting on a show here. Really 4 riders for 30 minutes that could have taken the moto win there. But Coquinos was able to do the dirty work and hold on to it.
Man, that was a brawl, and got to think that quick pass there from Coquinos in a couple of corners, getting out front made all the difference. But, I mean, there was, at any given moment, all 4 of those riders looked like they were going to be able to take the win at any given point. Such a great start from McQuarrie as well. Just ever so slightly fell off the pace there, that final half a lap or so, but I'm eating my words. Justin Coquinos, I thought maybe we were going to pace it a little bit, maybe take it easy. Justin, I hear you there, man. I guess that wasn't part of the game plan. What a race. Take us through it.
Yeah, I was hoping for an easy race, like you said, but then I can't not go out and try. Those guys were ripping, and I'm going for the overall. You know, like if there wasn't 4 of us ripping, I probably would have let Colton win or Ryan win, whatever. But if I needed to go.
Yeah,
the racer in me said I got to go.
One mistake, and you could have gone from first to off of the podium. So yeah. I completely understand. Now, we were talking about it, obviously, just a couple of weeks ago. You lined up here at the Pro National. Saw a couple of really smooth lines that you had on the motocross track. Yeah. Were those kind of ones you had in your back pocket after a few weeks ago?
Yes and no. I mean, just trying to open the track up as much as I can, keep the momentum rolling, especially on the 125. Yes, I was just racing the National out here, but it's a lot different. You know, a lot deeper for the National, a lot more peaky, everything. And so, yeah, I mean, yes, I knew the track a little bit more than them, but it's a little different out here today.
Now racing this course, obviously you're here on the 125. We're running, I'm assuming, the 450 in that Pro Moto later. Do you think there's going to be some stark differences as far as the lines that you're going to be able to use in those different classes, where you're taking some notes and things that maybe you couldn't work in as well on the 125 that you could use the 450 for?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just that step down after gravity cavity, trying the outside line, because on this thing right now, I'm not making it on that. It'll be a long bounce to the bottom. But trying that outside line before, trying to get used to that so I can sit into that thing on the 450 and get all the way over it. But that's really about it. Other than that, for the most part, the same lines. Just try to keep momentum rolling. It's slippery out here, so the more momentum, the better.
Hey, I love it, man. Well, I know you got my buddy Matt Silva spinning the wrenches for you. Try to keep him under control. But who else you want to give a big thanks to, man? That was a great race.
Yeah, my mom, my dad, my sister. Blast Out Power Sports and Pro Yamaha. FXR 60, Factory Connection, Chris Canning, Redline Oil, P3 Carbon, Dirt Care, everyone else. Thank you.
There it is, folks. Justin Kokinos. No easy races here at JDay. A huge congratulations after a great first moto in that Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. I mean, I'm out of breath. I didn't even race the thing. Let's get ready to take a look at that MX Trophies race recap. So much action going on at the front of the field. Didn't really get to cover the rest of the classes. We had some great battles going on in B250, B Open, and B200 as well. And there were quick passes being made right off the start, Josh.
Yeah, good luck putting all the action into one little clip here.
Little recap, yeah.
As we see, there was a ton of action out here. Some of the stuff we didn't get to see on camera as we followed that Pro 125 moto most of the time. At this point in the moto, Kokinos had already had the pass made, and he was setting sail. And then some of these other riders, especially Evan Smith, I would love to see what he can do if he starts up a little bit farther in the front. He came from I don't even know where. And then here we see the shot where all four riders were in the air at the same time late in the moto. And there was the pass for second. And they were all chasing Kokinos the whole time. They made it difficult on him, but like you said in the podium, it's hard to turn that racer's brain off. And he just wanted to race with these boys. And there it is, all three riders in the last turn, all at the same time as they crossed the Yamaha finish line.
Well, and great heads-up thinking as well there from Kokinos. Like you said, he realized one mistake. I wasn't going to just go to second. I was going to go to fourth. As we take a look now, your Pro Taper top 10, it breaks down like this. Justin Kokinos, Ryan Amancio, Evan Smith, and Colton McQuarrie, your top four, with Alex Vanoof, who's second in points in the 125 fast, finishing up inside the top five. Van Gosselin, Kenneth Held, Tucker Bedges, Kyle Gaetani, and Trevor Harris rounding out your top 10 here for the Pro-Am 125, B250, B Open, and B200 as well. We're going to grab a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have more racing action here from round number 7 of the Fox JDay Off-Road Racing Series. Meanwhile, here on site, B-Vet, Super Senior, Masters, B Senior, Women's B, Women's C, C Senior, and Vintage. You need to be on the starting line. It's just about time to go racing.
We show up. We do the work. We help the best become even better. Testing limits and redefining achievement, all to cement our name in history.
JDay Offroad is proud to have the following advocacy partners. The Kirk Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC, the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. JDay Offroad is proud to have the following media partners. Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
That's the sound of an ice-cold Red Bull here in the studio. So if I start talking faster, you know why, as we are getting ready to go racing here with Moto number 6. We've got our B Vet class on row number 1, Super Senior and Masters on row number 2, B Senior, Women's B and Women's C on row 3, and then our C Senior and Vintage class on our final row here. A huge turnout here for day 1 of 2 here from the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix. We finally have caught our breath from that 125 moto. Absolutely action-packed. I mean, no pressure, guys, sitting on the line right now. But, wow, what a race, what a ride. And we're still just getting started. Of course, Zach Herron and Josh Stout here inside the studio covering the action all weekend long. And the man, the myth, Ethan Broach out there. I think he has handed the 30-second card responsibilities back over to somebody that is more properly trained, and he's going to maintain control of that Fox green flag. All right, Josh, we're what, 6 motos into your first JDay here on site. What are we thinking?
Well, things started a little bit slow with the 50 riders. You know, we kind of eased into it, yep. Let the little guys kind of break us in, and then, boy, once we got into some of these big riders, whoo, the heat turned up in a hurry, and it wasn't just the sun peeping out behind the clouds.
No doubt about it. Absolutely been great all weekend long. They are ready to rock and roll. Here this morning, going to be coming up, we've got race number 6 sitting on the gate. And Moto number 7 coming up next. You guys should be getting ready to head down to the line.
Zach has his Red Bull. He's drinking it. We're going to go ahead and park the drone. We're just going to put a GoPro on him. He's going to be flying around the rest of the day.
And be like, why is it vibrating? It's me, man. I'm high on vibes right now. So we'll have our first Pro Moto coming up next. After this, A250, A200, A Open, and Pro A Open Electric. You guys need to start getting ready to make your way to the staging area. But here we go. We are off and rolling. Race number 6, row number 1, B Vet, headed into turn number 1.
We see a number 1 plate out there. Got to assume that is our points leader, or at least our defending champion for B Vet. He was able to get a good start up there. And now we get ready for the flag to drop on our next group. One rider getting some last-minute pointers. Not sure if he was out there in the last moto coming up to dad or something. Hey, this is the hot line. So this is, I believe, Super Senior, row 2, and Masters. Got a little bit of a delay here before we let them go. They are going to let that B Vet group get out on track, and then we're going to raise the flag on the Super Senior Masters, and they are off. So Super Senior Masters hitting the track.
We got one of the beta machines headed into turn 1 up the inside. They were giving me a little grief. They said I've been cutting some jokes about the handguards with the Vet. At Unadilla, I'm making no handguard jokes, okay? It is rocky, it is rough, and yeah, I think when you see the best of the best out there rocking handguards, you know it is legit, and there is nothing worse than catching a rock to the knuckle or the finger going down a straightaway. And so everybody prepared for the Unadilla conditions, and we are getting ready to be prepared for B Senior and Women's B and C.
That was not Ethan that just walked across the track with the 30-second board.
Nope.
As already some of our B Vet riders working their way around the backside of the track. We hear them going by the announcer's booth as they head back into the grass section.
Be on the lookout for a couple of standout riders. I believe Austin Sudreth been a familiar name in this race that's been up towards the front throughout the season.
Couple riders kind of locked bars there. Looked like everybody was able to keep it upright and get out of that first turn. And now the last row of the moto anxiously waiting. Oh, I lied. A couple riders did go down, the 807 and the 37. Both riders able to get back up and going. That'll put a little bit of a delay on our C Senior and Vintage before they go out. Enough obstacles to go over. We don't need them riding over any other riders or bikes.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This Vintage class is always a ton of fun. I had a friend that's in the class. I need to preface with that and make the joke. He was like, is the vintage the bike or the rider? No, it's the bikes. And we've had some really cool bikes throughout the season show up in this vintage class as well. But I believe Evan Kelly, who's your 250C points leader, he's got a vintage bike he likes to line up on. That's him right up the inside.
There you go, right to the inside. Right away you see it. That's got to be like an 87 KX 250.
I'll take your word for it. It's a bit before my time.
Kevin Amo, if you're watching, fill me in. Got a buddy, he's so into the vintage stuff, he can just look at the plastic and tell you what year it is, when it was made. KTM, Kawasaki, doesn't matter.
Oh, that's like Megawatt Matt Watson. We go to Daytona Supercross Vintage Days, and he can tell you, listen, okay, this is a 1981. All right, now Mike Johnson is the guy that put that bike together, and I know it, okay? And then he says he bought 4 of them. So let's take a look at your championship breakdowns here. Your B-Vet class, like I said, Austin Sudreth has been on fire throughout this season. And he's out front, 97 points, so got about 30 points to play with over Spencer Saracena. Actually seeing Sudreth on screen right there on the Honda, jumping back up the hillside. Didn't quite get the start that he was hoping for, but trying to close in on a championship. In the women's B class, Gabriella Manisi dominating at the front of the field. She's been in, I believe, every single one of our rounds and been super consistent up towards the front of the field as well. Got to think at this point kind of just a management bring it home effort here this weekend.
Hey, she's putting it out front right off the start here, so clearly not concerned with what the point gap is. She's out here to keep racing and keep winning.
No doubt about it. Super senior James Jetmar jetting away from the rest of the field, just about 28 points or so out in front of Kenneth Chikoski. And Kenneth only 1 point in front of Robert Raffone, so that's going to be a fun one to watch as well. And then in the Masters class, the master himself has been Gregory Likens. And looks like after our last round, my father has officially been kicked out of the top 7 or 8 points. Pops, if you can, get in the car, drive up here, come race tomorrow.
AG, can we spread that out a little bit, get his name up there?
That's the last thing we need. All right, Christine Cavanaugh leads the points in our women's C class over Isla Castell. And Ava Sally in that number 3 spot. So Cavanaugh well in advance, 70 points out front here in the women's C class. She's been, again, super consistent, not just showing up to the races, but showing up in the motos as well. We've had several different conditions, several different kinds of layouts. Like I said, a little more off-road, a little more moto, and she's been up towards the front no matter what. So great racing there in our women's classes.
A little bit of room to wiggle there if you want to go from 5th to 3rd.
Yep.
There's a little bit of a gap there, not too much, a couple points. As we are already into the FMF Extreme section, the 117 KTM gonna ride, almost rode the guardrail. Doing a little bit of a tightrope there. He is through clean. As I say that, he makes a mistake, goes a little bit into the banners, takes a look back, there is nobody there. Clearly just regroup yourself as we see the 110 Kawasaki rider coming through as well. And then the rest of the field, now we're starting to get a little bit clogged up here in this FMF Extreme section. Everybody getting through clean, but all it takes here is a mistake from one rider and it'll hold everybody up.
Well, and just like you said, this is one of those things where if you do see 10 riders or so getting hung up, do you make the call to play it safe and try to go through that go-around? And so definitely going to have to be paying attention ahead. Once again, integrating the new technology from the VurbMoto Prospect app. You guys can scan the QR code on your screen. Free to download the Verb Prospect app, helping kind of organize and rank amateur racing. Been involved over the last year or two in the amateur motocross scene, and then now is continuing to expand now into the off-road world as well. They've got live timing and scoring from multiple events all going on at the same time. They've got opportunities to connect with different brands and companies within the industry. And then, of course, all the great video and media action that you've come to know and love from VurbMoto.com, all available for free on that VurbMoto Prospect app. All you guys have to do is scan the QR code. We couldn't have made it any easier unless we took your phone and downloaded it for you. And if you need help,
are we claiming their profiles for them too?
If we need to. If they're ranked higher than I am. That's no doubt about it.
You're going to claim them and kick them out of there.
Exactly.
What did you say last week? You're in 598,000 place?
You know what? While we're here, everybody making their way through the FMF Extreme section, I'll look it up. I ain't scared. Put it like this. It hasn't gotten any better, all this racing that I've not been doing. So maybe it's time for me to line up. I wonder if it'll help my prospect score if I sign up in the sportsman class, even though it's not a championship class.
Well, I mean, maybe we just like put your transponder on the drone or something and just let it fly around, log some laps.
Now we're thinking.
At least get a result. You got to get something. You got to be active.
Oh, wow, I have actually improved. I am ranked 13,113 all time.
Look out.
1 first place finish, 6 third place finishes.
Your sponsorship portfolio is going to be growing as we got one rider down in the FMF Extreme section. Looks like they put some water down here before this moto. These guys are starting to find some mud on the front number plates. Some roost. Is that a rider able to get up and get back going? And that log at the end of the FMF Extreme section really starting to get chewed up. As we take a look at some live timing starting to update. Mike Trajano leading them around. We got Sierra Bernard on the KTM leading the women's C according to the live timing. Kurt Sears, B senior. We got a bit of a pile up here in the FMF Extreme section. This is what we're talking about. This is a time you're going to want to be possibly in that go-around line. If you're able to look ahead, it's not looking like anybody's able to take that line.
Well, and again, it has nothing to do with if you can get through the section. But like you said, a couple of riders in front of you pretty much have fallen across the whole section. It makes it extremely difficult as that rider continues to have problems there in those tractor tires.
Yeah, it looked like the 80 of Madeline Gross, unfortunately, looked like her leg was kind of caught up in the tractor tire. She wasn't able to reach all the way to the ground. I'm sure one of the fans I saw starting to jump over the rope. One of the fans are going to help her out, I'm sure, as we see the 122 now. Some of the girls having a little bit of trouble, or I should say women. This is a women's class. Having a little bit of trouble. I'm sure there are some girls out here as well. But these logs, like I said, that log is starting to get slippery at the end there because the bark's starting to get worn off the outside of it.
Yeah, the height difference, it is a big thing. We saw that earlier on in one of our earlier motos. It definitely plays a role as we get ready to, one rider saying that's enough of that. We get ready to show you how things got started off.
Whoa.
Man, so things are going from bad to worse.
I don't know
extreme section.
what they've done as we got a replay coming in from the start. The Redline Oils replay. Clean into the inside, the 117.
Yeah, that was beautiful. 387 looked like he had it in a slingshot around the outside. Yeah, that was great. And again, another blacked out Yamaha there leads the third row into turn number 1.
As we are back live now. Look at, we got all sorts of fans out here. They're fixing the rope. Some of the fans helping these ladies get over the logs. I don't know what they did to this section. Everybody was getting through pretty clean in the last few races, and now all of a sudden things are getting slippery.
Look at the bottom of the screen. You can see how much things have kind of dug out, especially in those main lines. I mean, that's an extra 2 to 3 inches of exposed concrete there, and that it doesn't sound like a lot, but it makes it so much harder for the bike to pop up and over. I mean, it's as simple as, you know, if you're pushing your bike up into the garage and you don't have a ramp going on, you really kind of have to slam into it, and especially for some of the riders maybe a bit shorter in stature, if you don't have the momentum and it kicks you to one side or the other, you don't have a foot to put down. We saw that one rider early on get shot way over to the right-hand side of the track. So now flashing forward to the 37, who we saw down in turn number 1. She's back up and rolling as well.
As we look at the Power Sports Utica live camera here deep in the wood section at day number 1 of Unadilla JDay 26. The Unadilla GP, as some of our vintage riders working their way through. Now we check back in on the moto side of things. Some of the women working their way through the senior class. As early on things are starting to get jumbled up here. 1 lap complete. As we look at the engine ice overall standings on the left side right now, showing Paul Letendre, your overall leader on the 557. We had the 227 up there earlier. We have to check in and see where he ended up. Possibly ran into some issues out there. We'll keep an eye on that as we see the 222 on screen.
Well, and it's funny, too. We talked about the 30-minute motos here at JDay. There's some riders where you realistically, you don't look for them until about that 15-minute mark, and then they start climbing forward. Oh, one rider getting caught up by a tree right there. As we take a look at the Luxon lap times from the last lap, Austin Sudrith, a 6:32. How about it? Paul Letendre, though, a 6:21. So he was the fastest of this group the last time through. Taubenboff on a 6:28, and then Judson right there with a 6:34 as well. So your top 3 or 4 relatively close, but Letendre definitely the fastest rider on track.
So we're looking at overall lap times here on the Luxon lap time. Looks like this rider already ran into some problems. I don't believe he has a visor anymore. Possibly one of the riders we saw tangled up in the FMF Extreme section. As we got one of our vintage riders here stuck on the uphill back of the wood section. He's got the brake light on. You might want to put the 4-ways on back there. Not sure what he's got going on. Looks like he was trying to get it into neutral. These vintage bikes are so finicky.
And this is, we saw this earlier in the extreme section. Rider, no momentum, and is just going to start to dig and dig and dig into the dirt. Every time they do that, they spin. It's a tough one. I mean, that rut from this morning.
Oh, that was one of our safety riders spinning out. He's doing a little shimmy. Was that Big James, the old shimmy?
And the crowd goes wild.
A nod to Big James Stewart getting jiggy with it out there. As he remounted fairly quickly, got out of the way.
Nice little adjustment. Probably sitting there going, oh, the camera didn't catch it. It's no big deal.
So now Austin Sudrith has live timing updates on screen. Looking at the lap times we had earlier, not a surprise to see him up at the top of the overall leaderboard. He was one of the faster riders on track.
And this has been what we've kind of come to expect from Sudrith over the season. He's not always lightning off of the start, but sure enough, right when he needs to, he does. And so Sudrith out front leading the way.
Well, we talked about it earlier with these longer motos. The start is very important when you're talking about a short local race. In these 30-minute motos, the start helps, but you got a lot of time to work with it. Obviously, Sudrith has figured that out, and he's able to methodically work his way around this track. As we look at some of our other riders working their way through the FMF Extreme section, trying to find that 222 rider. We keep seeing him on screen with no visor, looking for his name on the running order here.
Yeah, gotta wonder, is that Evan Kelly?
It's very possible.
He got neon sleeves?
I don't remember. The no visor just kept grabbing my attention every time he came by.
We'll continue to watch Paul Letendre, who was the fastest rider on track. The last lap is leading the way out of the super senior class as the 37, a little far over the front end. She's right back to picking that thing up.
And that was one of the riders we saw down in the first turn. So an eventful moto for that young lady.
Good job, though.
Yeah, remounted, kept her composure. Now we see some hay bales out there on the inside to avoid. Everybody was trying to sneak to the inside of that last log.
Well, and I don't even think it initially started as trying to go to the inside of the log, but there was dirt built up over on that side, almost to kind of help to keep the log from rolling at all. And people very quickly realized that helped with the takeoff just a little bit. So
we noticed that relatively quickly after the second or third race, that little ramp to go up and over was completely gone. And now you're starting to see what you're saying earlier, where it's getting dug out before the obstacle. So now what used to be a little ramp to get over it has turned into more of a challenge for these older riders, as Sudrith still showing as the leader on the overall leaderboard. Gotta believe he's getting close to logging another lap here through the live timing, as you see Evan Kelly, the 221, leading the vintage class. Working their way through.
The skis out through the section. It's working well for him so far.
I'm still waiting. I don't see very many people taking the go-around line. Almost nobody. Got to be something that people are going to have to start looking at or thinking about as the day wears on. We see the 122 getting a little help from one of the fans there, whether that's a family member or just a die-hard fan. He's saying, come on, give it a little gas.
And again,
you're next.
That's a perfect example of what I was talking about, where you can't get the pop now. That rider not able to lighten up the front end. And big shout out to whoever that was helping.
That guy's putting in work. Put him on the payroll.
Efficient, no kidding.
That's got to be the 4th or 5th rider I've seen him help get over that log, that last log at the end there. As the wind starts to pick up on top of the hill, papers are a-flying. Now Latondre showing as the leader, a super senior. Got to believe that's pretty accurate. Shout out to Mark Grosso. I don't know if you remember last week we did the memorial lap for a dear friend of ours, Vinny. I believe that's going to be his dad out there, same name, and I don't believe another Mark Grosso I know of that races. So awesome to see him out here enjoying some time in the woods and on the moto track.
Well, and especially in these vet classes, like I said, we've had so many people just, whether they're looking for wins or whether they're just looking to line up, is there we see Evan Kelly.
Yeah, that is Evan Kelly. That is not the rider that didn't have a visor earlier.
So Kelly, the 221 in this moto, 222 in the 250C class.
He is making that thing work.
Curved fender and all, no problem.
This doesn't look like the kind of track you want to have old school suspension on. No. As we see the 37 rider still working her way around. Looks like she's put the troubles of the early moto behind her. She's getting around good now. Madison Packman, that was the girl we saw down in the FMF Extreme section, getting some help from the outside fan there. She is up in 4th in the women's class here. As we are 2 laps down, about 12 to 15 minutes into this moto, still Sudrith leading the B veteran class. I'm letting you say the other one. What do we got? Toggenbach?
Yep,
Toggenbach.
You're getting there.
I'll figure out these JDay guys eventually. Tiago Patello, 3rd place overall, and Latondra, 4th overall, according to our overall live timing.
That is Skurzat. That's on the 222. I saw the last name on the back of the jersey. So Skurzat, going to take a look, I believe, in. I thought it was the C senior class, so we'll continue to watch. But Skurzat is the one missing the visor there.
This guy out of the archives with this thing. I don't even want to guess at what year that bike is.
Running a little rich.
Hey, she running, baby.
Yeah.
She running. She's beating me and you.
Yep, had the retro Thor chest protector and everything on there too.
Probably out here at MX Rewind, one of the vintage races they run here early in the year. Huge draw. If you ever been to the MX Rewind, you never been, definitely one you want to check out here at Unadilla. They get a huge draw, a lot of cool old school bikes come. A lot of the older riders show up and race that. So I've seen guys coming from overseas to race that event. It's a really cool event they put on here at Unadilla. Something you want to check out if you want to see some of the old vintage stuff. I know Unadilla is big in the Legends and Heroes. You'll see that at all the big pro races. They got the bikes on display and whatnot.
Yeah, you can actually see the Legends and Heroes trailer in one of our camera shots where it's parked here on property. But yeah, the vintage vet riding scene has really exploded over the last 10 years or so. And like I said, obviously we do the Ricky Carmichael Daytona Amateur Supercross and has the vintage day there as well. And man, it's so fun to see. I mean, like I said, I don't know a lot about it, but then you have somebody like Megawatt, you have some of these folks that come out that were there, they experienced it, they can not only tell you what it is, but how it was so improved from the year before, or how this bike that is 5 years older than this one is so different in comparison. And so it's really crazy to see the strides and improvements that have been made within the industry within the last 25 years or so. I mean, which is crazy to say now. 25 years ago was still 2000, but you know, within the last 50 years, things have changed so much, and to where now your modern stock motorcycle is capable of what even the most extremely professionally equipped bike 35 years ago couldn't even dream of.
No, not even close. You watch, honestly, it's almost impressive to see some of these guys riding bikes that are 20, 25 years old, the way they're able to still maneuver around the track and be competitive with a new age motorcycle is pretty impressive. Especially when you get in, I'm sure the suspension's got to be brutal in the FMF Extreme section. There's not suspension that works like these new bikes do, so.
Evan Kelly out front leading the way in the vintage class, but it's Austin Sudrith out front in the B vet and in the overall. A couple of vet riders going at it here. We got the Beta on the inside, the Cowie on the outside. That was a great move. Foot plant and was up and over that thing before you even knew it.
The Cowie rider looked over. He didn't want to let him have it, but he knew he had to let him go.
You got to pick and choose your battles as well as where they happen at, no doubt about it. So the Beta keeps charging forward as we are just about three and a half laps in the books here for race number 6. Once again, race number 7. Our Pro Class, A250, A200, A Open, and Pro A Open Electric. You guys need to start getting your stuff together and making your way to the starting line. As there is the 222, 221 on the bike for this moto of Evan Kelly leading the way for your vintage class. Paul Latendry still out front leading the way on the 557 for Super Senior and still holding on to second in the overall for the moment. Nathan Martell leads the way for the Masters. And then Melanie Pickard, now I don't want to assume, but got to wonder whether or not some relation to Mallory Pickard in your, I believe that was women's C class.
Yeah, possibly a mother or a sister.
Never know. Yep, Scott Edwards in the B senior class, Dan Young in the C senior class.
I'd be interested to see what the lap times are because Latondra just keeps kind of moving up the overall
and this is
here.
what we've seen every single round. It seems like obviously the senior class that Paul is in is one of the further back rows to start, and so he kind of starts to grow as ask and you shall receive. Josh, here the Luxon lap times on the last lap still a little bit closer than it was the last time we looked, but Latendry a 6:39. Whereas Sudrith a 6:44, and then shout out to Diego Botello as well on a 6:42. And this is something else. I give Austin Sudrith a lot of credit. There's a lot of times we see him where he is not the fastest man on track, but he is extremely consistent in various conditions, and it pays off for him time and time again. So if he can hang on for just a little bit longer, we may be chatting with him over at the Fox podium. Hang on to it.
There's so many different factors when you're racing a race like that. It's a lot easier to make a mistake, a lot more time to make a mistake. You're looking at 30 minutes riding on so many different, you're riding on the rocks, you're riding on the grass, you're hitting the jumps. There's a lot of different places to make a mistake. So nod to Sudrith, like you said, is just consistently, methodically working his way around this thing. And on Latondra, a couple seconds faster, but like you said, he starts in a row a little bit farther back, so he's kind of starting behind the 8-ball. As we see the rest of our riders working through, looking for a bit of a smooth line. We saw that rider get hung up on the inside earlier, so she's going to try and go around the outside now. Because there he is. Put him on the payroll, Ethan. He's going 2 for 1. I'd get everybody.
You get a boost. You get a boost. Everybody gets a boost. And you could actually see the next young lady that was approaching that second log. She was trying to kind of preload the suspension so that she could get a little bit more of a hop, if you will, up over the takeoff.
That was the first thing I kind of picked up on. I went back and watched some of the broadcasts from earlier in the season just to kind of get a feel of what I was walking into here. And that was the first thing that jumped out to me is the guys riding the A class, the guys riding the B class. You can see the experience where they've learned to preload that suspension, especially on the front. To preload it and dump the clutch and get up and over that. And that's something you'll see these C riders and these women, they'll start to pick up on that the more they race this series. And by the time this race rolls around next year, someone that you see in the C class here struggling to get over the logs, next year they'll have it all figured out. And that's what's super cool about this series is you're looking at 8 races, so you're getting an hour a day on the track, and every time you're going out there, you're learning and you're learning. And not only are you having fun, but you can apply that to the next race, and your results continue to get better. And that's where that addiction comes from that we talk about all the time.
The bug.
Yeah.
It does not go away, no doubt about it. And yeah, like you said, it's those little details, the little bike maneuvering capabilities. I mean, you go back to, I believe it was Lake Sugar Tree where we saw Jix Fustini pull the creek jump out of nowhere, had all of the announcer's jaws on the floor. But when we kind of broke it down with him, he was like, yeah, so it was all about the setup, timing, knowing how the rebound was going to react with the suspension to give you just a little enough hop to be able to get up and over that thing. So it's sometimes the smallest little technical details that end up I mean, that was essentially a make or break line where anyone that wanted to compete for the win had to figure out a way to do it, or else they were giving up multiple seconds.
We're talking about that video that kind of went viral where he just buzzed across the screen, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We all were like, what did we just see?
I kind of had to watch that a couple times to figure out what I did see. I'm not sure how accurate live timing is right now, but what I'm seeing is Paul Latendra is starting to drop down the overall leaderboard. So unfortunately, Paul might have run into some issues out there on track. We'll keep an eye on it and see if his transponder registers. As we see the white flag come out at the Yamaha finish line, it looks like it was just a glitch in the transponder because Latendra goes right back from 5th to 2nd in the overall.
Well, you got to think, so Latendra, like we said, a bit further back in the field because of his starting line. So as other riders are checking in with a lap complete, it's going to start to bump him down. I'm assuming he probably just went through the finish.
Okay.
So it auto updates.
So we're talking, I guess you're going to give me a lesson here, and probably the people at home that are just catching on. So we're talking his transponder registers when his row starts.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yes. So
he's not necessarily second on track. He's second in timing.
Correct. So for those of you that maybe follow along on GNCC, it's very similar or almost identical to the way it works with the starting rows at GNCC, where each row is given essentially its own time clock, if you will, from start to finish. And then the overall picture, the top side of the pylon that we're looking at, is the compilation of all of those. So Austin Sudrith, Paul Latendra, and Aaron Judson there in 4th could be in 3 completely different classes. They could all 3 be leading their classes, but it's based off of the overall total elapsed time based off of their classes. So again, it does play some tricks on you, and then it refreshes based off of when they go across the finish line. So let's say somebody like Tiago Batallo, Aaron Judson, and Scott Hunt, their starting row may have been in front of Paul Latendra. Until Paul gets back to that starting line, when they check in on the finish line, it's going to drop Paul back. And then when his timing updates, it usually shoots them back to where they are unless there was a problem. So a little different. Obviously, in motocross, everybody, whether you're in multiple classes and they do a staggered start or not, it's one gate, it's one timing clock going on. Here in the off-road, a little bit different. So honestly, probably a nice thing to break down for people there.
Absolutely. I appreciate you breaking it down for me. That was Professor Heron. He's going to be doing JDay 101. You can start getting your class credits signed up. Like we said, the white flag is out, so we're looking for Sudrith. Yep, and there he is right on cue, right on screen.
So the 94 trying to close in on another overall win here for round number 7. And like I said, Sudrith, I believe he had about 30 points out front to play with in his class. So
methodically working his way around the lappers, going to dodge his way around that tree, this tree. Like you said, he just kind of slowly builds as the race goes along.
And like I said, Sudrith really smart with the way that he rides, the amount of risk that he puts out there. He's won 3 different times throughout this season already, so he knows how to get the job done. And a little bit of problems there for Kelly on the vintage machine. Man, you want to talk about, you don't just have to kick it, you got to kick it. Exclamation point there.
That hurt my leg.
No kidding. So got to fire it right back up, back to work he goes. But Austin Sudrith trying to pick up another win this season.
This rider coming in shaking out the arm pump. That's not the place you want to have arm pump. Going to the FMF Extreme section. As it looked like that woman found a little bit of a sneaky line there next to the guardrail. One rider looks like, that was a safety rider pulling off. Okay, I thought we had a rider have some issues.
Uncle Secretary.
Goggles off for Uncle. Yep. Don't even put him on at this point. Or is this another pair? He's going to throw him out to another fan.
Who knows? Yeah, he may be giving them away here every single moto. He's got some things figured out here on the...
That was smooth. That was smooth. We'll keep an eye on Sky Shot. He's going to hit that, toss the goggles into the crowd.
Maybe a little boot point there. You never know. But once again, a ton of fun here in this one. Ooh, little snap there at the front end through the tail end of the tractor tires.
Got to tighten up that steering stem nut.
And you can see a really good job. He got to the far inside, was able to hit the left-hand side of those concrete barriers exiting the extreme section.
Starting to see now, earlier in the day, everyone was driving right through the middle of that. And now that all that dirt is starting to fall down into those big tractor tires, everyone's starting to go to the outside. And eventually, that's not going to be the line to take later in the day either. As you see right on cue there, one rider kind of getting tossed around. Was that Sudrith? Yeah, it was Sudrith coming in the screen.
So your leader having a little bit of difficulty through the extreme section as well. Almost nice to see sometimes. Gives everybody home an understanding of, like, this is a difficult section. Like, it's not just.
That is as hard as you thought it was when you went through it earlier today, yes.
And Sudrith, if I'm not mistaken, a fellow Carolina boy, so good to see him continuing to cover the series. And again, got to think there's something to be said about, you mean I can go race at Unadilla? Yeah, I'll be there. I'm leading the points. Why not? So Austin making the trip up here to New York and is coming up on just a few more sections of racetrack before he'll be looking for a checkered flag here in this one.
That was one thing I noticed right away. As we kind of were going over that pro taper top 10 through all these classes, not just the Northeast, it's spread out a little bit farther south as well. As the checkered flag comes out and Sudrith does come through for the win. Is he running mismatch handguards? One black, one blue?
He might be, keeping us on our toes.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. I'll tell you where he is going to be, right in front of that Fox podium. We'll get the headset on him, giving thumbs up to somebody. Yeah, I beat you.
They look like they were matched. I think one just had one had the other. So.
Caught some bark back there in the woods, maybe.
No kidding. So Austin going to take the helmet off, throw the headset on, and we will chat with him here in just a moment as the checker flag continues to fly here for Moto number 6. Once again, last call here. Pro A250, A200, A Open, and Pro A Open Electric race number 7. You need to be on the starting line, as it sounds like we may have Austin Sudrith on the headset. Austin, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
How about it, man? Back up here, back on the top. Take us through what it took to get the job done here at Dilla.
You just got to pay attention to your lines, man. These rocks and this dark dirt, it's just slick everywhere. You got to be on your toes and just try to stay in smooth lines and get around the lappers.
Hey, it's tough for us Carolina boys, man. I know how it is. Now, it's the first time up here to Unadilla.
Yes, sir, it is.
Absolutely incredible, man. Did we have a section of the track that we liked a bit more than another? We were looking at the lap times. Not always the fastest guy on track, but, man, you stayed so consistent. Did you make some adjustments there from lap 1 to kind of through the rest of the moto? Did you have to switch some things up, or did you know pretty much exactly where you needed to be?
I found a few new lines, but I feel like I just really pull off in the moto. The woods I'm kind of slow at, trying to find smooth lines, but the moto I feel the most comfortable with.
Hey, there's something to be said, man. You got to be strong in your strong sections, and you were able to do just that. You grab another moto win, man. Who do you want to thank for helping you get the job done?
Man, I got CSR Motorsports, GST Suspension, Johnson Farms, JR Marshall Enterprise, a couple buddies that helped me out here and there, just family and friends, man.
I love it. Congratulations, man. We'll see you back soon here for Moto 2.
Thanks, sir.
All right, that is Austin Sudrith, your winner here for Moto number 1. He's going to be trying to back it up here in just a couple of hours for that second moto, as well as we get ready to take a look at the MX Trophies race recap, show you how it all broke down here for race number 6. And the rest of the field starting to make their way through. Lots of bar banging right off the jump. Couple of good starts. Couple of people had to give an extra kick or two. The 117 up the inside controlled things there on start row number 1. And row 2 is actually coming away from the outside, leaving the throttle on, making the pass happen. But oftentimes here, the start does not dictate the finish. We've seen a lot of flip-flopping around there from lap 1 to even just lap 2. A couple of riders looking around saying, what is that? Is that a mosquito, a giant mosquito? No, that's the FPV drone following along. You must be doing something right if you're on camera. We had some great battles. Skurzat having some problems. He's running a full bullet head for the moto. He's more aerodynamic, though, so maybe work for him. And the FMF Extreme section was certainly living up to the name here in this one. Not necessarily because of the section itself, but because of some of the chaos that it caused. If you thought it was extreme, it's a bit more extreme when there's several riders down in it. Austin Sudrith even having his struggles in it at one point or another, but so good at staying consistent, focusing on his strong sections, and brings home another moto win. Here to kick off the day, your Pro Taper Top 10. Paul Latindry, when it was all said and done, actually took the overall with those fastest lap times. Austin Sudrith, Diego Botella, your top 3. Aaron Judson and Scott Hunt, your top 5. Spencer Saracena, Darren Taubenbaugh, Chad Gold, Mike Jones, and Victor Medeiros round out your top 10 here for B-Vet, B Senior, Women's B, Women's C, C Senior, Masters, and the rest of the field. There for Moto number 7. Well, folks, it's just about time to kick things off with our Pro First Moto. But first, We're going to grab a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more from round 7 of the Fox JDay Offroad racing season right here on Racer TV.
Stacked class. I can't wait to watch it.
Here we go. The drag race in the turn 1.
Look at this. 1, 2, and 3.
Oh!
I don't know what I just saw.
Straight to the lead. Jacob Christine. Oh, Josh Coates. Rough and rowdy. Ricky Russell. Dr. Codino getting the job done. Well, folks, here we are, round 7 of 8 for the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing season, and we are just about ready to kick off Moto 1 of our pro class. As you saw from our opener, things have been just about as action-packed as they possibly could here throughout the 2026 season. Zach Herron and Josh Stout excited to cover the racing action, as by the time the weekend's over, a champion here this weekend. Josh, I know new to us here in person, but I know you've been following along, watching the broadcast. We've got some big names and a lot on the line here for this one.
That's one of the things I was excited about as I started to look into this series is the storyline coming into this. I know we had a little bit of a shakeup. One rider not here with us. I'm sure you're going to touch on that. Not in a bad way. It's a good reason that he's not here. Unfortunate for us, but happy moment for him. It shook up the points chase a little bit. It opened it up a little bit more than we expected, but still a lot to talk about here as we get into the pro class.
That rider right there said, oh, man, they caught me giving a hug. I'm supposed to look tough here. There you see Alex Manouf, one of the fan favorites, one of the longtime JDay racers as well. We saw the 444 of Justin Coquinos, this time on the big bad 450 ride, fresh off of a win out at Southwick. And taking a look down the line, seeing Evan Smith on the line. Potentially, yep, the 336 of Ryder Lafferty, a very familiar GNCC name as well. Ryan Amancio on the 360. Jigs Fustini going to be the one to watch on the 511 as well. Now, like you said, Josh, we talked about the field that we've had throughout the season. Unfortunately, we've had a bit of injuries plaguing some riders where they haven't been able to come throughout the whole season. But one of the favorites to watch and always exciting is our good friend, rough and rowdy Ricky Russell. Ricky not able to be here with us this weekend, but like you said, it's not for a bad reason. Ricky and his wife expecting their first child literally any moment, any minute. I think actually a little late to the party. So Ricky going on social media a bit earlier this week saying we tried everything. I think there you see the ultrasound there. So everybody is super excited about it. You see Ricky's caption there as well, said he doesn't want to come out early. They tried everything. They went jet ski riding. They did everything they could. Mama there is just about ready to pop, and Ricky said, I'm not missing it. I'm not missing the birth of my child. So I was chatting with Ricky last night on social media. He said he's a little bummed out, but he knows, no doubt about it, he has made the right decision, and so he is excited. And Ricky, there's always next year, man. It's been a great season so far, and he should definitely be proud of it. But as far as the way the points break down, Ricky Russell was your points leader with 110 points. It was Jigs Fustini on the 511, who we were just looking at, is sitting in the number 2 spot at 104 points. So at this point, we can almost call Jigs the points leader, if you will. Ricky's not going to be in the points equation after missing not just 1 but 2 rounds here this weekend. Tyler Medaglia on the 905, the Canadian, is in the 3rd place spot with 90 points, and then Justin Coquinos on the 444 is 1 point behind him with 89 points in the 4th place spot. I have not seen T-Dags on the property this weekend yet. I don't believe that he is here either, so that means Fustini, and Coquinos have an opportunity to duke it out. Coquinos going to have his work cut out for him. Jigs has been very consistent. You obviously saw in our opener the infamous Jigs Creek jump. It has been insane. I still don't understand how he did it. The more I've learned, the more difficult it seemed. But nonetheless, he is fired up. He's up on that inside. You take a look at those AA points, 104 points and 89 points. Fustini and Coquinos in the mix for this one. It's going to be a fun one to watch. And then, of course, you've got riders like Ryan Amancio. You've got Ryder Lafferty. You've got the list that goes on and on of spoilers, dark horses, as I like to call them, riders that don't care about the points, aren't in the chase for the title. They just want to win.
That was going to be my next question. You're a little bit more familiar with the series than I am. I want to know if there was anybody that could get up here and play spoiler, and you just touched on it. You kind of beat me to it. So we're going to see here. The start's going to be important. As we saw, Coquinos was able to find the hot lines earlier. We'll see if maybe he gets out front. He was able to hold on to that. Fustini, maybe he was watching back at the trailer. I'm sure he had it at least on the phone, just kind of keeping an eye on it. These guys are consummate pros. They're watching even when they're not watching. You always want to be a step ahead of everybody else as we pan through the line. I know there's a couple of local riders here. We'll give them a shout-out as they pop in. A couple guys are going to race. We saw him last week in a high voltage. I know Ingersoll is here. I was talking to his mom earlier. He's going to jump up to the pro class and mess around a little bit out here. I don't think he expects anything too crazy out of himself, but he's going to go out here and have a little bit of fun. This is one Tijan usually skips regular races to come here, which is what we were talking about earlier. Once you come here and you actually experience the fun that it is, a lot of riders, the local riders anyways, they come out here one time and then they keep coming back.
No doubt about it.
As we see Ingersoll right there on the 225. Not sure which pro class he's running. I'm not super familiar with these classes. Yeah, I know we run a couple of them together here. So we'll see how it unfolds for him.
Yeah, we saw Rivers Morris was out front leading the way in the A250 points. He's had a great season so far. We talked on him just a bit earlier. A200, it is Matt Jakin, who is not, what is that, 45, 63 points. So a nice little gap, but certainly needs to be out here, needs to be in the mix. Nicholas Hyam has the opportunity to try to close that up, and then Evan Forgue there as well in the third place spot. So like I said, this weekend, it's coming to a close. The 2026 season seems crazy. I feel like we were hanging out at Boswick Creek just a day or so ago, but it has been quite the season, crisscrossing over the East Coast United States. And how about it? Pizza gear, purple mohawk.
We got to give that guy a little screen
feel
time.
Good. We'll see if he rides good. No doubt about it. That's a statement right there.
My dad always told me if you're going to go slow, you got to look good.
I guess, yeah. I was always told if you're going to look wild, you better be able to do it at the front of the pack. So we will see, as we saw the 1 minute sign up there from Ethan, our start director here this weekend, and see somebody back there rocking some jumping jacks. As here we go. The 30-second card is in the air. Row number 1. Going to be your pro class A250 row 2, A200 and A open row 3, and then pro A open electric, that 4th row. So here we go, getting ready to drop the Fox green flag and kick off the first moto of the pro class here from the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix. They are locked in, and we are pro racing. Here we go. It's a drag race into turn number 1. Looks like that was the 42 ride, if I'm not mistaken, leading them into the first turn. Fustini up there in the mix as well, but that might be Coquinos slingshotting around the outside.
There we go. This is what we were looking for. We're going to see if Coquinos can use those lines he saw earlier. Already starting to, yep, that little hop line. As you see Fustini able to do it as well. That's a technicality. I don't see anything that says you can't jump that berm.
Show me the rule.
Yeah.
Yep, I have no idea. So it is Coquinos, Fustini 1 and 2. So the heavy hitters in the championship out front right now, and Coquinos putting himself in the exact position that he needs to try to make some points up. He is out front leading the way as we get ready to drop the flag on row number 2. There you see the Kawasaki of Rivers Morris. He is the man to beat in this class, lining up way to the outside. Kind of a unique starting spot there for the 228.
Must be a plan to try and sweep around the outside. I mean, eventually it does. Once you get to the technical third term, it does put you on the inside. So we'll see how it plays out for Rivers as they are off and running. Tough to see. I don't believe he got a very good jump at all.
Almost last into that third corner. So
he's going to have his work cut out for him now as we hear our first group of pro guys coming around the announcer's booth back here They're going to head out off the backside of the pro track and head into the woods.
Here we go, row number 3, A200 and A Open. Big row here in this one. 2 classes all starting on the same line.
Wait.
There's a tense moment right there, no doubt about it.
Everybody focused on that flag, and here we go. Good jump from the outside there.
All funneling on the inside.
Tough when you get this many riders, though. It's hard to sweep in from the outside.
Looks like everybody kept it clean through turns number 1.
See how it unfolds here. Hard to see who's out front. We'll have to try and get a better look. Oh, big slide out. I'm not sure he was ready for that water they put down, but sending it nonetheless.
Yeah, it looks like they have touched up a spot or 2, added a little bit of water. And again, it's one of those kind of things you got to be paying attention to. You got to be kind of scanning, seeing what's going on between motos.
The hometown boy in me wants to believe that was Ingersoll, but we'll get a better look at it.
We'll get a look right now at the Kurt Caselli KC66 Pro line. Now, this is a line only open for this race. Only the top pro racers are even allowed to attempt this. So it is one of the most difficult lines in the track. And it's also brand new. It has not been touched yet. So these riders put it to work right now. Of course, scan the QR code on your screen to download the Verve Moto Prospect app to learn more about all of the riders that you're seeing out on track, as Kokinos and Fustini are going to work here at the top of the field. And not only are they going to work, they are checking out on the rest of the pack. This is going to be a tough one, as we see Evan Smith now, who we also saw in that 125 fight. It's kind of that sense of urgency, right? That opening lap, everybody sprinting. They want to try to get up early. And Smith, even though he's inside the top 5 here on lap number 1, he's starting to lose touch with those top 2. And we saw him climb his way from the back early on in the 125 moto. We'll see if he can do it again here as we jump on the Fox FPV drone.
We see it a lot in the pro ranks. Whenever there's 2 guys, it seems to be the last race or 2. Whenever there's 2 guys, for whatever reason, if it's just the intensity, maybe the level of pace that they've already held, they kind of separate themselves from the rest of the pack. So that's what we're seeing here early in this one, as Fustini and Kokinos drop these guys relatively quickly. And now they are left to battle over 3rd for the time being, but we're going 30 minutes. There is plenty of time. We saw Smith come from pretty far back earlier in that 125 Pro Moto, as he is dipping and dodging. One of the things I really love about this, especially we see it when we're in there with the Fox drone, is the way they kind of bob and weave around the trees. It feels sketchy from where I'm sitting, but it looks like it's a lot of fun. As we check back in with Kokinos and Fustini.
Here we go. Kokinos right now managing things, couple of bike lengths up at the front. And got to think again, as it looks like they've added more water again to this FMF Extreme section. Going to just try to pace themselves. Fustini showing him a wheel. There's no question about who it is behind him. At this point, Kokinos knows as well. These riders, by the time they get to this level, they're so aware of the situations that they're in, the way the points are breaking down, who they need to be looking out for, and who they need to beat. That oftentimes it's crazy when you talk to them after the race. They could tell you where other people have finished that we don't even know watching on the broadcast.
And you spend so much time racing against each other, you kind of learn how the other person's rides. Yep. You learn their mannerisms on the bike. You learn where they might stick a wheel in, where they might take an outside. So that helps a lot. That's going to give Kokinos a little bit of comfort here. But I got to like where Fustini's sitting. You're the points leader. Hypothetically, we know Ricky not here. You're basically the points leader, and you're kind of stalking the guy that needs to beat you. And he's got to know already, not hearing anybody behind him, he's got to have a little bit of comfort knowing there's nobody pressuring him from behind. So I would expect Fustini to just kind of hang out here and let the race unfold. I'm not sure if you've seen him ride any differently as the seasons unfolded. I mean, obviously, the creek jump, he's not afraid to send it when he needs to.
Well, and I think that's the thing is when he needs to. Now, Jiggs, I don't know his exact age, but he's younger in the field. He's kind of I feel like this year especially, he's really kind of stepped up and started to make a true name for himself and show what he's capable of. As you can see, not jumping that downhill double, and I'm not, to my understanding, I don't believe as much moto experience. You talk to Coquinos, he considers himself a motocross guy that has kind of developed his off-road skills. I don't believe Jigs has a ton of motocross racing experience, so something like that big step down, that was the double that Coquinos was talking about, where he was not able to do it on a 125. He's able to open this 450 up, and he's able to make it happen. But Jigs is also in a championship chase where he needs to manage rather than needing to make up points, and we were able to catch up with the 511 heading into the weekend.
Massive congrats to Ricky, you know, having a kid's such a big deal, so no, that's wicked cool. Definitely wanted to duke it out all the way to the end, especially because I know he missed a race earlier in the year. I mean, it kind of is what it is. I'm just super excited in general, but it doesn't really change anything mentally in my head. I was assuming he was going to be here, so that's still how I'm going into the weekend. Nothing different than what I've been doing all year, just focusing on myself and becoming better every single race is my goal. And if I walk away with a championship, that's even better. So it's just an added plus for sure.
Always love to hear the competitive spirit from these riders. Obviously, like we said, not a bad reason that Ricky's not here, but at the same time, he's not here. He's not able to defend the points that he's worked for throughout the season, and so I know Jigs was looking forward to and up to the challenge of taking down Ricky Russell, but ultimately, yeah, you gotta race who's here and gotta race the position that you're in. Is look at 1 second the difference between Coquinos and Fustini, and then Evan Smith back there quietly moving into that number 3 spot. Thorne Devlin just behind in the number 4 ride, and then Ryder Lafferty, Colton McQuarrie, and Van Gosselin running just a tick off of the pace. Going to need to pick up a couple of seconds if they want to try to make up any ground. I tell you what I'm seeing right now, though, especially in the woods, Josh, is Fustini does not look like he's riding hard at all. You see him up on the pegs, kind of just casually following the lines of Coquinos and then saying, all right, I'm done following. How about that?
Take that, Zach.
Up the KC66 Pro line, and the 511 of Jigs Fustini takes over the number 1 spot. New leader here at the top of the Pro class.
And the way he charged down that hill, it makes me believe he's going to try and put a little bit of a sprint in here and see if he can't get away from Coquinos and kind of comfortably ride this in. One thing I noticed in that interview that we had with him, I don't know how old he is. He looks pretty young.
Yeah, he's pretty young.
But the mentality sounded very mature for someone his age, where he said he's just kind of learning and taking it as he goes along. So it's nice to see he's patient with it. And then it's translated onto the track here pretty well, obviously.
Yeah, the Fustini family, a racing family. Jigs' sister Ruby coming back from injury right now, but she's very accomplished in her own right and has joined us here in the booth throughout the season. And so the Fustini family, I think when you've kind of got that group, that core group around you that's all on the same page and knows how and when to tell the rider to manage and back it down. Not necessarily back it down. It's not like Jigs is not riding fast right now, but it's just managing the risk, managing the chances that you're taking. I would believe if Coquinos came back up and started really ruffling the feathers of Fustini, you got to think that would start to creep back into the picture. But we've seen this time and time again, in whether it's GNCC, whether it's in motocross racing as well, it's sometimes hard for the kids to keep the big picture in mind. So you take you get into the heat of battle, as we like to call it, and then all of a sudden you forget about those championship points, you forget about the big picture, and you get a little fired up, and sometimes that can cost you big time.
We check out the pass here on the
Fustini.
red line oil replay. They went up through that RC66 line.
He set it up great, too. He had that drive, and again, that you got to wonder whether or not that has anything to do with bike setup as well. You could see Coquino, was kind of getting kicked around, couldn't quite get the bike to plant going up that hillside, whereas Fustini able to manage the power, get a great drive up to the top of the hillside, and pretty much nothing that the 444 could do as they get ready to pop back into the FMF Extreme section once again, and already starting to close up into some lap traffic. We've seen what that can do to shake up the program as well. As look at that, one rider having issues right in front of your leader.
One thing I want to keep an eye on is especially that double down the hill after gravity cavity. That's worth a couple seconds in itself. So if Coquinos is a little more comfortable out on the motocross side of things, if he can just keep it close until we get back out front of the facility, we'll see how it unfolds over there. As Fustini just going to try and charge away from him. I believe was that. Yeah, they're just going over Sky Shot. I'm kind of peeking outside the booth here And it looked like Evan Smith was starting to close up to the back of Coquino. So.
Yep, Evan Smith is creeping into the picture as well. And then we see Thorne Devlin, and it looked like maybe another rider is a blast by us here over the sky shot as well. There you see Ryan Amancio on the 360 up inside the top 5 early as well. And Ryder Lafferty up inside the top 5, 336 GNCC racer as well, showing what he can do here in the JDay series. Been with us a little bit throughout the season.
Now I gotta believe we're into the probably 250A. Is that what I'm seeing now?
I believe you are correct.
At least the front end of it. We see some fans over there on Sky Shot. Got the cameras out.
Oh yeah.
That is video and picture perfect over there. As the rest of this field works through the FMF Extreme section.
Watching, there is Colton McQuarrie, who we talked about a bit earlier. He was part of that dog fight in the 125 class.
It's crazy the difference you see now. Coquino's really, when he needs to, with Festini out there pushing him, he's able to wick it up a little bit more. The 111 coming through.
It's about the third 111 that I've seen on the bike too, so gonna have to wait for some time in the scoring to be able to give you an idea who exactly they are. But
to your point earlier, the way they go through this section alone, you said we'd see some different lines from these pro guys, and we're already seeing it here early. As we got some guys elected, they're able to double over the tires, some of them kind of wheel tapping. Nobody dropping down into the tires like we see from the rest of the class.
Well, and not even the lines, but just the speed carried into the section. As here's Rivers Morris, your 258 points leader right there. He funnels into that far left-hand side line. We've seen people taking all day long, but just the speed that he's carrying through it is so much more than we're seeing in any of these other classes. Now, Rivers got a horrible start. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That was not the way he needed to get the moto started, but he is control of the points class, or the points in his class. So Morris probably wanting to get the ball rolling up. He's about 22 points up ahead, so he's got some points to play with, but nobody necessarily wants to be further back there and eat and roost more than they have to be. So Rivers going to try to climb his way forward.
Looking at the rest of the live timing there, McQuarrie leading A250 over Forsby and Kelleher. Obviously Festini, Coquino's, Evan Smith, we've touched on that here on the live stream. A open, Cole Johnson leading Tijan Ingersoll and Landon Wentz. So Ingersoll, the one we talked about, he was your college boy champion in the New York State Motocross Championship last week.
Yep.
Now he's going to come over here and ride around in the woods and have a little fun. That is another one of our local riders getting squirrely up there. Busuti on the 14 Honda. Almost did a can-can over the top of that sand jump. Busuti, another one of our A Open riders. He's back there. Last time he came through the stripe, he was in 8th. You see the 331 of Zaraga getting through the FMF Extreme section as well. Up and over that sand wall. That sand wall is not much of a wall anymore. They've kind of taken the top off of that thing.
Well, one of the riders trying to close in on a championship is Landon Wentz, and we were able to talk to him a bit earlier this weekend about how he's going to try to get the job done.
For the series, I do JDay and also Tour, but I race A Open, and I'm currently second in points. I'm about 15 points behind, so hopefully I can get lucky and win for the points just for these 2 races. Definitely have to win both days and pretty much all the motos.
So there you see, like we said, a lot on the line here this weekend. 2 races, 1 weekend, and titles on the line as we continue to watch through the rest of the field. There we flash to the front, and sounds like
that looked like Festini.
Yeah, it was Festini, I believe, but I'm not seeing anyone else, so I'm curious as to what's going on here at the front of the pack. Festini, Coquinos, and Evan Smith were still showing as 1, 2, and 3.
I'm kind of trying to cheat here, Zach. I'm peeking over out the side of the booth.
Yeah, I gotta think there was just some matching Alpine Stars gear or something, because especially on the moto track, short of something happening to Coquinos.
Stolen valor.
Yeah.
Someone out there wants to be Festini. If you're going to copy anybody, he's the guy.
Hey, yeah, look good, feel good, ride good, man. He's got it figured out, got it kitted. I like the orange boots on the KTM. So the search continues here for the front pack.
Still kind of waiting to pick somebody out that we recognize here.
And you can start to see the motocross track itself starting to show some personality as well. There is Fustini and Coquinos going over the sky shot now.
Yeah, we peeked out the corner there as we look at the Luxon. Last lap, 5:43 for Fustini, Coquinos 5:48, Evan Smith 5:44. So things are going to start tightening up at the front here.
Yes,
and
Smith.
even Thor Devlin on a 5:49.
Yep.
Not bad at all. You get Lafferty 5:52, McQuarrie 6:02, and Gosselin 6:02 as well.
Yeah, Evan Smith trying to drop the hammer a little bit, but he had a bit of a gap to make up from not a bad start, but just not as good as these top two. There you see all three in the picture at the same time.
It looks to me like Smith, as we see the I don't know if you saw that right before that graphic went away, the lap time updated. Smith ran a 5:42, so that was the fastest lap on track, and it looks like he's pushing Coquinos up to the back of Justini. And Festini is going to have company here. I'm sure he can hear him coming.
And there's that downhill. That is the difference maker up the inside. Coquinos able to make the pass stick again, but I don't think any panic buttons are being pressed from Fustini. Again, doesn't need to beat Justin necessarily for the title.
We'll see if he's able to turn off the racer's brain. Coquinos admitted as, that slick inside. Luckily, he was already locked into that rut, so it kind of gave him enough support. If he wasn't locked into that rut, I'm sure that would have slid out from underneath him.
Yeah, it doesn't quite do justice how off camber that section is right there as well. So the back end stepping out ever so slightly for Coquinos as they buzz by us, headed back up the hillside, and Evan Smith is on the hunt. Smith has kind of had an up and down season. We talked about he started things out really strong, and I'm not sure he initially planned on doing the full season. Then there was talks that he was after having early success, and then I believe it was a hand injury that kind of sidelined him for a little bit. He's a big part of the off-road community, and he's always at the races, whether he's racing or not, and he tried to come back. I don't believe he was able to make it happen. Here's that downhill, and that's the difference maker. That's exactly what Coquinos talked about after the 125 moto. He said, no matter how fast your 125 is, you're just not getting over that thing. But on the 450, I know I can do it, and I think that's one of those confidence jumps where Coquinos, like we said, lining up a few weeks ago at the Pro Motocross National here at Unadilla, he knows he can. He did a few weeks ago, and he knew that was worth a couple of seconds. Just had to be close enough to Fustini to be able to make the pass happen in that section. But now we head back into what arguably is Fustini's strong suit, the off-road section.
Talking about that jump down the hill after Gravity Cavity, if you don't come to Unadilla a lot, you don't really know it. They lip that up for the pro day, obviously. Whenever we have amateur events here or anything like that, they usually chop the lip down. It's a long ways to the bottom of that hill. If you come up a little short, it usually gets pretty ugly down there. So getting over that is a lot harder today than it would be on a regular national day, and I think that's why Fustini is optioning to just play the safe route and depend on his woods riding.
And I'm not sure the exact machine that Fustini is on. This is where he made the pass a lap ago. Not quite close enough to do it this time, but Fustini may be on a 250. I'm not 100% sure. And then Smith, who I believe might be on a 350, if I'm not mistaken, is kind of just quietly lurking back there, and maybe almost a blend of the two. Doesn't seem like he struggles as much in the moto side of things, but is also very creative and crafty here in the woods as well. So, and he's in the mix. Like at this point, like we said, a 30-minute moto. He's got the two guys in front of him in sight. Smith's right where he needs to be and doesn't need to take any unnecessary risk. Almost kind of let the race come back to him and then make something happen here in the tail end of things.
We saw him do it in the 125 Pro A moto. He just kind of hung out back there. He was close enough. You could tell he had the speed, and then he was able to kind of wick it up at the end. It looks like we're 3 laps in, so we're probably not even halfway through this one, maybe getting close to halfway. And he's already starting to pull up to the back of Fustini, so we'll see if there's a little bit more urgency this time than there was in the 125 Pro Moto, as Coquinos A little bit of mistake there. Didn't lose too much time, but he got a little bit closer to those Fox repeater banners than I thought he wanted to. As now Smith goes up the inside of Fustini.
And again, I don't think quite shows how off camera things are. And you saw the checkup right there from Fustini. Now big picture starting to creep into the play as well. He's not letting him run off. He's not giving up by any means, but he's not going to override and make some of those mistakes that we've seen in some of the earlier classes of, oh, they passed me, I got to pass them right back right this second, or it's all going to go away. Fustini calm, cool, and collected. And right now it is Kokinos and Smith 1 and 2 with Fustini still right behind. Maybe honestly probably going to check up a little bit, try to get out of that roost zone, not take as many rocks, and try to figure out a plan to get back up to the top side of the field.
You saw him turn his head once Smith went by. He didn't want to eat that roost, and like you said, he kind of backed right off. He'll stay back 5-10 bike lengths, just closing up. And now, is this Smith already by Kokinos?
Yes, Evan Smith.
Wow.
Like we said, and I feel like this was similar to what we saw. It was like somebody pressed a button. Okay, time to go, Evan. And there he went. And so Evan Smith, just like that, has taken over the #1 spot on the 347. Kokinos and Fustini 1, 2, and 3. And now you see Fustini trying to make something happen and seize the opportunity to try to put Kokinos behind him once again.
He's still riding with that, almost like, I don't want to pass him. I'll pass him if the opportunity presents itself. But like you said, he's not forcing the issue. He's playing big picture. And it's nice to see out of these young guys. A lot of times these young guys only know one speed. They're on go mode the whole time. As Smith is just dropping the hammer on these guys. You see it from the TBT Racing live drone. That's got to be a 3 or 4 second gap here. We check the lap times when they come back around again. Obviously the fastest on track.
Well, and Smith has been the fastest, but it's been playing catch up. Now he's got clean air, so very curious to see what this next lap looks like for the 347 if he can keep it clean. There you see Smith at 5:42, which I believe is matching his lap time from last lap if it has already updated.
So he's going to drop back down into gravity cavity, working his way around the front section as the lap times do update.
5:48, so he drops it even more. So we'll see what Smith is able to do. I'm curious if he's doing this double. Yes.
Just thinking that, yep. So he's able to get over it. But you see him running that outside line like Kokinos was talking about. You got to carry so much momentum to get over the top of that thing. As he's going to work his way around some lappers. So now we'll see. We saw it in the 125 Pro Moto. The lappers kind of let everybody jumble back up at the front. We'll see if Smith is able to get through everybody clear. He hasn't really run into a pack yet. As Kokinos and Fustini funnel into the shot. I would think the lappers would play a little bit differently in this one. When they were running that 125 Pro Moto, there was some schoolboy, the skill level wasn't as high as an A or a pro rider. I think once you're out here with the rest of the pro and A guys, it will lend you to be, even if you get caught up in a lapper, the pace is a little bit quicker.
Yeah, the overall difference in speed between the top riders and the back riders is not near as much as it was in that 125 fast. But and not to mention just the overall race craft and race smarts, if you will, being able to be aware, move out of the race line, even figure out what the race line is for these top guys. So, but it's still at the same time, it's hard for these riders to predict. They come up on them very quick, and so some riders can't get out of the way fast enough, and then you have some situations where they just don't. And so it's up to the pro rider to find a way around them. So Smith doing a great job, and it looks like, again, he's going right now. He's trying to sprint away and is trying to check out. I honestly wouldn't be surprised to see the lap times drop even more the next time he comes through the finish line, is if he's able to keep this intensity up.
Right now he's got it going. Whatever he's doing, he's flowing. As you see, still Kokinos and Fustini. Thor Devlin locked up there in the 4th spot. Lafferty in 5th. The A Open, you got Johnson, Ingersoll, Wentz, and Basutti moves up inside the top 5. Clotter, your 5th place rider. A200, Barrientos, Ford, Giacon, Hyam, and I didn't catch the 5th place rider. Assuming that is accurate, obviously you always want to go double check your results. The official results posted at the JDay trailer. as they are working their way through lap traffic, and now is letting Fustini get right up to the back tire of Kokinos again.
That
and
is
now
Thorne Devlin.
I was just going to say we got another rider throwing their hat in the mix.
And I don't know that either one of them would have even recognized
And he's gone
that.
by both of them.
How about that? It kind of popped in out of nowhere. Devlin hasn't been with us through a lot of the season, but when he has been, he's been making a lot of noise, and what a move that was. 2 for 1 up the KC66 Pro line. So now Evan Smith, Thorne Devlin, 1 and 2. Kokinos and Fustini, 3 and 4.
And now Fustini probably not panicking because Kokinos is still right there. But if he sees Kokinos start to get a little bit closer to the front, now we're really starting to talk about some spoilers. If Kokinos is able to put one of these two guys in between the two of them.
That's what I was just about to say. It's not so much on whether or not these guys beat each other, but whether or not they can get riders in between each other as well, specifically Kokinos. So who knows? Justin may be trying to just keep Jigs behind him long enough, and then that last lap, give an all-out, everything you got sprint and try to get back around Devlin and maybe back up to Evan Smith as he is starting to exit the frame. Devlin going to try to track him down. And that's going to be another one I'm interested to see what the lap time looks like, because, again, he was back there riding consistent, and then it was just like he hit a go button, and all of a sudden he's right up to the rear wheel and past him.
So we're waiting Smith and Devlin now. Obviously, our live timing hasn't updated. That'll trickle back through once they hit the Yamaha finish line. But Fustini and Kokinos drop to 3 and 4. And we'll see what Devlin can do now that he's got some clear track to go after Smith. It's weird the way these races have unfolded. I'm not sure. Like I said, you followed the series all the way through. Are you seeing it where we're just kind of flipping the switch in the middle of a race here? Or is this just how the races happen to unfold here at this one?
Yeah, yes and no. It's one of those things where you kind of can't pinpoint what you're going to get from any of these riders. And it seems like some of them show up one weekend and they're like, I'm going for a win, and some of them, you know, they're barely able to make the top 5. Is what a line there from Devlin. I mean,
technical.
Thorne Devlin, perfect example. He's been with us some different races now. I know he's got some hard enduro background, but man, this intensity and speed we really haven't seen as much throughout the season.
That was like something you'd see at a trials event. He really pre-hopped that bike. As throwing a little bit of style there. He's feeling it, obviously feeling it. As we get a look from the TBT Racing live drone, they're going to work their way back to the Yamaha finish line, and they'll cross the start line and work their way back to the front of the property here.
And I was about to say, that rider in front of him was not Smith. Smith is already back out onto the front stretch.
The white flag, I believe, I don't mean to cut you off, Zach. White flag looked like it came out, possibly get a confirmation from race control, but I believe I saw a white flag.
Yep. So the white flag is out, did get confirmed, final lap. So I'm also going to be paying attention to the 444 of Kokinos.
Live timing just updated. It's saying Fustini's ahead of Kokinos.
It's highly possible,
We'll see if we can get a shot of that.
I tell
as
you
we
what
follow
I noticed,
Smith.
every time I look at Evan Smith, look at how upright he sits on the motorcycle. He sits up towards the front end, and Evan Smith is not a small dude by any means, but sitting straight up, the back is not curved at all. And probably the second or third time I've seen him take a little glance back as well, wants to see exactly what's going on behind him.
Now that you mention it, I'm going to watch. He does look like he rides like a little bit with a taller posture than he actually is.
Can't remember if Smith had a back injury a few years ago or not, but if he did, that may make sense.
Absolutely.
I know a lot of riders, after recovering from that, not quite as able to round the back out. But Smith on fire, back up the hillside, going to buzz by us one more time. And Thorne Devlin going to work as well on the two smoker.
Yeah, I was just
going
to say, I saw the pipe, wondering what size CC motor he's running. As he's got a lot of ground to make up, not much time to do it. They're about halfway through. They are done with the motocross section outside of hitting Sky Shot and going up Horsepower Hill back towards the finish line. As we watch Evan Smith work his way through. Are we looking at what used to be the grass section?
Yeah.
That's not grass anymore. We got full-blown ruts in here.
Yeah, just like we said, all of a sudden there is no question where the course is at. As Evan Smith, again, a glance back. There is Devlin. He's definitely closing the gap up a little bit. I don't think he's going to need some bobbles, some little mistakes, some lap riders or something to help Smith bring him back to him. But, and I'm curious, Fustini and Coquinos, just how close they are. It is still showing Fustini in the number 3 spot.
So they are working their way through the wood section. I don't believe we've hit the KC66 Pro line. Here we are. We're going to hit it right now. So this was a spot where we saw Devlin really make up some time on Coquinos and Fustini. So we'll see what he can do here. There's a lap rider in between he and Smith. Looks like he's going to get out of the way.
And again, cameras do not do any justice to how steep that section is. He's definitely making some times up in a hurry. So Thorne Devlin maybe had a little extra nitrous saved for the final lap and is letting it all rip now.
Going to be up to Smith. He's got to be able to hear that 2-stroke barking behind him shortly if he hasn't already heard it. A little slide out there. You catch a rut, and then Devlin kind of hit the same rut, though.
As well, yeah.
Yeah, it looked like a root of a tree kind of slid out the back tire on both of them.
So the Fox FPV drone jumping on board. As slicing and dicing his way through is Evan Smith. Closing in on a potential first moto win here in the pro class.
Got about a half, quarter of a
killing
lap
him
to
right
go.
Here.
Yeah,
He
this
is getting
rider
hung up big time. And you see Devlin is right there. He
right
is
in the
now
same turn,
a bike length or 2 behind him.
We're really, this is kind of the part where they charge down the hill and you start coming back towards the front of the property, and you'll end up on the pro track, the motocross side of it here shortly.
All right, and they'll pop back into frame here in just a moment.
Looking for him. Cam Robert is doing the same thing we are, looking for him, looking for him. They're out here somewhere.
He should drop down here in just a second. We will get an idea as to how far back Devlin is. He is right there.
And that's a line of lappers in front of him, right in the main line. This could go all the way down to the wire.
Bar to bar. Here we go. Thorne Devlin and Evan Smith, 2 riders not in the title fight, doing it all for the moto win. Into the extreme section once again.
So let's keep an eye on that little hop line that Devlin had here, where he was able to kind of pre-hop. Contact!
How about it? That was quite a move there from Devlin. I'm surprised that he went for it right there when he had been making up so much time on Evan Smith. Again, the patience definitely a part of the game, and man, big contact there. Surprised they both didn't go down. We'll see if we can get a replay of that. As Thorne Devlin, just like you said, Josh, I think that was the spot he had picked out in his head. That was where he wanted to try to make the pass happen. It just wasn't close enough. Runs up the inside. Smith goes to close the door, and nothing that could be done. A little look over there from Evan Smith. No harm, no foul, and a checkered flag waiting for the 347. Evan Smith fights and gets the job done.
That felt kind of predetermined, like
and I do believe that we'll have our top 3 all hanging over at the podium. Here comes Thorne Devlin. We'll see the props given there.
Only motocross. You can almost kill the guy.
It's going to be one
or
or the
good,
other.
Baby. We're good.
They were going to be either cool or they weren't going to be. So, and it looks like that was Jigs Fustini crossing the line, I believe, in the number 3 spot. So your top 3 going to be Evan Smith, Thorne Devlin, and Jigs Fustini. And I did not see Coquinos come across the line, but I believe he was in the 4th place spot, and
that him right
there he is. Yeah, so that just goes to show Coquinos lost touch ever so slightly with Fustini there at the tail end of the race. Not sure if anything happened. That was Ryder Lafferty making his way through as well. Going to try to round out that top 5 here in your AA class. But how about it? Things starting to look a little brighter ever so slightly. for Jigs Fustini after a performance like that. As we get ready to send things down to the podium, we'll see who we've got on the headset first. Take a deep breath there, Evan, man. You put on some work right there. Take us through that moto. Didn't quite get the start. It was a little bit better than we saw in the 125 class, but, man, it was like you had a nitrous button on the handlebars. All of a sudden, you knew it was time to go, and you got to work. Take us through the moto.
Yeah, I love a big bike. 125s are kind of annoying. So I like twisting it, and, yeah, I got a pretty good jump, and I don't know, maybe third or fourth into the woods or something. And, yeah, I don't know, I was able to get around Justin and Jigs and hold off Thorn.
I was going to say, it looked like you were kind of trying to get away there early on, and then all of a sudden Thorn Devlin started to enter into the picture. Take us through that last trip through the FMF Extreme section, man. What happened?
Yeah, for sure. I thought I was just in cruise mode out there, and then kind of noticed Thorn was right there not long before that. And I don't know, apparently he has a wicked line through there, because I kind of tiptoed and then committed to that last one, and then I hurt his bike, but it was too late.
A little too late for him on that one, man. Well, it was a solid performance. Do we feel like we have a strong section on this one? We kind of were comparing you to Kokinos and to Fustini as almost a blend between them. You're hitting all the jumps. You got the hot lines on the moto side of things, but a lot of creativity in the woods as well. Do you feel like one section's benefiting you more than the other?
For sure. I'm way stronger in the woods. For whatever reason, I think I'm closer to them on the moto track than a normal round. So, I mean, that just makes my life a little bit easier when I get in the woods.
Hey, well, whatever you got going for you, man, it's working well. And who do you want to give a shout out here for getting the job done in Moto 1?
Yeah, thanks to Dirt South, Callus Gear, Tear Off Gaskets, I don't know, FMF, KTM, Russell Bobbitt riding, coaching, my girlfriend for coming up with me, and everybody else I missed. Thank you.
Great job, Evan. We'll see you back in Moto 2.
Thanks.
All right, that is your Moto 1 winner, Evan Smith. We're going to do some shuffling around and try to grab a word from the rest of your top three. But that's an interesting point that he brings up there, Josh. Like we said, we've seen him in some of our other motos throughout the years. We take a look at the MX Trophies race recap, but he says he feels like he's closer on the moto track this weekend compared to some of the other weekends, right? He's in the mix and in the fight.
Yeah, you wonder, is it bike setup? Is it maybe just he feels comfortable this weekend more than others? As we look at the MX Trophies race recap, like we said, it was Kokinos and Fustini that got out early. As you see him here, believe they're still 1 and 2 at this point. This is where Fustini made the pass for the lead. Early in the moto, they were lap 2 or 3. And then we had one guy kind of hold Fustini up a little bit in the FMF Extreme section. And this is where Evan Smith really started to reel him in.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Evan Smith enters the picture, and he starts to take over the whole portrait, carving up the inside. Closes the door on Fustini, and then almost immediately makes the pass on Kokinos when he catches up to him. And we thought that was going to be all she wrote. And then all of a sudden, here comes this screaming two-stroke with Thorn Devlin. He's entering the picture, makes some really quick moves on both Kokinos and Fustini. I got to think he kind of caught them off guard. And then he enters the picture and the fight for the lead, taking it all the way down to the wire and keeping heavy pressure right up until this section right here, the FMF Extreme section. Leaving another extreme mark on the season.
JDay is a contact sport.
Yes, no doubt about it. But high fives and props being given after the checkered flag. And speaking of Thorn Devlin, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Here we are.
What a performance, man. So we didn't quite catch where you were off of the start, but then all of a sudden it was like you just started picking people off. I almost think you caught Kokinos and Fustini off guard in the KC66 section. Take us through what was working for you, man, because you had the two-stroke barking all moto long.
Yeah, thanks, man. No, I got a good jump off the start. Something I've been working hard on is riding moto. I'm always been decent at moto, but I just been trying to put my head down the last couple of weeks and just get my speed faster all around. So yeah, I got a good jump. I wasn't too far back, but Evan was applying some pressure on the back. I just got the suspension new settings. First lap was the first sight of the track, and first time trying that suspension. So I was just getting a feel for it, trying not to make any take any big chances. And as you can see, I just started warming up into that moto and start pushing late on. Really wasn't the goal to grab a moto win. I'll always take one, but once I tasted blood, I was pushing pretty hard. So yeah, looking forward to the rest of the weekend.
Now, I got to go over not necessarily the final lap of the extreme section. We'll talk about that as well, but you had a nice little almost hard enduro line through there. Take us through. Was that something that you had spotted out beforehand, or just one of those spur-of-the-moment type things that you felt when you were out there?
Yeah, no, spur-of-the-moment thing. I think there's like kind of a 2 Jersey barriers laid down and some tires in between, and I'm actually preloading my suspension off the first Jersey barrier into the second one, and then I hop the whole thing. And I'm gaining maybe a second or 2 there, but that was able to close up that last little bit of gap I did to try to make that pass on Evan. He didn't know I was there, I think, that close, and I kind of snuck in on him, so he drifted over, but that was good racing. I'm so pumped for Moto2.
Hey, absolutely, man. Can't say you weren't going for it. A fantastic performance. Anybody you want to give a shout out to?
Absolutely. The whole Solid Performance crew, they've been busting their tails. As you can see, the bike's working good. She's singing, and man, she sounds good. Thanks to the boys over at TSP and Slavens. But TLD, my girlfriend Alex, the whole crew behind me, Wheelworks, Oakley, Bulletproof Designs, and my whole family watching back at home. Love y'all. Thank y'all for the support.
Great performance, Thorne. We'll see you back in Moto2.
Thanks, brother.
All right, that is Thorne Devlin putting on a show for us there, coming all the way down to the wire. And, man, and that's just something that we talked about, Josh. No practice, kind of sight lapse, and to be able to pick things up in a split second, absolutely incredible. As we take a look at the Pro Taper Top 10, Evan Smith, Thorne Devlin, and Jigs Fustini, 1, 2, and 3. Justin Coquinos and Ryder Lafferty going to round out your top 5. Ryan Amancio, Van Gosselin, Colton McQuarrie, Gavin Forsberry, and looks like Jake Abbott going to round out your top 10 here in our Pro A250, A200, A Open, and Pro Electric classes as well. As we're going to do some more shuffling around, and I believe going to try to catch up with the man who's getting jiggy out there, Jigs Fustini. Oh, I've been making that joke all year long. He's probably sick of it.
I love it.
He keeps riding like that. Hey, how are you not to? And sounds like Jigs already headed back to the rig, so we'll see him lining up here soon for Moto2. And speaking of Moto2, that's what's going to be kicking off as soon as we get back from a commercial break here from round 7 of the Fox JDay Offroad racing season.
We've been there since the very beginning.
20 left, the main event, the mud, the blood, the beer.
Organizing the industry and building champions. "100 years of defending your rights to ride into the future."
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win.
Formulated to win.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me.
Proven by me.
Redline Oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses. Redline Oil, no compromises. And Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%. Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to beautiful New Berlin, New York, and Unadilla MX for round 7 of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad racing season. This is the Moto Tassanari Unadilla Grand Prix doubleheader weekend, and day 1 of racing just past the halfway point in the day as we are getting ready to go racing here for our second set of motos. Once again, starting things off with our super mini class here. Our Pee-wees this morning running an extended moto, single moto for them, but everyone else a 2-moto format. And I believe I just saw our first moto winner not getting a good jump. Took a couple of kicks to be able to get that thing fired up, so Sawyer Langenbeck may have his work cut out for him. But we are here, race number 8, Super Mini, Mini Senior, Mini Junior, and Girls off and rolling. Well, Super Mini has off and rolled. The rest of them are waiting for the green flag to fly. Race number 8. Race number 9, all of our C classes. You guys want to start getting your stuff together and heading towards the line as well. As we have said all day long, it is your responsibility to get up to the gate or to the start well in advance of your moto. As Super Mini is clean and clear, let's get ready. Mini Senior and Mini Junior. One of our tighter points battles here in the Mini Junior class. And there you see Michael Kimachowski on the 617 trying to make up a little bit of points on Crew Hopkins, who is driving up the inside and looks like got the early race lead there in that class. So not making it easy on Kimachowski with a start like that.
Kimachowski's back there in 4th. You see him with the bright yellow on the back of his jersey. I was checking out his start strategy. Like I said, we're not familiar with JDay here as far as I go. I saw one rider starting in neutral, one rider starting in gear with his hand on the clutch. Is there a preferred method here?
It just depends. Like I said, Kokinos has got the neutral 1-2 kick. A lot of people, you know, GNCC, you see a lot of people dead engine starting in gear, but there's a technique to it, top dead center. Even on the bigger bikes, there's a kind of a half electric start button that you press to kind of get it in the top dead center. I don't know. Like I said, I was terrible at them. So, yeah, my strategy is whatever works at this point. So, our girls class coming up. 3rd row here in this one.
And they ready to go here. I almost said the gate is down. I'm so used to motocross. First time at the dead engine start as the girls are out there now. We'll start seeing them sort out here. We'll get some numbers and we'll let everybody know what is going on as we watch on the TBT Racing live drone. We see the 215 is back there in 3rd. That's an easy one to pick out. You see the big name and number on the back of the jersey. As the girls are down in the gravity cavity. And they have shot out. And that is going to be your leader of the, no, not your leader of the race.
I did the same thing in Moto 1. It looked just like Crew Hopkins.
Yeah, it looks like Hopkins. Same bike, same yellow backgrounds, different number though.
We head up to the top of the hillside, getting ready to drop back into the woods.
So we're gonna try and catch tabs on Chimikowski here, as he's the one that needs to make something happen. The 118, I believe, was that our race leader?
I don't believe so. I saw Hopkins with the start, unless something happened to him where he went down.
That's why I thought it was him when they initially put him on screen. I think these guys are a little bit farther into the grass section now.
So we continue to watch shuffling around here at the top end of the field. There you see the 127 making his way.
So they're out into the Dunlop split lane. We're still trying to catch our bearings here and figure out where we are.
We're at Unadilla, man.
Yeah, we are at Unadilla. We're definitely not running the KC66 Pro line. At least I hope they're not running it. That did not look like a hill that I would want to be going up on a Super Mini.
So just saw the 41 on screen. Carving through. Getting ready to head back up the hillside. Gonna
probably thinking this is not what I saw the first time I was out here.
Totally different. All of a sudden there's potholes and roots and rocks and ruts that didn't even know were laying under there. The 127 still looking solid here in this one. Looks like maybe picked up the pace a little bit. And we see that as well. Seems like some riders really come to light in those second motos when the track is, I mean, I don't want to say bad, but it's rough, it's tough, it's not quite as easy to ride, and sometimes that's the exact conditions that certain riders thrive in. As we're watching Mini Senior and Mini Junior make their way through. There is Drew Hopkins.
I was just going to say, we saw Chimkowski there on screen, so we've caught up to the lead group here. It looks like one rider, two riders in between them.
Yeah, we see Salgado, and then there is Kimichowski. So we will see, I'm not sure, I believe maybe that second rider kind of in that four-rider freight train is in the senior class. And then I think the other three are in the Mini Junior class, even though they started on the same row. So,
well, you never know. Sometimes you run into some issues at the beginning of the race, and unfortunately, before you know it, you're already falling back a little bit, and that second group catches up to you.
Yep.
As we see back on screen, the 118 still tricking me, and I think it's Crew. As we wait for the lead group to cycle back into frame here, we see a couple other riders. I believe this is still our Super Mini class. I see, is that at 85? 95 possibly, as now we're over into the FMF Extreme section.
I believe the 118 is Ethan Clark going through our points here. Clark just on the backside of the top 20 or so.
Okay.
In points, but there's so many ties he could, with scoring points here, he could wind up in 7th by the time it's all said and done. So, but the 196 of Hopkins, we do know, is out front leading the way. There you see him. He's on the white Yamaha. And back out onto the moto track. Starting to see some chatter. Those braking bumps getting a little tougher there on the inside. Things kind of drying out ever so slightly as well. You can see they've touched up a couple of spots, kind of refaced some of those outside berms as well.
So we're looking here, Crew Hopkins, Chimkowski, 118, like you said, is Ethan Clark. So we start to see some names and numbers cycle through.
And so we, obviously these riders not going to be launching the downhill double.
So they are working their way, as we watch on the TPT Racing live drone, they're kind of working their way through the middle of the motocross section as they go around the infamous apple tree. If you've been around the Unadilla Racing for a while, the apple tree is one of the staples of the course. As we see, is that the 196 of Crew Jones having trouble in the FMF Extreme section, Jack?
Yeah, Hopkins having some problems there.
Hopkins, rather, sorry.
And you can see.
Oh, we got one rider off track even. No, that's now Chimkowski. So just when you see Hopkins make a mistake, Chimkowski has a chance to
capitalize on
it. And he makes a mistake of his own as we check back in with the battle for the lead here.
This is your Super Mini class, yes, I believe. And they were pretty close at the top end of Moto 1 as well. Try to get an idea as to who that is. Timing and scoring, having some problems getting the data back over here to us.
A 3 on the bike. Is there a 3 on the live timing? We don't know. We got a guy on a bike, a kid on a bike. Two of them.
One of them's wearing a duck shirt.
And they're not riding together.
Pink boots. Oh, how about that? Starting to see some of those square edge bumps come to light as well. We saw plenty of that in the weekend Pro Moto, and that's something else. When the soil is tilled up and it's got moisture in it, it's some of the best in the country. But as it dries up and starts to pack in, you get those potholes, those square edge bumps that will kick you out of nowhere. And great job from that rider, holding on with the legs and doing a great job of keeping that thing going in the right direction. Looks like things starting to kind of straighten out here on the pylon. It does seem like Sawyer Langenbeck has worked his way back up to the front. He was dead last off of the starting line, so making some quick work. And if this is your leader, that is not Langenbeck. If that is your lead group, not sure. That might be Wiggins.
I was holding on to Wheeler as the one with the duck shirt on earlier in the day. I'm riding that one all the way into the ground. So I'm going to think we got Wiggins and Wheeler on screen. Hard to say here as they wind their way through the trees way out into the back of the track. Like we said earlier, this is a part of the track where you can't get back there with a water truck. So whatever you're riding on, you're at the mercy of Mother Nature back there.
You got what you got. As showing Stoll and Meacham rounding out the top 5.
And back in the girls class, still showing.
Yes, I see the 78 on the number plate, so I think you're dead on with Wheeler and Wiggins. The question is whether or not Sawyer Langenbeck has actually caught all the way up to the front of the pack and made those passes happen. There is the 21.
So that was Langenbach, I believe, possibly ahead of these guys. We're going to see who comes in next.
So that was definitely Langenbach, and that is the 36. So we'll wait here just another minute and try to see.
There we go, the 9. Is that a 9? That's a 3. So I believe that was. It's hard to say. They get in the woods and they start getting jumbled up with the other classes. Yeah. We're trying to catch back up here.
I'll be honest, like I don't think Langenbeck has worked his way all the way up to the front of the pack quite yet. I know he's capable of it after grabbing that first moto win, but it took him a little bit of time. And like I said, it took him 2 or 3 kicks to get fired up off the start. So still trying to get some things figured out. That rider, big powder burn. I think he was looking back to make sure nobody was trying to slide up the inside of him as the Fox FPV drone tags along. That is the 113 of Braden Stoll, your points leader here in the Super Mini class.
Working his way around some of the other back markers in the other class. Still live timing saying it's Langenbach, Wiggins, and Wheeler. Sounds like a law firm.
So jumping on the Fox FPV drone and then turning back around, coming back to see who's headed towards us. Meanwhile, there is the number 3 on the bike. I think that is Caleb Wiggins, and I think Wiggins may actually be out front. Trying not to speculate too much here. And I believe Josh Stout trying to complete his announcing initiation here and take down a chair. We will see.
Still waiting on one of those Coleman chair sponsorships. We had Zach go through a chair last year at the High Voltage State Championships. Now I'm trying to join him here at Unadilla. As we continue to watch, Braden Stoll on screen. Looks like one of our girls struggling to get over that log, possibly dad or one of the fans helping her get over that. That was Brandy Hill on the KTM. She's back there in 5th in the girls class. She is up and over the log and gonna challenge this sand wall now as she climbs right over the top of that thing. Now back on screen, that is the 21 of Langenbach. So Stoll ahead of Langenbach. They're not in the same class, but at least we'll get a little bit of taste of where they are on the track.
I think they are in the same class, though. That's what I'm saying. I don't think this is.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Try not to speculate here too much.
We do have them in the Super Mini class. Okay, so yeah, I believe live timing is just throwing us for a loop here. We had Stoll on screen getting through the FMF Extreme section about 5 or 10 seconds before Langenbach. And now it looks like we check back with, I believe this is Wiggins and Wheeler. I'm looking at the jersey flap, and I think that's the Duck jersey. Yes, that is the pink jersey. Well, it's not even a jersey. It's more of a dress shirt, a pink dress shirt with some rubber ducks on it. That was Wheeler and Wiggins. So this is the 12 and the 78 doing battle back here on the pro track.
And you can see riders start to stand later and later into the corners, as these guys have been about this close pretty much the whole moto. Just when one starts to pull away, he gets reeled right back in, trading mistakes and trading strong sections here, but they're both going to funnel to the outside, really try to get as much of a drive as they can. Another square edge acceleration bump coming out of that corner. This time, Wheeler's got the drive, and he's got the pass made as well. That was all set up by him cutting down out of that main outside line, headed back up the hillside.
He earned that one. He kind of set that one up way back at the bottom of the hill before they went over the two doubles. So he harped on Wiggins there for at least 3 or 4 laps, it felt like.
So we pick him back up on the pit bike moto cam as they drop out of sight.
So for going off what we see on screen, we got a Wheeler leading Wiggins now, starting to open it up on him now that he finally found his way around him. And then we had Stoll, what we believe, leading everybody around this in this class. As we check in on the TBT Racing live drone as they work their way through the wood section, way in the back part of the track here, all the way pretty much as far back on the property as this course goes. And they drop into the Dunlop split lane.
And once again, it's been a great job of setting those split lanes up where both are competitive. We've seen passes made both ways throughout the day here today. So that's always a tough ask.
One thing Zach, I don't mean to cut you off. One thing I'm really impressed with being a first timer here at a JDay is just the way that they kind of just went out into the woods.
Yep.
And you set up some ribbon, and all of a sudden you got a competitive racetrack. I go out in the woods and I just get lost. So shout out to Ethan and his crew for being able to envision this, where really when you look into the woods, all you see is trees. And obviously Ethan sees a racetrack when he looks into the woods.
Yeah, it's, you know, a painter looks at a blank canvas and knows where it's going to be. A musician knows the song before he ever puts it down on recording. You know, it's so cool to watch the way these guys develop and come through. And especially, you know, somewhere like a Southwick, like a Unadilla, where they've been years in and years out, they're still changing it. They're still changing the way you enter and exit the woods, the sections that you're going in. The creativity never goes away. And so it keeps it interesting and keeps it changing as well. You know, some of the GNCC stops, yes, they change a few things here and there, but a lot of the riders say they're able to pick up on familiar sections from years past. And out here, it is really fun to see. Like we said, between today and tomorrow, almost entirely different sections in the woods. And so a different feel for riders every single year. And I think that keeps it exciting as well. It keeps that unknown element of, you know, only the best are going to be able to come and be successful year after year.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was touching on earlier, is how many times do you really want to go to the same track, same obstacles, racing the same. Unfortunately, some days at the lower level in the amateurs, you're racing 4 or 5 guys, the same guys over and over on the same track. And then the opportunity, if you're a New Yorker, to just come, you don't have to race the whole series. You can just come out on a Saturday or a Sunday and just have a little bit of fun. If you're watching at home today and you got some free time tomorrow and you want to come ride this thing, it's a separate event. You're more than welcome to show up. I saw signups going super late into the day tonight, and then early tomorrow morning you can sign up. Nothing fancy about it. As we check back in on one of our girl riders, it looks like.
Yep, we saw this rider having some difficulties earlier in Moto 1. And she's right back out there getting at it. No giving up here in JDay. She did a great job in Moto 1 and actually got through that section, I believe, a bit cleaner than she did in Moto 1 as well. So
we
making
saw
some
her.
improvements.
Yeah, we saw her in the first moto kind of stuck on the hill. That time she got through it clean. As we got one rider coming into, looks like we finally found someone that wants to take the go-around line. It's been so long since I seen anyone take it, I kind of forgot it was there. So if you're watching back at the trailer and you're watching how this FMF Extreme section is kind of getting chewed apart and you see riders having issues, you might want to start thinking about that go-around line. As I say that, Wheeler says, watch how easy this is, Josh.
Wheeler doing a couple of handstands there before setting it back down on the pegs.
And there we go. The chair is finally gone the rest of the way.
All right, so things getting exciting on and off track. And I will be a little insulted if we don't get him on camera here.
I am officially an announcer as I've broken a chair.
Well, you've made it now. As back up the hillside we go here, getting ready to head towards that Yamaha finish line.
Worst part is lunch hasn't even come yet, and I've already gone through a chair. I hate to see what's going to happen
That's
after.
as light as you're going to be all day, yeah. There is Sawyer Langenbeck, so like we said, not getting the start that he was hoping for and is going to try to charge in and make a late race charge. Our engineer in charge, Jordan McFadden, to the rescue once again.
That is our resident chair specialist as we see one rider getting stuck.
He's the chairman of the board.
Hey, he's good with wordplay, I tell you that.
Taking a look, there is the 39 ride, kind of slicing over on that little rider there.
Did you see him, though? Once the little guy got stuck, he kind of threw his hand up like, what the heck, you're holding up my race.
Come on, dude.
And then he threw a little attitude at him when he went by.
And going to try to sneak through a 2-inch slot there beside that obstacle. Didn't work out for him, stalled the machine. Meanwhile, back at the front,
this is Wheeler still on screen, the 78. He's
I'm going to say it. I think Wheeler's
Wiggins.
leading the show here. I think he is the man out front here in the Super Mini class. He has made some passes happen, and yeah, he's the fastest guy on track.
So we may have been shortchanging him this whole time.
Yeah, I definitely think Wheeler has been out front. I think that was Wiggins right there with him battling early on.
Stoll and Langenbach. Langenbach, our first race winner, he's back there running the pace of a fourth place rider this time. So Wheeler and Wiggins have found something different as we come into the afternoon of racing here at Unadilla for the JDay GP. We are watching now on the pit bike moto camera way out in the back in the grass section, which is now just dirt. There is Wheeler working his way around here. He is funneling his way back into part of the other wood section. Again, way out in the far back of the track. We see one guy back there. That's just a track crew guy. I don't think you're going to find many spectators that far back. And he funnels down, like we were saying, down into the wood section here. Not sure what lap we're on. I kind of lost track, and our live timing pillar is not currently up anymore, but I got to believe white flag should be coming out relatively soon, as that should be Wiggins now coming down in behind him into the wood section, about a 10 to 12 second gap. As we take a look at the Dunlop split lane on camera, we're going to see which way Wheeler decides to go, as he's got some lap traffic in front of him. He will duck to the inside. Oh, caught that little rider off guard there. Almost ran him into the tree. Got so spooked when he looked over and saw him coming. He corrected course and almost put himself into a tree. That was the 118 of Ethan Clark. He was working his way around, but no harm, no foul. As now, Zach, finally we get our live timing shows. Wheeler, Wiggins, Stoll, Langenbach, and Meacham are top 5. And Crew Hopkins back there in 7th. Unfortunately, Chimikowski, I don't see him in the top 10 overall. It looks like he's 3rd in that class. So Hopkins, Delgado, and then Chimikowski, your top 3. And then Wheeler, Wiggins, Stoll, your top 3 in Super Mini. Looking at the girls' live time, you got Teixeira, Levesque, and Machad, your top 3. And then, like we said, Mini Junior 6 to 12, you got Hopkins, Delgado, And Chimikowski, as we see the 41 rider getting a little hung up there. That's Colton Brown. He's able to get unstuck from that tire as he works his way through the FMF Extreme section.
That was good the way he lightened that front end up there.
It kind of preloaded and popped itself right over there.
And you can see the ruts that have kind of started to develop, especially there on that far inside. Yeah, camera doing a great job of zooming in on it there. That's from where those riders have been planting the foot and pivoting the bike on a dime. It's really started to cut into it, and that's one of those ones where if you're not able to do that, it's a hard rut to follow with both feet on the pegs. It's not, obviously it's designed based off of someone that's planting a boot and pivoting the bike on it, a technical kind of skill that you see a lot in the GNCC world. And so it is definitely developing more and more, and you're starting to see more of those lead riders move further to the outside to try to avoid it.
Yeah, it's a very sharp, almost like a 90-degree hook in that rut, and if you're in there, if your wheel's in there and you catch that and you're not ready for it, it's going to throw you off a little bit. As we dip back into one of our wood sections here, waiting to see Wheeler drop down in the screen. Possibly, there he is. Yeah, I see the pink shirt flapping in the breeze. So Wheeler works his way through the woods back towards the front of the property as we see Chimikowski coming through on the TBT Racing live drone. And then Wheeler behind him as they're going into the FMF Extreme section.
Chimikowski, making a last second adjustment, hangs Wheeler up ever so slightly. Wheeler gonna strike real quick, try to get around him. Hang on to it now.
Oh no, he held on to it the first time.
You know, I saw him on the last lap.
Second time.
He was way back on the back, and I wasn't joking when I said he did handstands on the last lap, and this time went a little bit for the ride here.
Well, I mean, we know FMF, Flying Machine Factory, but you don't want to fly in the extreme zone. That's not the goal. As he was able to remount relatively quickly, I don't believe Wiggins was close enough to pass him. I saw one rider go by was Chimikowski, and then another rider, I believe, was a different rider. As we check a replay here, the first time he was able to ride it out, Zach, a little Superman. The second time wasn't so friendly to him.
You got to give props for just absolute commitment, because he didn't hesitate for a second and just sent it. But because of the way he got kicked on the first one, it slid him further back on the bike. That back end compressed, and he got absolutely ejected. Looked like me trying to go through the FMF Extreme section as the white flag was waving. So we may be seeing a checkered flag here in just a second. And now
is not Wheeler
watching. Yeah, so maybe the 12 on the KTM waiting over at the Fox finish line.
So I just saw Chimikowski come through, so that Wheeler should be coming through behind Chimikowski here. Obviously not in the same class, but that was the way it was unfolding after Wheeler had got up.
So bear with us here on the broadcast, as we will try to get figured out exactly how this one got wrapped up.
Waiting for everybody to cycle through here, the Yamaha Racing finish line. A couple riders still getting over the tabletops as they work their way back towards the finish line. We saw Chimikowski come across, and what we believe was Wheeler had come across as well. So bear with us while we sort this out, and we will get you an interview with our race winner here.
All right, can you hear me down there?
Yeah.
All right, man, take us through the moto out here. We had all kinds of chaos going on. It seemed like riders were making passes and then crashing a few corners later. First of all, how different was the track from Moto 1 to Moto 2? Because it seems like it was like a different planet out there.
Yeah, well, I got off to a good start there, Hosha, and led through the entire moto track, and then I forget what happened. He got around me, but it's just so whooped out there.
Now, we were kind of talking on this in the first motos. It seems like certain riders maybe a bit stronger in one area versus the other. Do you feel like you had a strong spot that was really helping you make some time up?
I think in the woods I was making up quite a bit of time because that other kid, he shred on the moto track, so.
Well, who do you want to thank for getting the job done here in Moto 2?
My mom, my dad, Dave Jennings, Factory Connection Suspension, IMS, Pro Circuit, and everybody else.
All right, man, congratulations on a second Moto win here, wrapping up the Super Mini class, race number 9. Or excuse me, race number 8. Race 9 should be sitting down there. Caleb Wiggins gets the job done here in Moto number 2. Caleb, you're good to go, man. Absolutely fantastic job. He's going to throw the headset off and get ready to go. Probably back to the truck, get ready to do some celebrating after a race like that. We'll get ready for our MX Trophies race recap. All kinds of chaos.
Yeah, it was chaos in the booth. We weren't really sure what was happening. He gave us a little bit of an insight.
And there you see the battles rage on between Hopkins, Kimachowski, in that junior class, kind of sprinkling some mini senior riders there throughout in the mix as well. Shout out to all of the fans and families helping down at the extreme section, getting put to work there in this one. The drag race here between Wiggins and I believe Wheeler. And yeah, there was all kinds of crazy stuff going on. Hard to keep track of it all, but when it came down to it, it was the number 12 hanging out and chatting with us at the Fox podium. Pro Taper Top 10 shows Wiggins getting the job done. Caleb Wiggins, Wyatt Wheeler, and Braden Stoll. Sawyer Langenbeck and Ryder Meacham, your top 5. Easton Haggesty, Drew Hopkins, Samuel Texiera, Nathan Salgado, and Colton Brown, your top 10. All right, we're going to grab a quick commercial break, and we'll be back with race number 9, our C-Class second motos, coming up after this.
I'm Billy White with Luxon MX, the ultimate destination for high-performance motocross parts. From our state-of-the-art triple clamps to our lightweight, vibration-absorbing handlebar mounts, every Luxon MX product is meticulously engineered with cutting-edge technology, thorough testing, and always crafted from high-end materials. It's our passion to create components that provide unparalleled comfort, control, and confidence on the track. Luxon MX, engineered for performance, proven by professionals, and available to you.
JDay Offroad live coverage is brought to you by FMF, the power of fun, celebrating 50 years of ear-to-ear wheelies. Dunlop, TBT Racing, Engine Ice, MX Trophies, Stasic, Slacker, and W.
All right, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to round 7 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series, the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix. just wrapping up the first of our second motos, and now getting ready to throw the flag on C250, C Open, C200, C-Vet, and CB Open Electric. One of the, probably the biggest, I would say, overall class as far as total riders on track throughout the day. And with more riders come with more opportunities for passes to be made, mistakes to be made, crashes to happen, all kinds of action. This man right here, the 222 of Evan Kelly, he's fired up. He's your points leader there in the C250 class.
I'd be pretty pumped up too if I was the points leader going into the last weekend of the year.
Yeah, you had a big weekend,
and
had a big season, and
first race winner as well. Did we have him up front in the first race, I believe? Or was that the vintage one that we saw him with?
Yeah,
or is he 2 for 2?
He might be. I don't know. He's had some pretty solid rides all weekend long, and like I said, a lot of these guys double dipping in multiple classes. Some of them bringing multiple bikes, so it is certainly a ton of fun to watch. And as you can see, there's a huge turnout in those C classes as always.
Yeah, just looking at the line, they're spread all the way across the start line. I mean, if you were to put this on a motocross gate, I think you would run out of gates just in the first row themselves. So a good turnout here at Unadilla for day number 1 of a double-day weekend, as we got C250 just waiting on the boss man to let these boys fly. Looks like we got him on the live drone, still waiting. Flag has not gone up. The warning has not gone up as he walks out now. He is looking at the camera, laughing at us, like, keep waiting, boys.
We're looking at you. You're looking at us.
Oh,
a little wave there.
Oh, hey, girl.
He is looking good, feeling good. Now is the time to give him some pointers on those 30-second card forms. And am I crazy, or are they lined up a bit further back on the start stretch here this time? I feel like
I was about to say something about that. I felt like they were a little closer to where the 30-second girl is. As we see the 326 popping in screen.
He's lined up, looks like on the outside again.
He loves it. How much farther outside can he go? He's going to be off the track if he goes any farther.
Yep, Danny in that C200 class, the points leader in that one.
As we patiently wait here, it looks like everybody is on the line ready to go. We're just waiting for Ethan to give these guys the green flag. It should be any minute now.
Once again, for those of you on site, make sure you're taking care of those that are taking care of you. We've got some great sponsors and vendors set up here throughout the weekend. I know the concession stands opened up as well. And so make sure you're taking care of everybody here at Unadilla that's helping you enjoy your weekend with us.
And if you're not a local, you're going to go to the concession stand. I'll give you a local pro tip. You want to get a chicken parm wrap. It'll change your life.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
And if you want, grab another one, deliver it back to us here in the booth, back by the Sky Shot. I see the 30-second girl crossing out on the start line, so we're about to go racing here, Zach. C250 race number 2.
Everybody locked in, kind of getting a first-person POV here, what it feels like to be sitting on the line there. You saw the Fox flag went up. These riders here on the outside, you can see angled in just a little bit. They're going to try to get a good jump and close off the rest of the field. The tall order for sure. Looked like number 16 leading them into turn number 1. Not sure what the small number is.
We started to see a little bit of dust there on the start line, so I wouldn't be surprised if the track crew puts down a little bit of water out there. It looks like they've already touched up the main part of the racetrack here. They got some water down. That's one thing, if you've ever been to a race at Unadilla, they don't short on putting the water down. They definitely keep the dust under control. So shout out to the Robinsons and their whole crew here as 250C drops down into gravity cavity.
What a save! Oh my goodness, and he about front flip coming out of gravity cavity too.
That's one where you just pull off after that. I'm pulling over at least.
Oh man, yeah, that stressed me out. That was a
and unfortunately that's what you get when you put the water down. You get it does get a little slick, and if you're not ready for it, you get your balance off a little bit, you end up sliding.
Well, and that was another one, I believe it was Caleb Neal that was talking about there. The drop down in the gravity cavity. You don't get it clean, you get that bounce. And when it bounces, honestly, the best thing that could have happened for him was that water, because if it was dry, it would have caught and spit him down onto the ground high-sided. So it just goes to show anything possible here in the second motos, 2-moto format, 30 minutes of racing action going to work right now.
We see C Open, the green flag has flown on that one as they're already around the front side of the track. One rider making a quick move to the front here as he jumps down into gravity cavity. And we are getting ready for row 3 to hit the track here. You see the infamous Unadilla backdrop, all the American flags. The C200 class. There's Unk getting ready to go on the outside. Really loves those outsides. Got the Scott goggles on. Someone out randomly in the woods. Going to get a new set of goggles coming up here soon. As we see the 916 KTM rider able to sneak up the inside. A couple riders push wide. Looks like everybody able to get through and clean. I believe, I don't even know his name other than Unk right now. I've learned him as Unk. You guys are teaching me the nicknames, not the real names here at JDay. Unk Danny up in the second place rise. Oh, one rider, they kind of locked wheels there in the split lane. One rider drifted over a little bit, got caught in the front wheel of the rider next to him, and unfortunately, that rider took a little bit of a tumble. Hopefully he is able to get up and rejoin the race. Looked like kind of a slow speed crash, so hopefully he is all right. And we're waiting for our Vet C. Green flag should be dropping on them any second now. Everybody got the legs up or the thumb on the electric start, whichever you are using. And we are off. So Vet C, the 144 Kawasaki rider, into the first turn first. As we see the rest of the field start to cycle through, allegedly turn 2. Way out to the front side of the track, we see the Red Bull arch. You always know you're somewhere special, Zach, when you see that Red Bull arch. Oh, they don't just bring that one out for nothing. And our last row, BC Open Electric taking off. Looks like we got 7 or 8 entries here. Everybody through the first turn clean. So we're going to end up with a lot of riders on track here as we run a couple classes combined in this one. We'll see how everything unfolds out on track as these groups start to jumble up together. Over the next 30 minutes, there will be a lot of jockeying for race position as our BC Electric drops down into gravity cavity on the TBT Racing live drone. Give you a really good view of all the rolling hills here as the whole track sits down in the valley, and they're able to build the track off the hills around it.
Yeah, being able to use that natural terrain gives it such a different feel compared to any kind of man-made track that you're at. And part of the appeal of this Unadilla Pro track is those things like gravity cavity, like going up over the top of the hillside over the sky shot, and even right here, this kind of staircase climbing back up to the hillside before they peel off into the woods. A section where we've seen some passes made as well, especially climbing up this hill.
Oh, a couple riders getting tangled up there. Looks like they were both able to keep it on 2 wheels. It kind of, when you get off the track there, you go through that little gate, the little opening, everything tightens up a little bit. A couple riders tangling up. As we've been talking about all weekend and over the last couple weekends, if you see that QR code on screen, you want to download the Verb Prospect app. A cool partnership with Verb and Stoke Media, bringing some innovative technology to the amateur racing world. You can check some results if you are a racer yourself. Zach's mentioned a whole bunch of times your results can get you sponsorships on the app. You can check out, I was actually showing my dad at dinner the other night. As I was going into it, it was going deeper and deeper, and I'm seeing tracks are listing all the way down to practice time, not just race days. You can find practice times, you can find all sorts of information on there, whether you're looking at race results, your own profile, track information.
Yeah, and your rankings, they've got all time, they've got in 2026, they've got within your state, within your city. So, I mean, it's pretty much all the information you could ever want and then some. So really cool the way they've been able to develop that over the last couple of years. I know Chris has seen a big part of the program behind the scenes there, and I was a part of the first race where they kind of activated the app, and just the improvements that they've had since then has been monumental. It's a game changer, not just for the families and the fans and the racers themselves, but especially for us. Tons of information for us to go off of, past results. So really great stuff going on over there with that Verb Prospect app, and great stuff going on over here in the FMF Extreme section as well.
Last week on the broadcast up at High Voltage for the Motocross State Championships, I compared it to Mad Skills Motocross. It's almost like a real-life video game where there's a ranking list. And when you're done with the race, you get to go back to the trailer and you say, hey, Zach, pull up the rankings, bud. Who's ahead of who up there? And it turns into like a competition within a competition with your buddies. And it just adds a whole new fun element to racing. As we watch some of our local riders here in the JDay Offroad Series going through the FMF Extreme section. Some riders able to get through it cleaner than others. There's a whole bunch of fans over there taking in the action. Couple riders, now we see it, Zach. There was 3 or 4 riders in this group decided to take the go-around lane, and that was kind of what I was expecting to start seeing when you get packs of riders. This guy must want a Fox sponsorship. He's tangled up in the banners, taking them with him. Not slowing him down, and he looks like he's got some on the front number plate, some in the back wheel. Hey, man, he paid the race here. He's taking something home with him.
Yeah, going to have some memories one way or the other.
We got the 212 of
you can see how deep.
Stuck in one of those holes where, like you're saying, they're popping, and the back tire is just digging in. And now this is where it pays to be in that go-around lane as we start to see them stack up.
And the problem is that at this point the damage is done. Even though that hole is a bit further back from the entrance of the log, all that's going to happen is it's going to get closer and closer to the takeoff to where there's going to be no way you can avoid it if you go through that line. So it's going to be interesting to watch how it continues to change over the next couple of hours. And yeah, if you think about it, the first time they went through there, none of this stuff was there. The ruts, the kind of pivoting line that has been developed from some of the higher skill level classes as well. So, like we said, these opening laps, a lot to be discovered still.
It's been a good 2 or 3 hours since most of these guys were on the track, so things are a lot different. We know just on a normal race day, the way tracks change from race to race. You start throwing in the amount of bikes that have been out here since these riders were out here. And the first couple laps, almost like relearning the track again, as we see one rider over, looks like he's over the guardrail. He's kind of 50-50 grind. See if we can get a van sponsorship out of him, get some kicks, some skateboarding shoes.
I'm curious to see how he's going to jump. I didn't have any problem jumping back on. All right.
He fooled you, didn't he?
Never mind. All right.
Oh, he's up and over the logs.
Almost pulled a wheeler there.
You can see whose suspension isn't totally set up for the logs. And I'm sure it's a bit of a nuisance to go through that small section. But once he gets into the woods, or maybe he has it set up to run a little bit better on the motocross side of things, he's kind of sacrificing 30 minutes of uncomfortable riding, or 30 seconds rather, I should say, of uncomfortable riding to be comfortable somewhere else on the track.
So continuing to watch here in this second moto of C250, 200 Open and Vet, as well as Open BC Electric.
Watching here live on, well, now they switch it. It was the Power Sports of Utica camera. If anybody is local and you want to support one of our local businesses, Power Sports of Utica, Max and his crew of guys are local to us, about 30 minutes down the road back towards the Utica area. He's always selling Kawasaki and Harley Davidson mainly, but he has some other off-brand stuff. He does some 50cc stuff, some mini quads, sport quads they want to call them, side-by-sides, always throwing some kind of customer appreciation party. So thank you to Power Sports Utica for supporting us this weekend as we watch the 222 working his way through the wood section here, trying to figure out where exactly in the woods he is. It looks like he's working his way towards the far back section where it kind of opens back up. You can see him starting to take the way outside now. We're going to start seeing some riders run a little bit closer to the banners as the 251 jumps back into shot as well. Hopping on board with the Fox FPV drone. We are going to follow the 222 Kawasaki rider back towards the front of the property. He will go through what used to be the grass section here not too long ago. You can start to see all those rocks really starting to come to the surface now. And those aren't just pebbles back there, Zach. Those are like softball-sized boulders. And that will quickly derail your race, whether it be a chain issue. Sometimes those get stuck in the brake pedals and the calipers. They could do some damage to the wheels. So you got to be conscious of what you're seeing back there. as he goes back into the last woods section. They kind of go woods, grass section, then woods again, as we're still riding on board with the FPV drone sponsored by Fox. Able to bob and weave through the trees. Cameraman giving us a good look at the foliage here.
And you can see the way the lines have started to not only carve up, but when the other riders are kicking the rocks across, they're all starting to settle into the bottom of some of those ruts as well. So we often talk about, in motocross, there's often braking bumps and stuff like that hidden down within the ruts. Well, here, sometimes it's a bunch of pebbles and rocks as well, as Evan Kelly pops back into shot here.
It is ever changing from lap to lap. Even next time Evan goes out into that section, some of those rocks that were there are going to be moved to a different spot as the other riders, their bikes, tires kind of spin them around and they dig more of them up. As Kelly is going to come into the FMF Extreme section. Works his way through pretty easily, making this look not extreme right now.
Extremely impressive, that's for sure. You've got the 251 right there. This is not done by any means. Kelly's under pressure.
And now Kelly is a rider, you said, that's been on the circuit all summer long.
He's
so obviously
been hammering it in multiple different classes, like we said. So, and you can tell, you can see the improvement throughout the year as well. I mean, he wasn't going through the extreme section quite like that at round one.
That's what I was going to ask next is, as a C rider, I'm sure his ability to go through that section has improved.
Yep.
As you can see, he went through that like he was a B rider or even an A rider there. As they are up and over Skyshot, gonna race up Horsepower Hill. Back to the front of the facility, go to the Yamaha finish line. We'll see, feel like we should be getting close to white flag time. Hard to see if it came out or not. Nonetheless, Evan Kelly is gonna race across the front straight. As we drop back into the FMF Extreme section. Again, we're going to watch some of these other riders cycle through. Going to give some other entries here some TV time. If you see yourself or a family member, make sure you let them know, hey, you did that good or you did not do that good, as the 508 is showing you how to get through there pretty smooth. Got one, either a mom or a girlfriend or a wife waving. Stop for a picture. I got the camera out. Into the 17. Is that a gas, I think?
Believe so, yeah.
The gas rider working his way through the FMF Extreme section. As extreme as it's gotten, these C riders are making this look pretty easy now.
Well, one thing it has gotten more of is dry. I think at least this section right here has dried out a little bit. The moisture is kind of holding in the soil, but the log and the concrete itself has kind of dried out a little bit to where they're not spinning as much as they were at one point earlier this morning. So
it's definitely making a difference. You can see the ability from some of these. I mean, the C class is your entry-level class, and for them to be able to work their way through this section the way they are, obviously the track is starting to change a little bit to benefit the riders right now, as the log is really getting chewed up just from the frame. Every time they go over it, someone's frame is dragging a little bit more off that log. That sand wall that they had there, that's almost completely taken off the top. As we watch a couple riders funnel down through here. And now suddenly everybody has forgotten about the go-around line.
The 808 going to try to slingshot way wide.
Following along here, we got a whole pack of riders working their way through the FMF Extreme section. We see the 122. Oh, 122. I was
going to say, that number 9 right there. He was flying through.
That is my line now, as we see the 820 of Wisdom. He's working his way through the Extreme section as well.
Couple of riders, looks like
that is one of our e-bike riders. a whole nother breed trying to contain that electric power in such a tight area.
In a section like this, the power delivery is going to be very different as well. Oftentimes these riders, to lighten the front end up, you kind of see them dumping the clutch to be able to rev the bike. You can't do that on the e-bike, so a very different approach and different technique to be able to use to get over something like that. And obviously that rider has kind of got it dialed in. Like I said, several of these riders that we've seen on the e-bikes jumping back and forth between a gas and a electric machine, and then some of them they're full-time electric now at this point, especially as something like the Stark has become a bit more stable, a bit more predictable as well. You see some riders where they say, no, this is my full-time machine now.
It's got to be hard. It's almost like riding a two-stroke and a four-stroke to a certain extent. It's got to be a little hard to bounce back and forth. I know we see riders like Coquinos and Evan Smith doing it relatively easy, but for someone that's maybe not as advanced and experienced as them, it's probably a little bit of a challenge to bounce back between that electric power and then you go to your gas power. You start changing the clutch versus brake handles and things like that. I know the first time I grabbed a handful of brake on an electric bike, I grabbed the wrong. I thought I was grabbing the clutch. I was grabbing the front brake.
Grabbing a brake. Yep. You learned that in a hurry.
Yeah, that woke me up.
Getting ready to buzz by us here, headed up the hillside once again.
Shout out to whoever that was taking pictures right there, just sprinting from one side of the track to the other to get the shot. Not sure who that was. Hopefully that's someone that's getting some support. The rest of the field works away at the backside of the motocross track on the TBT Racing live drone. I have completely lost touch with our lead group. Hard to see once these classes start getting jumbled up,
mixed up, and
so bear with us if you're watching at home or if you're listening trackside. Just kind of giving everybody some TV time here.
Funny, the race line up that hillside started on the inside, it kind of faded out wide, and now it started to come back over towards the inside. Riders squaring that corner up just a little bit.
Looking for any bit of smooth real estate they can find. It's wide, it's wild. I don't know how wide that looks. Gotta be like a 40-foot wide section from ribbon to ribbon, and you're looking all the way on the far edges to find something that's still smooth.
Yep. Yeah, it's the TBT Racing live drone pick us up in this next spot, and again, a bit tighter of a section, but still plenty of room to move around. But it's so crazy to see at the end of the weekend how much of the section remains untouched.
As you see, that was the electric bike rider we had on screen through the FMF Extreme Zone. He looks like he's on a pretty good pacer, working his way around some of the back markers from one of the other classes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the e-bikes are a unique situation. We talked about the power delivery, but something that we haven't mentioned as well is the noise, or the lack thereof, you know, kind of being able to almost sneak up on these riders as well. Now, obviously, they're in their own class, so they won't be competing against any of the combustion machines, but what could be considered an advantage in some situations could also be considered a disadvantage because...
one rider takes a tough fall. He's able to get back up, though. Whether it was a rock or a tree branch, kind of reached up, grabbed the front wheel on him.
Square edge, whether it was a rock kind of stuck in there. Or
and that's the thing we were talking about. You get in those shadows, there's a lot of things you don't see. It'll reach up and grab you. Oh, he gets back up. He just bumped the 221 right over to the other side of the trees.
And you can see that handguard pushed way down as well. And I believe we've got a replay of this, so watch the 916. Everything was going fine, and then got just a little off balance. And, man, yeah, that edge caught, and he got spit down. So good to see him jump right back up.
Hard to see what it was, but there was something on the other side of that tree that just pulled the front end right out from underneath them. As we jump back in now into the FMF Extreme section. Now, that is a full-blown enduro bike right there. He came prepared. So we will check here. It looks like hard to get a number off this. This late into the day, some of these guys and girls aren't even bothering washing the bike in between races. We'll save it for the end of the day. That is the 508 coming through. Now we check on some of our riders. That's a beta rider.
TVT Racing live drone picking them back up as that is the 251. So last we saw he was second in class, and trying to see if that's still Kelly up ahead or not. I don't believe it is, so he may have made the pass happen. Jake Wood showing quite a bit faster on that last lap, who I believe is the 251. So Wood very well may have overtaken the lead here in C250. And Evan Kelly, a 653, quite a bit off the pace.
Yeah, you wonder if he maybe got held
Kelly,
up that
so
lap.
yeah, I got to wonder whether or not something happened.
Easy to get held up behind a lapper. We'll see here. Is that Wood on the white bike there?
Yep. So Wood on the
really,
Huskies.
Kelly not even in screen. Still hasn't come in. There he is. So yeah, that's at least a 10 to 15 second gap, and now the lap rider here in front of him holding him up. So interested to see if the white flag has come out yet.
And the white flag is out, we're finding out.
Perfect.
So this is the final lap of racing here in the second moto of the C class. Into the Dunlop split lane we go. And Jake Wood trying to grab a second moto win. Not sure exactly where he finished up in moto number 1. As Jake Wood continues to move his way through, getting closer and closer to a checkered flag. It's been a good ride for Wood here this weekend. Pretty much all weekend we've seen him. The pace has been there, but not sure whether it was a mistake or what, but he is definitely trying to get the job done here, and Wood trying to make it a clean weekend here at Unadilla, or at least the start to the weekend. I'm sure he'll be back with us racing tomorrow, I would hope. And yeah, especially if you're watching here in the Northeast area, we will be racing again tomorrow for the final round of the season. Still plenty of time to come. Get signed up. Jumping on board once again with the Fox FPV drone. Jumping down the hillside, you can see pretty much the entire inside has been chewed up and it's pretty rough now. Watching the number 16 on the bike, caught up in a battle here on the backside of the course. Fox FPV drone following along. And continuing to watch, there went Evan Kelly. So I believe the leader has already been through this section. And there he is, Wood, through the extreme section one more time. Swing wide and try to avoid the chaos over there. See how deep that hole has gotten. That was a great view overhead. As a few more sections to go. One more little trip through the last of the woods. Going to be popping out just before the sky shot. Give a big wave to the fans over on the grandstands. Climb to the top of the hill and look for the Yamaha finish line. There it is, high flying and closing in on a checkered flag. Jake Wood trying to get the job done here in C250. Take the white, it turns to checkers. There it is. Jake Wood gets the job done and handles business here in the 250C class for round number 7. Makes his way over to the box podium, and we will catch up with him here in just a minute. Evan Kelly making his way across the line. I believe he's going to secure second today in class. The rest of the field starts to trickle their way through. Once again, C250, C Open, C200, C Vet, and BC Open Electric in that class. We'll get ready to head down to the Fox podium, but race number 10, Women's Pro A Vet, A Senior, Schoolboy, and Sportsman. You should be on the starting line, and if you're not, you need to get over there quickly. Race number 10, you should be on the line as we'll get ready to check in down at the podium. As sounds like we've got Jake Wood on the line. Jake, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
What a race, man. So we back it up here in Moto number 2. I asked the same thing in the Super Mini class. Probably got to feel like a totally different course out there compared to Moto 1.
Oh, it was brutal. I mean, I honestly didn't even remember anything. It just, before it was like kind of just like a flat track. This Moto was kind of just like, just whooped out and just rocky, just gnarly rocks just everywhere.
Yeah, I was going to say, and it almost seemed, I don't want to say you were hesitant on that opening lap, but it seemed like you were taking your time to kind of figure out what had changed, how things had developed. Did you feel like you were able to drop the hammer a little bit more in that second and third lap?
Yeah, absolutely. I think so. But, I mean, that first lap had a gnarly crash, hit a tree right in one of the split lanes, and I just wanted to kind of keep it patient after that and then just figure it out and just learn the track. But after that, I was trying to find the blood, and I was chasing it. But I found it, and I just wanted to hold them off.
Hey, you had to send it, and you did just that, man. You send it to another first-place finish. Who do you want to thank for helping you get the job done here today from round 7?
I want to thank my girlfriend, my mom, my dad, my sister, Justin Coquinos, FXR 100%, Hutch Motorsports, and just everyone else that I didn't name off. I'll name them off later, but all of them.
Are you coming back tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow.
Perfect. You'll have 2 more opportunities to thank him if you forgot him. Congratulations, Jake Wood, getting the job done here out of your C250 class. So great stuff down there at the podium. The celebration's getting kicked off. And we're going to give you a look at that MX Trophies race recap. Again, one of the biggest classes that we've got all weekend as far as total numbers spread all the way across that Unadilla start stretch. And the start absolutely crucial in these C classes, especially going to turn 1 in the 35th spot. It makes things pretty difficult. There you see the 251 up towards the front early on. Interesting enough, sounds like he had some difficulties there on the opening lap, coming together with a tree, and sounds like may have actually gone down at one point, but shook that off, got right back to work, and moved his way towards the front. Lots of chaos here, as like we said, 2 to 3 hours have passed since the first set of motos, and lots of changes to the track as far as the way things have developed. Caught a couple of people off guard. Evan Kelly putting in another solid run, improved on a 3rd place for Moto 1 to grab 2nd in the moto and 2nd overall here today. Continues to lead the way in that points class, but man, once Jake Wood got some clean air, it was pretty much smooth sailing. He was making quick decisions, avoiding lap traffic, avoiding the chaos, and racing his way towards a checkered flag at the Yamaha finish line. He gets the job done. Comes out on top here for round number 7. Pro Taper Top 10 breaks down like this. Jake Wood, Evan Kelly, and Tegan Haggerty, your top 3. Ryan McKinney, Gannon Lyons, Nicholas Sears, Danny Secretore, Eli Carroll, Dennis Artemenko, and Jace Hess, your top 10. All right, we're going to send things to a quick commercial break, and we'll come back with race number 10, including that featured class, our Women's Pro. This is round 7 of the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series.
Redline oil, formulated to win, proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Proven by me. Formulated to win, proven by me. Proven by me. Proven by me. Proven by me. Proven by me.
Formulated to win, proven by me.
Some of us have an unextinguishable fire burning inside us. It ignites us to compete. It inspires us. It drives us. We are a performance-driven manufacturer, built for racers, by racers. We are focused on racing fuel, plain and simple. We want to go fast. We want to win. And we want the same for you. We are Fuel Factory.
JDay Offroad is proud to have the following advocacy partners. The Kirk Caselli Foundation. The focus is the safety of riders and racers in off-road motorcycling. And GNCC, the Progressive Grand National Cross Country Series and AMA National Championship. JDay Offroad is proud to have the following media partners. Trans World Motocross, Cycle News, Dirt Bike Magazine, Stoke Media, and Racer TV.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Unadilla Motocross here in New Berlin, New York for the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix. Round 7 of 8 for the 2026 Fox JDay Offroad Racing season. Just wrapping up race number 9, our second moto for all of our C classes, and still waiting on the rest of the field to make their way through the finish line before we get kicked off with race number 10, our Women's Pro Class, A Vet, A Senior, Schoolboy, and Sportsman. Once again, for those of you here on site, we will be opening up sign-up, if we have not already, for tomorrow's racing action. Make sure you guys are taking care of all of the amazing staff and folks set up here on site at Unadilla. You've got the big JDay Offroad tent set up, got the Red Bull Wings team in the house, giving out some complimentary Red Bulls. We've got, I saw Utica Power Sports set up, as well as several other vendors as well. I see the Faster Minis van, Brother Craig in the house. I'm going to be hanging out with him in a little bit. And a great turnout to close the 2026 season. Tons of people showing up. The line, there were 2 lines all the way back to the road from the far entryway here when I pulled onto the property yesterday. If you've been here, you know how impressive that is. It was bumper-to-bumper traffic. Everybody excited to go racing here at Unadilla, close out the 2026 season. And like we said, the opportunity just to ride on such a legendary track attracts a ton of people as it is. But, man, what a season it has been. Crisscrossing all over the eastern United States, from Florida all the way up to Southwick, Massachusetts, right here to New Berlin, New York for the doubleheader closeout. Round 7 starting to wind down, and round 8 going to be kicking off bright and early in the morning. Of course, every lap of the action going to be live right here on Racer TV, GP TV, JDay, Stoke Media, and we'll give you a look as to how things broke down for Moto 1 here for our women's pro class. It was a tight battle from start to finish. The ladies were all lined up to the inside. It was Addie Harris, who is actively coming back from a collarbone injury after coming back from a leg injury, grabbing the early race lead. Several of the A vet classes had some battles going on as well. They started to spread out just a bit more, but spread out was not in the vocabulary for the women's pro Moto 1. Kayla O'Neill and Mallory Pickard started to break away, and they went to war for about 4 laps or so. Just when you thought one rider was starting to get away, the next started to catch up. Pickard jumping that big sky shot. That was a huge spot for her to make up some time. O'Neill had a couple of hot lines through the woods, and both of them having some ups and downs through the FMF Extreme section. So very curious to see how this second motor is going to shake out. That's how close it was when they crossed the line. Pickard a bike length or 2 ahead of Kayla O'Neill. Now she's got to back it up here for Moto number 2, locked into turn number 1. Let's see, looks like that was Addie Harris with another great jump up the inside. Harris we expect to be very strong early on in this one, but no, she is fighting through some pain. Pickard, though, she did what she needed to do. She couldn't be first into the first turn. She at least needed to be in front of Kayla O'Neill. Once again, water been laid down, so things are going to be kind of slick here on this opening lap, especially in some of the more hard-packed sections. So let's see if they keep that in the back of the mind. Pickard trying to launch it back and go after Addie Harris as the top 3 start to break away. We'll watch as Harris, like we talked about, no stranger to the JDay series. Both her and her brother, who I believe is in this next row, done some racing with us over the past couple of years. They do a fair amount of GNCC racing as well, so one could maybe argue the motocross side of things, not her strongest of the disciplines, but she's been working on that when she's able to. Like I said, they've been having a string of injuries. But looks like she is, even if she's not at 100%, she is certainly feeling racy. Always gives 100% of what she can when she's out on track. As A vet and A senior start to slice and dice their way through the split lanes. Already a ton of passing there, but a breakaway up at the front. Whoever that rider is got a good start and said, see ya, I will see you at the Yamaha finish line afterwards. There is the 223 of Trevor Harris, Addie's younger brother. He had a pretty solid run in Moto number 1 as well. Your schoolboy class, row number 3. Great jump from Trevor. Look at that, slicing it. I wasn't sure who was going to grab that. Trevor starts to fade out wide. One rider kind of cut back in towards the second half of turn 1. Now Harris gonna try to slingshot around the outside, bank off of that outside berm, and he does. So Trevor Harris gonna grab the early race lead here in the schoolboy class. And the rest of that class starts to funnel into line as well. And then final row, your sportsman class, like we said, a non-point paying class. A lot of your top pro riders choosing to line up in this class. As the sportsman riders getting ready to go to work here for row number 4. And there we go, final row. And it's Rivers Morris grabbing that early race lead, lead him around turn number 1. And already trying to open up a bike length or so. Rivers, as we mentioned, one of our A250 riders, I believe the points leader in that class. And several of the top pros use this as an opportunity to see how things have changed since the last time they were on the gate. Right now in the sportsman class, River sitting on a first. Sean Kelleher in the number 2 spot. And Matthew Barrientos grabbing a 3rd place in class as well. It was Matt Hogenthaler who got the win in A Vet over Kyle Willis and Brett Grimes in moto number 1. We'll see whether that was Hogenthaler that was out front early on. It's the 54. Have to wait till we get a lap in the books, as they are already starting to work their way up to the tail end of the women's pro class. Already seeing a ton of line options there. Some riders looking left, hugging the far right-hand side. And there we have the A senior class. So Andy Mateo grabs the first moto win. Will Hopkins and Daryl Sear 2nd and 3rd in moto number 1. So we'll see whether that one flips around at all either. And then the schoolboy class, DJ LeBlanc actually worked his way up to the number 1 spot. Trevor Harris would finish in the number 2 position. And Luke Trask going to grab the number 3 spot there in moto number 1. And like we talked about, that women's pro battle came all the way down to the wire, but Mallory Pickard fought hard and fought for a moto win. Kayla O'Neill and Addie Harris 2nd and 3rd, with Destiny Artesian finishing up in that 4th place spot. As for the moment, still looks like it is Addie Harris out front. Holding strong, pain and all. And looks like that is O'Neill in the number 2 spot. So wait a second, there is no one behind them either. Where is Mallory Pickard? What has happened to your first moto winner? There is Pickard, and you can see she is paying attention. She wants to see exactly how far up ahead O'Neill and Harris are. So ever so slightly losing touch now. Pickard definitely said she felt a bit stronger on the motocross track compared to in the woods. We know O'Neill a bit stronger maybe in the woods, as I kind of take a peek outside the tower, and neither Harris nor O'Neill launching the big sky shot. Looks like they added some water down. Pickard's going to have to back it down as well. She catches a square edge bump, headed up to the sky shot. Good call on Pickard's part. And meanwhile, already seeing some of the A-Vet class starting to creep up into the picture as well. So they'll be catching up to and working through the women's pro class. And those outsides really working right now, especially with the moisture thrown down between motos, as it takes a lap or so for that stuff to really soak in and tack up. We saw Harris and O'Neill both going way to the outside and banking off of those berms. But Harris, oh, a massive get off just outside the tower. Couldn't help but notice that one. Sorry to break away from the action on screen, but Addie Harris is not backing down at all. She is fired up. Lost touch ever so slightly towards the tail end of lap number 1. Harris driving hard though, and I mean, if she's able to do damage early like she is, she may be able to get enough of a gap built up that could be pretty difficult for the other girls to track her down. As she heads off into the woods. O'Neill going to follow behind, still in the number 2 spot, and Pickard made up a little bit of time over the motocross track, but not a ton. We saw this at the CGI facility as well. Kayla O'Neill had one double that she wasn't doing, and then all of a sudden she figured it out in the second moto, and that leveled the playing field entirely. So we could have that situation here in this one as well, where just a couple of spots change, and all of a sudden Kayla O'Neill's in the mix. But right now, Addie Harris looking at a potential 3-1. As she continues to charge her way through the pack. And like we said, Kayla O'Neill, the reigning champion here in the women's pro class and your current points leader. She's talked about some fond memories here at Unadilla, but there's also some unique qualities to Unadilla as well, including that Unadilla dirt. Let's hear what she had to say about it.
It's actually in prime conditions right now. It's kind of cool outside. We got rain a couple days ago. I went out and looked at the start just when I got here, and the dirt looks amazing. I know they're going to water it, so it's going to be a little slick in the morning, but as the day goes on, it's going to tack up great, and I know the woods is going to be sick. The woods is kind of rooty. It gets rootier as the day goes on, but the dirt's a little slippery in the morning, but as it goes on, we get a lot of ruts, a lot of roots, and a couple of roller rocks, if that makes sense. They come out towards the end of the day, so you just got to be smart, but it's fast, and it's going to be sick.
So there you have it. O'Neill, very positive as always. I mean, we could have a torrential downpour flood and she'd still say, oh, track's great. We're not going to have to deal with dust. So always on the optimistic side. Right now, Addie Harris, can't say enough, learning some information throughout the day as well as far as the obstacles that she's been trying to overcome. Putting in work right now is the 54 machine. I believe I saw a 53 on the helmet. The leader, I think, in one of your vet classes, starting to creep up into the picture and work his way through those top women's riders. But Josh, right now it is Addie Harris capitalizing on a good start, putting some gaps between herself and the rest of the field. And now she's got Kayla O'Neill, Mallory Pickard, and Destiny Artegian trying to chase her down.
Just hopping back in the booth here, grab some lunch, trying to catch back up on what is happening. This is not the order we had in Moto number 1, so I'm guessing I missed some serious action at the beginning of this one, as it looked like there was a rider down over there on the side of that. I guess this used to be the grass section. They looked like they were helping someone out. As Harris is on screen, I believe that was one of the schoolboy riders or possibly one of our other class riders that went by her.
Yeah, that might have been our A vet leader. I'm going to have to wait and see. It's 54 on the bike, but I think the helmet said 53. So we'll give you an idea here in just a minute. Matthew Barrientos is shown as the leader in your sportsman class. So we'll see as that moves around Rivers Morris if he can do anything with it. But I do believe it was Matt Hogenthaler, your first moto winner.
Okay, that makes sense then, because he went by her pretty quickly, a little bit. I mean, I know O'Neill and Pickard are pretty quick, but he went by her a little bit faster than we see most of the women out here. So it is 54 on screen. Yes, I see him go by, and then we see Addie Harris come through. So holding her own here. Wondering what kind of gap we're looking back to O'Neill and Pickard.
It's not a ton.
There's O'Neill just jumping in. So about 10 seconds or so.
Well, and it's enough to where she's able to take the lines that she wants, right? She's not having to protect the inside. She's able to take a split second and kind of scan what kind of situation is what, as every lap obviously has some different changes as well. You can see, look like some of the team there for Harris helping point some lines out. But another thing maybe helping her is the fact that now O'Neill is having to play defense as well, as here comes the 53 as well as Mallory Pickard. Pickard had kind of lost touch there on lap number 1, but she has reeled O'Neill right back in.
And this is what we saw in Moto number 1. Pickard was there for a while. It took her a little bit to get around O'Neill. O'Neill got her back, and then eventually Pickard was able to pass her and hold on to it. As we enter, looks like the yellow flags are down, so good news is that rider was at least able to get off the track, hopefully under his own power. If not, they always have a great medical team here at Unadilla, as we see Pickard, almost off the back.
Oh my goodness.
Little wheelie Wayne up the hill, still able to hold on to it and make the pass stick though, as they come over towards the Yamaha finish line. And now, unfortunately for O'Neill, this is what the issue you run into where you start mixing in these other classes. There was a rider able to get in between the two of them. Obviously, that rider probably going to go around Pickard as well, but that did hold O'Neill up. Prevented her from making a quick jump back and try and pass her.
Well, and you see her looking to the side there. She's now not just taking roofs from one bike, but two. Full speed is there is the pass around Pickard. And this is headed into what is considered Mallory's stronger section of the track. As we'll take a look at that pass once again, headed up the hillside. Mallory Pickard pretty much came out the downside of the sky shot and said the time is now. Up the hillside, and then watch this, grabs a handful. Whoa, hang on to it. If we wind up talking to her, we are definitely asking if that was planned or if that was just a little out of hand there, but she reels it back in, and now she sets her sights on the 525 of Addie Harris.
Always want to keep the front wheel light, but not quite that light. A name I saw up here, Kyle Willis. That was someone that used to be a privateer professional motocross rider. I see him out here. I'm wondering if it's the same Kyle Willis. If it is, that'd be really cool to see him out here mixing it up out here on the JDay series. I haven't seen his name too much ever since he kind of stepped away from the motocross side of things. As we look at the Luxon lap times, Pickard is significantly faster than Harris, so we might see something happen here towards the end of the moto. I'm not sure. I wasn't up here when the race started. Do you have an idea of maybe where we're at as far as time?
Got to be getting close to probably the halfway mark or so, if not just past it. We've got 2 laps complete, starting off lap number 3 now, so
time to work.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Put it like this, there's no time to sit there and sit back, all right? If you're going to go, you need to go now. But something that's not helping Mallory Pickard race forward is she's under attack right now from riders in other classes. You can see she's broken away from Kayla O'Neill a little bit, but when you're in a swarm like that, Josh, you know as well as I do, it's hard to pick the lines that you want to pick. And as much as you say, don't pay attention to it, they're probably not in my class anyway. Much easier said than done.
It's a very uneasy feeling for sure, even if you know that it's not, all right, it's not my competition, but you know that the possibility is there. If I accidentally make a mistake to go to this line, there might already be somebody there. So it's not exactly defensive riding, but it's definitely a little bit of an uneasy feeling knowing that someone's right behind you. And these guys have a little bit more pace than her, so I'm sure she's hearing the 4-stroke behind her, and those guys are trying to race up to the people that in front of her as well.
So the other thing is, it's just like I said, it's a little bit more pace. And so they get in front of her, and then some sections, she's actually faster than they are. So she closes back in. Now she has to check up to keep from running into them. So it's definitely a tough spot. And once again, it just goes to show how important getting that start is. Addie Harris 2 for 2 on hole shots here. But this time she was able to get a full lap in the book. And then she starts to stretch it out a little bit. So we'll see. We know she's in pain, but we know she's tough as nails as well. We'll see whether or not she can continue to hold on to this lead. Doesn't have to keep a big gap, just has to win by whether it's an inch or a mile, or wins a win.
That we saw that in the moto earlier in the 125 Pro Moto. It didn't matter how much you won by, you won the moto. I mean, if you told one of these girls that you were going to be 2 seconds off, they'd probably be happy. In that moto, that was a 4th place. So it doesn't matter how much you win by, you got to be there in front. So we'll see if Harris, as you can see on screen, Pickard just starting to pop into the screen on the back end of some of these shots as they work their way through the wood section out back.
Yeah, and it was about 7 seconds that she was faster on that last lap, so she is definitely starting to reel in Addie Harris at this point.
There looks like one more rider between the two of them. I believe now you're starting to see Harris and Pickard passing some of the riders in the other classes, possibly some of the back markers in the schoolboy class or one of our sportsman classes. So we'll see how it unfolds here. Is now everybody's kind of jockeying. It's a little bit of a weird situation where some of the faster riders are moving past everybody and some of the slower riders are dropping back to the women. So we'll keep an eye on it here. As you can see how dry everything is now way out in the back. And
this has actually worked to O'Neill's favor as she's now hopped back up to Pickard.
As it looks like one rider injured on the side there. Medical team taking care of that guy or girl, whichever we have there. And now Pickard starting to fall into a position where O'Neill is right behind her, and she's trying to get back up to Harris, and there's one rider from another division in between them. It's a very uneasy feeling for Pickard. We talked about the riders that were riding around you the whole time, and she's been stuck in that situation for at least a lap or two now.
So jumping on board and following along as they head back off into the woods, headed towards that split lane section. And Going to drop down the hill, but Addie Harris right now fighting tooth and nail just to try to keep that gap built up. Trying to keep Mallory Pickard at bay. And at this point, it seems like if Pickard's there, O'Neill's going to follow along as well.
So we'll see. I mean, we're really looking to see if Harris can hold on. That's the main question, is to see if Harris is able to hold on through the end of this one. I'm sure the pain is starting to set in as we work our way through the second half of the woods section. As Harris comes out of the woods and we go into the FMF Extreme section. And now Pickard is as close as she's been the whole time, and she's bringing O'Neill with her, just like you said. As that looks like, okay, the lap rider's just going to pull over and let them by. So that's a good move for Harris. That'll benefit Harris. That won't hold her up as much. And then Pickard and O'Neill right there breathing down the back of her neck. And the lap rider looks like he's going to hop in right behind him. So we'll see what happens as they jump back over the sky shot. You can see, Zach, going up the face of that thing, how dry and slick it is. Addison Harris looked like she jumped it, and Pickard and O'Neill did not. So
yeah, I was just about to say, Addie Harris did not jump it the first couple of laps, and this time she decided to send it to the moon. So Harris feeling racy, and this is another thing we've talked about. Sure, that gap might be closing, but it gets within a certain time period, and especially if we start to see, wait, no, still no white flag. I was going to say, if she's able to hang on till that white flag, she's going to fight tooth and nail to keep from giving this lead away on the final lap of racing. So Addie Harris actually reeling things back out a little bit.
You hear him talk about it in the pro ranks on the TV. The getting to the white flag is almost like a mental victory, because you know you only got to do it one more time. Whereas right now, Harris is kind of stuck in a position where she's saying, please, please, just give me that white flag. And then once you see it, it's a bit of a relief, and it's almost like an energy jolt. As was that O'Neill not able to jump down into gravity cavity?
O'Neill hasn't really nailed that downhill for much of the day, and I think she's actually being smart by backing down even more. She was kind of landing on top of that knuckle, and it was kicking her down into gravity cavity, which is the last thing that you want. So deciding to check up a little bit more and just going to roll this thing down as woohoo, Pickard gets a little kick headed down the step down as well. So now you're watching the top two in your women's pro class, Addison Harris and Mallory Pickard. And you can tell Pickard is pushing the pace. She's got that front end dancing all around. She knows she has got to get at least to the rear wheel of Addie Harris.
And you're seeing them run those outside lines, and they're even making bobbles. They're finding braking bumps. Some of those square edge holes, some rocks. This late in the day, the track started to really dry up. It's really kind of coming alive, if you want to call it that. As things changed over the course of the day, there was some smooth lines on the edges. Maybe you get lucky, you find a smooth one in the middle. Those choices are pretty much gone for now.
Yeah, it goes from smooth to smoother at this point. There's nothing that's as smooth as it was this morning, but you can find a line that's maybe not as rough as others have gotten, as it looked like Pickard was really laying the pressure on heavy.
I think it's go time for Pickard. She's been here for about a lap now, and now that, if you can see up ahead on the screen, there's a lot of clear track ahead of them. I don't think there's going to be any more lappers for a little bit now. By the time they get back into lap traffic, I think this thing's going to be settled if Pickard's going to make the pass or not.
Addie doing a great job of riding a wide bike while also not trying to destroy her own race by switching lines.
Yeah, we're kind of writing off Harris at this point. We're just saying we're waiting for Pickard to make the pass, but there's no saying that's going to happen. I mean, Harris came out and jumped sky shot for the first time this moto. She's clearly ready to take this thing all the way to the finish line. So we'll see how it unfolds here as this shot takes us, I believe we're on the back side of the facility, back by the old U2 track, just based on the access road that they're showing. I see one of the old water towers. And now we jump back into the wood line here. Doesn't look like our lead group has come into the frame yet. Just some of our other riders from our other divisions coming through. As we see live timing shows Rivers Morris dropping down in the sportsman class back to 4th, so not sure what happened there. And here we go. We are on screen. I believe, okay, that was not that lap, I guess not a lap rider, but someone leading in the other class wearing the same gear combo as Pickard. I thought she had made the pass, but then I didn't see the ponytail. So now here we go. Now O'Neill is back in the mix. And this is what we saw in the first moto. O'Neill is very strong in the woods. So she just starts as we see a mistake. Was that?
I couldn't tell if that was a mistake or just trying to find a different line up the hill, but I don't think it worked for Pickard like she wanted.
Not at all.
I couldn't tell if O'Neill got back around her.
I don't think she got her. It looked like Pickard was able to hold on to it long enough.
Here we go. 1, 2, and
now
3
just
in your
like that,
Pickard
going to go after Harris. After all that, it looked like she was going to go to 3rd, and now she's going to be going to the lead. But Harris says, hold on now, runs her out of real estate.
I'm telling you, Addie Harris is not one to play around. If you want the lead from her, you're going to have to take it. She is fired up, and if she's done this much work, she's not planning on handing it over.
And we're about to get to the point of the track where Harris was able to jump the sky shot and really open it up a little bit. And then O'Neill starts to fall off a little bit. She had a shot there to get up into 2nd, and Pickard was able to regroup pretty quickly.
So back to work goes Mallory Pickard and Kayla O'Neill. And again, you got to wonder, you know, in the back of Mallory Pickard's head, is she going to be worried more about O'Neill sitting right there trying to make a pass happen as the Yamaha really started to close in and show a wheel there. So now we'll see if Harris is able to get that drive out onto the motocross track and send the big sky shot once again.
Unfortunately for Pickard, you're not in a part of the track where you can take a glance and see it. Once you get out to the motocross track, you can kind of peek a little bit. There's a little bit more give. But here, you take your eyes off this track, and it can come up and bite you real quickly, whether it's the rocks, the shadows, the trees.
I see the Red Bull Wings team finally got told they got to come over to the sky shot. That's
flying
the spot
on
to be.
over. As it looked like another mistake from Pickard that allows O'Neill to pull right back up to the rear wheel. And we are going to jump into the FMF Extreme section here. See if these ladies are able to get through here clean. A mistake off the pegs from Pickard, but she's able to ride it out. It almost kind of put her in a better position to square that turn up.
She set that up so great, making the most of a mistake there.
Right up to the back wheel of Harris.
So here we go. They're going to run through another short chute of woods before they pop back out in front of the motocross track. Here we go. Harris. Is she going to be able to get the drive up the sky shot once again? Yes, sends it. Pickard goes with her. Time.
But now you start to wonder if O'Neill, we know she wasn't jumping that today. Is that going to have her drop back far enough where she might start to fall out of contention for this thing? We know she's fast in the woods, but to get by both of them feels like a tall task at this point in the race.
Got to think the white flag is going to be out this time around. And it is. So 1 lap to go. Addison Harris is hanging on to the lead. They've tried, but she is not giving them an inch as Mallory Pickard, for the first time in what seems to be the whole moto, doesn't have someone right on her rear wheel. Was that it looked like that was a mistake from Pickard. She got really wide in the entrance of that corner. I was curious if she was actually going to go down.
Well, like we said, that white flag is going to be a jolt of energy to Harris, but now Pickard's going to see that, and the urgency is going to go up. And that's when you start to see mistakes happen that normally she wouldn't make as she continues. Been running that outside line all day long. It's worked really well for her.
She closed up big time.
Right, how much closer could you ask for?
634, 635, and 633 for your top 3 in the women's pro class. Just about as close as they could get on the lap times. And this is, I agree. I mean, we've seen some really strong battles. We've had, Kayla O'Neill and Carly Lee going neck and neck several times, but to have 3 riders this close, multiple motos back to back like this is some of the best women's pro racing that we've had all season long, as O'Neill is suddenly back in the conversation as well. You can't count out the reigning champ.
And we're going into the wood section, which is her strong suit. So we thought the first moto was good between these girls. They're giving us another one here, as the motocross section of the track is pretty much over. We'll see if Harris can hold these two at bay for one more lap, this has to feel like an hour moto for her at this point.
Ooh, I tell you what, yeah, absolutely. You know that the shoulder, the pain is not going away anytime soon, but something about holding the first place trophy helps a little bit. A little glance over there from Addie Harris. She knows Mallory Pickard's there, and that might have been the pass.
They kind of went out of view there. We'll wait for the camera to pick them back up. They were side by side over the top of the hill. And no, Harris will not give this thing up. Like you said, she is going to make you fight for it.
Addie is a brawler out on the track. And in the best way, nothing dirty, nothing across the line, no, you know, over the line type riding, but she's doing great at being defensive. She's paying attention. That little glance over was to see where Pickard was, how she was setting her up, and Addison was obviously able to adjust accordingly.
And she's obviously willing to not let off before the other one. That was almost like a look over, like, okay, it's going to be a battle to see who's going to let off before we go to the next turn. And clearly Harris does not have any interest in letting off at this point in the race.
Yeah, you're going to shut down or you're going to collect some Fox tape. The choice is yours. And Harris ever so slightly getting closer and closer to a checkered flag. Pickard starting to run out of time. And
she's starting to fall off the pace a little bit. Maybe a mistake at the top of the hill there.
Well, and they haven't lost touch with those top vet riders that had passed them earlier. I think that's some of the closest that they've been all year long to those riders as well.
The pace, these girls are pushing each other for sure. You know, Neal's pushing Pickard, Pickard's pushing Harris. So it's forcing them to maybe not necessarily ride a pace that above their ability, but it's definitely forcing all three of them to push the edge a little bit here.
Meanwhile, O'Neal, we know she's not giving up. Doesn't matter what the situation looks like. She's going to keep charging, giving 100%.
All three of them in the same turn on the last lap. What more could you ask for? And it's been like this since the beginning.
Yeah, I'll be the first to say I saw Addie get the start, and I knew she's quick off the line, but with that collarbone, you know, you got to wonder how much strength she had. Well, she has shut the rumors down, and at this point, even if Pickard was able to get around, what a performance it has been for the 525.
Yeah, she's definitely going to need the ice pack tonight to get ready for tomorrow. Ooh. This is going to be an uncomfortable night of sleep for her, but like you said, you hold that #1 plate, or the #1 trophy rather, a lot of times that pain starts to go away for a little bit.
Yeah, you can hold it with the other hand.
That's right.
Totally fine. Yeah, no doubt about it. Fox FPV drone picks us back up with 525.
And she's really opened up a little bit of a gap here.
Another bike length and a half, and that's that could be another 10 seconds as close as this race has been all race long.
And O'Neal starts to pull up to the back of Pickard. That'll really let Harris off the hook if O'Neal and Pickard start battling a little bit here towards the end of this last lap.
When, as we've seen, it just takes one bobble, one small square edge, one rock out of place from the lap before, and it could all get taken away.
Anxiously waiting for them to drop back down in view. They're up on top of the hill on one of these back wooded sections. There is that Pickard.
No, those are the
vet riders. Okay, that was that gear combo
Yep.
that was throwing me off the whole moto. There we are.
There is Addie Harris, and that is a little scary. Couple lap riders up in front of her. How is that going to play out? Got to believe Harris going to be revving that machine up, letting them know.
Looking at probably about a quarter of a lap to go. We're going to go through the FMF Extreme section, and then they'll hit that last part of the wooded area and go out to the front stretch of the track.
Addie Harris just sitting there thinking, please get through this clean for everybody else in front of me. And she's able to do just that. Pickard,
a little mistake,
little bobble there.
Not terrible.
Littlest of hesitations just after that first hit because of the way she got thrown. So got to think that's going to open things up ever so slightly once again for Harris. Getting ready to pop back out onto the motocross track for the final time. As here we go. Back onto the moto track. Addie Harris skies the sky shot one more time. And is going to climb to the top of Horsepower Hill. What a race it has been.
Hats off to Harris the entire moto. These two girls just barking down the back of her neck, and she was able to hold them off the whole time.
And The entire top three in this women's pro class has been a all-out brawl, but how about it? Addie Harris hangs on and grabs the women's pro Moto 2 win here from Unadilla. What a race. You see the height difference there, giving them some fits, but the high fives, the knuckles being given out after a race like that. What a performance.
Hats off to the girls there. They put on a show in that one for 30 minutes, really. Had us on the edge of our seats over here in the booth. Just when you thought Pickard had it under control, O'Neill threw her hat in the ring, and then Harris said, hold on, don't forget about me. Great racing. As we watch here, now they're breaking it down. You always wish you could have everybody mic'd up for these parts.
Yeah, I had to start, and I was like, you're not taking away from me. Yep, no chance, no chance. So we're going to try to get Addie Harris over to the Fox podium, see if we can get a race breakdown from her. After a performance like that, there is Trevor Harris making his way across the line as well. Last time I saw, he was leading the schoolboy class, so we'll see whether or not he was able to bring it home for a win as well. That is DJ LeBlanc, your first moto winner, so got to think Trevor was able to hang on to it as well. Going to be a good night at the Harris household. As the checker flag flies here for moto number 10. Meanwhile, Pro-Am 125, B250, B Open, B200, and B Open Electric, you should be on the starting line. Your moto is coming up here in just a couple of minutes. We continue to hang here at the Yamaha finish line. Big shout out to Yamaha and the Blue Crew for all that they do, not here just at JDay, but GNCC, the moto side of things. I've been lucky enough to be a part of their Blue Crew Invitationals for some time now. Really fun to see the way they're giving back to the next generation of racers and all those that choose to support Yamaha as well. So we are just about ready to hear from our Moto 2 winner. Addie, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Addie, what a race. So we were learning some facts throughout the Moto number 1. Found out we're a little banged up again. It seems like we just can't ever get you at 100%, but clearly, well, you don't have to be. What a race that was. Take us through how chaotic it was. You had riders in your class, in different classes, all over the back of you throughout pretty much the entire race, and you never cracked under pressure. Take us through it.
Yeah, it's been a rough year for me. In February, I broke my tib fib. That was not pleasant. I was just getting back on my feet. I was finally feeling good on the bike. Broke my collarbone, broke my scapula. It's just been a rough year. But I'm still competitive, and I still want to win. So I tried my best that second moto. I went out there the first moto, and honestly, I was pushing, but I just wasn't where I wanted to be. So second moto, I was like, well, all or nothing. I don't care. I mean, I've been through the worst this year, so add to the collection, I guess. So I really pushed that last one and just held steady. I know, try to be safe, like, don't mess up. Like, it's so much pressure out there with someone behind you. It's like you almost feel like you're going to crash with someone behind you. But I just tried to hold it together and keep it safe. I started hitting some of the big jumps, which my dad told me I definitely was not supposed to, but I feel good and I'm excited for tomorrow.
Hey, that's fantastic. Yeah, we saw you doing a little bit of defensive maneuvers as well, kind of hugging those insides, and basically made it clear if you wanted the lead from you, they were going to have to take it. You weren't giving anything away.
Oh, yeah, I'm never giving in.
No doubt about it. Well, Addie, like I said, congratulations. Who's helping you out? Who do you want to give a shout-out to?
Obviously, the whole Trail Adjusters team for staying with me through everything. Tim Wagon, Factory Connection, Hans Neff, the Moto Academy, Moose Racing, everybody else, thank you.
Well, congratulations, Addie. We'll see you back here tomorrow.
Thank you.
That is Addison Harris, your Moto 2 winner out of the women's pro class. I love it. She said, at this point, why not? Just send it. Let's see what's going to happen as we get ready for our MX Trophies race recap here from race number 10. You thought Moto 1 was exciting, guys. Moto 2, the gate drop, and it was an all-out brawl. Both of the Harrises grabbing some whole shot. I'm going to have to go to the Harris Training Academy or something if I want to figure out how to get this done. Rivers Morris grabbing a whole shot in that sportsman class as well. And pretty much once the flag dropped, everybody was shuffling around. Felt like the classes kind of started to mix up very quickly, working their way up into that women's pro class. But Harris did a lot of damage on that opening lap, hit the sprint button, and started to get away. But then just like in Moto 1, someone starts to get away, here they come. They reel back in. Mallory Pickard on the back wheel. That wasn't 12 o'clock, but that was at least 11:45. And she was it looked like she wasn't going to be denied. I'm not going to say we wrote Addie off, but with the performance in Moto 1, we knew she was a little banged up. I think it was safe to think maybe Pickard was going to march her way to the front.
The impressive part to me was the fact that she had that gap at the beginning, and then once they ran her down, you felt like it would kind of be a little bit demoralizing for her, but she stayed tough, and she fought all the way to the finish line. I mean, they had her a few times, they had the pass made, and you see she's rushing to the finish line. She doesn't know it yet, but she had a 3 or 4 second gap on that last lap, and she was able to ride it all the way, wire to wire, as they say. So a good ride for her, toughing it out, staying tough, hanging in it. As we will look at your top 10 overall.
What a performance there at the top of the women's pro class. Addison Harris grabs the win. Mallory Pickard crosses the line, and I believe going to get the overall with a 1-2. We'll double check on all that. Kayla O'Neill finishing up in the number 3 spot, and then shout out Destiny Artesian doing a great job finishing up in the number 4 spot. But we're going to send things to a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have our Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class as well as our B classes lining up for their second moto here for round 7 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. We'll be right back. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to round 7 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing Series. The Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class just dropping and on their opening lap as we pick back up with row number 2, B250. And we will watch and wait. Shout out Trevor Harris, who I believe grabbed that schoolboy win and is right back on the line. Different bike this time.
Talking about double duty back to back.
Said my sister got the women's pro one, so I got to go win 2 classes to make up for it.
Just to make it even.
Going to work, and again, big shout out to the track crew doing a great job of staying on top of the conditions, touching sections up between motos.
We're waiting for the flag to go up here on B Open and B200. We'll get their second moto of the day started. Still seeing some dust hanging around on the start line.
Yeah, not only is the sun shining, but that constant wind, you can see those the Fox tape floating around. It is definitely starting to whip up just a little bit, taking out some of the moisture in this track that the crew's not able to consistently touch up.
It's that time of year here in upstate New York. You see all the trees that you're racing around. A lot of wind coming from those trees, and obviously it's drying out that start line as B Open and B200 hitting the track here. Looks like everybody through the first turn all the way around to the front side of the facility. That gray building right there. That is your concession stand if anybody's looking to grab some lunch. It looked like the Unadilla merch trailer was also open if maybe you want to grab a JDay shirt and then go over and grab some Unadilla merch.
Got to get swagged out. If you're here at
Oh,
Unadilla,
absolutely.
If somebody told me, oh, I was at Unadilla this weekend, and you're not wearing a Unadilla shirt, I'm going to say it. I don't know if I'm going to believe
They got this year they got a Dilla shirt, and the design is a Marlboro red cigarette pack.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, it's hot.
I like that.
Yeah,
I
it's
like
real
that.
nice, especially if you're a dart smoker. Definitely want to grab one of those. Be nice to have like the menthol 100s too. Newports.
You're out of my league.
Yeah, baby. I don't even smoke cigarettes.
I tell you what, we're two smoking right now as the Moto Tassinari Pro M125 class is already buzzed by us in the tower and headed off into the woods. We're following a couple of our B classes, rows 2, 3, and 4. Of course, B Open Electric on that row 4 as well. But this was arguably the closest race of the day. We'll see whether or not the women ended up beating them. They were pretty close as well.
If you didn't watch this first moto, you would automatically say the women's moto was the best moto of the day. But unfortunately, the 125 Pro A guys had them top. We'll see. It's going to be a tough act to follow what they did in the first moto. But we'll see as we wait for them to cycle through. Is that going to be Coquinos out front? I don't know. He changed his gear if it is. That's the 298. We'll have to check and see once live timing picks up here. That wasn't a number that I saw up front in the first moto.
That was not one of the 4 riders that we saw, all within about a second of each other. So
possibly just a rider we picked up in one of the other wood sections.
Big shout out, like we said, Moto Tassinari, not only the title sponsor of this class, but of the weekend here at Unadilla.
Looking at first moto results, Coquinos first, Amasio second, Smith third, McQuarrie fourth, Phaneuf, Gosselin, and Kenneth Held were your top 7.
So here we go. Moto 1, repeat here at Moto number 2. They're all right there together. It's Coquinos, Amancio 1 and 2 with McQuarrie just behind in the number 3 spot. And there's Evan Smith right up in the mix. But he's up a lot closer right off the jump this time. He said it before, he's a bigger guy. I swear he's taller than I am. And he's not just like rail thin either. So you know it takes a lot for him to get that 125 going off of the line. So he's way closer here on the opening lap this time. And that could be a problem for these guys because once he caught up to him in that first moto, he was giving him heck all the way to the checkered flag.
I'm interested to see how Coquinos bounces back from that 450, the Open Pro Moto there. We'll see if he learned anything out there because he had to start, and you would have thought he would have been able to hold on up there, but it just didn't unfold for him that way. So we'll see if he's feeling a little bit more comfortable as Zach takes a peek out of the booth and watches him sail over the sky shot.
There's just something to be said about listening to 125s hit the sky shot at Unadilla.
Never gets old.
If I could go back to 2001 and listen to it, I would. But this is about as close as we get now. As yeah, interesting. So, you know, Evan Smith is, like we said, a familiar name in the GNCC world, but he's got kind of a unique story to the top of the sport. Didn't start riding until later in life. He was a bit older, and he has pretty much no experience on a 125. He bought that 125 at the start of this season specifically for this series. So Smith, we talked about not only the size maybe disadvantage for how big he is, but at the same time there's a riding style thing to be said about it as well, especially if you come from a little bit more of a 4-stroke background where you got to kind of learn to have that intensity for a 2-stroke, specifically a 125. And if you're already a taller, heavier guy, it's just that much more important to basically ride that thing on the ragged edge.
It's fun to ride a 125. If you're used to a 450, it is not fun. I rode one about 5 years ago. It had been probably 10 or 15 years. I said, oh, yeah, 125, sick. I did 2 laps, and I remember how many times I was shifted up and down and up and down, and I said, give me the 450 back, put it in third, and just let me ride. So props to Smith there, like you said, just kind of learning on the fly how to ride that thing when you're used to riding a 450 just deep in the power band.
Yeah, and Smith, unfortunately, having some injuries pop up throughout the season that took him out of title contention. If I'm not mistaken, I believe breaking or hurting his hand at one point or another. But Smith, like we said, very, very involved in the industry. He's a big part of that tear-off gasket system as well. So it's always good to see Evan at the races. Don't get me wrong, love to see him under a tent, but I like to see him on the track a whole lot more, especially when he's riding like this as we are going to work. Once again, it is Justin Coquinos out front. We talked about Moto Tassinari, the title sponsor of the race. Well, Moto Tassinari, a big part of the Coquinos program as well, and he is what they like to call V-Force equipped, all right? So Moto Tassinari actually working with Justin to help develop some new technology. They've got what they call the Endurex Repels. It's part of their V-Force 4X product that Justin is in the process of prototyping and testing. It's going to be available to the public hopefully very soon. As man, with results and performance like this, you got to think it's going to be a lot of positive notes being taken. But again, really cool to see Moto Tassinari not only involved in the sport that they're sponsoring and involved in the racers, but being able to actually get some real race testing in there as well. And he's putting it to the test right now with a rear view mirror full of about 3 or 4 other guys that want to take the spot away from him.
What better person to have testing than, I mean, the only person I could think of that would be better would maybe be like a Hudson Bagel if you're talking about the Northeast. But I'm not sure he's the guy you want testing a new product. He's pretty hard on the equipment. As Coquino's, obviously it's working for him, as he is putting the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125, the whole class on notice, but he's got company here.
Ryan Amancio on this one.
Looking for a little redemption. The first moto looked like he was about to make a move towards the front, and it just didn't pan out for him. Then he kind of got caught up with some of the other guys as they started battling. But right now it's just him and Coquinos, and it looks like Smith has gotten around. So he is up into third now. And McQuarrie dropped back. I believe he was still there. I think I saw him still there in fourth.
Well, and I'm interested to see, you saw the intensity there from Amancio. You got to believe for all of these guys, they know if they can get clean air and try to break away, it's going to be so crucial, because they saw how evenly matched they all were there in Moto number 1. So Amancio.
McQuarrie now on screen got back around Smith, and now just I say that,
we saw that line in Moto 1 from Smith. That was where he made the pass on Amancio, if I'm not mistaken. A beautiful line, very off camber, and the technicality of Smith, kind of the wily vet of these 3. I believe a bit older than even Coquinos.
I'm just going to say it, where he just got past that section is ugly.
Yeah, it is.
It is dry and dusty and rocky.
No thanks.
Off camber. I'm all set. I don't even want to watch it from the TV camera. Just cut that part of the track out.
Watching that, yeah.
As we're back into the woods now, we're waiting for him to drop back into the view. Here is, looks like some of the riders from one of our other classes, and there is Coquinos, right? I think we saw.
I think Amancio might have made the pass.
Is that what I saw?
Trying to see as it was dropping down. I couldn't quite pick up. Yes, Ryan Amancio has made the pass.
Amancio got Coquinos, and Smith had gotten McQuarrie back, so we got a full shakeup here in the top 4.
A couple of KTM passes being made here, as, I mean, basically bumping into each other here, wheel to wheel.
Oh, Smith. He knew that line from the other moto.
Dip just out of sight. TBT Racing Live Drone going to try to pick him up when they pop back onto the moto track. There they are, just as close as ever. Remember when NASCAR used to have the in the raw where you could hear the sound? That's what we need of the takeoff of the Sky Shot. Taking a look right now, your B250 class. Yeah, we're going to see if we can pick up on this battle, because there's some shakeups in this one as well. Trevor Harris looking at a 1-2, and Bonds looking at a 2-1 potentially.
Yeah, if I remember right, was that the class that we had the really tight points race in?
Yes.
With Betancourt and Bonds, I believe.
Yes.
Correct? So that's a full shakeup in the overall season standings right there.
And it's not like Betancourt, who is in 6th place at the moment. That's going to be a lot more than 1 point. Obviously, we still got racing tomorrow to kind of close things down and actually solidify the championship. But at the same time, even so much as 1 extra point of comfort for these guys, that could make or break the difference. Here we go, back to the top side of Gravity Cavity. Amancio trying to hold off a Justin Coquinos.
Yeah, Bonds had, I'm looking back at our production notes, Bonds had a 1-point gap between him and Betancourt. So he's going to go from 1 down to 11 up going into tomorrow. That's a tall task for Betancourt to make up there. But he's got time to make some passes, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, he worked his way up to a 3rd in Moto 1, so we'll see if he can do that again.
They had, Bonds was the leader of the moto, so tall task to catch up to him. But maybe at least put himself in striking distance. as we watch Coquinos, who has been in striking distance for about a lap now, on Amancio, but not able to make anything happen with it. And now the pace is picking up a little bit as Smith and McQuarrie are a little bit back now.
Yeah, kind of a 2-2 here for this top four as Amancio and Coquinos have kind of elevated up a little bit, but gotta think, you know, Evan Smith, I'm not saying it's strategic, but I don't think he's panicking either. I think he's the kind of guy that knows, like, hey, I've got the gas tank, not just on the bike, but in the lungs to be able to go the distance. We get about 15 minutes or so in. As long as they're still within eyesight, we've seen how quickly these gaps can disappear already so far this weekend. And so Smith, I don't think panicking right now and knowing that if those two really get physical with each other and get a battle, they may take each other out of the battle altogether, and he's going to be in the perfect spot to capitalize.
The way he rode the first two motos of today, you got to believe he's pretty confident in his ability to come up there if he needs to. Granted, he's maybe 6 or 7 seconds back, but we saw him make that up and give him 2 laps, and he can cut that down to nothing.
Into the FMF Extreme section we go.
Trying to see who's on screen here. I believe this is some of our B250 riders.
That's Becker, and didn't quite see the last name on the 702. Alex Fanoof a bit further up this time in the running order as well, with number 48 running second in that Pro-Am 125 class points. Oh, man, did you see that?
Right up the backside of him. Here, take a Dunlop tread up your back. Struggling to get out of there. As it looks like our lead group back onto the pro track. That's not.
Don't believe
not in the lead group of the 125 class. Yeah. I believe this is who we were following into the FMF zone in the back there. 17 on the jersey. Not sure what we got on the bike or the helmet. Not seeing anybody listed with a 17 on the running order yet.
So into the split lane. As that is Betancourt,
yep,
I believe. Yep.
I just saw his name click up there on the live timing when it updated.
A couple of bobbles right there up the inside. Trying to see who that is just in front of him. 878 potentially. Little look over there. Betancourt was on the other side of him.
He's got him dancing, looking all back and forth. That's looks like 879 of Wyatt Hoover is ahead of Betancourt on the live timing, so gotta believe that's who that is.
Yeah, so he's picked up 1 spot since we last checked in, now trying to make it 2 to get up to the 4th place position.
And I just saw on timing, Bonza dropped back to 2nd, so starting to, the gap is starting to close with that overall point standing. Something to keep an eye on here as we get a little bit later into this moto.
Oh, how about it? I thought he had the pass, but 879 takes it right back.
So Hoover and Betancourt on screen battling over the 4th place position. Betancourt really needs this pass for some points for the overall season standings. As we'll keep an eye on this battle on the Pit Bike Moto Cam. They go into the woods for the first time in this lap.
Drop right back down. Once again, don't forget that QR code on your screen. Download the Verb Moto Prospect app. Free to download, Apple, Android.
Betancourt needs to download that right now and see he needs to make a pass for some points. That will, live time will tell him that Bonds is ahead of him, but he needs to make some passes. As they go into the Dunlop split lane. Working their way around here. Wait for everybody to come back into screen. Again, this is the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class on track. Also have the B250 class out here as well. And Then you see your B200 over on the left side. On the pylon, Eric Kinsley leading Caden Creeley and Ryan McKenney. Then B open, Austin DiPietro, Gage Selby, and Mikey Lockwood, your top 3 in that one. So nothing changing here in the front of the Moto Tassinari Pro-Am 125 class. Still Amancio, Coquinos, Smith, and McQuarrie. Same top 4 we had in Moto number 1, just switched up the order here. Zach, I'm honestly not remembering. Is Amancio going to go 3-1 for an overall, or did he get 4th in the first Moto? We're going to have to see.
Yeah, 1 second. Race Control was telling me they've got a replay through the FMF Extreme section. We're watching this alongside with you. Not exactly sure what we're going to see here. So let's take a look. This is Kenny Held heading in, and I was wondering if anybody was going to try to go for that. So trying to ride the barrier, the railing, if you will. If you look at it, there's about, well,
a little
as you can
tire
see,
width.
about a tire width, yeah. And I honestly think if the problem is I don't think there's a direct line to get onto it, so it throws your balance off. But yeah, you talk about a 50-50 grind right there. That was absolutely sick. I don't know any other way, but that was cool to see, and he was so close.
I saw it earlier, and I thought, is that legal? And then I said, well, I mean, even if it is, it's probably rare you're going to see someone try it. And then here we are, just when you think you've seen it all. Really, all he needed to do was get his weight a little more centered, and he would have been fine. So we'll have to keep an eye on that and see.
Yeah, that was impressive.
The fall wasn't that bad. Maybe he tries it again.
Kenny Held actually running a camera for us out at Loretta Lynn's. He's an XC2 racer out of the GNCC world. So big shout out, and always cool to see him doing well. And got to give him some creativity points. Not going to help the overall at all, but if nothing else, that was cool to watch. And he's got, yeah, not to mention he's on a Suzuki that I've heard it's older than him. I don't know if that's an exaggeration or not, but it's not the most miles. That wasn't what Ken Roxon was on. We'll put it like that. So, but clearly, still knows how to get the job done.
Hold on to it.
That is as hard as you can hit the front end without going over the front of it.
Wow. Both of the stops on the handlebars are now broken off.
His teeth are currently mounted inside the crossbar pad, but look, just a little.
He's still on the bike. It doesn't matter.
Here comes Betancourt.
Now Betancourt, we're looking for live timing to see if that is updated. I don't believe that was Hoover that was in front of him, so possibly got around. Yeah, so there is Hoover. So he's made one pass. See if he's able to run down Freeman and get up into the top 3 and at least keep the points close enough for tomorrow.
It might be DJ LeBlanc.
Yeah,
right
I was
there
going to say the number 4
yeah.
of DJ LeBlanc. He was up front in one of the other classes here earlier. I'm not sure. We'll have to wait for this.
Him and Trevor Harris traded wins in the schoolboy class. So as still showing.
He's fallen down to the 9th place position in B250. So I'm not sure. I might have been seeing him up front in the previous moto. He was in that one, you're saying?
Yes.
So I probably saw his name up front in the schoolboy moto.
Yep, went 1 and then 2 in that second moto in schoolboy.
Yeah, but that's what I was seeing. You got one rider sliding out on that. I don't even know what that is anymore. It's still concrete, I think, but it doesn't look like it. Another rider getting some serious head
We cut away, so he didn't crash. So
no face, no case.
Here we go. The Fox FPV drone. We jump back on board, eating some roost. Headed into the woods once again.
Try and figure out who we got on camera here. He's moving, whoever it is.
Line right there, yeah, around the wide side.
Drop back, let the rest of the pack roll through. Here is that Coquino?
It is, yes.
Okay, we got a lot. Oh, he's gotten
yes,
around
and
to
there's
Amancio.
Amancio getting collided with other lap riders, so that's going to help Coquino's big time.
And
Meanwhile,
McQuarrie goes by Smith.
So we watch the KTM boys make a pass almost simultaneously. Now the Blue Crew boys say, watch this. How about it? Coquinos takes over the number 1 spot. Amancio in 2, now McQuarrie and Smith 3 and 4. As Coquino's pulling up alongside another rider, different class, launches that inside roller. That was smooth right there, jumping into that.
That might be something. I don't know if he did that on purpose.
A little finesse added to it as 3 laps complete. Don't think we're seeing the white. Yes, white flag is out. The final lap for the 444 of Justin Coquinos. So making it happen exactly when he needed to.
And then he got a little bit of help there from Amancio, got hung up on those lappers in the FMF extreme zone, and that's really allowed him to open this thing up. He is in and out of gravity cavity. Looking like Amancio was able to keep his second place position, and then McQuarrie had moved up to third around Evan Smith when Smith got hung up with those riders in the back section too. That was just weird timing. There was 6 or 7 riders from the other classes. A couple of them had mistakes, and those guys came up on him so fast they just couldn't get by him. As he works his way around the far side of the pro track before he heads into the woods for one more time here.
Yeah, just going to hang a 180. Curious to see it. Don't see the head tilt at all, but got to believe the eye is kind of looking over to that left-hand side, seeing how far and how close they are to not only him, but each other as well. Like you said in that post-race interview from Moto 1, had to pay attention and had to fight, because going from first to fourth was just as easy as going from first to second, as close as they were in that first moto.
Things were definitely packed a lot tighter in that first moto. Things were happening a lot faster. Everything, the intensity never really ramped up to what it was in the first moto.
Yeah.
Just that battle didn't brew the way that we thought it might. As we see Amancio, I'm still wondering, we'll have to check back and see what the first moto finish was. There was so much jockeying going around. I don't remember where Amancio fell in the first moto.
See if I can try to get
maybe our good friends in the production office
second
can help me out.
Yep, it was Coquinos, Amancio, McQuarrie, Smith. Coquinos, Amancio, Smith, McQuarrie, 1, 2, and 3, 4 in moto number 1. But right now with a 4-3, McQuarrie would steal the final spot on the overall podium. So
after all that, we only got one change.
Crazy.
After an hour of intense battle, we end up with a 1-1, a 2-2, a 3-4, and a 4-3. So the result sheet will definitely not show what kind of excitement this class brought us today.
This is what I love about being able to bring JDay to a broadcast like Racer TV, GP TV, Stoke Media. I mean, the list goes on and on as far as the ability and the people supporting and covering this event. But you talk about it, those event sheets, right? I used to check them. I'm sure you did as well at the end of the day. Oh, race I couldn't be at. Let's see how things worked out. Oh, Justin Coquinos won the pro. It's probably a blowout. He probably just walked away from everybody. Now, you go get to watch this, and now whether you're here watching live or you go back and watch later on, you can see, oh, the positions flip-flopped about 1,000 times in 3 laps. Just when you thought you knew who was going to win, they went back to fourth. It was absolutely bar-banging to the max from start to finish. It's so cool to be able to bring the action, the amount of little passes and mistakes and things that happen over a single lap to all the folks, not only watching and following the series, but watching around the world as well. As Trevor Harris going back to work, like we said, pulling double duty. Taking a look at the Kawasaki, maybe the 456.
I was going to say, I think it's a 456. 866 probably, was that Bonds?
866, yeah, that might have been Bonds, yep.
So yeah, if Harris is winning, Bonds second. So then you wait for Betancourt should be Freeman, then Betancourt. A long gap back there. See Tijan Ingersoll down there hanging out on his four-wheeler.
Working on tan.
He's a quad guy now. Put him on notice. He's a quad guy.
Believe that
is Betancourt right there.
That is Betancourt. He just ran that line, if I'm not mistaken. We'll see if maybe we can get a replay of that to find out whether or not Betancourt just used that railing. It looked like he may have. I might be seeing things.
It was smooth if he did.
Been a long day, but I don't know. That looked like he just dropped down, so picked up the right idea, just went to a different side.
Oh, you're saying he hit it over here.
I
see what you're saying.
Here, hold on. We'll see. We got a replay here. See whether or not Bobby Betancourt picking up on some smooth lines. We watched the approach, and yeah, right into it.
Good
How
eyes.
about it?
Good eyes from our man Zach Heron. Caught him running the 50-50 rail line. As now Amancio and McQuarrie are right here behind Coquinos.
I believe that was Colton McQuarrie's mom just up the top entrance to that section, right on the pit board. And got to believe Colton kind of back into this fight as they have lost touch with Evan Smith. Wonder if something happened to the 347.
Yeah,
here we go. A look back from Coquinos in the air. Closing stages of this moto. Coquinos trying to go 1-1. The V-Force equipped 444 YZ 125. Now just one corner away, and it will be Justin Coquinos dominating and grabbing the win.
We'll have to see if we can keep the camera on the finish line for a minute and see if Smith comes through. Because that would be a shakeup for our pro moto later on.
Yeah, that was a great effort there, and yeah, continuing. I'm glancing back and forth between here and outside the tower. Not sure whether I have seen Smith or not. I don't believe so.
Is that him right there, I think?
Yes,
yep.
That was the 347 of Evan Smith getting the job done. There you see the boys all hanging out, breaking things down with one another.
Coquinos is saying, yeah, better luck tomorrow, fellas.
A great ride. Amancio felt like showed up even more so in that second moto. And then McQuarrie, I thought he had kind of lost touch. And then all of a sudden, that last half a lap or so, he got right back into the mix. So these boys all in shape, and all four of them should be proud of the racing they put on today. Certainly made it entertaining for us and the fans watching at home.
This is one of those rare events where you go to a local race and it's a 12-minute moto. You come out here, it's a 30-minute.
Yep.
And that's no, like, hey, we're taking a break over here. As he's letting us know, yeah, we hear you.
we hear you too, Justin. All right.
Coughing up some dirt.
What a ride. Colton McQuarrie ducking out of the shot there. Man, you guys all congratulating each other. Love the sportsmanship. Take us through that one, man. It was an all-out brawl once again. You had Amancio get around you there for just a little bit. It kind of seemed like you settled in. Maybe we're trying to pick up on some things and then execute it right when you needed to. Take us through it.
Yeah, exactly. He had some decent lines in the woods, and he passed me straight up, and he just had a better line. And so I sat behind him looking at it for a little bit, and just made the move on the moto track when I thought I passed him with 3 to go. I thought I only had 2 to go, so I passed him a lap earlier than I wanted to, but just tried to play it smart a little bit, try to save some energy for that pro moto, and it was a good race.
If you're riding like that while saving energy, man, you're a better man than I am. Well, that was super impressive, man. You get the job done once again. We were talking about it. I know Moto Tassinari, a part of your program as well. You're V-Force equipped, as they like to say.
Yep.
Pretty cool to be able to get the job done for him here in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. They're huge, especially on these Yamis. Put that thing in, and it's a world of difference.
Game over, no doubt about it, brother. Who do you want to give a shout out to for getting the job done?
My mom, my dad, my sister, Plastow Power Sports, and Pro Yamaha. Factory Connection, FXR 60, Alpine Star, Dirt Care, Redline Oil, P3 Carbon, and Moto Tassinari, everyone else. Thank you.
All right, go get rested up. We'll see you in that pro moto. That is Justin Coquinos getting the job done, going 1-1 in your Moto Tassinari Pro Am 125 class. We get ready for that MX Trophies race recap. You could pretty much just about show us the recap from Moto number 1. It was about the same. Those top 4 all duking it out right off the jump and going to work. But Coquinos lightning off the start once again. Still didn't get to see the 1-2 kick off the line, but that's fine. We've got a whole nother day of racing tomorrow.
Another day to see it.
But shout out to Ryan Amancio, man. He was a bit further up this time in the fight, and I think the intensity was there as well. It was like he was you know how these riders talk about kind of his first opening lap, that opening couple of miles, they got to get warmed up and get into that race mode. Amancio was ready to fight right off the rip. He made some quick passes happen, and Evan Smith doing the same thing as well, battling out with Colton McQuarrie, as we've seen a couple of riders getting a little bit of little squirrely jumping down into gravity cavity, but Bobby Betancourt on the number 17 doing a good job of trying to fight at least up inside the top 5, trying to keep those title hopes alive as he continues to battle with Bonds. There you see a big section there for Amancio. We had just seen Coquinos make the pass, and then that little bit of hang up with those lap riders kind of gave him a couple of bikes breathing room, but nonetheless, you can't take anything away from the 444 Coquinos. He did what he needed to. He even talked about it. He had a game plan of when he wanted to make the pass happen. Said he was able to save a little bit of gas in the tank for that pro moto. And at the end of the day, it was the 444 or the big number 1 on that front number plate. Getting the job done. The Pro Taper top 10 breaks down like this. Coquinos, Amancio, and McQuarrie 1, 2, and 3 with Evan Smith crossing the line in the 4th spot. Van Gosselin, Alex Benu, Tucker Bidges, Kenneth Held holds on to the 8th place spot. Kyle Gaetani and Austin DiPietro rounds out your top 10 here in Pro-Am 125, B250, B Open, B200, and B Open Electric as well. That is Moto number 11 getting wrapped up. B Vet, Super Senior, Masters, B Senior, Women's BC, C Senior, and Vintage. You need to be on the starting line. Your moto is coming up right after a quick commercial break. We'll be back with more from round 7 of the Fox JDay Off-Road Racing Series. JDay Off-Road live coverage is brought to you by Fox Racing, awaken your senses. Redline Oil, no compromises, and Yamaha, performance, innovation, and adventure. And by Moto Tassanari, Luxon MX, 100%, Pro Taper, Motion Pro, and IMS. Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Fox JDay Off-Road Racing Series, round 7 of 8, the Moto Tassanari Unadilla Grand Prix doubleheader weekend. As we are closing in on the final few motos of the day, we've got race number 12 sitting on the line, our B Vets, Super Senior, and our Masters, Women's B and C, as well as B and C Senior class, and of course that Vintage class as well. And then coming up after this, we'll have our final moto of the day. I thought that was static on the camera. It was just the water getting laid down. So we'll have our final pro moto of the day. The final moto is the water getting sprayed on track.
That is not rain. Don't worry, that is not rain.
Yeah, that is not rain.
We see umbrellas on the
that is for shade only.
On the start line. And water and screen, that is not rain. There is no rain in the forecast. For the first time in Unadilla history, it's not going to rain.
So here we go.
We saw the 30-second board going across, which means we are about ready to go here.
Older machine line up as well. B-Vet going to be row number 1. And there you see the JDay Off-Road rig. That's where you get signed up if you have not already. I believe sign-up should be getting opened up here shortly for racing tomorrow. You did not have to race today to be able to race tomorrow. But you guys, they will sign up later. They're going to work right now. Here we go. B-Vet into turn number 1. Going to be a little slick after some of that water getting tossed down. crew doing a great job of touching up a couple of spots between motos on the track.
Oh, one rider had a little bit of a mistake there. He went over the outside of the berm. I don't think he fell. Looked like he was able to catch himself, but he's going to have his work cut out for him here. As everything unfolds, he's going to have, what, Zach, about, if he wants to go to the front, about 20 riders to pass here in this B class.
Well, and if there's a time to try to do it, it's right now while they're all still bunched up like this. We saw it in not just the last moto, but especially the one before that. They really seemed like the spacing kind of started to happen quickly, especially as these second motos. We talk about the division or the separating factors on the track, if you will. It's pretty easy for almost everybody to go fast on a smooth track, but once you start getting the personality, as we like to call it, in the track, in the trail, that's when things really start to get separated. So we'll see Super Senior and Masters barreling into turn number 1. We'll find out who is in shape, who's able to adapt, and who's also got the bike set up as well. A lot of riders, you know, especially on the amateur scene and some of these oh, one rider getting tossed down there. A lot of these riders not touching the bike between motos, and some of the best even on the amateur scene are being able to just a clicker here or there can make all the world of difference by the end of the afternoon.
I think that's something that kind of gets lost in the amateur scene. Is, well, a small adjustment. I mean, we don't have time to spend training and running testing like we do if you're a pro rider, but even on the weekend, a small clicker here isn't going to make your bike unrideable, but it could help you. As we wait for the B Senior, Women B, and Women C, they are your third row to go out here. One of our beta riders, number 539.
A lot of folks on this row as well, very similar to that C class that we saw early on, pretty much stretching all the way across the start line.
Everybody through clean on this one. They all race out towards the front of the property, go by the infamous white barn over there right next to the Unadilla merch trailer. And they race over towards Gravity Cavity through this split lane. Now you see that middle line, Zach. They've got that middle line cut right into the berm. That is something I would assume they'll build back up tonight. I don't think that's the idea with that section, but right now these JDay riders are making it work.
They got some ideas of their own.
That's right. And now we wait for our C Senior and Vintage. Last row of this moto. Like you said, Zach, only one more after that. We're going to close it out today with our pro class.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one to watch for sure. Yes, here we go. Looks like that was a 976. Pushing the pace, headed into turn number 1.
Oh, red down. That was our second place rider.
Inside, you see how hard packed it is. You see those shiny lines ever so slightly off camera, and they push the front end right down. The second rider that we saw do that.
Yeah, once they put the water down on the hard pack, it gets really, really slick. And they're not putting down a ton of water, making it unsafe. It's just unsuspecting. You hit the right line at the right angle, and the bike comes out from underneath you. He'll be able to get remounted and go back to the charge. Unfortunately, from second, he goes to last with that little mistake there. As our C Senior and Vintage riders work their way down into the gully next to Gravity Cavity around the infamous apple tree. And now we're going to touch base with some of our first groupings that are already back in the woods section.
Once again, don't forget, if you're here on site, whether you're a fan, a family member, or a racer yourself, make sure you're posting about your weekend using that hashtag JDay26 as well. And make sure you're following us along at JDay Offroad for all of the information for the rest of 2026, as well as that the highly anticipated 2027 schedule is going to be coming out soon. Taking a look, it was Kendall Gaetani grabbing the women's B Moto win over Madison Roggio and Gabriella Menisi. If those ladies can keep it consistent, maybe switch some things up. B Senior class, Steve Skurzat, I believe, doing that without the visor. I think that was the guy that we saw the visor pop off of. Didn't slow him down. I said made it more
aerodynamic. You said it. You claimed it.
You, man.
Maybe he just started this moto without the visor. He said, screw it. I'm just going to go right from the jump like this.
Not scared. Especially if you get the start, you don't have to worry about the roofs. What do you need the visor for?
Well, I mean, he's so fast, he's going to work his way up into the back markers from the class in front of him, though. That's the problem.
That's true. See, senior, it was Dan Young grabbing the win. Evan Kelly did hang on for that vintage win. Keith Hole and Jeff Norman went second and third in the C senior class. And then, like we said, Evan Kelly grabbing the win out of that vintage class. Melanie Pickard grabs the women's C Moto win over Allison Fusco and Sierra Bernard. Jumping on board here with Yamaha, I believe. Saw number 47, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe that's what it was. I was trying to find the number myself.
And then Austin Sudrith. Suddy, as they like to call him. Had some people DMing me saying, yeah, I'll call him Suddy here in the Carolinas.
He's riding that B class. As long as they weren't messing you, tell them to bump him up to the A class. We're good.
We've had a great season so far as that Fox FPV drone continues to blow my mind. There is the 913, so some water laid down here as well.
Now this is really going to get interesting. You're going to water. Right we got some wet concrete and some wet wood over here, and you're going to have to slide around all of it.
I'm curious to see. We've talked about the broadcast as a tool. I'm curious to see if anyone picks up on that line that we saw a couple of people trying out in those railings. Not just in this moto, but in the pro motos coming up as well.
Yeah, I don't know if you want to go on the railings when they're wet, though.
Well, it's just going to funnel you to the
inside.
inside.
Maybe. It might. That's only one way to find out. Can someone get Zach a bike?
Yeah, someone try it and let us know how it goes.
As we should start seeing our live timing update here. As you can see, they put the water on that slick spot on the inside. You can see how shiny that is. That is not the preferred line right now. Give it about 10 minutes and that'll dry out.
Well, and again, you saw the dust flying up the horsepower hill right there as well. They're doing a light sprinkle. They're not soaking it by any means, but like you said, that hard base underneath, the water's not absorbing very quickly at all. Even this section right here, that's got to be like absolute glass. Everybody going flat tracking for just a moment. So some slideways action, as we like to call it, as Daryl Toffenbaugh continues to lead the way. Fastest man on track with a 6:52. Those Luxon lap times show Diego Botello on a 6:57. Mike Jones with a 6:58. And then once again, Suddy, not always the fastest guy on the clock, but works his way towards the front.
It's cool to see, like we've been talking about, I've never been to a JDay before. I've never really watched the full program. You can see how much the lap times have dropped since earlier in the day just because the track has gotten so rough. As you watch all the timing starting to funnel through, some of our third and fourth group riders are coming through the timing stripe for the first time. I mean, we're looking at 6-7 minute lap times when earlier we were looking at, sub 6 lap times in some of these classes and not much more than 6 minutes. So the track's gone about a minute slower. As you can see, so many lines developing here in the backside of the facility on the pro track. We jump on board with the pit bike moto cam way in the back section. This is back where they first go into the woods. You see the 202 of Mike Jones sliding it up slideways, as Zach likes to say, up the hill. Getting into some of those loose pebbles. The back end starting to step out on him. The Paul Latandra up front. That was a name we saw leading his class in the first go-around when these guys were on track. And he looks like he's leading them around again in that super senior class.
Yeah, again, he's been one of the faster riders in these, because these classes consistently combined as far as which classes are out there at the same time. Seems like all season long he's been able to be one of the faster riders on track, but that class, one of the back rows as well. So we'll continue to see if he can keep matching those fast lap times.
And that'll be the challenge for him, really, once he gets into the middle of the pack. For, maybe that first group we saw go out with such a huge number of riders. Once he catches up to them, things will start slowing down for him. As we got, I believe this is some of our women's C on screen. showing Melanie Pickard leading him around on the 747.
Wind's starting to kind of gust up a little bit here too. It's kind of been a consistent breeze, but I've seen a couple riders just peeking outside of the studio here, getting kind of blown across the track as they launch out into the sky shot. Barry Seated Tindry out of that super senior class.
And you got Darren Toggenbach. He is second overall. I gotta believe that is probably first in his division if he's not running with Paul Latondra. Wait for the pylon to cycle through to give me a little bit more information and make my life easy. As we see Steven Zart leading the C seniors, Scott Edwards second, Kendall Gaetani third. Okay, so now we're updating to vintage. There's so many different classes out here. We're watching all the live timing updates. Still Pickard and women's C, so some of this information might not be accurate as the timers pick up and they got them in the wrong class, at least on our screen. You'll see it kind of trickling through as the racing divisions change on the pillar. Sometimes the names change as well. But nonetheless, everybody out here making their way around. We got the Masters out here, Nathan Martell. Super senior, like we were talking about, Paul Latondra, lead of the class and lead overall. As Zach mentioned, he's been a common name to see up in the front here and consistently moving forward in his classes. As we jump on board with the TBT Racing live drone, going to show him coming out of this wood line. Kind of patiently waiting for them to work their way through here. Cameraman tucked there behind the wood. Waiting.
Trying to stay out of harm's way there.
We got to get the shot without getting hurt. Tough to get the number on that. It was a Yamaha that came through.
Back into the extremes, and you can see how quickly the water started to absorb, especially as the riders made their way over it. Some of those slick spots already starting to dry up.
And once they get a little bit farther towards the end of this section, though, it's a lot of shadows from the trees, so that'll stay moistened up a little bit longer. We kind of let this race unfold here.
Here you saw
that was Sudreth, right?
Yep.
That was Sudreth popping in the screen. Like you said, kind of the diesel engine. As this moto goes along, he'll continue to get better and better. That's Diego Botello. He's up there third overall. Mike Jones fourth overall. And then we get into Austin Sudreth fifth overall.
Yeah, Sudreth a bit further back, I feel like, in the overall than he was early there in moto number 1.
We got to give him time to build. Well, we're on lap 2. We got time. Probably about halfway through this one, give or take a little bit.
Yeah, now's the time. Now you flip the switch.
Yeah, remember Tomac used to wait until the 15-minute mark and then just go? That's where Suddy's there.
Nah, Blake Baggett, El Chupacabra, baby. That was the guy who...
He was the OG.
He was the man, I'm telling you what.
He was the OG when it came to the 15-minute.
You could set your clock, and all of a sudden the lap time drops by 4 to 5 seconds. Now, Suddy, show me that, and then I'll be impressed, okay? Shut up, Zach.
Hey, ask and you shall receive. He just jumped to third overall.
No. How about that? So Suddy has shown up here at the halfway point.
Steve, let's get some lap times up here. We'll see if production can get the lap times up. We'll see what he's doing for you.
Well, and again, I think it's the lack of fading, right? Let's take a look. 6:54.
6:54.
Matching time with Toggenbach right there. So 6:50 for Botello. But yeah, realistically, I mean,
you need to see a 6:50 next lap, and then you're on it.
There it is. Is it too much to ask for?
Out of a super senior? No, I don't think so. He's got the experience.
No, he's a B vet rider.
That's right.
Yeah, he's good. He's in his prime.
Oh, we're B-Vet?
Yeah, sir.
Oh, I apologize.
Yeah, no,
I've misclassed him. I apologize, Sudi.
Now, Paula Tindley was the fastest man on track. He's a super senior. Melanie Pickard finds herself back out front in the women's C class in front of Madeline Gross and Sierra Bernard.
A good rebound for Gross. I saw her a little bit farther down the order in the first moto. We saw her having a little bit of trouble in the FMF Extreme section. So she's rebounded well here in moto number 2. Hopefully able to salvage something out of her day. As we see Nathan Martell, Peter Sprague, and Mark Grasso 1, 2, and 3 in their respective division. Obviously, the super senior we're talking about is Paul Latendra. He is leader in the class and leader in the overall running order right now. Women's B, Kara Lagenbach leading them around here. We try and keep an eye on that pillar as it cycles through and everything updates. C senior, you got Dan Young, Jeff Norman, and Mike Zitter. Top 3 in that one. Keith Houle, Jason Kane, 4th and 5th. Evan Kelly quietly looking at a 1-1 in the vintage class. We haven't seen him on screen too much. And women see Melanie Pickard and Madeline Gross. Sierra Barnard, Madison Paquin, and Jamie Geary. That is your top 5 there. The city dropped back to 4th in the overall standings. Zach will not be happy with that as a fellow North Carolinian. Is that what you call yourself? North Carolinian?
I wasn't going to go there. That's all right. You're a New York guy. I give it to you.
New York. New York.
Want to start singing for me now, too?
Well, you're the singer here. You're the singer here. I might be able to play the drums or something. I can make some noise. As that was Aaron Judson on screen, working his way through the Dunlop split lane. He's sitting 8th overall.
Man, and again, we talked about the split lane being very competitive as far as the way both lanes are, but they've developed pretty consistently as well. I kind of was expecting one to really start to drop a little bit of time, especially as things got rougher and rougher. But I think because they were being used almost evenly all day long, they've both slowed down just about as much as, just as evenly as they were right when they were both fresh.
As long as you're not following anybody, I think we've kind of established that outside or inside, it's not a bad decision. You're going to come out pretty fair either way. As now we're trying to figure out, that is the 110 still of Aaron Judson on screen. So Racer TV riding along with Aaron Judson on the 110 Kawasaki.
You see the 202 of Mike Jones.
Mike Jones, who?
That's not who you had, Mike Jones?
No, I don't believe so. Also not the rapper.
Good word for it. Spencer Saracena rounds out your top 10 overall early on. We are just a little past the halfway point or so. Don't forget, coming up after this, final moto of the afternoon and the final pro moto of the day. A couple of riders electing to take that go around.
Now that's my kind of line right there. At this point in the day, I'm going around every time. So not sure if it's accurate or not, but the vintage overall, moto standings just updated, and Sakator had gotten around Evan Kelly.
Watch out.
So we'll see, maybe we pick them up on screen. Try and find them on camera somewhere out here.
Sakatori on that Kawasaki trying to make something happen here. I believe he was second in Moto 1, so that could be the overall as well.
Watching now on the Power Sports of Utica live camera. Way in the back here. Trying to see who's cycling through. Just kind of let everybody cycle through, get some TV time. See a pass for the lead in the women's B. It looks like Madison Rogue moves around Kara Lagenbach. Keeping an eye on that pillar as it cycles around, trying to give you guys some updates as the live timing continues to update as people start cycling through that timing loop again out or towards the Yamaha finish line. Wondering possibly white flag here, Zach. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm curious myself. Don't believe so.
So probably 2 laps to go. Not sure where the leaders are on track.
Saw a brake tap no footer over the sky shot, and it wasn't secatory, so.
Someone's taking notes out there.
Yeah.
They're watching the race of TV back at the truck. Saw the 1 footer. They said, here, take that. Did a no footer.
Now those were, I believe, some of your leaders, so curious. Now white flag is out. We just got confirmation.
Let's try and pick up a number here and see where we are at on track.
The lead rider should either be right there or actually maybe even getting ready to pass this rider on screen. That's looking a little more like your lead pace to me. Looking for the 7:19.
Yeah, Botello just jumped up. I know we're waiting for the rest of the timing to cycle through, but his name just jumped up the order, which makes me believe he just crossed the timing stripe not that long ago. Possibly who we're looking at on screen here. Just so tough with these small numbers on the helmet. Now we see Mike Jones start to drop down the order a little bit in his respective class.
Tinsley crosses the line, jumps right back up to the top of the chart.
And Mike Jones as well there. He's back in the 8th overall, so just a little bit of a timing loop going on there, and everything goes right back to normal. Madison Road continues to lead Kara Lagenbach and Kendall Gattani in the women's B class. So Sooty's back to 4th overall, now 5th overall, pardon me. I'm gonna have to send some messages back for him.
All right, he's playing the long game. Like I said, I believe well in control of the points in his class, so.
He wants to be good and healthy tomorrow when he collects that championship number 1 plate.
Right? Yeah.
So Evan Kelly is your 2nd place rider in the vintage class. Secretary has passed and solidified that one. As some of our other riders make their way around. 1 lap to go here. And after this one, Zach, 1 more moto to go, saving the best for last. Although, not sure we're going to touch that women's class or
There's 125.
that 125
The
Pro
Pro Boys are
motos.
going to have to step it up here for this final one because short of having about 8 riders all within a second of each other, it's going to be pretty tough to beat those performances that we had earlier today. But I'm not counting it out. I certainly, it's the
We had some action the first time. I wouldn't be surprised if we got it again. As we watch here on the Dunlop split lane. Coming down the hill, looks like everybody opting to go to the far left side on screen. Right side if they're coming down the hill, and then they all funnel back towards the inside. Try and get some numbers here, let you know who's cycling through. We got 1 rider a little bit faster than everybody else. So many shadows. I would not want to be coming down that hill right now. As we are watching a guy in some yellow and red gear with no numbers. Could be anybody. Pick a guy, any guy.
Go Mark Trujano.
There he is, Mark Trujano. That was him.
There is the 719.
So that is Botello.
So that might be the rider worth watching, following here. I believe he is physically your leader, if I'm not mistaken. 719. Thiago Botello. still cannot believe we haven't seen any other rail grinds, but
no takers.
Still got a moto to go.
These are senior guys.
I mean, Bobby Beckford made it look so easy right there. It was the smoothest line that we've seen through there all day.
He was saving it for the end of the day.
He did. He's probably trying to save it for tomorrow, too. We just blasted it everywhere. So, sorry, Bobby.
That's probably already on the JDay social media pages. Everybody's already seen it.
So into the FMF Extreme section once again. Your B event class, Thiago Botelho trying to bring home a second moto win. Here you see Evan Kelly on the 221 out of your vintage class.
One rider's hung up a little bit over there, stuck in the muck. That is the 41 Kawasaki rider. He gets back up and going. You see the 613 coming through the FMF Extreme section one last time. Oh, sitting down too, though. That is painful.
Bold. Oh, one
rider down. Looks like she's gonna pull that clutch in there. Gonna move them barricades.
So can we just space this out a little bit, please?
You gave me 40 feet. I need 41.
Good time for a water break. Gonna grab that.
That's right. Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
There is the 719 ride closing in on the final few sections of racetrack.
Oh, got some wheel spin there, and then it kind of caught on him.
Chaos on both sides now.
That's right. Things are getting a little wild here in our senior divisions.
Meanwhile, Thiago all the way back to the sky shot one more time.
No takers on jumping it. About 3/4 of the way out. That's 3/4 of the way farther than I would have went. As Botelho works his way around one more lapper, and it looks like he has clear track all the way to the Yamaha Racing finish line. Checker flag will be coming out for the 719 and Thiago Botelho. Fist bump claiming it. He's going to go over to the Fox podium.
Yeah, you got to be pumped up after a ride like that. That was great. Was in a good spot all moto long and maintained that pace to be able to bring it to a checkered flag as the rest of the field makes their way across the Yamaha finish line. What a ride it was. Here from race number 11. Once again, Pro 250A, A200, A Open, and Pro A Open Electric. You guys should be sitting on the starting line, the final moto of the day. You should be sitting on the line. Meanwhile, we've got some celebrating to do with our race winner. Thiago, are you down there? Can you hear us?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Absolutely, man. A fantastic race. You put on a good show for us. How are you feeling out there? Take us through the moto.
Thanks. Nice strike. Sorry, because no speak. Congratulations. Yeah.
Hey, had a great time. Well, do you want to say thank you to anybody out there?
Okay. Bye. See you later.
Okay, we'll see you next time. We'll see you tomorrow. Absolutely. Congratulations. Great job.
Sir.
Thank you.
So Thiago doing a great job. He said, I'm letting the riding do the talking there. You already know what's up. A great job.
Well, we definitely speak moto here, and that was
no
good.
doubt about it. Yeah, that was awesome. Huge congrats. And, yeah, you can, whether the language barrier or not, you can see the facial expressions. You know, there's a lot of pride there, and as there should be. But take a look. That Pro Taper Top 10, Paula Tindry does still hang on for the overall, but Thiago Botelho hangs on for the class win. Aaron Judson, Scott Hunt, and Austin Sudrith, your top 5. Darren Tufenbaugh, Spencer Saracena, Chad Gold, Mike Jones, and Mark Johanno, your top 10. We'll take a look at that MX Trophies race recap. Little bit of water thrown down on that opening corner there just before the gate drop. Everybody Did pretty good, though, staying pretty clear. It was almost the entrance to turn 2, 1.5, whatever we're calling it.
Allegedly.
Yep. That was where some problems were had, but we got everybody off the line and then got to work. Fastest starting getting jumbled up, and all of a sudden that pylon on the left side of the screen started moving all over the place. A lot of chaos here in the extreme section, maybe some of the most all day that we've seen. Riders crashing on one side, causing people to have to go to the other side, then they'd pile up over there. The FPV drone still buzzing the trees and giving us an idea of what it feels like to be fast. But at the end of the day, 719, calm, cool, smooth. You know, that's what they say, smooth is fast. And I think that definitely is the case here at JDay. Limited the mistakes. And when it came down to it, he was the man to beat. One more time up the hillside. Got some air over the sky shot. That's the biggest thing. You got to jump out. You don't have to jump all the way, but you got to jump out. And he did just that. A fist in the air, and he gets the job done. Well, we're going to grab a commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have our final moto of the afternoon. The pros going to put on a show for us one more time here for the Moto Tassinare Unadilla Grand Prix Round 7 for the Fox JDay Offroad Series. We'll be right back.
Stacked class. I can't wait to watch it.
Here we go. The drag race in the turn of the 1. Look at this, 1, 2, and 3. Oh!
I don't know what I just saw.
Straight to the lead, Jake Christine. Oh, Josh goes rough and rowdy. Ricky Russell, Dr. Tokino, getting the job done. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Unadilla and welcome to round 7 of the Fox JDay Offroad Racing season, the Moto Tassinare Unadilla Grand Prix, and sitting on the line, the final moto of the afternoon, your pro class getting ready to go to battle one more time. As you saw from our intro, plenty of racing action here throughout the season, chaos, all kinds of different faces jumping up and showing that they've got what it takes to grab a win. But this rider right here, Jigs Fustini, is trying to take control not only of the day but of the season, and is trying to close in on a potential championship by the time the weekend is said and done. Several other riders, Ryder Lafferty right there among the many who would like to at least take him down in the moto. And Justin Kokinos right there on screen, the 444, arguably the only rider capable of trying to take the championship away from him. Thorne Devlin, been a thorn in the side of these riders here today. He has shown up and shown out, but your points leader headed into the weekend, Ricky Russell, ultimately making the decision to not be with us this weekend. That is Ricky Russell's soon-to-be son. He's waving to us right there from the womb saying, hey, sorry, didn't mean to mess up the racing season, but I'll see you guys next year. Ricky making the call, family first, as we talked about there for Moto 1, expecting his first child for quite some time now. He said, they can't risk it. At the end of the day, Ricky living over on the West Coast and doing a great job all season long, but making the tough choice to stay home. And he's a family man first, man. You gotta think about the big picture, and he's doing just that. So Ricky ultimately going to take himself out of title contention, out of the championship chase. And that opens up the opportunities for a rider like Jigs Fustini, who has really stepped up, I feel like, throughout 2026. Justin Kokinos as well, who's kind of, I think, stepped up himself a bit throughout the season as well. They're going to go to battle, but at the end of the day, Moto number 1, Thorne Devlin, how about it? Came up and started to sneak his way up, 2-stroking and all, and was able to try to sneak in, and we'll see if he can back it up here in Moto number 2.
Like we said, he kind of surprised us, and we think he surprised everybody else as well. He kind of snuck up behind him. When we saw him on screen making the pass, I almost thought that Jigs had made a mistake, and Thorne was actually a rider that they had been putting a lap down. And then we found out pretty quickly that Thorne was here to stay, and he continued to work his way towards the front, and he almost got all the way to the front. We saw at the end there, we had some contact.
And as we take a look here from Moto number 1, like we said, right off the jump, the 42 ride led them into turn number 1, but Justin Kokinos grabbed a gear, and around the outside he went, picked up the early race lead. Fustini was up in the mix. We saw Evan Smith up there early on as well. And the question was, who was going to be able to bring a fight? I know I was curious to see if Evan Smith could get up in the mix after such a solid performance, and he did just that. But Fustini making some quick moves up the Kurt Caselli Pro line here on lap number 1. Just had a better drive up the hillside and made a very quick pass. And it looked like that might be all she wrote. He started to distance himself out pretty quickly, but as we've seen time and time again here today, those gaps, they disappeared just as quick as they were gained up. Evan Smith making some smooth moves after Kokinos repassed Fustini. He got into the mix. Then all of a sudden, 2's a date, 3's a party. Well, how about when the 4th shows up? Thorne Devlin said he wanted to get in on the mix. Watch this. He picks up 1, gets to the top of the hill, and picks up another right there as well. Thorne Devlin quickly putting himself in the spot to try to take the win. He was trying to chase down Evan Smith, and then this, he was going for it. He had a hot line for the tail end of the extreme section, but Evan Smith was closing the door before he could get there and takes the Moto 1 win. Evan Smith fired up and going to try to back it up here in Moto number 2. Ryan Amancio, you're seeing on screen, he had a solid performance as well, finished up in the 6th place spot. But Smith, Devlin, Fustini, Kokinos, and Lafferty were your top 5 in Moto number 1 of the Pro class. We'll see how things shake up here in Moto number 2. Should be dropping the Fox flag any minute now, waiting on the last of our riders from that previous Moto to make their way through the Yamaha finish line. And we will drop the flag. Once again, don't forget, we will be covering all of the racing action tomorrow as well for the season finale of the Fox JDay Offroad Series. And at this point, especially in some of those tight classes that we talked about, Josh, nothing going to be decided today. I haven't seen any big throwaways or gaps given off where all of a sudden the title's been handed to anybody. It is going to come down to the final moto of the final race of the season.
We've seen some things change today as far as the point standings go, but like you said, nothing that really jumps out at you and say, holy cow, the championship's over. Some guys that had a little bit of control of the championship really put a little bit more of a firm handle on it, and then we saw in a couple other classes where the points leader came in with 1 or 2 point gap, and now they're behind by a couple points. So tomorrow is going to be a good chance to redeem themselves, and we're going to find out who's going to walk away with all the overall championships for the season tomorrow, as we are just a couple minutes away from getting this Pro Moto going. Looking at some of the riders on screen, Amancio just kind of hanging out, cool, calm, and collected.
Fustini getting into race mode, already got the goggles on.
Race mode activated.
We heard from Fustini there during the first moto, talked about the race relationship between himself and Ricky Russell, said, it was not the way that he would want to inherit the series lead, but at the same time, he gave a big congratulations to Ricky and his family, and totally understands the decision that he made.
Well, yeah, JDay will be here next year. The birth of his child will not. So I think everybody understands that for sure. And it's cool to see. It's a big moment in his life. And I mean, it's honestly awesome for him to share it with us, allow us to put it on the broadcast and whatnot. So I'm sure, Ricky, if you're watching at home, congratulations. If you have not had the kid, then whenever it does come, congratulations. As we see Ethan starting to clear, he's grabbing the flag, and we should be seeing the 32nd girl walk across this track any minute now. As we are going to end the day with a bang here, hopefully. We're going to put the big boys on the track and see if they can do what they did in Moto 1 and put on a show.
So here we go. 32nd car makes her way across the track. The only thing left to do is to drop the green flag.
Tick, 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 tick.
Waiting with bated breath, as we like to say. Box flag is up. The race to the first turn and then the race to the finish after that. Start going to be so crucial. Great jump from the center. I believe that was the 42. Once again, getting a lightning start. Got a couple of bike lanes already. Let's see. Can Coquinos repeat? I think that might have been an orange spinner. That might have been Evan Smith.
Could we see him start up front for the first time instead of trying to work his way from the back?
No kidding. Meanwhile, the 42, I believe, actually going off track, if I'm not mistaken. So he almost dropped immediately to the back. That was not Evan Smith out front leading the way.
No, I see Evan moving up into fourth now. Is it Jiggs possibly? Amancio back here in the sixth spot. It's Devlin, okay.
Thorne Devlin making quick moves and getting the two-stroke out front early on. So that could be a big problem for the rest of the field, as he was one of the fastest riders on track, especially late in that first moto. Watching the Ampro Yamaha on the 34 of Colton McQuarrie out of that A250 class. Head drops, and then down goes the throttle. It's the points leader, Rivers Morris, grabbing the whole shot. He did not get a great start in this class, I believe, in Moto number 1. So needed to bounce back here in Moto 2. And he does just that. Meanwhile, your lead group buzzing by us here in the tower. Row number 3.
A200 and A open. See the Yamaha rider here on the end, the 101. That is not Ben Townley. He is reared up and ready to go. Good start from that rider right there. He's going to get pinched out though. They're 3 wide coming down the start straightaway into the second turn around the on-site announcer's tower. We are not in that location, but the on-site announcer works out of that tower as they work their way under the bridge and over towards Gravity Cavity for the first time here in the last race of the day.
So a clean and clear start here for round number 7. Now all that's left to do is about 29 minutes of battle, as one of your early front runners going down just after Gravity Cavity.
That was the 14 of Basutti.
Meanwhile, here we go. First lap into the KC66 Pro line. Devlin, Coquinos, Fustini. Fustini once again making the pass up that hill around Coquinos on lap number 1. Evan Smith right there as well.
That was a carbon copy of Moto number 1 just a little bit earlier in the race. Coquinos went to the inside, tried to guard it, and Fustini was able to go around the outside of him, carrying momentum up the hill. And then the outside turns into the inside up at the top of the hill in that KC66 Pro line. We look at A250, Colton McQuarrie took the Moto win over Gavin Forsberg, Sean Kelleher, and Rivers Morris. Your top 4, Peter Shaw, back there in 5th.
But on board the Fox FPV drone, Thorne Devlin. The two-stroke barking here at the front of the pack, getting kicked around. Like we said, this opening lap going to be both a sprint and a sight lap at the same time. You want to get the pace up as fast as you can, try to get away from the pack, but at the same time, it's been hours since the last time these riders have been out on track. I don't believe anyone besides maybe Coquinos and Amancio in other classes. So for somebody like Fustini and Devlin,
we had them out in the 125 Pro Moto. That was, even still now, that was almost an hour and a half ago. So you see the advantage, though, of getting out front is that one section back there was really dusty. As you start to work your way through there, if you're back in 5th or 6th, you're going to have to really take your time because you're not going to be able to see that well. The rest of the field works through as we watch on the Fox FPV drone, flying our way in and out of the trees, just like these guys are when they ride through. Except we're going the wrong way, and that's okay.
I don't see exactly who that was in the 4th or 5th place spot. I thought it was Lafferty up there off of the line, but now I'm starting to second guess myself as we pop into the extreme section. Once again, some water being laid down. And you don't have to worry about running the railings when you don't even touch the tires. Pretty much all of these guys launching up and over this section. Fustini. And what happened to Coquinos? As now Evan Smith has gotten around as well. There is Coquinos, Lafferty, and it looks like Amancio. So pretty much all of your top 6 running 1 through 6 again here on lap number 1.
Jump in over Sky Shot. Is that Devlin and Diggs and Fustini 1-2? Yep, on screen there. So Fustini doesn't really need to run him down to make a pass if we're looking at big picture.
Yeah, Thorne Devlin not in the points series here as far as anything for the title. You see a big look back from Diggs. Fustini wants to know exactly where Coquinos is at. Evan Smith now between him and the Yamaha. So it is Devlin, Fustini 1 and 2, and then Smith and Coquinos 3 and 4.
So we'll keep an eye on Fustini here. The pace looked like it was going to bring him up to the rear tire of Devlin. And then you saw him take a look back, so you're wondering if he's going to try and settle in here, hang out just outside that roost zone, kind of run the pace with Devlin and make sure that nothing happens with Coquinos behind him.
Yeah, little things like that step down double right there. Kind of, I don't want to call it kryptonite of Fustini, but I think those are going to be the things where that could stop him from really pushing up onto someone like a Thorne Devlin.
Well, he's going to get to him, and if he does make the pass, he probably knows in the back of his head once he gets back to the moto side of things, it's going to be hard to hold on to that. So it's almost a conserve your energy kind of situation. I'll just hold this position down in second, take the win as far as the overall standings go, and then he'll move on happy and healthy into tomorrow's racing with a little bit more of a point cushion. Yeah, so we're looking at Chase Gosselin, Ben Hool, Alec Clark, Wesley Teixeira, and Zach Zaraga in the A Open class from top 5.
Back to the top of the hillside they go. Like we talked about, these riders using the very edges of the track right now, just looking for a little bit smoother real estate if they can find it. Ryder Lafferty, I believe they're in the 5th place spot. Jake Abbott a bit further up early in this one as well.
So early on, kind of uneventful, I guess you would say. You're wondering to see if there's going to be any movement here. Everyone kind of sitting where they were to finish the first moto. They worked to get to the position that they're in, and now they're just kind of hanging out here. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously, Coquinos wants to move up. Smith doesn't have anything to really lose, so he's willing to move up. But Fustini's happy to be where he is, and obviously Devlin out front, he's just going to try and hold his pace.
Yeah, you got to sit there and wonder as they make their way through the Dunlop split lane. We saw in that first moto, we take a look at those Luxon lap times. Coquinos a 6:01, just a tick off of the pace. Devlin a 49 or 5:49 and a 5:50 for Fustini. So they're about 10, 11 seconds faster than Coquinos, which is a pretty substantial amount over the course of one lap. You got to sit there and ask whether or not those 125 motors were taking something out of Coquinos. He was in a fight pretty much the whole time. He was, I mean, we heard it on the microphone. He was coughing, he was breathing heavy, and as he should be. By no means is Justin not in shape, but you put in a battle like that for 30 minutes straight, and then you do it twice, plus another pro moto before that. Yeah, you got to wonder if it's not starting to take a little wear and tear on you.
You're almost asking him to run, if this was a pro race, you'd ask him to be running all 4 of the pro motos. I mean, that's 2 hours of ride time. That's a lot to ask out of somebody. So you wonder, you know, he kind of gave up some of the stamina to get a better look at the track.
It's definitely a potential, and I mean, hindsight being 20/20, but Coquinos lines up and is ready to go to war. We'll see how things play out tomorrow. But right now, Devlin couldn't really care less about the points. Not here to try to do anything other than show what Thorne Devlin is capable of. And man, this is a statement ride for Devlin this season, no doubt about it.
So it looks like Smith got around Coquinos there, right? Smith was in 4th, Coquinos was 3rd.
Smith, last time we saw him through the stripe,
so he was in 3rd. Okay,
yeah, so
I'm a little bit behind on that one. Still almost 2 laps complete here. And what should be probably a 6-lap moto, possibly 5. We'll see where they are when the white flag comes out. So less than halfway through here as we hop on board with the TBT Racing live drone. And we follow Thorne Devlin into the FMF Extreme section. And Jigs Fustini carefully working his way through there. And now we wait for Evan Smith to come through. And Coquinos is, there he is. Coquinos really struggling here at the beginning of this one. Not sure what's going on with him, but we saw Lafferty start to pull up on the backside of him here.
Meanwhile, taking a look at the Kawasaki of Rivers Morris, that is your 250A leader. Lafferty, though, going after it and makes the pass on Coquinos as well. So things not going in the direction that the 444 had hoped for, as he now finds himself on the bubble of the top 5, and Ryan Amancio's right there as well.
And we saw Amancio all day today, riding with him in the 125 Pro class, so he's not going to want to relax too much because Amancio is going to be right there to pounce on him as well. So not the afternoon that Coquinos was looking for. And this is exactly what Jigs Fustini was looking for, as he'll be able to go into tomorrow if it ends like this with a little bit more of a cushion in that point standing.
Yeah, and I mean, again, we talked about the moto format, 30 minutes. It's not enough time for you to be able to give up a couple of positions like Coquinos has. It'd be one thing if we were talking about 5 seconds and not back into the 5th place position. But at this point, yeah, Coquinos has got to try to maintain, if not at least turn around the momentum altogether.
Yeah, it's just tough if you're not feeling it, or maybe you're a little bit tired from the way the day went, as we got one guy, the 135, having a little bit of trouble getting through the FMF Extreme section. He was able to keep the hand on the clutch and get back up and remount, as now we see the 111. I think that was Kelleher getting up close and personal with that guardrail. So Sean Kelleher on the 111. I don't believe he lost a position. He got up pretty quickly. But back to what I was saying, Sean, when you're in a 30-minute moto and you're either just not feeling the vibe, or maybe you're having a little bit of trouble getting it going, for Coquinos, he's going to have to try and right the ship here, or else it's a long ways back for 30 minutes.
It's so much easier said than done. Yeah, like you said, it's easy to sit there and, oh, we got to turn things around. You got to do it right now. He's already given 100%. He's laying out everything that he can. He's riding as hard as he can, and it's something special that those riders that are able to find the way and dig deeper than they thought they could. It's a separating factor, and you know, a lot of people call it the championship factor. So Coquino's been in this position before. Obviously, he's wrapped up titles here in JDay as well, including last year. But right now, he is going to have to dig as deep as he can. Meanwhile, taking a look at the 47 ride, that is the leader of your Open A-Class, Cole Johnson, making his way through. Johnson in front of Alan Adkins and Dustin Clotter. And not only is he leading the moto, but also your points leader in that class. So taking a little stress off of his shoulders, knows as long as he is out front, no worries about points or anything like that.
He'll be sleeping good tonight,
yes,
for sure.
Yes. All these guys are probably going to be sleeping pretty good after a rough track like this. Are you kidding me? Going to be knocked out.
Coquinos might be asleep before the sun goes down.
I don't blame him. Yeah, no question. A ride like that. Meanwhile, Devlin got to give credit. Kind of, I don't want to say coming out of nowhere. We've heard of Thorne Devlin. We know what he's capable of, but this level of performance here, it caught me off guard a little bit. I'm not going to lie. I was not expecting him to march up like he did in Moto 1, and then as soon as you saw him with some clean air here in Moto 2, he's showing it's his race to lose.
Yeah, it's been a wrap since the start here as Fustini's hanging there, not really putting any pressure on him. I think Diggs is just riding his own race. He's letting him get it far enough ahead where he doesn't really have to worry about being in that roof zone, but he's also not worried about Evan Smith. You know, Evan's behind him. We're not sure what the gap is right now. We'll have to check it next time we get him on screen. But I mean, until he sees the 444 pull up alongside of him, I don't think he's going to be too worried about much of anything here.
No doubt. Back to the FMF Extreme section we go.
So Thorne Devlin looking to go 2-1 and take the overall win in the pro class here. Diggs Fustini trying to put this championship in a stranglehold. And Evan Smith back there in third, Lafferty fourth, and Coquinos rounding out the top five. And you gotta believe Ryan Amancio looking to get up behind Coquinos, get him a little payback for getting him in those 125 pro motos. We got Coquinos on screen. And we got Thorne Devlin jumping into that FMF Extreme section, making things look easy. There he is with that little bit of almost like a trials line. You called it a hard enduro cross. He's able to preload the whole bike and almost bunny hop up and over that last log there.
Yeah, Thorne, a frequent hard enduro rider as well, so those technical skills, something that he has mastered over the years.
Now we see Evan Smith on screen. Then you see the 444 of Coquinos should roll in next. Unless, well, pardon me, that's my mistake. We hadn't let Lafferty come through. So Ryder Lafferty on the 336 Honda. He was able to get around Coquinos a couple laps ago. And now here is Coquinos, and there is Amancio. So Coquinos can't really relax here, which is probably not what he wants to do at this point in the moto.
All right, Josh, so I'm getting ready to make my way over towards the finish line. I'm going to pick up the rest of the race call with you from over there so we can actually chat it up with our top three after this checkered flag and bring this day officially to a close.
Sounds good, Zach. We will be in touch with you here shortly. As on screen, we're still following Thorne Devlin as he works his way through the motocross section of the course. Out and around the apple tree, he'll drop down off the little drop-off and work his way towards the back section of the motocross track. 3 laps down, probably 3 to go, possibly 2, depending on how the time falls and when the white comes out. But nonetheless, a statement ride from Thorne Devlin. as he is buttery smooth around here. Whatever setup he has is working for him. As he drops down out of view, he's going to go into the wood section. We will hop on board with him on the pit bike moto cam as he will come flying by and hammer that outside berm as he goes up and over the hill. Then we'll stay on camera here. We'll wait for Jigs Fustini to come in. So there is Fustini. A pretty comfortable gap back to Evan Smith now. Everybody in the front three separated by 10 to 15 seconds. So nothing really going on up here. Everybody just letting the race run its course. And then we should see the 336 of Lafferty. I'm not sure what's going on with. Did Devlin go down? I'm not sure. It looked like he was adjusting his visor, if that was him that was on screen. Hold on a minute. Let's take a look here. I believe I saw Fustini still behind him, but he was a little bit closer, and Devlin was fixing his visor, so I'm not sure what happened. At least a bit of a mistake from Devlin. Sounds like we got a replay coming in. Here we go. We are currently in the live shot. Here's the replay. The red line synthetic oil replay. Oh, just lost the front out there. Wow, never let go of the handlebars, so that was good on his part. And a quick remount, must have probably just got into those loose rocks. The front end started to push on him, and he was just along for the ride. But big move to hold on to the clutch, not let the bike stall. He was able to hop right back up, but that let Fustini get right behind him here. He's within a couple seconds. So things are changing in a hurry, and now Fustini might smell some blood in the water with a wounded Devlin. We'll see if Devlin can get back into the swing of things. Sometimes a crash like that will throw you out of your rhythm. As we watch them work their way through the wood section, Fustini still there within a couple seconds. Evan Smith still holding strong in third. As we jump on board with the Fox FPV drone. Waiting for these guys to work their way around to the FMF Extreme section. As here we go. What do we got here? Working their way through the shadows. That is the 336 of Ryder Lafferty. We're jumping behind now. As you can see, all these rocks, almost boulder-like, coming to the surface, and I believe that's what caught Devlin as he came around that back section. We'll have to have Zach ask him once we get the interview at the end of this race. But this race is far from over now as Fustini was able to put himself back in contention for the moto win. It wasn't really like he was hunting for it. He just happened to be in the right place at the right time, and we're going to see if he can pounce on him. As we still ride along with Ryder Lafferty as he works his way through the far wood section. Couple riders funneling back through, and then we check back in with Thorne Devlin back into the FMF Extreme Zone. And Fustini is still there. They both worked their way around a rider that was kind of hung up on one of the logs. Fustini still kind of, it feels like he's just kind of hanging out there, not pushing the issue. If Devlin was to make another mistake, he would gladly take control of the moto lead, but not doing anything to put his overall season standings in jeopardy as they are up and over the sky shot. So it's Devlin, Fustini, Smith, Lafferty, Coquinos, and Amancio. We'll see if the white flag is going to come out or if we got to go another one. No flag out, so at least two more to go. Yep, we did see getting a confirmation from race control, 2 fingers out to let him know 2 laps to go, and that's not a good sign for Thorne Devlin because Jigs Fustini is about to pounce As we saw in the first moto, Devlin not afraid to make some contact, so I'm not sure if Fustini wants to get up here and mix it up with him. Devlin has nothing to lose. Fustini with the championship on the line. As you see, Fustini might have had the same thought as he drops back a little bit here. And he is not. Now, this is what we talked about earlier in the day. Fustini not doing the jumps like Devlin does. And that is going to let Devlin pull away. And this might be, honestly, exactly what Fustini needed, because he was starting to get a little dicey up there, running up next to Devlin. And now you see he's backed it down a little bit. Settle back into that second place ride and ride a little bit cautious, not necessarily letting him win, but not willing to risk the championship either, as we still see Coquinos back there in 5th. Coquinos not really making too much noise in this moto, so Fustini smart to just kind of back it down a little bit and pad that points lead as we go into Championship Sunday tomorrow, as we ride on the TBT Racing live drone out the backside of the motocross track. And now we jump into the woods section. And there is Devlin and Fustini both coming through. Fustini's still there within a couple seconds, but I gotta believe he's gonna try and ride this thing smart. As you, just when you think he's starting to back off, he starts to pull back up on him when we go into this GNCC style section. As they go through what was the grass section this morning, now all dirt. And that was where we saw Devlin lose the front a couple laps ago. He's able to get through everything clean as we jump over to the Dunlop split lane camera. We'll see if Fustini just elects to follow in the same lane as Devlin. I gotta believe he would.
Josh, are you able to hear me? You picking me up?
Zach Herron, there he is. He is all the way on the other side of the facility. Zach, I don't know if you saw the gap shrink when they came around to you, but we got a little bit of action here at the front. Thorne Devlin kind of slid the front end and went down a couple laps ago, and that allowed Fustini to pull right up behind him. He was actually alongside of him at one point.
Yeah, we caught a glimpse of that. Adam Gordon there got the whole program pulled up on the iPad for me. Yeah, just to your point, we talked about those different angles and some of those square edge bumps, but it looked like it was maybe a little slick. I couldn't tell if there was water laid down in that section, but how about Devlin? Didn't even let go of the clutch lever. Went down and just slid right along with it. Talk about making the most of a bad situation, but yeah, that's going to put a little extra blood in the water. We talked about in that women's pro motor, you get that extra burst of energy when you see the white flag come out. Well, best believe when Jakes Fustini saw Devlin picking that bike up, he knew now is the time to go. We'll see if he can lay the pressure on heavy and try to bring this thing home here in Moto 2.
Well, we were talking about it, Zach. We saw in the first moto, Devlin not afraid to make contact. So how do we feel about Fustini running it up in there on him? I mean, we're looking at an overall championship for the season. Does he really want to risk making contact with Devlin just for a moto win here?
And that is the question, the big picture. How much are you willing to risk it? And realistically, what's responsible as far as the risk for Fustini? Big picture-wise, he is in control of this thing. And now, if it was Justin Coquinos in front of him, I'd say, hey, you got to do what you got to do. But it's not. Fustini's in a great position. Devlin obviously going to be riding on a high, and he's kind of in that dark horse situation where he is willing to risk it all, the whole season included, for these moto wins, trying to go 2-1 on the day and grab the overall. So I don't know, Fustini, like we talked about, very mature for a rider as young as he is. Got to think he's going to be willing to keep the big picture in mind and maybe back it down if it means being able to take this thing at the end of the weekend.
Well, Zach, you probably couldn't see it from where you are now, but once they went around the sweeper turn, as we got the A200 leader on track, or on camera rather, Zach, what I was saying is they went around the front side of the pro track. Fustini actually pulled up alongside of him, and then I think he kind of thought better of it and backed off a little bit as we got the 218 on screen.
And you're going to have to paint the picture for me here, Josh. We're trying to get the TV up and rolling right here at the Yamaha finish line. Actually, I believe, once again, asking Adam Gordon makes it happen. I'm going to walk my way over here.
You're going to see Devlin is working his way through the FMF Extreme section. He's got about a 5 to 7 second lead over Fustini right now. Fustini just kind of electing to hang back a little bit. Like we were talking about when this moto started, it almost looked like he was sitting there. He was willing to take the lead if Devlin was willing to throw it away, but he didn't want to push the issue.
Yeah,
as they are working their way to you now, Zach. They just went over the sky shot, so you're going to have a front row seat to this one, and I believe the white flag is going to be coming out.
Yep, I'm standing right here at the Yamaha finish line. The white flag is locked, loaded, and ready to get tossed out for your leader. But 5 to 7 seconds, that's one of the biggest gaps that we've seen all weekend long, as here comes Thorne Devlin, and here goes the white flag. Final lap of racing here today as Devlin checks in and checks out. It might have been 5 to 7 seconds, Josh, but Fustini has closed it back in. He's trying to make a last lap push for it.
And this is right where we saw him close in on the last lap. Right where they are on track right now is where Fustini had pulled up alongside of him. Obviously, this lap, Devlin a little bit farther ahead of him.
Oh, and we've got a heartbreak for Evan Smith right now. He just came by us at the finish line. Tire completely flat. A heartbreak for the 347. Is Evan Smith going to be out of this moto? Tire actually coming apart on the KTM. Such a tough break for Evan Smith after such a good ride today.
That is brutal to hear for Evan Smith. He had a great ride going in this moto and really just great riding all day, all around. So Lafferty and Coquinos, Amancio, and all the boys will bump up a position. A tough break, Zach. That is not what you want to hear this late in the day, but I'm not surprised. We talked about those rocks that come to the surface, and those are the kind of things that can happen.
Yeah, just like that, how quickly things can change as Devlin going to try to manage the effort coming from Jigs Fustini. Meanwhile, Ryan Amancio hooting and hollering as he takes the white flag. He's fired up. Devlin launching past some lap traffic.
Yeah, so Devlin and Fustini up along the backside of the motocross track now. They are going to head back into the woods section one more time. And then obviously we will not see Evan Smith come through the shot anymore. It will be the 336 of Lafferty, and then Coquinos and Amancio will jump up into the top 5 as well.
Yeah, and a bit of a tough situation there for Coquinos. Even as he made his way through the Yamaha finish line, just doesn't seem like the intensity that he had earlier in the day he's able to bring right now. Got to wonder how much effort he put out on the line in those 125 motos with all the action going on behind him.
And as this moto starts to go along, and it's almost like a mental defeat in a way for Coquinos, I'm sure. He came into this with a lot of high hopes, and unfortunately it's not going the way he wanted to. As we look at the Luxon lap times on the last lap, Devlin on a 5:44, Fustini on a 5:49. You see Evan Smith was running the pace at a 5:47, but obviously he's had his issues and had to pull off. Then you see Lafferty on a 5:51, Coquinos 6:01, so Lafferty even 10 seconds faster than Coquinos, and Coquinos a little bit farther off the pace from our lead group. So hopefully Coquinos probably not going to be able to snag that championship tomorrow, possibly able to regroup tonight, you know, rehydrate, re-energize, and get a run at these boys tomorrow.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a little bit of help, and anything's possible, as we've seen, whether it's GNCC Pro Motocross or right here at JDay. Anything possible when you're talking about motorcycle racing. All he needs is not to just be in front of Fustini, but he needs a couple of bites in between. Rare mistakes, they can happen. Even the smoothest and most consistent of riders have their day, and that's exactly what Coquinos is going to need from Jigs Fustini tomorrow if he wants a chance at this title.
Well, Zach, you just saw firsthand what can happen. The great equalizer in this sport is usually a mechanical, as you saw Evan Smith pull off right in front of you with a flat tire. That could very easily happen to Jigs Fustini tomorrow. Now, is he going to pull off with a flat? Probably not. He's probably going to run it as far as he can with the championship on the line, but mechanicals are always in play in this sport. As we watch Devlin now, Fustini not even really in the shot as he is working his way. We're watching on the Fox FPV drone, kind of working his way through the backside of the wood section. Somewhat uncontested now. It looks like Fustini's really falling back just to hold on to that second place position as they are out. And this is the grass section where Devlin had his problems earlier in the moto. He is through and clean here.
Yeah, big picture-wise, Fustini is exactly where he needs to be in front of Justin Coquino. Still getting great points right now, and is still pushing hard as well.
Well, I think that's part of the racer mentality. You don't want to get too comfortable and back the pace down too much. That's when things happen. You kind of lose your focus. So I like that he's willing to not necessarily hang it loose, but he's still willing to run the pace up front and stay locked in, stay focused on hitting his lines.
Yeah, it's such a good point. For a lot of these riders, it's easier for them to ride at 95 to 100% than it is at 75 to 80. That's when you see those rare mistakes, trying not to take the lines that they have. Avoiding risk oftentimes causes the mistake. So right now, Fustini playing it smart, keeping it fast and smooth, and is closing in on what may not be an overall win, but is definitely in the overall scheme of things, getting him that much closer to a championship.
Well, it might not be an overall win on the day, but it's an overall championship win for sure, as he's going to pick up some extra points to pad what was already going to be a points lead after Ricky Russell was not able to come this weekend.
And just caught another glimpse of Evan Smith. That tire, and looks like actually the moose coming apart. It shot out from the tire. He came back over and just picked it up, looking absolutely as deflated as the tire itself. Such a heartbreak after a great performance from the 347 today.
This is the wrong part of the day to get a mechanical like that. Like you said, just deflated is the right word for it, as much of a play as it is on words. You're late in the day. You burned a lot of energy all day. You put yourself in a position for a podium finish. Zach, we got a little style over this sky shot here. Devlin and Fustini are working their way back to you. They should be getting the checkered flag. Both riders, I would think, going to be happy with how this thing's going to finish up. Both riders, it's a win in both categories for these two.
No doubt about it. Here we go into the Yamaha finish line for the final time today. Thorne Devlin, the two-stroke sings, and he gets the job done here today. What a performance. A 2-1 going to be good enough. Jigs Fustini comes across the line right behind him as well. Like we said, may not be looking at an overall win, but certainly looking at an overall win as far as the championship picture goes. Is that much closer to grabbing a title here in 2026.
Yeah, as Devlin pulled up, you can see the whole right side of him covered in dirt. So interesting to hear what he has to say about what actually happened back there. From my point of view, I think it's going to be the rocks that reached up and slid out the front tire. We'll have to hear it from the man himself, though. Zach will have him here shortly. As we watch the rest of the field cycle through the Yamaha Racing finish line, we're going to let Devlin and Fustini catch their breath before they catch up with our man Zach Herron down there at the Fox podium.
And waiting in scoring here, so we're trying to see who exactly got third in the moto. I know it was still showing Evan Smith.
Well, it should have been Lafferty.
So it was Lafferty.
Yeah.
He just pulled up alongside him. He grabbing third in the moto. So we'll get our top three, give them a second to wipe their faces, and then we'll grab a word from him here at the Fox podium.
So the rest of the field finishing up here. Zach, I'm sure we've seen Coquino's come through the line. Is that correct? Was he able to hold on to that fourth place position? As we are going to go down to Zach with the Luxton post-race interview. He's got Thorne Devlin on screen. That is Lafferty, though, on screen. We had Thorne Devlin on the graphic. Zach, take it away. Oh, yeah, there you are.
You got me? All right, here we are. Ryder Lafferty grabbing third in the moto, man. We talk about staying in the fight till the... Some unfortunate luck there for Evan Smith. Take us through the moto. You've been in the fight in the top five for both of these. How are you feeling out there today?
I feel all right. This is a pretty fast course than what I'm used to racing, but it's fun to get out of my comfort zone and just kind of mix it up with these guys. I've kind of been by myself, bad starts. We need some better starts, but I feel like I'm riding good, and this is awesome. It's a good track, and had a lot of fun out there.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. Like we've talked about, some riders a little bit more on the moto side, a little bit more on the off-road. We got a whole different wood section set up for tomorrow as well. We're going to go back and watch the broadcast, take some notes, and come out swinging for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the plan.
No doubt about it, man. Who's helping you out? Who do you want to give a thanks to?
Oh, man. Morning Duck Coffee, Moose Racing, Alpine Star, Bell Helmets, Bicon, NSW, and that's about it.
There it is. Great ride out there. Ryder Lafferty finishing up in that number 3 spot for the moto. We will get Jigs Fustini up there next, finishing up second in the moto. And himself that much closer to a potential championship.
As we look at the Pro Taper top 10, you got the first place finisher, Thorne Devlin, Jigs Fustini second, Lafferty third, Amancio actually got Coquinos according to live timing, so Coquinos dropped back to 5th. Abbott 6th, Hango 7th, McQuarrie 8th, Cole Johnson 9th, Dustin Clotter rounding out your top 10 in the Pro A250, A200, A Open. As it looks like we're going to go back down to Zach. I believe he's got Jigs Fustini down there. Let's hear from him.
Absolutely. Thanks, Josh. Yeah, fantastic ride. Colton McQuarrie giving you some props as he went by as well. Jigs, we talked about it, the battle versus the war, right? We maybe sacrificed just a little bit. I know you and Thorne were in a battle. I know you wanted to bring that fight to him, but at the same time, I got to think at this point, maybe the championship picture starting to creep into play. Take us through what the mindset was like out there during that moto.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I'm always thinking big picture. But, no, he was riding so good, and I'm pretty stoked on today, going 3-2, so that's sick. And, yeah, just super happy, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow already.
Now, we talked about your kind of growth throughout the 2026 season, man. You had some really strong sections in the woods and then had some pretty strong sections out here on the moto track as well. How did you feel as far as the overall flow? We're going to have a little bit of some different obstacles set up for tomorrow, but Unadilla as a whole, how are you feeling about it?
No, I'm feeling really good. My bike feels amazing, so thank you to everyone. You know, KTM, TF Racing Suspension, Auntie and Timmy, Alpine Stars, keep me looking sweet, Canning MX Speed Establishment, and just everyone who helps me out, my whole family. You know, wouldn't be able to do this without them, so thank you to all of them, and yeah, good day.
Sit up, we'll see you tomorrow. That is Jigs Fustini going 3-2 on the day, getting himself that to a potential chip.
All right, congratulations, Jigs. I'm sure Zach is going to have Thorne Devlin here any second as we take a look at the JDay Offroad Semi, and it looks like Thorne is ready to go. Zach, let's hear from the man.
No kidding. Shall receive Thorne Devlin, man. We back it up here in Moto 2, but this time we get the start. That has got to be a big, crucial part of it. Take us through the early part of that race, and then we got to talk about the mishap as well as far as things going wrong. You couldn't have done it much better, never even let go of the clutch. Take us through kind of what happened from start to finish.
Yeah, absolutely. The start, I actually thought I beefed it a little bit. I came in pretty hot, hit that slick stuff, but I just stayed on the gas and was able to pull through. That was huge. I really needed that. I didn't have any tear-offs on, so I was like, man, if I rip a whole shot, I don't need tear-offs. So, no, I'm stoked. I got my butt kicked at Southwick, and that's not one of the best tracks for me, but since then I put the work in. I didn't like getting 4th place, and I just been grinding during the week and trying to get faster. So, man, my bike was incredible. Huge thank you to Solid. I don't say that much, but my bike is on point right now, and I give huge kudos to that today. This track has a lot of different terrain with trying to grab edges and stay off the roots and out of the holes and stuff. So being able to have good suspension to stay on those edges and be able to hop stuff is super important, because if you're not on timing, it's all going wrong. So everybody's riding super good as always, and yeah, man, I'll quit yapping.
No, we got there, because as far as things going wrong, you handled it as great as you could. Now, watching on Racer TV, it looked like maybe just push the front end a little bit coming up that side. Take us through what happened from your perspective.
Yeah, actually, I saw my buddy Ethan over there and got a little distracted. I glanced over. Oh, sorry. And, yeah, I just washed the front. But quick it up and get back at it. So I just had to regroup my heart rate because it was jacked. Ethan was yelling as I was bantering me while I was on the ground. So my heart rate was up there. Just had to regroup, not make more mistakes. I knew I had the speed because I put a little gap on. So I knew if I just regrouped, relaxed, I could slowly start pulling it back. So luckily I was able to do that, and just gelling with everything today. It was awesome.
You settled back in, man, and show us what you're made of. Congratulations. We'll see you back tomorrow.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
There it is, guys. That is Thorne Devlin, your winner here today from round number 7 in the Moto Tassinari Unadilla Grand Prix. Josh, take us through that race recap.
All right, let's take a look at the MX Trophy race recap. Off the start, into the first turn, we saw the 42 rider getting the whole shot, and then he had some early moto issues. He was a little bit out of it as we came around the first lap. And then right off the bat, it was Thorne Devlin into the lead. And outside of that one small mistake, he never really looked back, as we had the rest of our riders taking off on row 2 and row 3. Everybody got through with a clean start there. And then we switched our focus back to Thorne Devlin. Coquinos was up there early, and then Fustini got by, and then unfortunately for Coquinos, it all kind of came unraveled as everybody else in the front went by him as well, including Lafferty, and then we found out Amancio actually got him at the end as well, as we are on screen with Coquinos. Now here you see Devlin into the FMF zone. Some of our other expert riders rolling through here as well. But it was the Thorne Devlin show. Fustini gave him a run for a minute there and then kind of backed it off at the end, made a business decision, a smart decision if you ask me. You see Coquinos and Amancio going through the FMF Extreme Zone. And here is Fustini coming through. Yep. Got me confused for a second there. I forgot for a minute. Fustini actually got so close with about 2 laps to go.
Thorne Devlin was out front styling and profiling.
There's a little bit of style, we said, as they came around the last time through. Devlin was feeling it all day.
And he gets the job done. The number 1 of Thorne Devlin going to walk away on top here today. Like he said, he had something to prove after his results at Southwick, and he certainly did here today. We'll see if he can back it up once again tomorrow, but a big smile on the face, dirt and all, means it was a good day for Thorne Devlin, and it was a good day for JDay Offroad. Round 7 getting wrapped up, but it's Racer TV. It's racing all the time. Here's what we've got coming up. Of course, all day tomorrow, we've got our season finale, Round 8, the Unadilla 2 Grand Prix, 8 a.m. to 5. Goes ahead and set the alarm, set the notifications, and be ready for every single lap of the racing action. And then September 12th, we're going to do something brand new here on Racer TV, the ANEC Round 8 Super Test. We'll have more information on that coming up soon. And then we're getting ready to get back up the tail end of the GNCC Racing Series Round 10. Going to be live on Flow Racing September 19th and 20th. You guys can tune in for all of that as well. But as always, it takes a village to be able to put on these broadcasts, and we got to give out a bunch of thank yous. Of course, starting off with our executive producer, Kerry Russell, OPAG, our operations producer, Adam Gordon, our producer, Don Hampton, our director, Jack Renner, our audio technician, Brian Wall, our graphics operator, Adam Arndt, the replay operator, Cameron Connor, our engineer in charge, and our chairman, Jordan McFadden, our second engineer, Adam Adkins, our event promoter, Ethan Broach, as well as our incredible camera operators, Nick Vosberg, Zach Kerwin, Colby Davis, Caden Feathers, Bear, Mike Rose, Caleb Feathers, Aspen Allen, Kira Motherway, Brian Webster, and Dakota Anderson. Our eyes in the sky, Ian Howes and Gabe Shull. And for Josh Stout, I'm Zach Herron. We'll see you guys bright and early right back here on Racer TV first thing tomorrow.